Welcome, upcoming intraday legend. So if you see this video, you obviously finally made it. You're one of the chosen ones. So congratulations and welcome from, first of all, myself. Obviously, maybe you never heard my voice before. I'm Rima Fax, and yeah, that's my voice. And as you already can see, I make you force to look at this infinity background as your journey is about to begin to discover this beautiful intraday wonder world or galaxy universe, litiverse, whatever you want to call it. We will obviously have a few names in your overall adventure and journey. But let me start off with a few points, right, which will be very important for your ongoing journey and adventure. So, first of all, you have been one of the chosen ones, right? As we showed you earlier, even on websites and all the stuff like that. Maybe you saw it on our social media. We have a shit ton of student requests. Overall, the moment I'm recording this video, it's well over 6,500 student requests, and we limited the whole bootcamp to 250 students. And if you see that, obviously, congratulations, you've been one of the 250 students we chose for the entire year. So guess what? Make something out of it. Don't sit on your ass. Don't be lazy. Everything we present you to you in here in this overall lit adventure is everything you need. That's a proven process. We gave obviously a lot of students before that, and they saw massive results, right? So of course, everything we do is for your benefit and for your overall journey and gives you guidelines over everything. So just trust the process, and then of course we will put you on the right track to become an intraday master also. So just to give you a quick introduction, and obviously I know what to talk about. Obviously my name is Remy Fax, and I almost have 1 decade of trading experience, and I literally made everything you could imagine, like literally everything I tried. I did every knowledge course there is. You cannot name it I did not have heard about it or even traded it or tried it out or even programmed it, because of course I'm not only a trader, I also have programming knowledge and background, and that's also why we figured out this market slowly but surely. But what we did with our curriculum over lit and of overall of how you will see it in here, you will not find somewhere else. That's for sure. Like what we did is everything is based on our understandings, on my understandings, on everything I backtested over almost a decade, and putting everything together with proper guidelines, checklists, rule sets, and of course we give you everything you need in terms of your lit adventure. Is it, again, it doesn't matter if it's templates, complete guidelines checked, and I told this stuff before, but everything will be provided to you inside this overall adventure. How it will look like though, it will be recorded for multiple reasons, right? So first of all, we did two boot camps already, but they didn't have this crazy pleasure as you have now having an 8 week program. It was a 3 week or every weekend, like 2 days in a row, Saturdays and Sundays, for like 8 hours a day. So you can imagine if you sitting into a live session like that, of course it has its benefits also, as you experience a live experience and can obviously ask questions live in the recording, not obviously in the presentation. But as we have to experience from other students, and as we have audience over the whole world, technically, we discovered that it's very hard for most people, first of all, to make time free. So again, maybe you have like 15 wives or 3 children or something like that, and it's a little bit hard for you to then join every weekend and 3 weekends in a row for like 8 hours. Maybe you have a full-time work, or you're just overall busy, or you're like in Australia or something like that, and then you have the live calls. It's like 5 a.m. in the morning, and you have to concentrate because you obviously want to learn something, and then you just collapse over the chair, and that's not what you want, right? So efficiency is very important to us, and that's why we switched from live calls to recorded content calls. Of course, there still will be live calls, no worries about that. And that would be community calls though, right? So as we did, for example, even yesterday, when I record this video right there, we had a community call on Sunday, just two and a half hours slandering of the chart and stuff like that. Of course, we will do that. That's not guaranteed. Let's say we not guarantee, okay, there will be 17 live calls a week. If it's one call a month, it's one call live call a month. If it's 15 calls a month, then it's 15 calls, right? So overall, you experience everything you need in terms of the recordings in your adventure, right? And of course, if we do a live call, it's also being recorded and you can access that. So everything is obviously guided out for you, so you don't miss anything, right? The next benefit is you moving on your own pace. So let's say again, live sessions, we pick up the pace. Like we have to obviously determine the pace because you only have so much time available on a day, right? With the recordings now, again, also everyone has a different learning curve. Maybe you didn't pick up something right away, not a rush, but life it's a problem because we have to keep on. We can't wait for everyone. Of course, we try our best and answer everyone's questions, but guess what? Maybe that's even disturbing for you if you get it and then someone else has a lot of questions and that kind of ruins your flow anymore. You can walk in your own pace and obviously in your own speed, and you don't have any rush. So if you want to watch topic 3 out of week 2 17 times because you maybe don't get it right away, no problem. Then just, of course, revise the whole thing, watch it again, and then continue with the next curriculum. But guess what? Before you even can continue with the next curriculum, we made sure that you understand what you learned already. How do we do that? We're putting questions, or we put questions, tasks, and even quizzes below the sections, and you have to answer that. So you actually have to practice also while not only just sitting there with your hands on your chin and falling off the table and being bored. No, first of all, you made sure that everything is very entertaining and you don't fall asleep because this industry is too much already too full with educators where you literally think like, oh my God, I want to fall asleep rather than watch this guy, right? So we're not one of them, and you of course will experience that. So everything is entertaining and backed up with full questionnaires and tasks. So of course you practice while you do it. Then of course we give you some guidelines, and our legend Suckboy and Cam obviously will give you some hints and guidelines and recommendations about that also in this video. So just pay attention. But overall, just be aware that everything is also structured for you. So that's why we made an 8-week program, right? So that's we give you some sort of guideline. You never lost. You always have our assistance also. You will be included to the Discord. Best case already when you see this video. If not, there should be some sort of link below that, right? And then of course you can ask us questions in your entire adventure, right? So let's say you have a question in week 1 already, topic 1, module 1, because you somehow cannot find the play button of the video. Just write us into Discord. Obviously, we have dedicated channels for every week. So if it's for week 1, you have the week 1 channel. If it's for week 7, we have the week. Oh, sorry, that only goes for week 5, because in week 5 you will get access to the full community, right? And then of course you can ask questions wherever you want, right? But for week 1 until 5, we have dedicated channels for that, because week 5 is where the content will be completed, and then you also get access to the community to see all the winning sections, everything we have. You have multiple channels of course with a shitload of value, and you get access to that obviously in week 5. Why not earlier? Because of course you have to get the content in your brain first, understand it, because there's no need or no benefit if you jump into the community right away, see all these markups, see all these trades, and don't know what's going on there. So that's why we give you the content first in like 5 weeks, and then of course you get access to the community. Before that, you can obviously chat with us if you have some questions, some issues, whatever. We will be here for you. Of course, you also know Christian for non-trading related questions if you have some technical issues or whatever. Then of course myself, our Queen Sukba, the legend Cameron. We all be there for you, of course, to guide through the process, right? So the overall overview, as you can see, is week 1 to 8. And just let me say that beforehand, of course, that can take longer or less or shorter, right? Depending on how much time you have available every single day. So we base it if you're putting 2 hours every day, plus some tasks, some back testing and stuff like that, then you should make it in 8 weeks. Of course, if you're having a little bit of slower learning curve, if nothing wrong with that, it can of course take longer for you, but it's even better if you don't rush the process and just walk in or experience the whole thing in your own pace. So it's a really nice journey for you also. But of course, if you want to put in like 7, 8 hours a day, just grasping everything we have, you can make it a little bit shorter than 8 weeks. Of course, we don't really recommend that though, because of course it's learning a skill, it's learning a lifetime, very, very high valuable skill, and you should not rush it, right? Again, always the best example. If you want to become a doctor, they spending years and years just practicing, learning, studying, and of course, you don't want to rush being a full time into a master just in like a few days or weeks. That's obviously not what it is and not what it's about. So of course, take your time, grasp everything, and then it's a proven process. You can walk. Again, everything is guided to you. Okay, so let me just introduce you our two legends in our beautiful community as well. Let me start off with our Queen Sakba. She, of course, is one of our best traders we have, and now also mentors and educators inside our community. She will also provide you with the Beauty of the Day episodes where she breaks down daily setups, like not cherry picked ones, just the most beautiful setup there is on a daily basis. Just think about that. And it's even sometimes very hard to even pick those because there's a lot of really nice setups every single day, but she just breaks it down for you and show you the best opportunity which happened in this day. Absolutely beautiful, gives you a shitload of value. And of course, she made the whole process as well, from student to educator, now absolutely into the master. And of course, she's with us. So Sukba, if you want to say a few words and give also our upcoming legend a little introduction, some recommendations of our process, that would be very appreciated.
Thank you for the kind words, Reem. I'll just give a brief intro about myself. So, it's been around a year since I've been with Lit, and the journey, honestly, has been nothing short of incredible with the growth as well as the highly valuable knowledge. No other industry even compares in the slightest, like, no joke. Like, I've not known a single mentor course or whatever even compared with how much knowledge is provided as well as the knowledge itself, which isn't anywhere at all. This is purely lit concepts. And with that, of course, it did bring a lot of imitators. I would say that's a compliment. They throw around inducements everywhere, but don't know how to use it. So lit has put a pretty strong footprint in the social media industry, I would say. But regarding the lit adventure, I would give a bit of advice regarding of how I did it and what helped me, little tips, and how I think it could help you as well. So I think the most important thing is to learn at your own pace, a pace you're comfortable with, whether that's 2 hours a day, whatever it be, just learn at a pace that you are comfortable with. And don't be afraid if you're not understanding, say something, take advantage of the vault. You now have a vault which wasn't here a year ago, and now you can watch things again and again and watch recordings that may be particularly challenging, just so you can grasp the concepts. Um, and with that, I also would say do not jump into the charts straight away or early on in your journey. To avoid FOMO, I would strongly suggest implanting this in your head that it's pretty obvious, but lit is intraday mastery, and therefore there's trades every day. So what is the reason to rush? It's not like you're waiting for a swing trade once a week type of thing. Then you get FOMO. With lit, you have no reason to do that. So don't hop on the charts just for the sake of it or with that initial excitement you get when you understand something. It's all about practicing, back testing everything, and as well as studying and loving the learning process. I think that's the most important thing is you have to love the process. And with that, take advantage of the vault as well. So you now have a vault which wasn't here a year ago, and you can rewatch recordings, especially ones that may be particularly challenging. You can rewatch them. And also, with that, you can reach out to us in Discord as well as other students. And I guess that leads me on to my support as an educator. So I couldn't be more honored to be an educator and provide value to the community. And with that, you can reach out to me for any questions within the Discord regarding, I guess, anything trading related, psychology, whatever it be. As well as that, I provide the Beauty of the Day calls and a dedicated channel for any conversations regarding that. And yeah, I guess that's it for me. There's a lot. So enjoy the lit journey and a big welcome to you.
Okay, there you heard it. Our beautiful voice of the Queen Zugba. Beautiful stuff. And of course, you will hear and see a lot more from her also during the whole lit adventure, and of course even after that as well. So then let me introduce you our green wizard, our green bunny, the legend wizard Cameron. We call him Stoxy, right? And absolutely, this guy literally has one of the most beautiful journeys you can ever imagine. Like becoming obviously multiple six figures fund trader from like normal trader, obviously struggled a little bit at the beginning, put in the effort, and now is 100% one of our best traders inside our community. He not only already talked the talk, he walked the walk, did everything he promised to himself and also to our educators and also me. And now it's just beautiful to have him. Absolutely blessing for the whole community. And of course, he will also guide you through the 8-week lit adventure. And of course, also after that. So let me just introduce you to him, to you guys, and to you specifically watching our legend green wizard Cameron. So Cameron, if you want to say a few words, you're more than welcome to also introduce our new upcoming legend here.
Of course, thank you, Reem. So obviously, I think compared to Reem, not a lot of you are gonna know me. So I'll just talk a little bit about the route that I took, that Reem sort of elaborated on a little bit. It sort of started off with the same as a lot of you, like looking up to Reem, seeing all of his trades. Oh my God, this is amazing! All of that sort of stuff. That led to me making several promises to Reem before the boot camp, and then obviously tried really hard, put in the work. It was a lot of work, and then I became a student from the boot camp, and then obviously more work entailed, and then eventually a couple months after the boot camp I progressed into being an educator, and that was sort of like the path that I took. um if I was to like give any tips or anything like that, I think the most important thing is to take your time and go at your own speed. Don't try and like rush through and get through all of the content, because at the end of the day, the most important thing is that you understand the content. And if you're rushing through, then you're going to be trading, maybe understanding 50% of the content. So if it takes you 3-4 months to go through all the content, then let it take 3-4 months. Don't try to don't try to get it all done in like a week or whatever. I understand that it's like exciting, but you don't need to go really far ahead. Just go like whatever speed you want. Like Reem said, week 1 through 5, you have like a section in Discord where you can ask questions, and then after that, you actually have access to the entirety of the community. And in the community, we've got things like Study Lounge and also educators that you can ask questions. And not just educators, we've got like strong students who will be able to answer any of your questions as well. But it's important that if you do get stuck on something, you don't just ask questions straight away. It's important that you do sort of try to struggle through it. And then when you're really, really stuck, that's when you go and you ask questions. Because I do think that if you take the time to sort of have these breakthroughs yourself, it's much better than just asking questions as soon as you get a little bit stuck. But yeah, that's pretty much all the advice I give. Obviously, I've got the Edge series, so when you watch them, you can ask me any questions about that, and I'll get back to you. I'm pretty good at responding, so I'll definitely get back to you if you ask a question. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all the advice I've got.
Lovely, lovely stuff. So with that being said, you had a little glimpse of what to expect, of course. Now we will dig straight into the next video where we show you what to expect in week 1, the overall process. Of course, we will give you all these little intro videos or for every week, so you know exactly what to expect. But if there's any question, again, use the Discord from now on. We obviously will be here. And guess what? You're in very good hands. We know exactly what works, what doesn't. And of course, we will give you the process and overall guideline for doing so. So just trust the process, and you will obviously have a very, very fun and amazing time with us. And of course, we make sure that you will smash your goals very, very soon. Just stick to the process. Don't rush it, as Cam said. And we will see you in the next video. Have a good one and enjoy. Cheers. And there you go. Welcome to the Awakening Master Guide. And yeah, congratulations to this point as well, because you made it in. You will learn and discover the information they all literally trying to copy. So what we did with the Awakening Master Guide, we built this absolute perfect beginner foundation masterpiece. That's the shit we would literally rip 2 legs out to get that information when we have been in your situation. And then again, not knowing about inducement, not really knowing too much about liquidity, maybe a little bit dipped our toes into smart money, not knowing the reasons why that fails, not knowing the reasons why normal retail strategies don't work, all that stuff. You will get all the answers you've been seeking for, as again, you only hear because you had this feeling that there's something wrong with this market and it just feels like the market is hunting down. After this, you will know exactly why this is the case, why it feels like that, and how it's engineered on purpose to exactly create this feeling. Because again, it does not work, but it does not also work. You're in this weird situation right now where you maybe see some success, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. If it doesn't work, you really don't know why. And you just can't get consistent. This will all be washed away. We call it also the unlearning experience, where we just have to unlearn you what you did wrong before and then relearn you the stuff that works on a consistent basis, the way the market really works. You will literally look like, as you hear, forced to see the screen with the never-ending matrix, but you will be able to see behind the market to see what's going on and how they achieve all the tasks they have to do and keep the wheel spinning and keep you engaged at all times. And obviously break free, a true new beginning of the way you will see the markets forever. So this also is not only a welcome message from our side. Again, maybe you recognize my voice. It's Stream FX, the founder of Liquidity Inducement Theorem. And again, I use my decade-long trading experience. And again, I tried everything, starting from retail shit, whatever, a decade ago, from smart money nonsense shit, used my programming knowledge to find out how or what works on a consistent basis, looking behind the numbers, which almost no one does, and obviously analyzing the markets also. Not many people in this industry do. Again, they all try to copy it. But yeah, they're a little bit far behind of what we will do, but you will get a sneak peek about that in the Awakening, of course. And I have with me the absolute legends and queens, the Wizard Cam and the Queen Sugba. So ladies first, Queen Sugba, maybe you want to say a big hugging welcome to the new Awakening student here as well.
Thank you very much. So as you've heard, my name is Sakba, and I have been trading for around 3 years, starting off retail for a few months. And then since then, it was pretty much smart money concepts, the new hype that's been around for a while. Again, it's something that you don't truly understand, but you kind of feel like you have to understand it based on what you're taught. So with that being said, I never really truly understood what's going on in the markets. And just the understanding aspect alone is so important. And the Awakening Master Guide will literally teach you the whole unlearning, relearning process and the true market intentions and not your false current beliefs you may have. And you will start to build a solid foundation towards intraday mastery. So with that being said, I guess enjoy the journey. It will be a fun one. And I'll pass it on to the legend Stocksy for an introduction.
All right, so yes, I've been also trading for 3 years. I skipped the quote-unquote retail stuff and went straight to smart money. I probably had a very similar path to a lot of you. I had some nice wins, and then I seemingly had some random losses that I couldn't explain. Obviously, I was not too satisfied with these random losses, began to dig a little bit further, and then I joined Lit 2 years ago, and obviously from there, when I've got this kind of knowledge, it's been a completely different ball game. It's also not an underestimate to say that a lot of you are here because you feel like something's missing. Whether you feel like sometimes your strategy just doesn't quite work, sometimes completely random things happen that you can't explain, or sometimes you take losses and you feel like you did everything correct, it was a perfect setup, and you just got smoked. And Trust me, that's not an unfamiliar experience, and I can guarantee you that after this, your chart vision will completely change. You will not be able to view things the same way you did previous to the awakening. But that's my advice, to take it seriously, to put in the effort, because obviously if you don't put in the effort, you're not going to receive anything back.
And that's exactly what we will show you, how to succeed with that knowledge of the foundation of the greatness. And again, all these legends you just heard, they're all also educators in our flagship program, the Adventure. Again, they're all into their masters to the highest degree. So listen closely also what they will show and teach you inside. And I would say, without further ado, enjoy the madness and make the best out of the crazy awakening Master Guide. Catch you inside. The fundamentals. Okay, of course, a little bit of a controversy topic, and not a lot of people want to talk about that. But as I said, it is essential to understand this point, and that is, what is money actually? Because why do we need to know that? Obviously, what we do is we're trading the financial markets. And what is the financial markets? Obviously, trading the foreign exchange markets. Of course, what we show you, you can use in any markets. You can use in freaking stock trading. You can also use in whatever crypto trading. But we focus, of course, in the foreign exchange market, which is definitely nothing else than just currency against another currency, which pretty much is money. So we need to understand the foundations about the money first and understand of how it actually operates and works, and then we can build the puzzle and understand the true reasons that these markets in general are most likely something very different than you ever thought they might be. Okay, so what is this money in general? And the simple answer is, it's actually an illusion. And a lot of people will be like, what the hell? Like, why is it an illusion? That definitely sounds really real to me. So if you do something for today, and for today as it is the foundational side of it, please do me one favor and please do yourself this favor. Okay, so if you do one thing today, then be like this happy dude inside here. Okay, so what does this happy dude do? So if your mind, pretty much you have to understand, your mind is like a parachute. It only works if you open it. So if you, whatever, be like a goat and like go sideways and don't accept what we will say or whatever, and whatever, don't want to accept the reality and something like that, that is not good for you anyways. It will not lead to anywhere. And again, you need to understand the essentials behind what we show you in order to understand the very deep material we show you later. So please be like that and be open-minded and just listen to what we say to you and give it at least a real thought. And then obviously you can judge yourself afterwards and we can have some discussions afterwards, whatsoever. But please be open-minded and just keep it with the whole presentation. Because what we will do, we will plant a lot of seeds in your mind. And again, the potential of a seed is that something grows out of it. But if your mind is like a concrete surface, we can throw so many seeds at you as we want, the chances that there will be grow something out of it are very limited. So your mind needs to be like a nutritional soil in order to make something grow. And obviously that's what we want to achieve, because we give you so many seeds, but you're the person obviously need to evolve and need to grow. So obviously we start like slow, planting the seed. Of course, then we need to water it and take care of it. And over time, of course, it will grow. It will not come immediately, but that's why the seed always needs to grow. You cannot throw a seed into like even the most nutritional soils ever. It will not grow immediately. It takes some time. You need to take some care of it. You need to do some treatment, whatever. If you're good at singing, you can sing the plant something. Maybe it grows faster. Who knows, right? Anyways, it just grows and grows. And all of a sudden, a tree grows. But guess what? It doesn't stop with the tree. Best case, a wood, a whole forest grows out of the trees, right? And then again, then you can start harvesting the wood and obviously get the material out of that. And then you take the material and you can start constructing a house, right? And of course, then after some time, that's when you want to go at. Obviously, you want a pretty house, you want a nice car, and obviously you want some good money out of the whole thing, right? So just trust the process. Everything what we do is obviously not even a theory anymore, okay? So just trust the process. All the stuff we show you is obviously well and back tested over a period of months and also years before that. Just stick with us and we can show you some pretty good ways. The real life matrix. Okay, so that literally gives you the foundation, the essentials of knowing and understanding what is literally going on. We will cover what is actually going on in the world and why does this market move the way it does. Okay, because we need to evolve or develop this mindset and this understanding that not really anything in these markets is a random approach. Because again, if you follow us on Insta and see this type of intraday mastery, what do you think? How can this be possible if the market would be a random occasion? It would be impossible. So you need to understand that there needs or has to be reasons behind the pushes, and not even the pushes, but every push. And we actually can figure them out if we understand what is actually going on. But first of that, before we even understand the trading aspect of what they're showing us, we need to understand what is going on. And that's pretty much what is going on in the world and who is in control. First of all, we don't really know exactly who is in control, but we have a very good understanding of it. For example, the Federal Reserve is some pretty good candidate for that, right? Obviously, the Fed, they have the license to legally print money. We dig into a little bit more further, but first, obviously, we have to understand like that they are definitely a candidate for those people, okay? Then you're not trading money, you're trading emotions. So we dig a little bit into the emotional side of trading as well. And of course, a few different type of psychologies, false belief systems, because again, anyone in here probably has some false belief systems that hindered you to get to the levels where you wanted to be. Could be like the false systems, could be like mindset issues, could be like no discipline, could be all sorts of areas where you might struggling in. And of course, we dig a little bit into the money aspect of how it is actually a drug and the dopamine aspect to it, and why and how this actually works, and how also this modern trading platform works. And that sums up the Trusted Real Life Matrix. First things first, though, the most controversial topic of all, money. So what is going on inside this world? So first of all, again, just remember, please be open-minded, even if it sounds a little bit suspicious for you. It's okay, we can talk about it later. Just give it a listen, okay? So first things first, money is delusion. How is it a big lie though? Like, how does it even make sense? So if you take a look at a $1 bill and a $100 bill, what is literally the difference about those two? If you just take a look at them, looks to me like the same papers, the same colors, or what the hell is the difference here? Okay, the answer is it's all about the perception. Okay, it's literally this thing as a 1 and this thing as a 1 with 2 zeros. It's the same paper, it's the same material, it's the same paint, it's the same freaking printer. It's literally the same. The only thing that changes with that is what you can buy and do with that thing. With the 1, you can buy a cheeseburger at McDonald's, but with the other, you can invite your girlfriend to like a romantic candlelight dinner. But literally, you're paying with the same exact material. It's literally the same exact piece of paper. So how in the hell do they create this power aspect to it and make the whole control aspect to it. So how does it work? So pretty much we have to understand that they have unlimited resources of this piece of paper. Okay, we talked about the Federal Reserve like a few minutes ago, and obviously we'll dig into it a little bit further. But how do they have unlimited resources? The Federal Reserve is the only private company that physically actually owns the dollar. So they are allowed to print money as much as they want. We'll dig a little bit into it in a second. But first, how does this have an impact on you? So let's talk about it like that. If you have a normal 9 to 5 or whatsoever, or do something for a living, you obviously need to do something for a living. And let's say you're earning $20 per hour. And then you want to rent a car, which costs you 400 pounds or dollars a month. That car for you is not $400 a month for you anymore. That's literally then 20 hours of your life, if you think about that. Because you need to go to work and you need to have to put in the work in order to get this money, and then you're renting a car. You don't pay it with money, you pay it with your lifetime. Okay, and that's how this control aspect comes to pretty much in the reality, right? So they creating money. So think about it. They just need to press a button to print like quadrillions of dollars, but you need to put in your time and actually exchange your life worth against this piece of paper, and then you can buy something with that. But for you, it's literally your life. For them, it's literally their finger on a button, and it takes them 1 second to print that money. You literally takes you a year to earn yourself. Sounds crazy. Unfortunately, that's the reality. Okay, well, let's dig into a little bit more further though. So if that is the case, right? So if 20 or a $1 bill is the same piece of material and the same paint and the same printer as a $100 bill, then you give it a time aspect to it. What does that mean? That just means that time literally becomes this type of illusion as well. Because not only the money becomes the illusion, you don't only put the money aspect, the illusional aspect to it. No, it's literally also your time. Because again, they exchange your time against this worthless piece of paper. But again, it's your lifetime you're exchanging for that. For them, it's not that. And that's how they use also time against you. And they do it in the markets literally exactly the same. That's how you have to understand that they use the money aspect against you plus the timing aspect against you. What do you mean by timing aspect against you? If you think about it, it's physically impossible if you want to monitor 24 hours price action. You simply can't. Best case, if you're really good, you can sit 10 hours in front of the charts and being concentrated. That's good. But guess what they can do? They can just put a pair on hold. They can just make it range, whatever. It goes sideways forever. Whatever, they maybe use it, move it in Asia session when you're asleep and stuff like that. They have no time aspect. They have machineries which creates price. Obviously, we dig into it later, but you just need to understand that time works against you also in the markets, and they know it. And that's why timing, and obviously timing will be a huge aspect inside lit later on. But first, you need to understand the basics and then the money. Again, why the money? Again, if they have unlimited resources, they can move the markets as much as they want because, again, they have unlimited resources. But how do they get these unlimited resources? Right? So where does the money come from? And again, one answer, for example, there's obviously multiple institutes, for example, on the euro, and of course, for the pound, it's something else. We're just talking about the dollar in this example. And for the dollar, it is the Federal Reserve, or in short, the Fed, right? And they are printing money however and how much and whenever they want. They don't have a limit to it. They own it. They can create it as much as they want. It doesn't cost them anything. It literally costs them the paint, the freaking paper, and to run these machines. It doesn't cost them anything, right? So it doesn't take them any time neither, because they just go to sleep and let the printers run while they're sleeping. So they're pretty much creating unlimited resources as much as they want. And again, we talked about it, how they're using the money against you in that sense, because they know exactly what causes desires, temptations, and all these emotions pretty much attached to the buying to you. Because if you think about that, what is money to you? It's not only like this piece of paper. It's literally what you do in your life. It's what car you drive, what clothes you wear, where you go to dinner, where you invite your family, in which clubs you go, like what type of phone you use, like the social status and how other people look at you. That all comes from money. Think about that. That's crazy. And they just create that. But people just attach the whole emotions to the money aspect. And of course, that's why they're doing it in the market as well. And you most likely heard the quote that trading is 90% psychology. And if you now think about these reasons, you know why. Because you have so many money attached emotions that, of course, in the market, you're putting your money in and they're using these emotions against you. Of course they do. And that's even a proven fact, because friendships, business, and even private relationships, if you look at the numbers, and of course, you will hear me talking about the numbers as well, because I like to talk about like whatever random nonsense and try to back it up with numbers instead, right? So if you just look at any failed relationship or whatever, business relations or even friendships, and look at the failed ones, the major number one reason of all of those is money issues. Doesn't matter if you have a wife or children or 3 wives. If there's money problems, you will have problems. If you borrow or lend a friend your money and he can't pay you back, guess what? That probably will ruin your friendship and shit like that. So you need to understand that money is way, way more than these literally piece of paper, because they're creating this whole cycle around that. And that's how they induce, and obviously that's one of my favorite words, you hear that a lot. So they induce greed and desperation with these aspects. They show it in the markets all the time. We just need to figure out how they show it, how we can identify it, and then we use it for our advantage instead of getting tricked into it. Okay, so that's how we're getting out of the whole thing. Then, of course, they use the illusion of money and time against you. We talked about it briefly, and we talk about it even more in the upcoming slides. Okay, so just understand they do it in the markets all the time. It doesn't matter when and at what time frame. We dig into that later as well. But again, just to give you a light introduction and prove it with the numbers, in 2020, the Federal Reserve printed 9 trillion US dollars in just 2020. That is literally 22% of the entire US dollar which circulates currently. Think about that. They just created so freaking much money in just 1 year, just like that. Just like that. It's insane. And then they're talking about inflation being like 3%. Like, what in the hell? If they printed in 1 year 22% of all the money which is in existence in just 1 year. And obviously that just proves they can do whatever the fuck they want. And you just need to get it in your mind. Okay, but later about that more. Okay, because I swear too much. So well done to the Fed, because now USA, the United States of America, yeah, they are over 33 trillion with a T, not billions, trillions, 33 trillion US dollar in debt now in 2023. So all their money printing, all they synthetically pumping money into the system, led to 33 trillion dollars in debt. I think the split was about like 6 trillion in government debt. The rest was in citizen debts. So crazy crazy numbers. And again, if you just logically think about it, that's numbers they can never ever pay back ever. How? It's impossible. And of course, that led to inflation to an all-time high, and the crisis is literally unpreventable at this point. So they navigated themselves into big pile of shits, and of course now they have to find ways that not everything is gonna collapse, right? So at what how they gonna do it? One of these solutions, at least they think that's going to help them, will be the CBDC, the central bank digital currency. And as you already can see, there's a little monster in here because that shit is a little bit horrifying and definitely not good. But most people just don't talk about it as it's not the best situation that will be coming in a few, yeah, probably months, definitely this year, or not definitely, but potentially this year. So you have to be prepared and have to be ready. So what is the CBDC, the central bank digital currency? So I start off with a little quote. I think it was Klaus Schwab saying that, and he said, "You will own nothing and be happy." So if you think about your current life already, it's all around you already. So let's say you have an Amazon Prime account, you buy a movie and want to watch it. Yes, you bought the movie for like €5 or whatever it is, right? But do you really own this movie? No, you don't have a physical copy of the movie. You have the logins to your Amazon account, and that unlocks you that movie digitally. You don't own the movie. You don't have the DVD anymore. You can't run around and put it into your TV. No, if they remove you the access to your Amazon Prime account, for example, on Netflix, the same thing, then you will lose this movie also. You don't own it, but you technically bought it. There's so many examples in your life you probably don't realize. The same with pictures, the same with music. Your own music, you don't own it. It's just on your login device, right? You don't own anything. Like at this point, less and less and more. Even car industry goes crazy with that. Man, you literally have to pay a subscription model so they unlock the heat seaters and stuff like that. And if you don't pay that monthly subscription, you heaters, whatever you call it in English, they can't turn back on. Think about that shit. It's crazy. So the world gets more and more crazy the way we while we're speaking, and the CBDC, that's like the peak of craziness which will be coming soon, right? So what is it? So banks, of course, they seek for cashless banking system for decades. They work for getting that done for years and years and decades down the lines. Why do they want that? So of course, banks want complete control over every transaction you as a person make. And with the central banking digital currency, they can achieve that. That just means, again, they will transfer all the cash system to a token based digital currency. So there's no more cash involved. Your whole bank account is just, again, technically cryptocurrencies. And this will give them this will technically put you on a 100% transparency of what you buy. And you can say literally goodbye to privacy. Because again, if you only can buy stuff with digital currencies, you can't go in a shop, buy something with cash. You can't help your neighbor and he gives you €100 to help him, whatever. That's all stuff which will be very tricky. So the privacy thing, again, where you just sell things off, whatever, help someone do some services. No, everything will be 100% transparent, and they will see and obviously monitor everything you will do and can do, and they will force this digital bank currency upon us, right? Again, at some point, they will be like, oh, you saw it in the whatever, the quote unquote pandemic a few years ago, right? And they'd be like, oh, cashless systems and don't pay with cash. They obviously started it slowly but surely. But of course, at some point, they will quote unquote force this digital bank currency upon you, and then again you don't really have too much choice. So that scary part about that will be, again, they kind of really orientate themselves upon China, how they do it there with the social credit score system, and that's where the scary part will come in. And the monster we saw earlier, as again, they can decide what you can buy and what not. And that's obviously the scary part, when they be like, oh, you have a bad social credit system, you can't buy product X, Y, Z. And obviously they can push products, they can literally ban products. It will literally be the most controlled environment you will ever see. And a lot of people will be like, no, 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 that can never come. They are in the works right while we're speaking. They already rolled out these testing programs, and they do it. They literally do it while we speak, if you want it or not. Again, if you think that's never gonna come, you will have an issue, because they will do it. They will not ask you for for permission to do that, right? So you have to prepare for that, right? And again, the crazy part is that they will be deciding what you can buy, when you can buy it, or turn it off altogether. Again, think about when they put in the lockdowns. Now to put it even on a crazier point, when they literally be like, oh, after 10 o'clock, you can't not only leave the house, no, you can't buy anything. Oh, you can't send this person money. No, you can't buy from this shop. No, you can't go in this district and buy something there. That sounds crazy, but that's what they're planning literally right now. And again, they always do it for the full control of your buying power, to keep you even more trapped than ever. Again, we talked about earlier of how they use money and an emotional state against you, and now they try to put it on a whole different level, right? They're literally trying to keep you not even trapped emotional wise, but literally trapped. You can't even buy anything without them giving you permission, and obviously monitor exactly what you earn, what's your expenses, who do you send it to, what's the product you're buying. It's complete 100% transparency. And obviously that's not a nice thing, because freedom as we used to know it will change, right? So it's up to you to obviously escape everything before that, get that fuck you money in quote unquote, where you can just live a normal life, don't worry about all that shit, and just get your freedom, right? Again, what they're also going to do, directly tax customer accounts, negative interest rates, where they just be like, okay, sorry, we have to remove a few $1,000 off your bank account, because again, inflation is so bad, we have to stop it. They're just gonna book it, right? And with an CBDC program, they can easily do that. And of course, they monitor every transaction you do. And again, this is not something conspiracy, get your tinfoil hat on your head. No, that's what they're doing right now. They're already testing it. And again, it could literally come this year in 2023. Obviously, hopefully not, but again, they're already preparing for it. 80% of global banks already announced that they're considering CBDC or already launched one. So there's already banks that already did it. And again, 80% already said, yes, we can consider it. And that's in the test runs, right? So again, in a few years, it will be not 80%, it will be 100. So again, you have to prepare for it instead of being like, no, 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 that's not gonna come. And of course, the reasons they will tell you is like, oh yeah, they have to stop the crime, like the, oh my god, people buying drugs and blah blah. We have to stop it. Border control, like sending money across borders internationally will be much easier and all that stuff, and much faster, and it protects you from this volatile crypto markets. And oh my god, you don't know what you do if you buy crypto, so let us protect you from this evilness. Like, it's all garbage. Of course, they try to give you some reasons that people are fine with it, but the scary quote, of course, is also from Augustin Carlson, which is the central or the general manager of the Bank of International Settlements. And he said, quote unquote, the central banks will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability, and we will have the technology to enforce that. So of course they can do whatever they want with these systems. Again, if they want to prevent you from buying anything at a specific time, a specific product, yeah, they can just shut it off. Again, they can limit you with a literally flick of the finger. Again, maybe you're aware of this Andrew Tate situation, which is one of the biggest crimes in human history, if you want to say so. Again, like him, love him, or hate him, it doesn't matter what they did to him. Again, he was just speaking, like, again, truths, facts, again, his opinion, right? Again, if you disagree or agree with him, what they did to him, like, just lock him up for like months and months, right, without real reasons, and again, completely shadow banning him, completely like cancel him on a flick of a finger, bank accounts being frozen, everything like that. It's like crazy. And if they can do it to a person like him, they can do it to everyone, right? So again, they will do it. It will be rough times, and it's for you 100%. So it's your time to set yourself and your family free from all this craziness. Again, just get the freedom you deserve. You have the skill sets to do it. Just get yourself free so you can escape all this craziness, and nothing has to bother you from there on. So again, take this opportunity, what you will learn in the awakening as well, and then set yourself free from all this craziness. The Federal Reserve, like, how the hell does that transaction inside the markets, and what the hell is going on? Like, how does it make sense, or does it need to make sense out of the whole thing? So you need to understand who are those people. And again, we don't really know, but we have a really good understanding and can obviously put the numbers together and build our overall picture. Okay, so let's dig into that. First, of course, it's one of the, or not even one of, but the smartest people in the world. We have like programming companies also, like additional stuff where we do a lot of programming stuff and AI development and also machine learning approaches. And we try to hire people, of course, that obviously work with us along that lines. The problem is you cannot find people who are good in these spaces. Why? Because the banks, the institutions, they snag these people away immediately. So the moment you have these type of skill sets to actually make a change, they just hire you or they just buy you out and stuff like that. So you need to understand that whenever someone is getting in these huge rosters, they will obviously approach you and they will get you on their side. So that's why they're having the smartest people in the world. Okay, but what else? Of course, that's not even by far enough. So let's dig into some more facts though. What do they have? They have the so-called syndicates. What the hell is the syndicates? Syndicates are companies who have all the data. And now, by the way, we're talking about the markets. Okay, we're not talking about overall life again. We're talking about how it is important to us and inside these markets. Okay, so syndicates are companies who have all the data. That can be brokers, that can be liquidity providers. It doesn't really matter. They have all the data. Again, so that's companies who know exactly what is going on, who puts in the money, who are pretty much all the data behind everything. Again, if you're a liquidity provider or a broker, you see exactly who and when is money introduced to the markets. And if you have all the data behind that, you already have a pretty good view of what is going on. And then again, if you don't only have the data of one broker, but literally every broker, and then not even the data of one liquidity provider, but all the liquidity providers, then you literally see when is money introduced to the markets and when it's exiting. Literally, you see it day in, day out. Every second, you see the real data of what is going on. And of course, they have access to all of that. Literally, they see all the hard numbers behind it all. Okay, what else though? They of course have also the best scientists you can ever imagine. So that's literally the smartest people in the world, be it the scientists, like doesn't matter in which category, but in this category right here, we refer to scientists about trading. So what does that mean? That's literally meaning technicals, fundamentals, and also all these indicator-based rules. So they having not only all the numbers, but also all the reasons. And if you think you're trading like smart money techniques or whatsoever, what fancy stuff you want to call it, and if you think they don't know about the strategies, that's insane. Of course, they know every single strategy there is. If it's a freaking technical analysis, like a magic trend line, a fucking indicator, is it like smart money concepts, is it fundamental reasons? They know it all. Of course they know it all. They need to know it all, and they have it all backed up by data. So if you understand that, that alone makes a huge difference if we talk later about how they're building up liquidity. Again, you can have the most fanciest indicator where you think like nobody in the whole world knows about it and you're the only one knows about it. No, they having data and all the reasons for decades. Everything there is, again, if it's technical analysis, you can call it freaking Fibonacci trading, Ichimoku cloud, smart money aspects, freaking, I don't even know, you can call it. They know it all. Also fundamental analysis. Of course, they know the reasons behind that as well. Always sounds strange, but if you actually look into that, fundamentals just complete the overall liquidity picture, and we dig into that later. Of course, we use that understanding for our for our advantage to trade in line with that. We're not creating like new magical whatever strategies with new magical rule sets. We're just analyzing what they are seeing and trade in line with that. You have to imagine, like if that's a freaking shark, look at my perfect drawing in here. That literally looks like a shark. I don't even know what that is. Maybe that's the teeth. That's his eye. So again, if you like this little fish in here, what do you think? Do you try to eat that thing up like this? Of course not. If you can't beat them, then join them. So get the hell away from here and just whatever, swim this direction and swim with the freaking shark. It's stupid if you try to beat the shark. You can never beat the shark. So better trade in line with the overall shark. Okay. So that's why we obviously don't beat the system. There's no point in even trying. That's why we just need to figure the stuff out and use it for our advantage. Okay. Then what else? What else do we have? Of course, we now have all the data. We have all the reasons, but that's not enough. What did we talk about earlier? Psychology. And also they have the most advanced psychologists you could ever imagine, like the AKA Sigmund Freud's and all these crazy people. They have it all. They made like studies and all these freaking experiments for decades to figure out the human mind and psychology. They know exactly what makes you excited. They know exactly what makes you freak out. They know exactly what causes FOMO, everything. Of course, they have these reasons. Okay, so if you now think about that, if you have all the data, you have all the reasons, and now you even have all the psychology reasons, what hurts the so-called herd instinct, like mass psychology and all this stuff. They know exactly, again, when are you euphoric and like, oh shit, or when you FOMO and oh, I don't want to miss this move. Oh my God, the market is moving. Let me jump in and oh no. And they're creating all these emotions on top of the true reason, which is technicals, fundamentals, whatever, right? Of course, they cannot really create psychology reason with AIs or whatever expert advisors, but obviously that's why they're using that. Right? But for people, and obviously that's the major things, it's psychology. And then obviously they back it up all with the data. So you see how that's all a cycle of confirmation. So that's why the market's always adapting as well, because they see immediately when something changes. So that's why I'm always talking about the retail or the new retail concepts will be smart money concepts. So that's why I'm not a big fan of smart money concepts. I don't really use it. Why? Because again, it's becoming so retail, and the more people they use it, guess what? The more it goes into this in here, and the more they attack it. And by what do I mean by attack it? Always sounds like a little bit conspiracy. Of course, that's not it. We obviously show you a little bit later. But first, way important, see the picture, see that they have all the reasons, be it data, be it technicals, fundamentals, whatsoever, and psychology, know exactly what makes you excited, what makes you getting a fear of missing out, whatsoever. All these different emotions, you can call it. They know exactly how to trigger that. And putting it all in an automated system by using an AI, which means artificial intelligence, or whatever, aka whatever, an automated market analyzer. So what is this thing doing? We're digging a little bit deeper into that, what this AI actually is doing later. But first, understand that this AI gets fed by all the data, all the reasons, all the psychology reasons. Everything leads into this system, and that system literally, and now sit close because that's not a conspiracy whatsoever, that's real life, it delivers the price. Price is not random, price is delivered. Okay, you need to understand that the chart you're seeing is put there obviously on purpose. Okay, that's why obviously technical analysis works. That's why you're getting all excited about it, and that's why all this data proves it all. But yeah, it's definitely delivered. That's a proven fact, 100%. It can't work other than that, and you need to understand that. Market is definitely not a random thing. It is 100% delivered and based on all these reasons. That's, again, why the fuck would you think a trend line would even work? Because this thing is creating a trend line on purpose to give these people a reason to press the button, and then again having psychology to not want to missing the whole move and then getting a stop loss. Then goes straight into data. Worked. Awesome. Rinse and repeat. And that's how these markets work, really. Okay. So, but again, who's behind that all? Again, we don't know. We have a good understanding of that. We can just call them the architects. Okay. So if we refer to them, we just, of course, refer to them as the architects because they literally built the whole scenario behind it, and they obviously have all the data, again, all the reasons, and also all the psychology reasons, and then it actually gets delivered. And just if you understand that, that will help you so much by understanding the markets and hopefully seeing the markets with different eyes, because the moment you truthfully understand that, the whole aspect, how you will see charts will change just like that. We talked about the machinery behind it. So what is that? The machine behind it all. We call it the enigma. The enigma, as you can see in here on the left, on the right, it's literally was used in World War II by the Germans for what though? It was used to encrypt and decrypt messages. Okay, and it was literally almost impossible until someone figured it out, like from the UK, to actually encrypt this thing, right, properly. But the purpose of this machinery were to hide or encrypt messages. They used it to, again, send messages through each other, but hide the message. And now if we make the transaction of what does it mean to the markets, they use, we call it the enigma, to deliver the price, but guess what? They hide it. That's why it's the enigma. It's encrypted. Obviously, if they just make it so obvious, the price is delivered and they create these things on purpose whatsoever, everyone would understand that. But that's why they encrypted with this enigma tool to to make sure that you don't figure it out. But guess what? We kind of did, right? So there we are. So that's why we have the understanding of what is actually going on. And again, it's not something they're doing recently, right? That is going on for decades, okay? So they're doing this literally, if you look at a freaking whatever rice chart in the 1700s, 700s, it's the same things we will show you like on the oncurring days. Market intentions will always be the same. They're always hiding it. They always hide their true intention. They're always manipulating it. Also, like manipulating is always such a strange word, but it's literally what they're doing. Always, we show you exactly what is going on. It always is really hard to accept, but trust me, you need to understand it. And again, remember the mind or the parachute, be open to it. Because life will be very hard for you in general if you deny all these facts and just say, no, I don't believe that. No, that's not what I'm doing. It will not bring you further. It will not help you at all. So just stick with us. And that's literally what they're doing. And again, we're doing that stuff for years and years in the process. And the more longer you're doing it, the more clear and the more obvious it becomes. And of course, that is how they induce also mistakes and promote like these fear aspects. That's how they create the emotions. That's again, they create all the technical analysis. That's how they freaking create support and resistance, supply them on, like all that stuff that's obviously built there on purpose to give you a reason to execute the trade. Because again, if you go a step further, what is the money aspect to them? For them, it's not about the money. They literally are the money. They have unlimited resources. They don't care if you lose money in the market. They don't really care about that. And again, if you think that, no, that's not what they're doing. For them, it's all about control. Okay, control and being in control and keep being in control. That's why they're trying to hold this thing as long alive as they possibly can. Okay, but again, they don't care about your little lot size you open up. They don't care about, they don't hunt you down. They don't whatever. They target the overall strategies to keep everything in control and everything delivered, because that system literally works for them for decades. And that's why, if you look at the real numbers, that's why 95% of people in the markets are usually on the wrong side of trading. How can it be? How can it even possible be? If the markets literally go up and down, like what? How can it be 95% losing? Again, the official numbers say it's a little bit less. We will dig into it a little bit more. But if you look at the real numbers, it's definitely about the numbers. They're creating dopamine, right? Again, they're trading these trading platforms and give all these types of incentives to make it even easier to trade than ever. like how to, let's dig into it. So first of all, we have to understand that not or don't be rewarded for your mistakes is a very important thing to understand as well. Because what literally most likely happened to all of you, even to me at the beginning, is, let's say you're trading a normal retail strategy. Can be whatever it is. Just let's use the most obvious one of all. Let's call it support resistance. So let's say, oh my God, that's a huge resistance area in here. And then price comes in here. You're taking a short in here, making a stop loss in here. Awesome. And then price actually moves here. And then oh yeah, I got my first 1 to 2 risk reward. Awesome. Right? So what does this do to you? So first of all, you're trading this nonsense support resistance strategy, then you're getting a win trade out of that. And now if you look at it, you're getting, of course, you're getting a winning trade out of that. But what does that actually do to you? You're being rewarded for doing actually something wrong. Why is it wrong? Because it's not support and resistance what drives the price whatsoever. That's completely nonsense. And again, if you take a short in here, getting rewarded with a winning trade, you're being rewarded for doing something which makes absolutely 0 sense, and you're getting even a treat for that. So that's how, again, we need to learn first that trading wrong strategies, just getting a win out of that, maybe gives you a reward, but it hurts you in the long run because you're just getting rewarded for doing something which is not the true reason or not makes the true impact at all. Okay, so that's the first thing you need to learn. And also understand that don't let them induce fear. Again, like fear is the #1 killer of everything. Be it like goals, be it like anything you have in life. Fear is the most likely killing factor ever. Okay, so again, fear, we'll talk a little bit later. And we have to understand that practice makes perfect, but only with the right material we will show you later on. So now you have the understanding of the basics. And now you have to understand that if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the results of 100 battles. It's one of the quotes of like the best books ever, which is Sun Tzu, The Art of War, right? And again, we need to understand like what is going on. And then finally, we need to understand ourselves, meaning we need to understand the strategies we're trading, the rule sets we're following, the true reasons why we're entering trades and stuff like that, and also know the enemy. And if we know all that aspect of it and do some training, then we don't need to fear the overall process, and we don't need to freak out if we execute a trade or no, because we have all the reasons behind that. Trading is becoming the new gambling. Also, like again, they try to reward everything with dopamine. Like dopamine, of course, is a huge issue moving into trading, because again, you're getting so much positive rewards out of it. You're getting so excited. You're getting all this adrenaline kicks and so much emotions by trading. And that's of course why they're using it all against you. They go even further than that. They even build like platforms that makes it so easy to get into trading. You probably heard about like whatever, the Wall Street bad boys and all that stuff, like Robin Hood trading and all that stuff. It makes it so easy nowadays to become like a trader and put like all your money into the market and then lose it all, because they make it so easy and put it on the news. And oh my God, there's Wall Street bad boys, look at them, they're crashing the banks and all that stuff. Of course, like that's all nonsense. You need to move away from that. And crypto, in my opinion, of course, maybe a lot of you people know like crypto, and a few people will disagree with this point on me, but crypto is the worst of all, because crypto is literally a currency without any value at all. But again, you give it so much value and it's so easily controllable, and that's why so many people also make money, but most people lose money even with crypto. So again, just stay away from that stuff, which like pretty much hints you or lures you in like with this quick success and quick fun and oh my God, become rich overnight, and start digging into the real reason of what is going on and really make a living out of that, and not chasing like a hype or chasing like whatever this freaking Dogecoin and nonsense. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's why you're here, and obviously that's why you learn the true reasons behind it and need to stay away from that stuff. Because again, even if this platform gives you like experience and whatever, for even mistake trades. You're not playing Call of Duty. You don't try to level up. You don't try to whatever get the prestige rank. You're actually here to make money. Okay, and that's why we need to treat it like a money business. You're in the matrix. Please understand it, open your mind to it, accept these facts, and truthfully think about them. If it's hard to accept for you right now, not a problem, but at least give it a fair chance and think about that. So our point is, first of all, how do they keep you in, and how can we get you out of that? And we start with the how they keep you in. So again, we talked about all this stuff before. I just give it a quick summary here. So if again, emotions, money aspect is all used against you, you have to understand emotions is something you need to be aware of. They use it against you. They make you believe things that are not true, like AKA these fake trading educational stuff which is out there. I guess, have you ever thought about like a broker? Why does a broker, which literally, I mean, not every broker, but I'm saying some brokers, like B-book brokers, they earn money when you lose money because they take the opposite side of your trade. So why in the hell do they make teaching webinars for free for their customers if they earn money when you lose money? How does that even make sense? So they make it even so obvious that they're putting out these fake trading education and even hire people that teach you nonsense, right? And they even sponsor them, whatever, with brokers and to actually teach you stuff. And it's even becoming even worse with these Instagram gurus whatsoever that flashes like Lambos and fucking gold Rolexes and shit like that, and then teach you support and resistant trading with like 1 to 2 risk rewards. Like, what in the hell? You need to understand that that is not what is going on. You need to be aware of this fake trading educational side. Okay. Yeah, that's literally what it is. So move away from that stuff and try to understand, oh shit, there's so much more behind these markets. There's so much more behind the money aspect. They know what makes you excited and how to induce FOMO. They used to work like 24/5 in the markets. Again, now thanks to crypto, of course, they have to manipulate the markets even 24/7 because, of course, the crypto market is open in the weekends as well. And of course, it's literally the same exact thing. Okay. And again, why do they use the time aspect to it against you? Again, they don't really have the free assets, which is the shit or the shower shit and the shave aspects to it, right? And of course, they use all the stuff against you to exhaust you. And again, they do it in the markets all the time. Okay, so slowly but surely we're moving into the trading aspect. Okay, but first I think it's so important to make sure that you really grasp this foundational knowledge. So how can we exit out of that? Okay, so first of all, we have a choice. It's time to wake out of this nonsense and dig into the real reason. And of course, that's why you're here, and that's obviously why you show it. So first, trading Forex is just one of those ways. Of course, there's multiple ways out, like you whatever businesses, becoming a different entrepreneur whatsoever. There's multiple ways to get out of that. And trading, that's obviously why you are here, is just one of the ways out. And we will start with the knowledge. But guess what? Everyone heard this quote probably. Knowledge is not power. It is only the potential of power. So again, you remember the seed can throw so many seeds out of there as much as you want all day long, give you all the best knowledge, so on and so forth. It will not help you if you don't actually sit there and execute, practice, and actually use it. Right? So that's why you show you the plans. That's why you're spending so much time on the basics first and the foundations to make sure you're actually waking up and then actually execute. Okay? Because it's up to you. The liquidity inducement theorem basics. So finally, we're almost there. Okay, so, but before we take action, we need to understand what the rest of the world is doing, but who is the rest of the world? Again, now we understand that they actually deliver price, that they use money and emotions against you, that again, like the rest of the world is included as well, that they don't want to hunt you down. No, 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 of course not. They're targeting the overall strategy. But first, we need to understand like what are these overall strategies are in order to identify them. So who is the rest of the world? And we simply will call them the retailers. Clear and simple. What is the retailers? And that's the entities you trade with and also trade against. Because again, it's very obvious, for example, in stock markets and whatsoever, if you try to sell a stock, someone needs to buy it. In Forex, it's a little bit more difficult because like there's multiple parties involved. It's not directly like that, but of course, everything is the same thing. If you buy, someone else usually takes the sell and stuff like that. So again, the whole retailers, it's a buying and selling game. It's always in some sort of balance. And that's how you have to understand that the entities you trade with and trade against are the so-called retailers. So let's dig into that. What is going on here? So you see this fish tank, or whatever you want to call it, goldfish glass, whatever, right? So what is going on in here? And you see there's a liquid in it, or like water, and we will from now on will call this in here the liquidity, right? So now we're digging actually into the liquidity from inducement theorem. So what is this liquidity and who is in this whole fish tank to create this so-called liquidity, right? So let's take a look deeper and let's let the water drop in here and see, oh, out of a sudden, we have 20,000 banks in this fish tank. So what is going on here? So that's 20,000 banks in the world that actually has to do with the financial or the Forex exchange market. So what do they think? What do you think they do? They don't sit in their buildings and just do nothing. They always need to exchange the money as well in order to make money. They're working all of this exchanging rates and stuff like that. And what do they do? Of course, they have to analyze the markets in some way as well. And guess what they're doing? Do you think like they have all a magic crystal ball and all like inside information whatsoever? No. Like I know a lot of personal bank people, and what do? They use all the normal stuff. They use normal technicals and normal fundamentals. That's all the stuff they're doing in order to analyze the markets for themselves as well. And that is 25,000 bank. And that's not like bank buildings or whatsoever. That's literally banks. Like whatever, if you call it Goldman Sachs is one bank, whatever. Any bank, like you can call it, that goes into this 25,000 bank. And that's all over the world. That's a shit lot of liquidity just by these banks alone. And guess what? They have the same reasons than you do. They look at the same news feeds. They look at the same chart data. They look at the same price feeds. It's all the same for them, and they have the same reasons as most people to analyze the charts as well. So that's why they're coming into the liquidity pool as well. Okay, so what else though? if we just add a little bit more liquidity to the whole thing, out of a sudden, it's 32,000 private banks, even more. So now we have like the big institutional banks, but now all of a sudden we have 32,000 private banks. So you think about your local banks and whatsoever, all around the world, that's so many new banks that are involved in the whole liquidity tank as well. And guess what they're doing? They're doing the same exact thing. They need to work with the money at some point. That's obviously the money industry. They need to obviously put the money into the foreign exchange as well, and has the same reasons, the same tools as you do. What else does go into the fish tank? We have hedge funds, we have market makers. Like there's so many hedge funds all around the world, right? That obviously trade, they obviously work in these markets, like really big capital, even like smaller capital. Doesn't matter what type of sized hedge funds, they go all in there. They're all doing the same stuff. And we add on a little more on that. We have like prop firms, which becomes a new hype nowadays. Like that's a whole topic by itself, though, but that becomes so popular. We will dig into a little bit later if you want. And we have so many private offices, like all these institutions, whatever, private companies. We have what else? We add some more. We have all these companies. We have even all the educational courses, even like whole countries, even like whole governments. They all go in this whole liquidity pool, which are all doing the same thing. Again, it's all fundamentals for them. It's all technicals. Maybe some have like AIs, maybe have some whatever expert advisors, all this nonsense, like maybe tools, but it all goes together with the same type of rule set scenario, the same understanding of the market, and that all forms the liquidity. So guess where you come into play? This little drop in here, right? So that's all the retailers, individuals like us, like the normal, aka people, which open like a whatever trading account with like a broker, and then whatever open up a 100 lots or whatsoever. You let this little drop in here. So what do you think? Do you think they will hunt you down and go after your stop, and let's call it the stop hunt or shit like that? Of course not. They don't give a shit about you 100 lots or something. They don't really care. And that's why we need to understand that it's not about the individual. It's about the whole fish tank in general, and they need to target the overall liquidity and target these overall strategies, right? So if they target all this retailer, let's call it technical analysis, automatically they're targeting all these fish tanks plus this little drop in here. So they don't need to hunt you down or whatsoever. No, they just target the whole overall strategies, also fundamentals. Now all of a sudden, they control the whole fish tank. Understand that? Very, very important, right? So again, it's not a personal thing. If you get stopped out or whatsoever, you cannot blame whatever. Oh, that's a stopper and the broker took me out. They don't care about that. They target the overall strategies, and that's how they target, obviously, you indirectly. But they will never target you directly and say, like, oh my God, like Daniel opened like a 10 lot trade. Let me stop him out. No. They target the overall strategies. They know exactly where the stop placements are. Of course, with the all liquidity aspects, they have all the data, they have all the reasons, they have all the strategies. They know exactly the key levels. That's, of course, where they target it. Okay, and that's how it works. So you're not being targeted. They target the overall strategies. Just dig very deeper and just, let's say, like, down the rabbit hole we go, because that is where our journey begins, right? So let's see what is going on the other side of the rabbit hole. You remember this guy, right? So what is this guy doing in here? Just observing like the little fishy tanks and stuff. Like, what is he doing? So he's gonna say, I gotta feed my little fishies from time to time. And that is literally why retail strategies work from time to time and seem so reliable. Because guess what? If they stop out all the retail strategies all the time and it would not work at all, guess what? Why would you place a trade? If you place a trade and get immediately stopped out like all the time, it doesn't make sense. So that's why they need to make it seem like these so-called retail strategies work, because you need a reason to push or to take your hand. First of all, get your credit card out of your pocket, open up a broker account, put your hard-earned money, which you exchange for your lifetime, whatever, make a deposit in a broker, and then look at the chart and see like, oh, I learned that guy who drove a Lambo showed me if I take a trade here now, it should go down. And now you're putting your hard-earned money into putting the sell button, and then price that because you think that's a freaking trend line, and that's why the market should reverse here, but it does not. But you need a reason to execute your trade. That's why they need to show you that it works in hindsight and make it so reliable, like, oh, whatever. Oh, yeah. That's support resistance. Look at it, how good it works. Oh, yeah. And then it retests. Oh, perfect. So you just buy it here. Oh, yeah. That's so garbage. You need to understand like the real reasons and obviously not this nonsense crap, because again, they need to give you the reason. Your money gets only taken away from you if you have a reason to execute the buy or sell trade, put your stop loss in, and of course, I'm most likely losing the trade whatsoever because you're trading the wrong shit. You understand that? And that's why they need to make these retail strategies work from time to time. And if you go into the charts, then again, you see how they're doing it all the freaking time. To what though? To build the liquidity. They need to build up liquidity to make sure people putting in the money into the market, and then they can take them out. Okay? Because guess what? Why does he need to feed the fishies overall? So I can feed me. So the architect like, you look at them buying the fucking trend line again. Right? So when retail strategies get induced all the time, and statistics of all brokers even show, like that's the official numbers now, by the way, that 80% of the traders overall lose money. Why do they still come back trading? We talked about like all the aspects, like the emotional side to it, getting like addicted to trading, like getting all this dopamine trying to find a way out, like all this stuff, right? So that's of course why they're coming back, because they try, and then again they're getting stopped out, but then look at the markets again like, oh yeah, but here again it worked, the trend worked so good again. Oh shit, why didn't it work for me? Let's try it again. Let me sell it here. And then, oh no, oh my god, happened again. But then look at a different chart. But yeah, it worked here, and the support worked so good here. So I mean, it works. I see it in the charts. Look at that. That's a perfect retest here. That's all crazy, right? And that's why 80% of people lose money inside the market, and that's again the official numbers. So, but let me tell you a quick story of Stalin, right? Because again, that pretty much gives you a better understanding of what is going on and why people still coming back. So Stalin wanted to make a little demonstration for his like inner circle to show pretty much how he can control his soldiers. Because again, think about it. They sitting in their office and shit, and the soldiers lying in the fucking dirt and shooting themselves or each other like in the face. Like how and why and how do they even do that? So they even showed like, okay, let me show you how we do that easily with our soldiers and how we can keep easily everyone in control. So he takes us in a circle, groups them outside, like in his garden area, right? So then like everyone stands there, like, okay, what's going on? So Stalin, okay, give me a second. He goes behind the house, goes in the cage area, and grabs a chicken. Okay, so he grabs the chicken and takes it and goes over the house again, stands in front of his people, and like everyone's like, oh, okay, like, well, where's the chicken now? What's going on here? So, and then Stalin takes a chicken and say, now, fella people, watch closely what I do. So he takes the chicken and grabs it by the neck. Like everyone's immediately like, whoa, what the fuck is going on now? And he grabs it by the neck and starts to rip the feathers out of the chicken like a maniac. Like I was like, what the hell is he doing? Like, is this guy crazy? And he doesn't care. He just rips the feathers out, and the chicken obviously screams and wants to get away, but obviously can't because he holds it. And he just rips the feathers out like a maniac. And I was like, what the hell is going on? Like after like a few minutes of ripping out the poor chicken's feathers, whatever, he takes the chicken, sits it on the ground. What's the logical thing? The chicken runs away immediately, like obviously wants to escape. And everyone's like, what the hell just happened? Like that guy is crazy. He takes his hand, grabs it in his pocket, and takes out a handful of seeds. All right, so he takes the seeds and just pours it in front of his feet, and just whatever, pours it over. And the chicken from the little bit behind area, obviously still in pain, aching in pain, but sees the seeds he pours over. So what does the chicken do? The chicken just is still in pain though, but it sees the seeds and like, oh yeah, that's food, amazing. And then it runs back to him and just eats in all calmness in front of his feet. And then he just says to his people like, see, that's exactly how people come back the moment you show them like you're feeding them once again. You can hurt them so much before, but the moment you show them something instead that you actually feed them, they will keep coming back, right? So what the hell is that going with trading? So this is exactly what they're doing with these retail traders. They can mess them up so many times in a row, but then again, they show the seeds inside this trading or inside the charts again, and then, oh yeah, oh shit, I got stopped out here, but then the market still went into my direction afterwards. Oh no, it still worked. I mean, a loss happened. That's how they do it in the markets all the time. So think about it. How many times it really happened to yourself? How many times you hit a stop loss by only a few pips, maybe, but you stopped out, you're out of trade, and then the market laughs at you and then shoots in the direction you actually had to trade in. And that's literally the chicken approach in here. You get stopped out, you're getting your feathers ripped out, but then of course the market goes in your direction and you're coming back because I think like, oh shit, yeah, better luck next time. Right? And that happens to everyone. We just need to understand that that's not a good reason to come back then. Because again, if you keep coming back to the guy who rips your feathers out, like what's the point? It's better to, whatever, be a free chicken and find the real reasons behind everything. And then of course, be a free independent chicken and then whatever, see what's going on and don't fall into these traps. Let me tell you something which you'll be positively surprised about, and that is you are technically starting your journey at one of the best times you possibly could imagine right now. It may be a little bit scary to hear why and a little bit more overwhelming, but it definitely can be something which you personally can benefit insanely well. And let me show you why that is. Because we are currently in a time right now as we speak after even COVID hit, and obviously the market has been synthetically pumped up insanely, right? But of course, this cannot be sustainable for much longer. And before you think about conspiracies again and stuff like that, no, we will also into some market facts very later of why this cannot be sustainable for that much longer, right? But first, maybe you realized while COVID happened that of course everyone was staying at home while, and that's very, very important to understand, trillions over trillions of dollars and other currencies has been printed all around the world. And of course, if you print and print and print money, 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 left and right, of course, the logical counter effect is inflation, right? So now officially we're having an inflation of 8.5%, but if you look at the real numbers, we will dig also a little bit later into some numbers also, but they printing money left and right. And of course, it's 8.5% they're trying to tell you. That's not really what the real numbers will represent if you look of how much money they actually been printing over these last months and even now over years. It's actually insane, right? But what happened in this situation also? No, they're not only printing money with no effects. Of course, a lot of people could have taken advantage over that, and most of the time it has been the rich which just significantly could become more rich because they had the finances, they could do the proper investments, and of course all these people who got some stimulus checks and whatnot, they gave it right to the rich for whatever opportunities they might have. Went into cryptos, bought NFTs and whatnot, right? So of course there were a lot of people that got to a lot of money even during that times. But guess what? We will also dig into what will happen. But for now, just understand that most people again will sleep on what is about to come. But this time, of course, you're in the right place. You can prepare yourself of what's to come, right? And guess what? Those who will be prepared for it, they will have a huge benefit over the next years. Not again as what happened in COVID and stuff like this, where people like got a lot of money into a few months of time. No, what will happen after this recession will benefit you for the next years, as there will be much, much greater opportunities than they has been lately, right? And before we dig into this interesting topic, huge shout out to the legend himself, Patrick from Valuetainment. Like, of course, he made a very, very good video about this topic in great detail, market crash strategy. Take a look at this if you're interested in this topic overall, because he will dig way deeper into his points of views. I obviously give you a few summaries and my personal point of view about it and of how you can use it as a trader. But obviously, if you're a business owner, I will cover a little bit points in there as well. But if you overall want to know more about this topic overall and what's about to come, highly, highly recommend those two videos if you want to see more greater details. And of course, the channel overall, absolutely amazing if this topic is for you. If you just want to listen to it of a trading basis and of how we see it personally, and of course give you still overall a little facts, then of course this video will be more than enough. But if you want to dig deeper into it, those two videos are must, and also the channel. Based on the current market situation right now, okay, very important, we can expect a market recession in the next 6 to 24 months. Okay, so we don't know exactly, of course, when it will happen. Of course, you never can, but we can expect something in the 6 to 24 months. Why 24 months? Because of course you never know how much synthetically they keep it alive before the crash comes, right? But if you just look at some facts, that will obviously indicate there's something very bad coming very soon, is if you just look at the numbers. For example, of course, the official inflation rate has been hit a 40-year high, which is 8.5%, as we said earlier. That is absolutely crazy. But again, these real numbers, they're even higher. But again, that's the official numbers, and that's already quite crazy. Then, of course, gas and oil prices absolutely skyrocket. Of course, has some other media, other reasons, but let's just say maybe that's not all the truth what they try to tell you. But again, we will not dig into any conspiracy routes here because again, we don't want to make anyone mad, whatever. So we just look at the real numbers right here. Then rental rates, absolutely insane, right? If you live in America or whatever, like London or something like that, you have absolutely insane rental prices. I think the average home in America, based on other forms and database, I think it's 2,000 a month, which of course for the average person is a lot of money, and of course that cannot be sustainable for the long run. Overall, real estate prices absolutely skyrocket, right? It's absolutely crazy. Again, the normal person, the normal average person with a normal salary is almost not even capable of getting a real estate. Obviously, that's not sustainable. That will definitely change very, very soon. So now, again, I'm not a financial advisor on any any matters, but don't go into real estate right now. Don't pry real estate properties if you can avoid it for now, because chances are very high that there will be a huge discount in, again, next 6 to 24 months, as the market has to make some sort of correction, right? Then, of course, grocery prices, they are up around 10% alone this year, of course, with indication even going higher. So every price is obviously rising, obviously also based on inflation. Then if you look at the financial markets, S&P 500, right, of course, crazy, 13% down this year alone, right? So guess what? Even if you don't have your money on your bank account, losing your money there based on inflation, if you invest in the S&P 500, down 13% this year alone. Also, Nasdaq down 23% this year. And then major stocks, of course, like Apple, Netflix, Facebook, Tesla, all these companies, they are down multiple double digits, right? Not only that, like the S&P down 13% overall, but Tesla, crazy loss. Facebook, crazy loss. Netflix, insanely loss, right? Stuff like this. Of course, some people might think, oh, buy the dip, whatever. Just wait a little bit. Again, there will, of course, maybe it is just, again, the start of a bigger market recession. And of course, we can expect that if you just look at the numbers and can be prepared of what to come, okay? So just be aware of these numbers before you do any major investment deals right now. Of course, there probably will be better opportunities very soon, right? So the good news for you, this could bring, of course, a lot of opportunities for you, right? Which can change your life forever and bring you to the absolute new level. That's something that can increase your net worth by not only one, but a few digits, right? So that's definitely something you have to keep in mind and be prepared. So what we will do, obviously, and we will show you a skill set, which obviously is an evergreen concepts of that's how the markets works, even in a recession, even after the recession hit, or if the recession doesn't hit. So for you, it technically doesn't matter anyways. Let's say, okay, we're digging into this recession concepts and say, oh, whatever recession will come, blah, 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 but it will not come. So guess what? You couldn't care less anyways, because you learn a skill which will make you money regardless, and you are able to make money in these markets regardless also. So if it comes, if it doesn't come, or after it came, right? So that's the good news for you. And of course, you will show you exactly what will go on inside the markets and how you can benefit and how you technically trade every single day, not based on news events, completely independent from fundamental analysis and all stuff like this, because again, we are intraday traders and you will learn the most beautiful craft there is, right? But first, let me just back up these statements, because of course you don't need to listen to my words. Of course, there's other people, for example, not so unknown Bill Dudley, right? So the former president of the Federal Reserve of New York, right? Of course, a very influential guy back then. And his words were, quote unquote, it's very, very unlikely the Fed or the Federal Reserve can tame an inflation without sparking recession. And as we looked earlier, we're already having a very high inflation, even with the official numbers, right? So it will be very hard for them to tame that without sparking a recession. And if that guy says it, he probably knows what he's talking about, right? On top of that, 75%, again, that's out of a Forbes article, don't listen to me, right? 75% of the CEOs of the Fortune 500 companies said in the month of June, they said they're preparing for market recession. How crazy is that? 75% of the Fortune 500 CEOs said that. Again, look up the Forbes article to do your own research about that, right? So I just want to make you aware about it and show you the opportunities you could maybe have after something like this happens. But again, I'm not saying this will happen, just saying, again, chances are very high that this can be a potential outcome very, very soon also, actually, right? So what will happen and how you can benefit about that, right? So first things first, obviously, bad companies, the pronunciation here is on bad companies will go out of business because they will not be prepared for what's about to come. And of course, they cannot sustain what's about to come. And this brings, of course, opportunities for new companies. So if you're owning a business, if you plan to own a business, of course, something like this will be huge for you because, again, you can use the lack of other companies for your own benefit, right? And of course, make an opportunity for your own company. You will dig into it a little bit later also how maybe we can do that. So, and of course, employees lose their work. If you're currently still having 9 to 5, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I just have to be aware that maybe some changes will come. Again, COVID, for example, gave a lot of people a lot of freedom and they got away with a lot of nonsense. Like, I'm not saying, sorry, not nonsense. If you're one of them, obviously I will not offend anyone. But for example, a lot of people could have say, oh, if you don't let me work from home, I will go to a different company. You could have negotiations and get a higher raise, even if you say I have so many offers from other people, blah, blah, blah. And you're getting a raise, but let's say you earn like 60K a year, but then based on all these people looking for whatever companies looking for people, there's such a high demand and stuff like that. There's a lot of offers out there. Remote work from home obviously led to a very high, overly paid skill sets, right? So people who are worth 60K a year, they are all of a sudden getting 100-year contracts just by jumping from company to company. But guess what? This will have a very bad look after a recession because you will look at your CV and they will say, oh, you jumped companies like 15 times a year. Why did you do that? And then again, it will be very hard for normal people to get work again because that's a very bad look, right? But guess what? New workforce will be for hired after this will come into place also. So if you're looking for employees and you want to build a business or create a business, of course, there will be very good people available based on this also. Loans will be harder to get, of course. Everyone and the assistant, the dog can get a loan right now with crazy rates. So, but guess what? Cash will be king, obviously very soon once this all happened, right? Again, not saying it will happen. Again, say this again, but if it happens, cash will be definitely king. Everyone says like, oh, crypto is this, crypto is that, but cash will be king after this stuff will happen. Then for the point number 4, which is a crazy one. So these fake success people, it all will be balanced. You probably know them, like these cryptocurrency billionaires, millionaires, NFT millionaires, blah, 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 all these crazy people out there. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. If you're one of them, highly congrats to you, obviously. Again, we have a lot of people in our community made a shitload of money based on that too. Obviously ourselves as well. I'm not saying that's a negative thing. I'm just saying, quote unquote, fake success will be balanced. Why fake success? It doesn't really require a big skill set back a year ago to buy like cryptos and then it skyrocketed like insanely and then people made like millions of it. That's not a skill set and that will not help you after a market crash. Guess what will help you? A skill, a skill set, knowledge, and obviously work ethic. And there's a lot of people who don't have anything of that, but they came to crazy wealth during these times, again, as everything just skyrocketed, like with cryptos and NFTs, right? But guess what? They will be balanced out and they will have a huge issue a few months or even years from now, once this recession will come, and obviously they will all be balanced, right? And then guess what? The people with skill sets, of knowledge and work ethic, they will be on top, and that's where the money transfer will be big time. Okay, then guess what? Another thing, market will have less consumers, and again, we talked about these overpriced things. They will be balanced. Like again, there's so many stuff right now which just sells for absolutely insane values. It will all be balanced very soon. And there's also a lot of people that don't even know what to do with their money, right? And of course, also that will be balanced out, which is technically a very good thing. All right. Then stock, last point, stock and forex market will go crazy. That's of course, stock markets will go south. Currently is doing that already, but the forex market also will go a little bit crazy. Of course, not only south, but depending on what currency pairs and what currency pairs, of course, you're trading, right? Then, of course, you will see insane market opportunities, stock and forex. And of course, the best thing about that is that you will have the skill set to benefit about those situations insanely, right? Because again, what you will learn will show you how to benefit regardless of market conditions, right? Again, we traded on the 1st of February or 1st of January, when nobody, like everyone had this excuse like, oh, I think it was the 3rd of January. Nobody's in the markets. Our students absolutely smoked it, absolute market mastery. Maybe you saw the ones we posted. And every single day is like that. There's not an excuse on a daily basis, right? It's not like, oh my God, it's NFP Friday, blah, blah, blah. You cannot trade because of that. No. Like again, look at our community later, and you probably did already on our posts. We showed that regardless of the day, of the month, of the news event, of the holiday, whatever, there's so many opportunities every single day on an intraday perspective. And that, of course, is a skill set that will give you benefits whenever. Again, if the recession happens, if it not happens, or after it happened, you will have a skill set to make something out of it, right? So guess what? We talked a little bit into it, but again, those who got lucky back then, again, with NFTs or cryptos or whatever it might be, they will get wiped out in the long run, right? In the following months or years, as they not having a skill set and work ethic to sustain it. But guess what? Those who built, again, of course, there's also people who did crazy knowledge of NFTs and cryptocurrencies and know what they're talking about. Of course, they obviously can fight their way back. But I'm talking about the just throwing in big numbers into NFTs and crypto, then just skyrocketed, right? Those don't have skills and, of course, maybe not knowledge also, and they will have very big struggles. But if you build now a skill set and a knowledge, you will have very, very juicy years ahead. And you will definitely be one of these big winners after a market correction will happen, right? So be aware of that. So use the next months as everything is normal, right? And just build a skill set and prepare what's maybe about to come, right? And guess what? After you build the skill set, you can make, of course, a lot of money depending on which route you go. If you want to go the funded route, if you have already good capital, if you want to just compound it, right? Of course, there's multiple scenarios you can do it. And of course, we also show you a few ways, right? But of course, if the best and easiest way is to go to the funded round, get some sort of prop firms funding accounts, and then of course, work your way through there, and then slowly but surely making money and prepare for what to come. Because once obviously a market correction or recession or whatever you want to call it comes, there will be overall less competition in these markets. Cash will be king. So best case, you made a good buffer of money in these times, right? And you will be risk tolerant, meaning you will have, again, the skill set, which will be protected And again, is not affected of what's going on inside these markets, because you're an intraday trader, and of course you can benefit on a daily basis. Then, very important also, real estate deals will be on discount, right? Again, you know the prices of real estate right now, it's absolutely ridiculous, right? So of course, a recession will give you some good real estate deals on discount as well. Then you will have access to talents, right? I even spelled that wrong, right? Doesn't matter. So that means, of course, a lot of people who are currently overvalued in terms of their work, of course, they will be accessed very soon if companies have some trouble sustaining their overpaid employees. Yeah. So, of course, if you're building a business and obviously looking for employees, there you go. There will be a lot of talent access in these next couple of months and years. Then overall prices will be going at the real market value, right? So very important also, as we talked about multiple times already, there's a lot of things in this world currently which are highly overpriced, and everything will go back to balance, right? And you will have, again, the skill set to not be affected by anything of that. Be open-minded of whatever we show you. Again, don't be close-minded and feel like, oh, that's all nonsense and I don't believe that and blah, blah. No, be aware, be open-minded, and then things will turn out the right way for you. Trust the process, do what we obviously guide you through, right? And then things will turn out pretty well. So enjoy the next episodes, and we catch up in the next video. So essential to understand these basic things, because again, if you truthfully understand that, and again, will make your life a lot easier in the current days. And remember, we're doing that shit for years. So of course, like when we dig into these concepts, we discover like that there needs to be more like that, and then you dig deeper and deeper and deeper, and then just you're putting the pieces of the puzzle together, right? That's how you. I mean, it's not that you find something like that like from now to tomorrow. No, it takes you a lot of time, and it did it for us as well. The next thing we're gonna do is we will dig into liquidity, like what it is. Like it can be a little bit basic for a few people, I know, but again, we need to put everyone on the same level. And again, you need to identify liquidity properly. That's why we also need to dig into what liquidity is. Okay, so digging straight into it again. So in the first 90 days of trading, 90% of traders lose 90% of the money. A lot of you maybe heard this quote before. It's all part of the unlearn, relearn, and improve process. Because again, we understood now like how the market actually works, of how to actually deliver it, of how to actually build it up on purpose, and what is actually going on in this world, and how they're using this against you, and also in most cases against these so-called retail tactics or retail strategies, and how they make it fail but seem like they work. Okay, the psychology of each trader and the tactics, we will dig into it now, and also show you some market maker tactics and how to identify the true intentions. And we will use a quote which makes life a little bit easier for you, because you need to see the pain in the markets. So what does that mean? If you think about that, if you try to see the pain in the markets, you have to understand, like, let's put yourself into a situation of like let's even say like a normal family person. You're having 3 children, best case 1 wife, maybe you have 2, depending on your preference. Anyways, you're learning something, whatever, in some course or whatsoever. You spend your hard-earned money on that. And then you're putting or executing a trade you learn in that course whatsoever, because that guy has a Lambo, you want one too. and then you're actually executing that trade in the market. And then again, at some point, you need to put your stop loss at some point of level. And if the market hits these levels of these so-called retail strategies, this guy literally has pain. This is money. He's put all the time and effort into it. His freaking wife screams at him because he lost the money whatsoever. So you need to identify actually where the pain, or aka the stop losses of these retail strategies are. Because it will be hard to identify the liquidity in the long run if you can't understand these basic forms of retail analysis, right? So that's why we're digging into the retail tactics now. We will only focus on the most common ones because they are bringing the most liquidity into the whole market, which is breakout traders, the craziest one of all of them, even the biggest one of all of them. You don't believe it? It's actually a true fact. Breakout strategies bring in the most liquidity in the market. It's crazy, but that's actually a fact. We dig into reversal traders, we dig into trend traders. Also nowadays, smart money traders, they're becoming very retailer nowadays. Also like this nonsense pattern stuff and candlestick formation shit. Also like indicators, also expert advisors, and last but not least, tool traders. That stuff, none of those stuff we will do inside Lit. But why is it so important to dig into this stuff? Because in order to identify the liquidity, you first need to understand how exactly it looks and what are these, or majority of people doing, and then pretty much do the opposite of them. Right? So we need to understand, like, obviously that's very basic stuff. Everyone heard about that stuff, but we need to understand what are they doing? Because again, most of you probably know about all these retail strategies. That's not a secret whatsoever. So what is the purpose of digging way deep into that? So, because again, all of those people, remember the fish tank and whatsoever, they all think like, oh man, this strategy, like this breakout, whatever, trend line, it works so amazing. Like, oh yeah, it gives you so consistent results whatsoever. How accurate it be sometimes. Like, oh my God, like how accurate sometimes it can be. How reliable that shit is whatsoever. Like all these lies have been told to people for so many years and decades. That's why so many people still trading that stuff. And if you just whatever, baby pips and stuff, that there's so much information about it. And if you want to learn about trading in general, you of course learn all these stuff and you obviously get introduced with that. And if you think about your own journey, you probably started with something like those strategies, right? Hopefully by now you moved away from that. So I hope not everyone likes trading like these retail strategies anymore. But now we need to identify that for our advantage. So the reality is that they are just being used to give people the reasons to take a position, or in other words, getting induced to putting the money into the market and becoming the so-called liquidity. So that's why we need to dig into these basic retail concepts now a little bit further. So it's very clean for you how they build up the liquidity, how each of them getting into that, and how you identify the stop loss areas in order to build something on understanding further. If we go into the advanced material of us, of course, because we take that understanding of their stop losses for our advantage. So it can be a little bit basic now, but guess what? If you cannot identify liquidity, you are the liquidity. So that's one of the best quotes. Maybe you saw it a little bit because I used the quote for a while. A lot of people try to steal it nowadays when they refer to liquidity. I love it because it means it's a good quote. So anyways, that's so important. If you cannot identify the liquidity, you are the liquidity. That's why we have to understand what this guy is doing and then do the opposite, right? So what is liquidity, how it's been built up, and where, most important, where it is been taken out. So where do we start? Question though. Why do we need to know what the retailers do? The hint is it's got to do a lot with where their reasons are. Remember, like always, people need reasons to do something. And the answer is, if we understand where everyone else is entering, like based on these overall retail strategies, we know where we can expect price to go in order to make it seem legit to the retail world, pretty much the rest of the world. And then obviously they need to be taken out in order so they can fail and then become whatever 90% of the market, which is the fact that they lose the money. So that's why we dig into it and then use it as an advantage later. So we will start with the most obvious one, but also sadly the biggest strategy there is, which is breakout traders. And as you can see, this fishy, he represents breakout traders. So what does he think? He says like, okay, so what goes up must go up, right? So, and what goes higher goes higher. So he literally thinks the market is going in one direction literally all the time, right? So pretty much he says like, oh yeah, I have so bad FOMO. I don't want to miss any trade there is. I just place my buy stop and my sell stop. And the moment the market breaks out of a range, I buy it because the market will go in this direction forever, right? So he can't wait for confirmations whatsoever. He just places his random buy stops and buy limits all over the place. But guess what will gonna happen to these strategies? So now watch closely what is going to happen with this little poor fishy. Chip! So of course he's getting induced. Like what the hell? Why would a breakout trader like make money out of the trade out of the markets? So how does it look now in the markets, right? So of course, like these breakout trader characteristics, it's even horrible to dig into it, but it's so important for you to understand what they are doing because they're putting so many or so much liquidity into the market. It's kind of crazy, but that's just what the number says. That's why we need to dig into that. So they're getting excited over every movement past a certain price point. So they identify like a structure point and they see some sort of like, in this case, like some sort of a resistance type of thing. And the moment they're putting like a sell stop in here and a buy stop in here. And the moment price actually breaks out of this zone, you see these little breakout fishies, they're all happy and think, yeah, price will go forever in this direction, right? So of course, they love these types of builds up. They identify these areas, right? And see like, yeah, of course, the moment it breaks out, they in, doing it obviously in the different direction as well. And they're just taking these significant structure points and putting their limits all over the place, right? Because they believe the market will go in the direction forever. And when price goes in their past point, pretty much meaning the breakout zone, they're in for the long run, or in this case, they're in for the short run the moment it breaks out of the zone. Like, not make sense at all. They're just doing it like crazy. We just need to understand why they're doing it and how they're doing it. Okay. So more important though, all right. So how does it look in charts? Very, very easy stuff. Like everyone saw that like 50,000 times already. So of course, as you can see, chart breaks out in here or breaks out in here and they're all in and they think it will go forever in this direction. So what is most important to us though is their stop loss. We don't care really about like where they enter because we would never even consider entering in these areas at all. For us, it's more important of where the stop losses been placed after those people getting induced, because again, the market will come for the liquidity, which is their stop losses. So the liquidity can be two parts of it. Liquidity first is where they enter, That's the first stage of liquidity. And the second stage of liquidity is where they're getting out. Because then, of course, they're out and putting the money into the market, and that's how they enter it. Enter, exit, okay? 2 stages of liquidity, always the entry point and the stop loss point. For us, so obviously both is important, but the stop loss areas is more important because we will use it as key areas later on. But very easy stuff. How does it look in action? Very easy stuff. Of course, you see these fishes trading here, right? Of course, like, oh yeah, there we go. Prices go. Oh my God, pullback. I don't care. There's another breakout point. Okay, now we go. Breakout fishes entering, another point, and of course, another point. And that's what they think the market is due forever. So the moment price makes a valid structure point, the moment it breaks out, they're more like continuation traders. They're, of course, adding into all these zones. But again, we don't really care about that. We care about their stop losses being placed below the structure points, right? So we understand when they enter and, of course, when they're getting stopped out. Because in order to stop out all these breakout fishes out of the trades, where does price need to go in the most extreme case? So if price did like this, so first people entered here, oh yeah, breakout, okay, oh yeah, breakout, oh yeah, breakout. So what needs to happen, worst case for them in order to stop everyone out? Of course, very easy. Hint, the extreme case will make them lose money, all of them. An extreme case, price just needs to make like that. Of course, so whatever, easy stuff. If you just look at an easy chart example, what do we have? The first trend is forming, breakout traders entering here, new high, breakout traders entering here, new high, entering here, new high, entering here, entering here. So see, it works pretty good in hindsight, right? So now we have pretty much a more significant zone that breaks out. Awesome. Now a little bit more there. Okay, awesome. Breaks out here. Oh, and this one is a really big one. And oh my God, look at that one. And out of a sudden, this huge candle appears to break out all these zones and makes them all excited. So now they're seeing this huge candle, like, oh my God, this thing goes to the moon. No doubt about that. Breaks out of this zone. So guess what happens? Oh no. So all these breakout traders being built up here, building up here, building up here, building up here. And finally, the final inducement zone, all the breakout traders entered in this area with this huge candle that makes everyone excited. So now the technicals plus the emotional side of it sticks into it, and they're all being stopped out immediately, right? But wait, right? If we keep going down to stop people out who are long, then the traders who are going short can win easily, right? So how can we stop these traders out of all directions? You might be thinking like, how does it work then? So technically price would move like this, right? But that sounds kind of strange because again, if they getting stopped out here, induced here, stop loss goes above here, induce them here. Oh, that's kind of weird. So you're probably thinking like, what? That doesn't make sense. So no, the market never moves like that. So well, yeah, you said that because you're correct. So that's why we need to identify it properly and make a little bit more sense out of that. So does it look more familiar like this? So when the price makes like this, goes for this stops, right? So now breakout traders entering short, they're putting their stop above here, right? So guess what happens after? So they're building a reaction. So first of all, this is getting stopped out, getting here. Awesome. Oh shit, now they getting stopped out. Like, of course, now they getting a breakout opportunity in here. So this people getting stopped out, but also new breakout fishes entering along inside here. They're putting their stops below this area, of course. So guess what? Oh no, getting stopped out here. So now they have a new zone where breakout traders enter. See the fishes in here. They're putting the stops above here. Oh no, they're getting stopped out. So guess what? They're entering long. So guess what? Oh no, they're getting stopped out here. Oh no, where did they put the stops? Oh shit, new breakout traders entering here, here. And that's literally what's going on all the time. And again, that looks a little bit more familiar. And that just shows you how many breakout traders just using a breakout strategy is getting induced all the time, getting stopped out all the time, over and over again. Right? So in this type of manipulation is really important to understand because they're doing it with everything. They're not doing only to breakout traders. They're not doing it whatever on the 1 hour time frame. It doesn't matter if it's a weekly time frame. It doesn't matter if it's the 5 seconds time frame. It does not matter. They do it on all time frames and to all these traders. So it doesn't matter what retail strategy it is. It's always the same thing. And I will show you obviously in a bit. So why is it on all time frames though as well? Because there's a very good quote which says, people are stupid at all time frames. A little bit offensive, but it is unfortunately what it is. So again, like a person, they just sees the chart and it doesn't matter what time frame it is. That's why it's always the same. And if I show you charts, it wouldn't matter if it's again a 1 minute chart or 1 hour chart. The price action with the strategies are literally always the same. You can call it fractal. It's literally always the same, right? But of course, we need to understand now more reasons and not only the breakout trader, because of course, people have more reasons than just these obvious ones. The reversal trader, and he thinks like what goes up comes down, so it can go up again, right? So, and what goes higher goes lower to forever go higher. So yeah, that's a good quote, I would say. But guess what happens to the poor fishy? Choop. Unfortunately, he gets induced. So what does that mean? So a reversal trader characteristics, they get excited over every movement in every direction. So they kind of crazy anyways. So they wait for price to come down after it goes up and vice versa. So if you look at this illustration here, you see this color, the breakout fishies. So they enter it here. So the moment price makes this retest, these reversal traders enter it here because of the retest of this zone. So they're getting the retest, so they enter it long in here, right? So guess what happens here? A new breakout fishes enters in here, right? So because they believe, again, the market will have to make pullbacks, of course, and next resets, and will go up higher. So they're also continuation traders, but they're taking the reversal of that, right? Because again, breaks out here, makes a retest, they enter, right? And then wants to price to move in this direction again. So more important to us though, again, is like, first of all, like a little chart illustration. So again, if they have this zone in here, price breaks finally out, makes the retest, right? And then here another zone, makes the breakout, retest, and then look at it, moves in it forever. Or easy one, like here, of course, a valid zone, so on, gets breakout, first retest here, another one here, and then of course goes in this direction. Awesome. They think that's fucking amazing. That's exactly how the market works, isn't it? So guess what? Obviously not. So we just need to understand that their stop losses are as well, right? Because we now know the reason when they enter, but now we want to understand like where are these stop losses? And of course, it's very similar to those poor fishies, and they're putting it below these major structure points as well. So if we do the same thing again, like the little fishies in action, as you can see here, the first breakout fishies enter, they're putting the stop loss below here. The moment the market, the price comes back here, the reversal traders enters. The moment price goes in here, new breakout fishies enter, then they get the break and retest. Of course, the reversal fishy enters in here, and here new yellow or orange fish will enter in here because of the breakout. You see how that works? And that's literally exactly what happens in the markets all the time. So guess what? In order to stop out all these traders, what does need to happen? Of course, it's the same exact thing. Just stop them out in here. So how does it look like in the real charts? As you can see in here, Obviously, you have the break and retest. Here you go. Another one, another one, another one. So they think, oh, that's so amazing. Look at it. It works so good. Finally, huge candle to the upside, making everyone excited and think like this thing is going up forever, right? So guess what? All the reversal fishes are into the play now. All the breakout fishes are into the play now. Everyone put the money into the strategies or inside long, like insane. So guess what's going to happen? Choop. Stopping out of all of them. So easy stuff. Again, bonus question. So which, with what you know so far, where else could breakout traders and reversal traders enter? Very obvious stuff. Hint, it's all fractal. It's always the same exact thing, right? So here, of course, here and here. So again, breakout fish is here, reversal traders here, breakout fish is here, getting all stopped out. It's the same exact thing though, but again, wait. If you keep going down to stop people out who are going longer, then the people who are going short can win easily, right? So how can we stop all these traders in all the directions? Someone having a déjà vu yet? Does it click already? It's the same thing literally over and over again. So we would move the market in a formation that grabs most liquidity, builds it up first, and stops them out also, right? So guess what? If breakout freezes enter here, reversal traders enter here, breakout freezes enter here, 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 here. So guess what happens? The reversal trader enters here. Oh no, oh no. Getting his first stop loss. Oh shit, what happens? But guess what? Now new breakout fishes enter, reversal traders enter. There's the stop losses above here, right? But guess what? Oh no, oh no, oh, and there goes stop down, right? So that's what they're doing all the time. They're building it up, first stopping them out and giving them a new reason to make the reversal here because we have this breakup structure, whatever. Retest, they enter it here again, putting the stop above this area. They will come up later here, give them the reasons here, then breakout traders enter here. It's literally always the same. It's literally the same. It's all building up these orders and then grabbing their stops and moving in the other direction. Giving them the reason first, finding where the stop loss are, coming to this area back, and then moving further. Trend trader, because I follow all the other fishies and a line gives me all the confirmations I need. So he's kind of an interesting one because he doesn't need any reason. He just needs to draw a line, like a vertical line, and that's all the reasons he needs because he thinks like, yeah, if here's a test and here's a test, of course it only makes sense if price comes to this point here, of course, and because I drew this line on my MacBook Pro, and then oh yeah, what the hell? That's crazy. So of course, what happens to the trend fishy is he's getting induced. Right? So how does it look like though? Easy stuff. He draws an imaginary line of 2 points and he thinks on the third touch, it obviously needs to move in this direction because of course this smart guy in here drew this line. Of course, it needs to react from that line. Of course, doesn't it? It makes full sense. This guy, again, just needs a line and then he thinks he's good to go. But of course, we need to dig a little bit deeper into what he does. So on a chart, it looks like that. Of course, makes total sense. The price reacts all the time of this line because, again, the smart guy just drew the line in here. So it needs to react from that. That's obviously how price moves. Hopefully not, right? So guess what? We dig a little bit deeper. So we look at their stop losses. It's the same exact thing. So he enters on this imaginary line in here. He puts his stop below the next valid structure area as well. Okay. So let's look at it again of how that works on the same exact example. Getting a little bit familiar right now, doesn't it? So of course, first things first, the breakout trader is entering, being all happy about his entry. Now the retest trader or the reversal trader is coming to place. Look at this guy now. Look at this smart guy creating this trend line in here. Also, like, what is this as well? It's also a break and retest for the reversal trader, but it's also the imaginary line for the trend line trader. Interesting, isn't it? So guess what? And again, wait. I'm guessing you can start to predict the future now. What should happen to those people? So you know what's next, right? So what should happen after that? Pretty obvious, isn't that? So in order to stop out all these fishies, what is going? There we go. Right, in the extreme case, all of them lose money. So guess what? There's your tube. So again, it's easy stuff. So they're drawing all these imaginary trend lines and here building the trend, of course, sounds totally legit. Remember something similar at all the examples so far. They all had this little exciting, huge candle at the end, right? And guess what? Choop. After all these people being built up in the wrong direction, right? They're getting a final inducement to the high side to make them even all more excited. You get even this final break or retest, and then of course they're getting all stopped out. And if you look at it closely again, it's the same thing with the break and retest trader, with the breakout trader, with everything. It's literally always the same shit, but they're having all the different reasons. So does it click right already? Right? It's always the same, but the result is always the same anyways. Give them false reasons to execute a trade and then stop them out afterwards. So how price would actually move, again, is giving them the false entry here, then giving them whatever, the retest in here, right? So they're building a new trend line of this, right? So then again, the reversal trader enters in here as well because there's a new reason. Stop loss is below here, below here, below here. Breakout traders entering short in here, then again retest traders entering here, the trend line. The stops lie above this area though, then they're grabbing this stop and then they can go lower again. It's always the same exact thing. You just need to identify and understand how they built that shit up when the most people are inside, and then identify their stops, and that's the logical next area they will go for. And at some point, of course, that's the basics of the basics right now. We don't even did any content so far. That's everything we just showed you so far is just logic. But guess what? Already we can put our glasses off and look behind the matrix and figure out what is going on. The smart money traders. So, and literally he said, like, I'm the alpha. I know when, why, and how the market moves. No one knows what I know. I trade alongside with the big institutions. Right? That's literally what he says. Like, obviously, that you heard that a lot. So, literally, the thing though with the smart money traders is, first of all, these traders are the closest to understanding what is actually going on. So they're definitely on a very good track, but still they're far behind. So they think they know it, but they don't. They think they know the reason that they think they trade in line with the institutions, and yeah, that's the institutions trade. No. So they thinking that is whatever is going on, like the smart money concepts. You maybe heard a lot, and I think a lot of you people also trading like these smart money concepts, but it's just another retail approach to enter these markets, to give you like another reason, whatever. I mean, it can work pretty good, don't get me wrong. It definitely forms a good foundation, definitely leads you in a good direction. But if you stop here that's horrible. You're on a good track if you introduce the smart money concepts already. Definitely the way to go, but only a step on the journey. So there's so much more to it. That's why we in Lit are not really smart money traders by any means. We're liquidity traders and cycle traders. Okay, and we even have something later on, which you guys will love, for at least the ones who are trading smart money concepts nowadays, because we have even something we call smart money traps. We dig even a little bit into that stuff, and obviously makes it easier for you to identify proper points of interest, we call it later. But first of all, just a brief introduction, like what is going to happen with the smart money trader. Most people already got it right. Choop. There we go. There's the shock again. Of course, it's the same thing with them. Again, same thing all over again, right? So smart money trader characteristics. They all look for inefficiencies in the market, like being like imbalances whatsoever, and also supply and demand areas, right? Again, they call it institutional candles or whatever. They maybe call it order blocks. There's so many different aspects to it. They're all on a good track, but of course, you should never really stop there, because that's not really what drives price. Of course, supply and demand areas will definitely be very important, but there will be supply and demand areas which you would 100% need to completely ignore and cut out. And obviously, we show you how to do it, and we have so many confluences of make life easier for you, because guess what? Supply and demand areas will play a role, but that will be the last point of our stuff when we then identify the right supply and demand areas and ignore the rest of them. So we definitely don't trade supply and demand in any way. We just use it as another confluence of the events at the last stage of our all confluences. Okay, so what they do else, they do use whatever, maybe Wyckoff, maybe psychology levels, whatever, the 80-20 zones and whatever, right? They also do some other confluences of events, which is definitely not good, definitely not bad. But the most important thing is they're all getting induced by these false supply and demand areas. And again, if you have already experienced smart money concepts, like there are so many areas where there's inefficiencies or imbalances or whatsoever. And if you just pay closely attention to those areas, you get smoked left and right. You need to filter this sound out pretty good. And of course, it's very hard if you don't understand like what's really going on. That's why we show you so many confluences of events later on. For example, structure is like a really good one, with liquidity zones being really good ones. And we have so many more where we show you how to easily filter these zones, how to even expect when they're being trapped and when they others should work. Okay, so just get this into your head that these zones are definitely being attacked on purpose as well. So how does it look? Of course, first of all, the fishy says like there's a reason we are called smart money traders, right? And yeah, smart for sure. So again, what do? They expect like an area of interest here. They said like the imbalance area, they take this zone now. And of course, they want the mitigation of this zone. And then of course, price will move in the direction. Same thing in here, right? So again, imbalance expected. They mark the imbalance. They're taking the demand zone in here, the demand candle. And then of course, price will come back and mitigates this area, right? But again, works good in theory, but if you use it overall and just look at that, you get absolutely destroyed. Why can we talk about it? We can show you later. For now, just understand that these areas are definitely becoming liquidity areas we need to be careful about. So for us, of course, it's important where they enter and also where their stop loss is. So of course, they're entering with their imbalances fills, whether these demand zones before that or even like in the demand zones, right? They can enter both, right? And of course, their stop loss again goes below the supply and demand areas or below or above these structure points, right? So if they whatever these IC candles, these order blocks, whatever you want to call it, doesn't really matter. Supply demand areas, they're all putting their stop losses above or below these areas, right? And of course, that's zones that have been targeted a lot. How does it look like if we take our little actions or fishies in actions again? Literally the same stuff all over again. So what do we do first? Of course, we have an imbalance. We have a valid supply demand, so whatever. Okay, there we go. There's the smart fishies in here. There's coming the breakout fishies, right? So what's going on? Oh shit. There's the reversal fishies, right? There's another breakout species, and all of a sudden we have a new zone in here with an imbalance, getting a retest. So first of all, like the trend traders adding into here, because look at that crazy trend forming, like literally 15 touches to the trend line. There again, the smart money traders getting into here as well, whatever. And out of a sudden, we have so much liquidity into this direction. So again, the question is always the same. So what does happen the moment all these strategies are being built up on purpose? They're all in the trades. They all executed their trades. They all have their reason to take their trade. They're all in the trade now. Everything is going. What will happen? Tube. Right? Exactly. There you go. There's your tube. So how does that look a little bit closer though for the smart money traders? It actually, we call it the smart money trap. We will give you a little bit of introduction here now. So what is the smart money trap? Okay. So first of all, we call a smart money trader trapped from an inducement, or pretty much a smart money trap, or in short, SMTs. And we will mark up these zones a lot because they will have a significant role in our overall strategy. Okay. So at some points where these smart money traders are getting confused and getting even stopped out, or getting triggered in and getting a break even in the best case scenario, that's all confirmations for us in the long run, because we understand these zones and obviously take advantage of that again. So in overall, what is a smart money trap though? Smart money trap means if you have this demand area, whatever, imbalance and stuff like that, price will obviously come and taps this area for these smart money traders and then gives a reaction. The definition of a trap is it lets you in but not lets you out. That's why it's a trap. Okay, a trap means gives you access, but gives you entrance, but not exit. Okay, so a smart money traps needs a reaction in their right direction. They want to see the price go higher. That's why they show the direction higher and then they break later. Okay, same thing with the opposite direction. So again, if they see this imbalance area, whatever order block area, the price taps into there, gives the false reaction just to come back later, and it's best case for them getting a break even, or worst case for them getting a stop loss area. And these zones happen so many times lately because so many people getting into the smart money hype system and they're trading these systems whatsoever. So that's why we introduced like the smart money traps highly and made it like very important for us to identify these zones properly. So let's look at a little bit more advanced example of how we can draw that. So first of all, we drew it already an inducement. Obviously, we dig into that a little bit later, but now just mark it up as inducement. So what will happen? We have an inducement here. We can expect a valid mitigation in this area later. More about this later, right? Again, if this confuses you, no worries. We'll dig into it more details later. But for now, the smart money traps. Again, this area with an imbalance area whatsoever will get a reaction and gets induced later. This becomes all liquidity. The more a reaction it shows, the more liquidity actually being added because it seems so valid on the edge, just in order to grab this liquidity later and then gets to a proper mitigation zone after and then can continue their valid play. Okay. Then, of course, we have some other variations to the theme where they can trap smart money concepts in here, giving the false reaction here. Same thing on this area, right? If there's liquidity to the left, obviously later, well, more details about that. Giving another false reaction, then making the final inducement. Again, everyone is taking the long trade here. Breakout traders, trend traders, reversal traders. You see all the people trading, right? Of course. Then maybe whatever. Smart money traders entering this one. This becomes later the trap zone because we will add cycles to the whole thing and you will understand that this area will be a trap which gives a false reaction and then should tube it. Okay, but so far, just a little bit overview of what is going to what you can expect later on, just to give you the brief introduction about that one. Okay, so how does it look on a chart? It can look like that. Of course, we have an inducement above here. right? Again, price moves in a crazy direction with speed in this direction, with everyone excited, gives all the people short. Of course, what happens after that gives the pullback, gets into this area now. See this imbalance area, demand area, whatever, order block area, whatever you want to call it. We know for fact now that this becomes a smart money trap. What should happen to a trap? It should give a false reaction, right? So it gives a false reaction, makes the inducement low, and then goes higher, stops out all these smart money traders, and now goes into this valid mitigation zone or area of interest. Obviously taps into there and then can move lower. That's how we later on will utilize smart money traps in our advantage. And I added obviously the confidence in range, but I went way more about it and way more depth, of course, like later. Just a brief introduction so you understand of how the smart money is actually used for liquidity as well. Pattern traders, candlestick traders, and all these crazy people, right? Whatever, what normal people see, a lot of people might saw this, whatever, what these people see, right? So they see head and shoulders like this, of course, and they're more like, follow the light. The candles don't lie. So they think the answer lies in the candlestick formation. Of course, it makes so much sense if a freaking chart talks to you and builds like a head and shoulders, maybe you just need to draw like a face in there and like ask him a question. Like, look at how friendly he is. He knows the answer. So maybe ask him, right? And they really talk with the charts and like, yeah, my friendly guy. But guess what happens to them? Chip! They're getting induced, of course. So pattern traders and candlestick traders are the worst ones in my opinion because it makes zero freaking sense whatsoever. And they see stuff like that. They see like, yeah, left shoulder, right shoulder, that's the head, so that's the neckline. If that breaks, yeah, I entered there because it's a head and shoulders formation. Like, I don't know the reason, but come on, it's a head and shoulders. Like, it has to work. Like, what? What's the reasons behind that? So if I draw a cat on the chart, is it then a cat pattern? Like, what? So they have like huge OCD or whatever. Just kidding or not. Maybe. We don't know, right? But just the question is, they see all this crazy stuff like candlestick, like dojis, like spinning tops, having all these fancy names for it. Whatever, like spinning top actually sounds crazy, like shooting star, whatever, right? So they call it all the craziness. And yeah, that's of course why this moves the market, right? So, and overall, of course, you can ignore that stuff completely. We don't use that stuff, right? So again, that's the legendary dinosaur pattern. I mean, that's pretty good though. That makes sense. I mean, that's legit. You cannot say something like that. That's really good. So that's like, of course, included in our lit stuff as well. We trade highly depending on that one. And yeah, so that's where you go. So he thinks like candlestick dinners are my best, right? So then again, what do? They're having all these crazy candlestick patterns like bullish engulfing, piercing line, evening star, right? That's all this craziness, which makes zero sense. But there's like one really good one, which works even better than the dinosaur pattern, which is the Dogecoin thing, right? So that's like what happened to Dogecoin. So Dogecoin is that actually, and see how the pattern actually would like fulfill the play. So the chart was ended here, right? But if you just include the pattern, it makes total sense. Like that the chart will go down, and it kind of worked. So that's what price should have done. And look at it, like it's legit. That stuff is legit. Like, so we should not make fun out of pattern traders because that stuff is literally there. You see, that's the proof that works, right? So anyway, so what do? Like, obviously, we can include all the fishies. So guess what? So breakout fishies enter here, breakout fishies enter here, whatever. Now they're starting to see like a shoulder, head, of course, like, oh, there you go. There's the right shoulder. So this needs to be the neckline. So they enter it here. So now smart money traders maybe come into place and see the imbalance area. And there we go. So now the breakout traders entering the neckline. There we go. Retest traders. There we go. Everyone is going short now. Makes complete sense, right? So guess what happens? What should happen? You already know the question already. So answer is, of course, the tube, right? So let's look at a real life example. So that is like a head and shoulders pattern. I think it is. So there you go. That's whatever shoulder. That's whatever. You cannot even draw. That I don't even know what that is. You know what I mean? That's another shoulder. So what should happen? Of course, there you go. Like making the neckline and stuff like that. So having the break of here, like making new low lows now makes complete sense. So guess what? Oh, there we go. There we go. Now it goes in our direction. So what is the true intention though? So of course, all of them are being short. What is the real intention? All the way down there. Mitigation, hint. Obviously, worry about that later. Whereas all these people stop losses. Whereas all these people doing short, short, short. Pattern traders, breakout traders, trend traders, everyone and their sisters getting short. What's going to happen? Crazy. Crazy, obvious, and not so hard to identify it. Let's look at another one. Whatever, look at that stuff. Whatever that might be, right? So they're seeing all sorts of crazy resistance. Look at that strong zone. Must be really strong. Taps into like even 2 more times. Like, ooh, like even a shooting star on top of that with a huge reaction. Like, look at that. Like, that must be strong, right? Like, it's a huge, like, the supply zone or resistance zone, like, and a shooting star out of it with a huge reaction. That must be very strong, right? So, yeah, that makes sense. It fills the imbalance now. That makes sense. So, should go down, of course, makes the imbalance fill. Smart money traders getting in here now, of course. Triple top, of course, shooting star, awesome. Still works. Not really. Right? All people out, and then obviously price can go down afterwards. And we're almost done with making fun out of these people. I hope nobody's getting offended by that. But anyway, so what do we have? We have tool traders. So I'm something of a scientist myself, he says, because he has all these tools and like, I learned the Fibonacci sequence. So watch out, like we have badass over here, right? So that guy is like very smart. So what is going to the tool traders? You know all this stuff already. Choop. So again, we will not we will not dig into that too much, but guess what? They're trying to find like the magic formula in like the Fibonacci sequence and stuff like that. Yeah, that's not really what we do. They believe in the golden ratio and like whatever that freaking nature controls the markets and whatever. I don't even know and at this point anymore. But they have all these reasons, so they're entering on the really strong whatever Fibonacci areas because it makes complete sense, right? It has to make sense. So yeah, pretty much the universe directs the market and it gravitates to the golden ratio. So maybe we can even include like moon cycles and stuff like that. Maybe, yeah, that sounds legit too, right? So of course, like that's complete garbage, and we obviously just need to identify where the stop loss are, where the entry levels are. And again, of course, price will show you that it will react out of this zone sometimes. So you believe that this is actually a legit thing. But I hope at this stage in your journey with us so far, you understand that this is not what drives price. It will ever lead to a valid reason of why in the hell price would react off this 61.8 line. Like, why in the hell would it do that? There's 0 reasons other than you just printing an imaginary line in there. Like, why would it react there? Just look at price and look at data and look at facts, and that's the reason, and not like a freaking Fibonacci, like what the hell? Then there's indicator traders, like this rainbow trader, like everywhere, double rainbow, like wow, like so many colors, and oh my god. So what happens to all these indicator traders? It's the same thing on over again. They're getting all induced, of course. So let me show you a real life example of their charts. That's what their chart is looking right. Exactly. You see pretty much how it looks, very clean. And they're obsessed with colors for some reason. And typically are vampires and part of some weird groups, like these kind of strange people, right? So they fooled by scammers though, because like indicators, like yeah, so pretty much, and then they overcomplicate simple problems and solutions. So whatever market might do, they just create a huge magic indicator for that, so they can sell it. Exactly, the harmonics very strong, right? So yeah, and yeah, so must get this latest software update, right? So then it will work better. Just it's a software update. So that shows look like that, completely legit. And then we have, last but not least, we have the EAs and auto traders. So they just pretty much putting these indicators into automated systems. So it's a gray box. I don't need to know anything. I just click yes or no and it works because I was told it does. So they have no reasons about anything. They're just buying like these random tools and then think they're getting a million overnight. Completely legit. Guess what? Getting eaten. So they're taking all this stuff, whatever. You see that like there's millions of this shit out there which predicts all this stuff like algo scalping. What the fuck? Hippo trader, of course, like the Asian scalper, very good. Yeah, but the best one, London breakout, of course, that needs to go very good. But yeah, it sounds legit. Like definitely you should use that. Yeah, so that's pretty solid reasons. Anyways, enough for that. We can see how they're building everything up, how they know all the reasons, how they're building up liquidity, how they know the stop loss areas, back with data, the reasons, how they make you excited, create FOMO, create excitement, know your areas of stop loss, know your strategy, know when you click the buy or sell button, know exactly the reasons behind everything, then stop you out, and then move in the direction. It's literally that in a nutshell. Okay? And we just need to understand that. And then the rest will become very, very easy. And that's just very, very basic stuff. And of course, we dig into the way more advanced stuff like later on. But so far, you have a good understanding of the basics of how everything should work. And then we're pretty or almost there to dig into the real material to show how we can use everything and add so much on top of that. And yeah, and so much more confluence of events, like very, very soon. Short example, some very easy stuff, so just to get it in your head once again. Again, just very basic stuff, just revenue in your head. So you see the buy trend, of course, makes total sense, right? We drew this trend line in here, which is completely reasonable. And of course, retailers see a strong pin to the trend line or the third touch, right? Completely makes sense at this point. And again, it pulls back, right? Of course, makes complete sense. And even gives the reaction or the false reaction. So they're getting excited. Oh, what's going on here? Oh, still looks legit. Oh, okay, I can enter it here. My stop loss goes here and here. Awesome, makes sense. Oh no, is it still valid? I don't know. Oh. And first of all, even breaks high, so don't give people the opportunity to enter a short trend, but never gives the retest because they want the retest in here to make a short, never gives it to them. But guess what they do in the process? This is the next area to be induced to stop people out in order to go lower. It's the same stuff all over again, okay? So they induce all the time in all directions. Okay, they're not doing it in one direction. They're not doing it in one time frame. They're not doing it in whatever. It's literally, it doesn't matter. If you understand the fractal approach to it, again, if that is the 1 hour, then again, it's the same exact shit in the 1 minute inside in here. It's literally exactly the same. You just need to understand the true reasons behind it and to put the pieces of the puzzle together and then understand what's going on. And once you understand this, your chart vision will change literally forever. That's that's literally what changing forever, right? Understanding the liquidity buildup concepts to it, it's crazy if you just identify in the charts properly. Because why? Again, same thing all over again. If you take this with a trend line, third touch of the trend line trader, awesome, makes complete sense. So they're making the stop loss area in here because of a look at that trending market. Makes full sense to go up now, doesn't it? Oh no. So what is going on now? What is going on now? Of course, they're getting, first of all, a false retest, getting stopped out in here. Stop loss areas above in this area, getting stopped out in here. Guess what? They induced impatient FOMO traders because now they think, oh shit, the trend is changing. The trend is direct. Look at that. The third touch already. Oh, stop loss goes above here. Oh no. Induced momentum, FOMO again. Oh, still valid. I mean, it broke it technically, but it's still valid. It's a trend line. Come on, it needs to work. Look at that. And there we go. Guess the reaction. Breakout traders getting in, right? Again, breakout traders getting in. Look at this huge reaction down there. Makes it all excited. Guess what? Not more people adding in. More people adding in. There we go. Stop loss goes above here. Look at the reaction. The trend is changing, right? Awesome. There we go. There's the reversal trader coming in now because that's a valid break of structure here. And then, of course, a retest. Man, this thing needs to go down, right? Look at this trend forming. Oh my God. That's crazy, right? So they can adding their stop their trade short as well. There we go, right? Adding even more stop losses. Look at how many stop losses are just based off this basic retail understanding of it. So what should happen next? Right? As you can see, there's so much quote unquote liquidity here in form of stop losses alone. So question, what do we expect? Answer, liquidity to be hit. How does it look usually? There's the liquidity. So guess what? Oh, and chup them all. And do it with speed to make them all figure out, and then obviously you can go lower. That's literally how the market works in a nutshell right there. We need to keep in mind all our tools we learn and build up of each other. So the first thing we need to understand is how they did it in the process of keeping everyone in the false direction. And then, of course, where the stop losses are. Then when they stop them out, and then when we can enter. Right? So that's just building up on each other. But first we need to understand like how they're building up these false nonsense and people entering and use that later for our advantage. Okay. So what else though? Because there's more than just trend line, whatever, reversal or breakout. There's even more.
So we'll be looking at a few more examples of marking up retail liquidity, which of course for us is the build-up phase of the lit cycle, and meaning that it will be induced essentially. So currently on the chart in front of us, we will be marking up relevant areas of liquidity and what retailers essentially see. And many of you probably could relate to this. So what we have here is essentially equal lows. You have your points there. So you have essentially 4 points where retailers get in, seeing this as a strong level of support. So whether it's support or equal lows, equal highs, or resistance, there's different names for it. So whatever you're familiar with. So essentially when price taps a line, of course, people buy. Now, on the opposite end of the spectrum, we also have the trend line. So we have people selling from these areas right here, where price taps several times in this area. And then, of course, in this current price action, price taps again. Again, the same concept that price has tapped into it several times, hence it's a quote unquote strong trend line for sellers. So you do actually have opposite ends of the spectrum of buyers and sellers into retail strategies over here. Okay, so next we can see exactly what will happen. Of course, your trend line is induced. I mean, not the entire high. You could see it right here. It's almost equal highs actually again. So your resistance or whatever you want to call it. But at this point, your trend line is, of course, invalidated. Now, of course, your support buyers are probably very excited because it is going in their direction. However, what we have upcoming is, as a liquidity point as well, is these equal highs. So you likely will have people wanting to sell as well from this point. So you're going to get these strategies everywhere, how different people perceive things. So you're going to get this constant up and down movement and bias, I guess. So let's see what happens next. So going forwards, of course, what we have, exactly like I said, a triple top, just clear that. You can see it taps one more time, perfect equal highs. And of course, people likely will be selling right here. So going forwards, we have our inducement right here. Price just comes ever so slightly higher. It induces the whole triple top and then of course reverses. Now this is where the opportunity for breakout traders will come in. So you draw your line where price breaks out, whether it's there, whether it's here, wherever exactly you want to mark it, but it's essentially where price of course makes that movement outside of breaking this structure point. So breakout traders will get in anywhere between here and there at these relevant areas according to them. And of course, what they see is that price now will tap into this area and continue going higher, right? So let's see how that plays out. So firstly, you've got it tapped twice right here. So your breakout traders are now getting in. And then of course, we also get equal lows. So again, your support buyers. So we have two types of strategies now. We have also your equal lows / support. So it's a very strong area essentially to buy in the retail realm, you could say. And then of course, you're getting your reactions as well right there. So let's see how that turns out. But before that, let's see if there's any other liquidity targets. So what we currently have to the left is a trend line. So again, it's not the most perfect trend line, but that's how trend lines essentially are drawn, where you have all these multiple little trend lines everywhere, literally. You could see this, you could see this. So there's lots of trend line liquidity areas, but we're marking up the relevant ones that are more easier to see on the eye and the overall bigger picture play. So likely, of course, the trend line here, what happens is already at this point, we've had our inducement low taking out this. So essentially, of course, trend line being these remainder areas. So it's not an invalid trend line when it comes to a liquidity target. It's just not completely induced, you could say. However, of course, being the trend line liquidity, people have bought and then they realize as price slowly comes lower, it's taking out their trend line. So let's see how that works. Okay, so everyone at this point is induced, including the equal lows. So likely what would happen is people extend this line and expect price maybe to tap again, and then of course continue. So people would have got in at this point there, expecting price to continue higher. Your equal lows here are taken out, or support, should I say. Breakout traders taken out. Literally every single retail strategy here is taken out. And then of course, perfect inducement low, taking out all of these levels of liquidity right there. So now you're probably looking like this, like an owl, probably not going to be able to sleep at night. But no, some of you are probably shocked that maybe you are probably in that situation of the liquidity points and not understanding why your trades sustained, or how they're only like one-to-ones, you know, like they're not understanding the market intentions. So I'll go through another example right here. Hopefully you won't be like that owl. Actually, you should actually. That's actually good, I guess. So let's mark up more liquidity points. Again, we're going through like the day-by-day steps just so we can understand how it's read. And that's important, not looking at it from hindsight, but seeing how it's read in the current moment. So what we have in this example is our trend line. As you can see, it's a perfect trend line tapping several times over here. So people are selling. Now, when we have a channel like this, we also have buyers. So this is where you could say the market is a little confused, or that's how people see it. It's not that it's confused. It knows exactly what it's doing. But this is how retailers essentially get confused and they don't know whether to sell or buy. Maybe they hedge, both, but they're not truly understanding, and they're not understanding targets either. So they're taking these trend line buys and sells, just channeling upwards until forever, I guess. They'll just keep taking it for as long as they possibly can. So let's see what happens there. So what happens? The buy trend line failed. But no worries, we can use the breakout strategy. So of course you can see it failed. We had our inducement low, taking out this point here as well as this one. So essentially at this point, you also get your breakouts of the trend line, sellers, you could say. So people likely will want to sell above upon there. So once this happened, it broke out, the pullback off that trend line, tapping back in. Of course, you get your reversal trend line type of trade. So you get the tap off the trend line, and now people expect it to go, of course, in the opposite direction. However, that did not happen, and price continued bullish instead. So the breakout strategy, of course, helps us understand that a little bit better. So price broke out of this point of structure right there. What that means is, of course, we expect price to tap into the line, not a very clear line, but you get the point. Again, like the previous example, the breakout strategy of the line after the structure is broken above. So let's see how that works. We got our breakout line right there in blue. Of course, what we expect, price reacts within that line, that zone. Then we also get this, what is it? Equal high. So we have resistance. Possibly, if you're taking both strategies, you'll be selling and buying. Again, like the trend line channel over here. But you're buying over here, you're selling at these points too. Now, of course, that depends on what retailers trade, but either way, there's lots of up and down confusion, you could say. So we have sellers and buyers in the market at this point on a retail basis. And it looks very obvious in those strategies, right? So what happens? Oh no, resistance traders are now induced, as you can see right here, takes out, of course, these early sellers. And of course, our breakout traders are also induced, right? We get our first point there and then a second one there. So these are also induced. At this point, of course, your trend lines are both induced because that trend line would essentially whatever extend there, also get the trend line type of sell. But yeah, price continues. So now these trend lines are just completely irrelevant in that aspect of market intentions. However, they're really good for us to understand where people are buying and selling from and how we can target those and wait for essentially our relevant confirmations. So let's see what happens now. We have a POI essentially. So this is where your smart money traders get in. They see these imbalance points over there and as well as a mitigation area here. Okay, so they take essentially random mitigation zones. They claim whatever break of structures over here. And of course, price made this really nice move. So now it's going to make a pullback. It's going to tap into this POI, you could say, which is of course point of interest. And then they expect price to then continue higher forever, making a new high type of thing. Now, there's a lot of those ones trading. There's a lot of Instagram ones, you could say, and that's kind of like the new trend, you could say in quotes, that people trade smart money concepts, not really knowing what they're doing, but claiming to know what they're doing. So let's see how price reacts. Perfect. So price now does that pullback that they want it to do. It reacts actually really nicely. So that's really good. Let's see what price then gives us. Okay, gives us a perfect reaction, right? And now this is where, of course, we're mocking our gurus, where they post against their Dubai window and be living the life, posting these screenshots of trades, showing this push, and it looks really pretty in the moment. Now, of course, this is just reality. I know it's probably me mocking them a lot, like a lot of people, where they show this lifestyle and a trade like this, but they're not actually understanding it. And that's just the reality. So they don't like to admit this. But the reality is they don't understand market intentions. So once price gets here, they're not going to tell you that it actually reversed on them and it's a break even at this point, or they partial the 1 to 2 maybe over here, expecting this so-called decisional zone to have sold from. So they take a loss there too. So that's important to understand. Again, it's a little bit mocking, I know, with how I've worded it. But of course, I hope you can understand that this lifestyle type of what goes on Instagram and all these social media is not how you should trade. They don't show you how to trade. They show you a lifestyle based on them selling, of course, courses. Anyways, I'll stop that rant. But nevertheless, of course, that's not wrong to take. So that's another thing I will tell you. Of course, we know it as a trap, also known as a smart money trap. But the point being is they can be traded, but you also have targets. And of course, in lit, you will also be taught targets of how you can exit at this point right there and take sells instead. So that's why intraday trading is really, really nice, because you can take trades like this. You can take the sell, you can take this buy as well, and the sell, and take these consecutive sells there. So you can take multiple opportunities and really take advantage of the market, as well as understanding your targets for take profits, which is really key, as I don't think most mentors, so-called mentors, should I say, know how to do that. So anyways, of course, price reverses on them, your smart money trap or your POI for smart money concepts is taken out, and then they just claim it's whatever, like a justified loss type of thing. Anyways, this is where, of course, your structure traders also get in. So they see this as a break of structure. It's ever so slight, but it's, of course, a break of structure. Considering this is your point of structure, we go bullish. That's your new, well, essentially that's your new high. But you see what I mean? Those are your new highs. You get these kind of reversals. This is how they basically mark up structure, saying now this is a pullback, right? So we get that. And then, of course, we can take sells. Now, where would structure traders essentially see sells? They combine smart money concepts, meaning these imbalance zones, these areas where there's nice POIs, you could say, or mitigation areas. So essentially, we have one right here. We have a really nice imbalance. Now, looking everywhere else over here to the left, there really isn't anything. So essentially, your only real point is this zone right there. Maybe you could also mark up there, but of course, this is your essential zone. So marking up this zone, we have a POI, we have strong confidences. It's our only remaining imbalance after this break of structure over here. Now, at this point, we also get our trend line sellers getting into the market. And this lines up actually perfectly with this POI. So you have major confluences, or whatever you want to say, the major area where you should sell. So we have trendline sellers as well as your smart money concepts combining structure traders into this zone. So perfect. We have our reaction. As you can see, this reaction right there, we get the reaction, which is really, really nice. Unfortunately, it's considered a justified loss. According to all these retail traders, they say that's a justified loss, when reality is that is not your loss. What you've had is an inducement, not a so-called break of structure. So now we can actually expect price to continue higher. Now, this is where it just gets very interesting. And then, like, I really don't understand when people say it's a justified loss. And it's because it's really frustrating for you as a trader as well. If you've been told it's fine, it's okay, when it really isn't. They just don't understand the market. So they say it's okay. This is just the one time it probably doesn't work. But they don't tell you all these other times it does not work. Simply just does not. So anyways, you have your loss there too. Now, of course, what we also have, we're not finished. We have equal highs essentially right here. So we have a strong resistance, price tapped here, of course, now tapped here. So maybe upon the third tap, you get, of course, your resistance sellers, also known as equal highs, essentially in the liquidity aspect. And we can now see triple top strength. So now, of course, you definitely will get your resistance sellers selling at this point. So now they sell from here. And then what happens? They get induced. So essentially, it's really, really key to understand. Of course, these retail strategies may work here and there. They give you this illusion that you get a 1-to-1, or you practically lose 10 times and stuff, and one out of those times it's fine. But of course, it's not. You get your inducement of every single liquidity strategy we've marked up here. Not liquidity, sorry. In our eyes, it's liquidity, but it's retail strategies. And of course, the perfect ones are these equal highs, equal lows, and trend lines. So you also get, of course, inducements of liquidities like such here, only to continue higher, right? So it's really, really key to understand marking up your liquidity levels. Now, of course, it will take a bit of time for you to probably get out of that mindset. And of course, once you see it, you can't unsee it. That's the biggest thing. Like, so now you've seen it, you're probably like, wow, like, I traded that, or maybe that's how I saw the market, or in a similar way. And then you realize that actually, wow, like, it's wrong, and you're actually believing that it's wrong and not being told these false lies. So I hope you understood these two examples of liquidity. Now, it's of course important that you now start to mark up the same levels and wait for the inducement.
So let's just jump right in. Let's go through how they build up these retail traps. So starting off, what do we see? Boom. First off, we see equal highs with a push away. It's obviously important. When they see that push, they're getting excited. Oh yeah, it's going in my direction. They're getting all excited. Obviously, they're starting to jump in. And then what do we also see? Boom. We have 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's the third tap of the trend line. And then they get their push away. So they're getting excited. Where are they putting their SLs? If they're jumping in, of course, right here. Boom. Okay, but we've got these equal highs. Now, oh, look, there's also a potential smart money trap. So let's put that in. Obviously, it lies on equal highs. And then look, oh, they get taken out, or if they put the SL above the mitigation, let's give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Oh yeah, I'm in. We get the reaction away. Boom. That reaction takes out these guys. But we still have all of these sellers up here who are still interested. And then, okay, we're giving away more reactions up here, just increasing the amount of people that are selling. You've got to think, like, how many people are selling? They're jumping in. You've got smart money in. You've got your resistance traders in, your equal high traders in. Obviously, we're still in Asia, so we're still ideally building liquidity. But then we also see this. One. Let's make that black. So you've got all of these guys getting excited at the tap of the trend line. Oh, yeah. Obviously, they don't get in straight away. They wait for a push away. Let's just extend that out a little bit. They wait for a push away. They're all getting excited. Then you've also got all of these support traders getting excited. They're also waiting for their push away. Perfect. And then you've got, so that you have your push away. Then you've got, boom. That's where the SLs are. Some of the trend traders have their SLs down here. Majority obviously have them there. Boom. And then look, what are we going to be coming for? Oh, well, we've still got all of these guys up here. All of these guys who are selling. We can't let them profit. What happens? Again, another smart money trap. Ideally, we give a reaction away, get them excited. What does this do for the trend guys also? Oh yeah, it's super strong. We're pushing away. The trend guys are getting excited. So now all the sellers have been taken out. The buyers are now heavily in. So what can we expect? Of course, we collect all of the buyers, but then you've got your breakout traders who are also getting excited, entering here, and then here, of course. They're also waiting for the breakout of Asia low. Oh, there we go. Push in. They're all getting excited. Where are their stop losses? Again, up here. You've got smart money traders. They've just had their break of structure low. They're thinking, oh yeah, of course. It's just all of this, that makes sense. Yeah, this is our break of structure, of course. And then obviously what happens from there? Mess around. Boom. Take all of them out. Now what happens? Well, who has a clue what's going on right here? No one has a clue. So what happens here? Obviously no one's in positions. We can leave now, And then again, what do we start? We start the whole process again. There we go. Trend traders are getting all excited. They're jumping in. They're jumping in. You've got breakout traders also getting excited now that the trend's established. You've got your break and retest traders getting excited. Everyone's getting into sells like they should. And then, of course, we've also can draw a trend line like this. Maybe these guys are going to get excited as well. Oh, yeah, look at that huge push away. Everyone's getting excited. They're in sells. You know, some of them have even jumped in from here. Some of the trend guys have jumped in from here. Same with the breakout guys. They're all interested. What happens from there? Boom, these trend traders get taken out, but now look, oh, we're building a new trend right here. Boom, boom, boom. Oh yeah, push away. The trend traders, now they're jumping in. Oh, of course, it wasn't this trend line. It was obviously this trend line. Look at how clean those 3 touches are. And then, oh, we stop out the trend traders and we get these trend traders interested. What happens now? Oh, and then again, similar situation. No one really knows what's going on. You've even got some smart money traders obviously trying to trade this, not quite understanding what's going on. Obviously, some of them do get into positions. I imagine there's something on the M1 here where they actually get in, because of course you have to feed the fishes. But look here, like, who is getting in? There's maybe one place where people are getting in, and that's how they do it. It's exactly like this again and again and again. Let's keep going. Let's go into the next Asia. So what do we do here? We obviously, wow, this looks familiar. We've seen this one before. I wonder what could happen here. And then, oh, what are we doing there? That's obviously another trend line. So people are getting excited when it pushes away. Oh yeah, look, they're all thinking, oh my God, we've gotten in. You've got your breakout traders jumping here. Now, where are the stop losses? They're obviously up here and up here. And then you've even got some of the breakout traders with their SLs here. They're all getting excited. Again, what's going to happen? What do we know? That this is likely a what? Smart money trap. Pull this out. Boom. And then what do we think is going to happen here? Oh, we give a reaction, 4th touch of the trend line. Everyone's getting excited. But what do we have to the downside? Well, now we have equal lows, you know, resistance traders, support traders, sorry, they're getting excited. Keep going. Oh, you know, the trend line gets broken. Oh, smart money, they're taken out. Now people are a little bit confused. They're waiting. Oh, what should we do? What should we do? All of these guys are getting smoked. Then we continue. And now look, no one is in these cells up here. So obviously now we can play away. And that's exactly what happens. And then the whole thing resets exactly like the same day. We begin to build again. You know, you've got your trend line getting in. Maybe your breakout traders are jumping in now. Now the trend's been established. So we've got some stop losses here, some stop losses there. Let's draw them on. Red. Get another one. Red. And then keep going. Okay, there you go. You had a little trend line here. You know, you got sellers coming in from there. Let's make that black. And then, oh, we've taken this out. Maybe we can even give them the benefit of the doubt and they can be like, oh yeah, this is the 3rd tap. Maybe that's where they decide to get in, you know, benefit of the doubt. And they don't get in here. Let's say that they get in there. Okay, that's fine. Now look, building those equal lows.
again. Breakout traders getting excited. They're all getting in. Boom. Where would smart money be looking to get in? Well, smart money, you're looking to get in there. Or if not there, then maybe up here. And if not up here, then maybe here. So let's keep going. Oh yeah, we get our push. Boom, you could even draw a little one here. Everyone's getting excited. Oh yeah, it sells, it sells. That's what they're all thinking. Oh, it has to be sells now. There's no way it can be anything else. So, you know, maybe we have some sellers jumping in from here, here, here. Let's put them all on. Boom. 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 They're all getting excited. Oh yeah, it sells. Oh, the first ones get stopped out. And now that everyone is convinced that it sells, what do we expect to happen? Again, maybe you've got some smart money jumping in from here. They've had their quote-unquote proper break of structure. Let's put that there. Let's write SMT there. Okay, oh yeah, we give the reaction away because we obviously don't just go in one direction all the time. We also need to continue to bring in more liquidity, so we react away. Even give the internal break of structure so that the ones that didn't set their limit here, they then get excited over this, and now they have their confirmation to get in. So they sell, possibly there's something on the M1 here, and then boom. Then same, oh yeah, smart money, they're thinking, oh, of course it was this limit, obviously it has to be this limit. Boom, they all get smoked, and we're coming up to the end of the day, and obviously we end the day there. Just missing the limit for these smart money traders. But look at it. Who is winning here? And it's the moments where either everyone is out or everyone is in completely the wrong direction. That's when they get you. That's when they just go.
So what is the most common thing among all these traders though? What is the most common thing about all these traders? A hint. The word popped up all the time in their characteristics. They all get induced. And it not happens once to them, not happen twice to them, it happens over and over and over and over and over again. We just need to identify where these people are having their strange reasons to enter the market so we can see where the liquidity lies. And then we add our 15 reasons on top of that of how we can actually analyze the markets properly and then take advantage of their understanding of their whatever entries and stop losses to know where the liquidity should lie at and then target these areas later on. Okay, so again, just to sum it up, to make one last joke and then I'm done, I promise. So, so that's the retail traders. And they say like losses happen. At least it went in my direction. Like after it stopped me out, like it's not that bad, right? But again, I promise I'm done now. So we're just having this retail cup, by the way. So okay, but again, I'm done now. Okay, no more jokes. No more jokes. So the most effective and easiest to identify, we need to focus obviously on the bigger aspect of it because we don't want to know like where the fucking hell like an indicator traders entering the market because we go crazy. So you just focus on the breakout inducements, the trend inducements, the reversal inducement, and also the smart money inducements. That's the 4 major builds of liquidity we need to understand in order to make a really pretty picture out of liquidity, because those 4 bring the most liquidity into it and are the easiest to identify also. That's why obviously they bring the most liquidity into it, because they're also the easiest. So we just need to identify those areas, and then of course we can build a story out of that. So just in a nutshell, that's always of course how they look on a very, very easy route, right? And of course what should happen to all of those: induced, 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 and induced. Okay, so if we combine that now to make it even clearer, so that's all the traps combined in a nutshell for you. So we're looking for something like this, a trend building, like awesome. What is all the reasons of retailers do? What do they see? They see this zone, like breakout traders enter, like here, right? Their stop losses go below here. What else? Like new breakout traders enter here, right? Their stop losses go below here. What else? Reversal traders entering in this zone, right? Because of course it's a break and retest area, right? So they entering in here. Then again, the trend traders enter in here because again, they drawing this trend line. That's the third touch. But there you go. This is a very strong point. They're like 3 retail traders have confirmation in this point, right? So we can guess this is a valid one. So then again, new trend traders, the 4th touch gives a reaction as well. There you go. They're putting the stop losses in here, right? So guess what? There's more. Now the smart money trader comes in and says like, oh, wait a second, I'm there as well. I'm so smart because I'm getting a fill here now. Oh shit, but first what happens to those? They're getting all stopped out. That was strange, right? But guess now the price is in this demand area where maybe there's an imbalance whatsoever. So guess what? There's the reaction of this area. So what is going to happen? Like all these smart money traders jumping in with their stop losses below this area. Everyone is being the long trend, right? Now you have smart money traders. So what's the logical thing that happened next? The tube, right? So before they do it, they build the first false direction in the continuation, and then they tube them all, and then easily can go in the other direction. Okay, makes sense? So let's look at some recent examples though, because again, we don't want to show you stuff which is literally maybe in like whatever, 1964. No, we want to show you some recent examples. So what can we do in like real examples just by this understanding alone? So first of all, we see this area in here, this area in here with both these demand areas and balance areas, right? So we can mark them out. So first thing, what's going to happen as they progressing, they're building the channeling trend. They've already making the breakout traders, selling it here, right? Of course, stopping them out, but first of all, but the trend as well. What do they doing now? The consolidation, right? Reaching now the smart money trap zone. So smart money trap traders thinking this is still the trend to go for, right? So they're entering the main direction, following the trend whatsoever, entering with the imbalance zone, right? So they're getting the reaction. Oh, they're getting stopped out already. So, but guess what? Now breakout traders having this zone for the long trade now. Interesting, isn't it? That's how it works, how they do it. So guess what happened next? Oh no, they're getting a false reaction. Guess what? This building a channel already for the short side now, but first stopping out people long. But guess what? We're having now forming this huge reversal trend line in here. So what should happen next? Creation of the trend traders, right? So guess what? Breakout traders entering here now again because it forms actually a new higher high whatsoever. Now look at this beautiful channel which forms in here to give all the traders giving reason to enter. So guess what? Oh no, they're getting stopped out again, and also this trend line fails, right? Trend continuation maybe. Or for the trend line traders, they keep an entry in here as well. They're getting the touch in here. So there you go, they're getting the reaction, right? So that's a false reaction, which will obviously teach you properly very soon as well, right? But guess what? Looks like a valid buy to all of them now. Look at the whole day. They're just channeling it upwards, making these new higher highs whatsoever, right? So guess what? Oh no, they're getting all stopped out. But now, what does happen? Like trendline traders hit stop loss, market balances, more retail traders stop loss hit. Now real direction is in effect because obviously we built the whole false trend before that. We're stopping out all of them. We just need a little pullback and then we're ready to go and doing the same thing over and over and over again. You already can see what they're doing in here, building up the channel, giving the false pullback. So we can expect something like this, obviously, later on. Make sense? Because at some point you should wake out of all this retail stuff and start be like this. And once you can see the liquidity buildups and identify these areas, it will be very easy for you to identify the proper market directions because you just need to identify what they're doing to the rest of the world. So these concepts are man-made. You have to always remember that. Like these overall concepts, like these retail strategies, the all stuff we covered so far, all the fishes that gets eaten. You just need to understand that these strategies are built there on purpose or delivered by the Enigma and created on purpose to trick you, or best case, not you, but the retailers in the believing that they work consistently, even if they only give a very random or even no understanding at all, but don't really give you any real reasons other than it reacts from an imaginary line or even zone or even a magical indicator. And all of you can do the same test, by the way. If you don't believe me, because again, do the test yourself. You can do it with like a random line experiment. So what is that? What is a random line experiment? So if I just close my screen in here and just go on a random chart, or not random, it's GBP/USD, it's not even a random chart. So if you just go here and just take a line, okay, you just take a horizontal line and just throw it like randomly in even above the price action, like here, right? Or even like in here, or even like in here, or even like below in here, or even like in here. So that's like random lines which have no freaking purpose whatsoever. But now if you look back in what happened, it all seems, it makes sense. Like, yeah, look at that. Like, it is a perfect channel, how it reacts in here, like perfect touch, even touches again, then breaks through it, comes back to this perfect line. Look at that. Now reacts here perfectly again. Obviously then breaks lower, comes back later, and they can do it like randomly all the time. Look at that. Like, how does that make sense? It reacts from that random line above here, like almost, comes back here, and then reacts from here. It makes zero freaking sense. Look at that. Like, how does that make sense? Comes back here, reacts from this area. Oh my God, gives a break here, even reacts in here again a little bit, and then breaks above it. Like, how and why? It's completely random. Like, how does it make sense? Same thing here. Like, why does it react in here? Breaks lower, comes here, reacts again here in this candle, and then goes up. It makes zero sense. Same thing here. It breaks through here, reacts here. It's all random. And you can do this experience yourself. Like, why would that even make sense? And if you try to dig into that reasons of why this would happen all the time, there is no reason. Look at that. We drew these lines randomly. Like, how does price react from here now or here and retest it here and even here again? It makes zero sense. So you need to start to get away from this technical crap and need to go into the real reasons. And that's definitely not like a line. Just again, just to go over that little rant in here. Do that yourself and try if that actually works. Because again, it just shows you how whatever random this market really is. Okay. So what did we learn from this? In hindsight, that's the keyword in here. In hindsight, all these retail strategies seem magical and so reliable, because again, you can go into a random chart and then find like a working trend line. Of course, you will find a working trend line, of course. But what does it do? It does nothing. So, but again, the obvious thing is that they are completely random, and is a very easy to make you believe that whatever these three lines we just drew or like magical lines and price reacted on purpose of them. It was fucking crazy random lines. Like, why would the price even react from that? It makes zero sense. And that's exactly the same thing with this trend, with these retail strategies. If you throw in a random indicator, it will give you like a random working system as well. If you throw in like a random Fibonacci somewhere, it will randomly react over a 68 whatever zone somewhere. That does do nothing. That will not help you. That will not bring you further. That will only confuse you and push you even in the wrong direction, because you're even getting, again, these rewards for doing something wrong if it actually works. So we need to move away from all that stuff, and we need to find out the real reasons why the market moves, how it moves, and how it really operates. Okay? And that's when we're starting digging into our material and leaving all the basics aside, and actually can look at charts. The real goals and intentions of the architects. Again, one more time, a quick summary. They create the whole system to deliver the price in their way. They want to make money. Of course they do. Money is really what they do all the time. They create the money themselves because they want to get it back. They want to prevent you from making money. That's why they're attacking strategies on purpose. And they want to actually make you lose money. Of course, that's why they're creating these systems on purpose, to actually grab the stops as well. And they want to keep you in the game as long as possible. That's why they make it seem so reliable and so working good, and buying all these whatever educational courses and whatever, getting all these people involved to teach you like this nonsense crap, because they want to keep the matrix running forever. And again, if that sounds crazy, again, maybe you think like that's whatever, me like talking here, if you think this is some sort of conspiracy, whatever, and we need to wear like aluminum foil hats now, just ask yourself the question of how it is possible that vast majority of traders lose money when retail strategies are so reliable and actually would work. How can it be that, again, like the official numbers say 80% of people lose money, but the real numbers are more like 95%? How can that be if retail strategies would actually work? Think about that, okay? And again, there's a very good quote, and it says, from one of my favorite guys, is Ben Shapiro. He said, "I have never seen somebody's life get better by complaining about reality. I have seen a lot of people's lives getting better by acknowledging reality of what it is and making personal decisions to make their lives better." So with that being said, again, your mind needs to be open, because again, if you think that's true or no, it makes zero difference. If you think that's all not what it is and a fucking trend that is the key, okay, but it will not bring you further. So you just need to start accepting the reality of what it is, and need to dig into the real reasons, which we will show you, obviously. But first, you wanted to make sure that everyone is on the same side of understanding and have the same basics and foundation. Because the foundation, as we said in the beginning, we can throw so many seeds out of however much we want. You need to be a good soil and obviously grow something out of that. Okay? So, but back on track. If 90% of traders was 90% of the money in the first 90% of the trades or the trading days, what happens to the remaining 10% of traders, and what happens to the traders after the first 90 days, right? So what about the very experienced traders, you might ask, like which trades even for years? So now, of course, we want to back up everything with the data. So let's look at the real numbers. So that's the quote unquote real numbers which brokers have to show you. So maybe you see your broker in here, and they show, like, obviously how many people are losing with their brokers. So as you can see, like the worst one, for example, is FXTM, whatever, with a losing accounts of 89%. For example, like IC Markets, which is one of the most common ones, he only claims like 73% of their investors losing money. That does not consist of people who are break even or don't trade at all. That just means 73% people losing. So if 10% other people don't even trade, they're not included here. So that's how they're hiding these numbers on purpose even. And even that, 73% is pretty bad. And that's one of the best brokers in terms of like winning trades. You can see some of these brokers, they're having up to whatever, 100. I don't even know how that works. Maybe that was a really bad month for them. But they're like 100% losing traders. Like how in the hell is that even possible? Right? So the numbers are always hugely bad. You can check whatever broker you want. And that's just, again, the real numbers. And they need to show that to you. All right? Then it goes deeper than that. All right? Because, of course, there's a pyramid to the whole thing. Because everyone starts trading to become rich or wealthy with it. That's literally the point of you getting into the trading. Then after that, only 40% of the traders survive to stay in the game for longer than 1 month. Just think about that. 40% only. That means like everyone who gets into trading, only 40% makes it out of the first month. That's because of all the reasons we showed you at the beginning when they made like trading so easy. They want to sell you like nonsense courses. Then you follow like Wall Street bad boys, buy some crazy cryptos. Like 60% like are out of the game again after just 1 month. That's crazy. Then another of these 40% remaining people, only 80 or pretty much 80% of those survivors get up within the first 2 years. So they give up within the first 2 years. 80% of these last 40% remaining ones. And after 5 years, only 7% of them are still in the game. And then obviously after less than 5% of them are all in the life wealth or living pretty much out of trading. And then only 1% is getting rich. And that's the real numbers behind the trading. And of course, we need to be aware of that. And obviously we need to elevate you through the steps and get you in this last roster in here. Might recognize some. If you remember this fish tank in here, some of you Hawkeyes might recognize something different in here. So what's going on in here? So have you realized something is wrong here? So remember this guy? So there you go. There's a little shock in there. Like, what the hell is that guy doing in here? So, and that's the so-called market makers. And they are also involved in the whole thing, which makes life not even easier for these so-called retail traders. Because again, these market makers are literally the big banks, like the brokers, all these people who kind of having their strings in the market as well. And their main objective is to make as much money as possible. They are fine with manipulating price for their own benefit and target liquidity to make money themselves. That's literally banks that are not afraid to getting sued billions sometimes just to make money out of the whole system, because they understand like that market is delivered by liquidity and they use that as their advantage. And that's how they're market making price sometimes as well. How do they do it though? So first we start with the big banks. How does big banks do it? So first you see like a few articles where they're getting fined like whatever billions for rigging the Forex market and stuff like that. But let's first dig into that. So how does banks actually trade? There are only a few banks which have the so-called buying power to put so much liquidity into the market to actually push the market around if they wanted to. So first of all, you have to understand that not every bank can do that by any means. There's only a very few amount of banks that actually have the buying power to put so much liquidity into it that they actually can make a little bit of a push in the market, right? So usually they're using a specific way as they chasing each other. They see the market in a very different way as us, because for them, they are very, very inflexible. If you think about yourself, you can trade whatever, whenever the fuck you want. For them, they don't have this luxury. They need to actually monitor all the price. It needs to have key zones where they can put their huge positions in, right? And they need to wait for the ideal entry area by entering their positions and to create these big wicks from time to time. And that's what creates sometimes so-called stop hunts of people, which always is not meant to stop you out whatsoever. That's just big institutions having now their huge liquidity fill, and they can enter it, and that sometimes creates these little stop hunts or whatever, these huge wicks in the market. That's literally what happens in there. So we can identify these areas and wait for their so-called whatever stop hunts, and then trade in light of that, because that signals us that now a huge institution entered the market, right? But guess what? They also can take advantage of the fact that Enigma delivers the price but to high liquidity areas by placing so-called ghost orders. What is ghost orders? So pretty much that is orders in the market, and it's huge limit orders. And as Enigma seeks liquidity orders and is gravitating towards those limit orders before price actually gets the limit orders triggered, they delete them, and price is forced to move rapidly in the different direction. And that creates these huge wicks also. You've probably seen like a lot of times already, right? It's called spoofing. And spoofing, by the way, is illegal. They still do it. And you can see them getting fined like left and right by that. Now, how does it look like in the charts? So if you look, for example, in this area, so what is going on here? Right, so what do we see? We see like price obviously making a false low in here, building the false channel all the way down there, obviously then moving higher, 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 building all this buy trend, buy trend, buy trend, giving this false channel whatsoever. Finally, getting like to a reversal area. Obviously, you will know later why they're doing that or how they're doing it and how you can identify it more easily. But first, let's see how they spoof the market actually, because technically the market, with our understanding of lit, this zone would actually be valid for reversal now, okay? But what can banks do in scenarios like this? For some reason, they are not filled yet or need to grab more liquidity for their purpose. How do they do it? They need to grab, obviously, the liquidity which lies above this area. Of course, they cannot push the market up themselves, so that's why they need to come together and place huge limit orders inside here. Can be stop orders, can be limit orders, doesn't matter. They need to put huge orders inside this area. And as Enigma is gravitating towards this huge liquidity above here, right? What does need to happen? Price needs to gravitate towards that orders. The moment they're breaking this structure though, to grab out all the liquidity, the limit orders is here, they press one button and exit and cancel all the limit orders. So there is no limit orders anymore. So Enigma is forced to make this. Immediately smokes lower. And that's why they sometimes can spoof these little areas in here, and then price is rapidly forced to push lower. And you probably saw examples of this a lot. They're really annoying because there's not really trading opportunities in here, because you can see they're not really giving you any possible trade opportunities after that. They spoof the price higher, grab all the possible liquidity, then there is no liquidity, and then they smoke price lower and never give you a proper re-entry and not even like pullbacks where you could re-enter afterwards. And that's how banks actually manipulating it and getting even sued for that. But they don't care, they do it all over the place. just to show you a little bit one examples. And then there's brokers. Okay, and brokers doesn't make life hard for you as well, and they have a little bit tricks as well. Usually by brokers nowadays they're getting more, actually, let's call them fair, but there's also, of course, like it's always like a few black sheeps around there, and you should only, and you need to stay away from these so-called B book brokers. Brokers are literally brokers that offers you like have a huge leverage, like even some incentives if you pay in like whatever, pay in 1K now, whatever you get like whatever 500K, 500 extra and shit like that. They lure you in like with whatever incentives and this huge leverage and nonsense like that, and they just taking, because they know the numbers as well, and they taking the other side of your position. So if you're taking a buy, they taking the sell. Right? So if you lose money, they make money. But that's B-book brokers. So what can they do? Right? So they literally can have a lot of tricks. And that happens, by the way, to a lot of your mentors in Lit as well, like back in the days, because they can freeze your price fee or just disconnect you, a block and reconnect it. For example, you are entering a trade and have not placed a stop loss yet, whatever. They can just freeze your fee. And again, they can mess around with you a little bit. And they just make sure that you're getting whatever slipped or whatever. They can widen your spread, create your stops. They can also create ghost wicks. That's really annoying. Ghost wicks are literally whatever price usually is made like this, and your stop loss was above here. They literally create a ghost wick. So grab your stop, and then you stopped out, and then for you there's a wick. But then if you refresh your chart, the wick is gone. Price never really went there. They just whatever essentially made the price to go there to grab your stop, just to order stop you out. That can happen as well. But usually, again, that's with these B-book brokers, just so you know, they're having a lot of these tools. They used it like years and years ago, like almost like daily. Nowadays, it's getting a little bit harder because there's so many, obviously, authorities behind everything, and it's getting a little bit more fine in that sense, right? It's not that worse as it was like years ago. Okay, so just be careful with picking the right broker and stay completely away from this exotic nonsense, because that's usually B-book brokers and they actually can do that for you to you easily. Let's just start off with a little fun and show you the actual evolution of most traders, unfortunately, at this point, to give you some background information. So, of course, everyone starts as a normal person, and at some point you discover trading and everything. That's where your life kind of can make a positive switch. You discover trading, you obviously start to evolve, everything looks great, you get your feet wet and collect some experience. Perfect. You put in the work, learn some new strategies, maybe buy some courses, learn stuff, and that's where most people are at this point. And then at the 5 step, where the human actually starts to go down a little bit, is when, quote unquote, these traders nowadays all be like, oh, we trade like the big banks, we use market structure and smart money concepts. And that's is technically the right way, but that's where most people start like actually de-involving than actually involving to the positive side, because that's when they kind of switch things up a little bit. And again, then they getting into this false belief system of market structure, smart money concepts, and again, he's picking these wrong points of interest, getting losses. They don't really understand those losses, they don't really question it. They just claim it with valid loss after break of structure and stuff like that. They stop questioning at this point. That's why they're actually lowering the learning experience at this point. This is a very dangerous point we have to be very careful about. And then, unfortunately, now you see it on Instagram, social media, YouTube, wherever. What do these people then do? If they don't get the success they want, they create these quote unquote mentorships. Everyone in the system now has a mentorship group for 100 a month where they're teaching, quote unquote, teaching these smart money concepts, where they create these videos about Kochs and breakout structure and smart money concepts in replay mode, putting some fancy music to it just to get views and obviously get you in the shitty mentorship, right? But again, that's not it. The proper evolution should, of course, look different. You should discover trading. You should dig into trading. You actually collect and, again, get experience the way you should be able to do it. Put in the work, learn new strategies, and that's when now the big change comes. Then actually dig into the real reasons for how the market works with liquidity inducement. Again, not again smart money concepts or like supply demand, the market structure. Just think about it for a second. Market structure is the first thing every trader learns in baby pips. Everyone knows the higher low, lower low, whatever this change of character when it makes the breaker structure. That's the first thing everyone learned in their experience. Of course, that's not how it works. Of course, that will not work on the long run. You have to actually question the strategies and how the market really works. And we will show you in this webinar. And then again, that's when you actually should be quiet, silent for a few months to discover the true market intention, what works for you, and how to actually you can make it work. And again, question everything. And then create a proper trading plan based on proven concepts you tested over the last months, not even weeks, months, and then stick to your trading plan like a robotic like discipline and put emotions aside. Again, emotions are very dangerous. We will dig into it a little bit as well. So, also, what you have to understand first, and this is probably your first essential learning lessons, period. Traders, robots, EIs, whatever it might be, they need reasons and trade confirmations to open a position. No one ever will open a random trade. Again, when do you open a trade? When you learn something, when you found a strategy, when you test it a little bit, and then, oh, it's the third touch of the trend line. Oh, it's a valid break of structure, taps into mitigations on a point of interest. You need these reasons to open a trade, of course, right? And most traders likely have similar reasons. Have you ever questioned that? Again, everyone has the same exact chart in front of them, the whole world. It's not you sitting in your living room with your fancy iPad drawing in a fancy box or a line in the chart. No, the whole world obviously sees the same things, right? So the majority of traders, though, they can't explain why they seemingly can't make a living out of trading. Because maybe you follow the rules of your mentor, maybe you follow the rules you've learned, but for some reason you just can't make it work and you just don't know why, right? So following what is taught and learned may not be enough to succeed because, again, very dangerous. There's a lot of wrong knowledge out there, a lot of it, right? Again, just to mention a few: retail strategies such as support resistance, trend line, supply demand, Fibonacci, volume trading. Again, there's so many stuff even nowadays, smart money concepts, all that stuff. The problem with that stuff is that you will not give or been given any real reasons for how this market works. Do you actually think a $6 trillion a day market works because you drew in a trend line on your MacBook, and then a market comes back and reacts of your little trend line? Do you actually think that? Of the zone you draw in the chart? Do you think that? That's obviously not the case. They need to give you those reasons so you'd be like, oh, that's supply demand. I know that. Oh, that should work because this and this and this. They know that. They obviously know you're going to open a trade, and that's how they engineer and actually can deliver the market how they want. And smart money concepts nowadays is just another fancy way of using market structure, which is the most basic thing, period, in combination with supply and demand. Breaker structures, Kochs, and sometimes even worse, Wyckoff. Okay? And then YouTube traders and Instagram gurus may be showing ineffective strategies to just sell your dream. Have you ever thought about that? Okay, but again, before you getting all mad and write some pretty bad comments about us just because we want to help you, no. Again, you can't just blame it on psychology or experience as well. Again, some people will be like, oh, I have to just get one more year experience of smart money traps and then I will make the breakthrough. No, It will not going to happen because you don't even question the core issue that smart money or like retail strategies are not the way to go to. And just because you see someone on Instagram driving a Lambo and then tells you that support and assistance is amazing, it's probably not going to be a good thing for you in the future, right? And experience will not change it. You can also not blame psychology. Yes, psychology is a huge reason why most traders don't succeed. But again, you can have the best psychology in the whole world. If you don't understand how the market works with the real reasons, it will not help you shit. So you have to start with actually getting the real reasons of how the market works. And yes, I know some traders may be very successful with random strategies, but again, we just give you the basis. Most of these strategies will not work for most traders. Again, I had a friend, actually, he worked for for Deutsche Bank, and he actually explained me a strategy, and I programmed it. And I discovered, hey, wait a second, that's not really a working strategy. So how can you make it for you? And this is a guy who literally, again, at this point, he wasn't that big at this point. He only made 7 figures. And I met him the first time and become friends with him. Obviously now he's a little bit further than that also. But yeah, then he just explained me, yeah, he just doesn't literally know why it sometimes doesn't work. And that's when my moment even was like, wait a second. You don't even know why it doesn't work like 50% of the times, but you're still making 7 figures of it. Yes, you can be lucky. I'm not saying that he's lucky. But again, when we digged into his trades he didn't win, he just didn't know why. And then sometimes he just didn't catch them on actually accident and only caught the ones which are working. Maybe the same thing with you if you trade supply demand, whatever concepts. Again, if you test them on a actually every time basis, you will notice that they only work 50% of the time. How can I know that? I programmed every strategy literally I came across like years and years ago, and I have the numbers for all of that. Even the same thing for smart money. And the smart money point of interest, if you actually program it and actually look in the numbers, they were horrible. The points of interest had like a 20% accuracy, and 80% of the time it failed. And again, we have the numbers for that. It's not a secret. But again, still people feel like, oh, smart money then, yes, blah, blah, blah. No, you have to actually dig a little bit deeper, much deeper than that, okay? So then again, another proof of that is prop firms, for example, they even stupid enough, sorry to even say, that they even show you their numbers when they say like, oh, we withdrawn traders this month 5 million. And then they even say, oh, our traders this month opened 10 million trades. Wait a second. You withdrew 5 million, but your traders opened 10 million trades a month? Oh shit. That's the worst numbers you could ever do. So you had to trade like mini lots for 1 pip TP to get that done. Horrible numbers. And again, broker feeds, they're all revealing the numbers. It's not a secret. It's not a secret. But again, why is that? Because 90% of traders, or even 95% of traders, are trading the same shit. Right? Okay, maybe some are more successful than others, but again, the majority of them, they're trading the same shit. And again, traders maybe blame themselves for not following the rules properly when they experience losses, but not the strategy themselves. That's why, again, no, you have to start questioning actually what you're trading, right? And then some might believe just losses are normal, okay, without questioning, but how can you grow there? How can you ever grow if you never question your losses, ever? Okay, so answer this truthfully. Have you ever got stopped out by a few pips and then the market laughs at your face and gets a new direction afterwards? And you're forced to watch it move without you? Hmm? It all starts with the understanding that the market is not hunting you down. Again, you few lot size, even if you open 100 lots, the market doesn't care. Right? It's not about you. Again, you have to go away from that feeling. It's not the broker hunting you down. It's not the market hunting you down, even though it might feel something like that. It is the overall strategies traders, systems, AIs, everyone needs, and they are targeted. Okay, so let's actually get into this war and dig into these foundations which you will keep for the rest of your trading career and give you the basis of how you actually can understand the markets a little bit better. So the key components of the market. So you see this beautiful heart in here, we can call it the heart of the market, and you see there's a lot of functions in it. Again, if you think about it, it just can't be like a heart pumping blood. No, there has to be some components in it which actually drive the price, the market of how we know it, and has multiple components into it. The first one, And the most obvious one is, of course, the money aspect to it. And that is the true heart of the market. Everything, of course, is around money. Everyone wants to create it. Everyone wants to be rich. Everyone gets technically into trading to become rich. Again, if you're being truly honest to yourself, that is the reason why you trade, right? The real reason why they can manipulate you as well, again, as they attach money to what? Emotions, all these things that come with emotions. They use it highly against you. And the thing people don't understand, though, these people who control these markets, again, we will not dig into this comparison theorist and whatever stuff. No, we won't do that. But again, just know that the market is definitely controlled at a degree. And again, these people, just again to name out a few, for example, the Federal Reserve, these are people, they creating the money. They don't need money. They press a button to create money. So do you think they need money? No, they create it. They have unlimited amounts of money. They even showed in the last year when they literally printed trillions of dollars the last few years. I think at this point, over 40% of the dollar amount that is in existence right now was printed in the last 2 years. Just like that. They can create it out of nothing. You need money, you need to work, you need to actually get money to survive, to buy luxury things. They don't need that. They're independent of all of that. So you have to start with that thinking. They don't do what they do for money. They have the money. They do what they do for control and for you to actually get stuck in the system. The next thing, obvious one, is fundamental analysis. People need reasons of, maybe this unpredictable news events, NFP, FOMC, all that stuff, or maybe even the numbers. People look at the numbers, arbitraging it, Euro USD against the US 30 or dollar index, blah, blah, blah. Economy reasons, this economy does bad, so I have to short it, blah, blah. No, literally not. Again, how can you think, if you actually think about news events? How, actually, let me see if my pen works here. Let me see if you can see that pen. Oh shit. How was it back home? How did it work actually? Ah, shit. Let's see. Oh, there you go. So let's actually see if the news events, right? Here's the news coming in. And now the news event, whatever, is positive, whatever. The numbers of NFP is super fucking good, right? Again, the logical thing, maybe at this pair, whatever it might be, would be price would rising if the numbers are good. So how can it be that the moment in the news event, the news makes this? How? If the numbers are good, why in the hell did they go low first? To stop out all buyers and then go buy based on the news event. How can that be? Did you ever question it, even just for a speckle? Again, news is not what drives price. It's literally not. And I don't even know how to close that drawing thing. Cam, if you maybe help me out here. How can I? Oh, thank you. Right, so again, start questioning these things. Another thing, technical analysis. Again, retail strategy, smart money concepts, indicators, all this stuff, Ikimoku cloud, everything like that, that lines into the technical analysis. Again, everyone sees the same chart. Everyone needs these confirmations. People will not open trades. Systems will not open trades without confirmations. You need whatever strategy you might need or trade. Again, if you're a trend trader, let me wait for the third touch of the trend and after break of structure. If you're a smart money trader, let me wait for the break of structure into imbalance, into mitigation. That's your reason why you open a trade. You don't question anything else. You just have these reasons and think you can become a billionaire just by following that. No, dig deeper. Again, you need to know why people take a trade and risk their hard-earned money in the markets. Again, they will not just randomly open a trade, is it? Right. The next thing you have to understand is the psychology aspect, and this is things that are getting a little bit tricky because this is the illogical aspect of trading. Where FOMO, revenge trading, everyone experienced that. And guess what? They can enforce that with price action. They know exactly when you will be very happy and excited and feel FOMO to fear a setup. They know how to trigger that with price action. If they create a huge candle in line with the trend of a breakdown, they know people get FOMO. The same thing when they know when they pull back the market on you that you will chicken out of your position and close the trade prematurely. They know that because humans are generally very bad traders, and emotions and thoughts, they work against you. They have literally zero benefits in trading. So again, this also will be fully different for every trader individually, and it's very hard to generalize, but just understand this as well. Now things get a little bit more exciting because this is where the rabbit hole starts to open a little bit. the syndicates. Syndicates are companies, whatever we call them, like even corporations, we call them institutions, whatever you want. And these companies have all the data. That means they obviously see exactly where the positions are in the markets. Again, it would be fugazi if you don't think that is not the case. They know exactly when people open the trades, what's the balance or the ratio of buyers and sellers, where putting people their stop losses, where putting people their TPs, when do they pull break even. They see that all. They have all this information. You don't. You have to learn to see that with your bare eyes. But again, they have all this information. It's not a secret that these numbers are there. They have to be there, right? So they know all these things. And now the architects come in place. We talked a little bit about it earlier. Again, that's people we can't really give a name to. We don't really know who they are. They exist. It's not a question. It's not a conspiracy. We will not dig into that, right? But again, these are people. They know all these things. Again, these are people with the unlimited amount of money. They not only create the money with the press of a button, they also created or create price action only for the purpose of control. Again, for them, it's not about money. They have the money. They are the money. And they know more than we could ever imagine, right? And this is the part where the normal Joe, the normal person, would put on the tinfoil hat and scream like, no, this is not true. I will not believe that. And this is where you're literally gonna be stuck forever if you don't wanna realize that. Again, there's no benefit for you if you deny that. Where's the benefit? Again, for them, it's just about power and control. They don't need money. They just want to control the way people behave. They want what people do and all that stuff, right? So you have to understand that truthfully without even thinking about conspiracy. No, this is the way the market is and the way you have to understand it. And now the most important aspect about it all, and this is the enigma, or how we call it, the enigma. And that is the machine behind it all. And we will dig into it in this webinar even. And this is the AI. Again, they created this AI. We will dig into it years and decades ago, right? And this is actually the AI which delivers, quote unquote, delivers price action the way you see it, the way everyone in this world sees the price action on a daily basis, on a minutely basis, on a month. Every time the price moves, it's actually delivered by an AI. And it knows this again, this enigma obviously has all these numbers we covered before. It has all the fundamental reasons, that all this technical analysis. It knows exactly what makes people excited, feeling FOMO, feeling fear. There's all the numbers of the data. And of course, they have founded these things with unlimited resources as well. And they can obviously use the enigma to create, and that's the most important point now, to create liquidity for themselves, for big banks, big institutions. We call them the big boy club. Again, if they open positions in the market, they need a shit lot of capital. How do they get it? Again, the market is nothing else than buyers and sellers. If there's no sellers and you want to open 5 million lots, you can't. You can't. You need other people that take the opposite side of your position. And of course, that's how they use Enigma, that again, they give the rest of the world all the reasons they need to buy so they can sell. It's easy as that. Literally easy as that. Again, think about it to maybe a better understanding. You probably all experienced this crypto hype. All these little pump and dump schemes, they called it, right? When they actually quote unquote induced people into buying, oh, buy this coin, buy that coin. But guess what it was? The big players, they all bought these coins literally months ago. And then when the retailer knows about the coin, they've been used for what? Special award prize for the winner who can answer this question. They've been used for exit liquidity. Pump, the big institution pump it, then they reveal it to the public. The public is stupid enough to buy it, and then obviously the big boys, they sell it off to the public, and then price can drop. Everyone loses money other than the big boys. And that's literally in a nutshell of what happens on a minutely basis in the market. It's literally that easy. If the moment you understand that, that is when everything is about to change. So, whoops, let's dig into it. So what technically is the enigma? To understand what the enigma is, we have to understand the basics of how the market works. So again, there are market participants that trade incredible amounts of money, like BlackRock, for example, Vanguard, like you can call out a few more institutions if you really want to. Fidelity is one of the big ones as well, which again, they manage over 20 trillion US dollar, just these four corporations alone, right? So, but obviously, there are much more banks, institutions, corporations, all of that. Again, but just these four alone, they manage 20 trillion US dollars alone, right? Again, just for a normal person, you can't even imagine that numbers. And we just call these big players, we just call them big boys club for argument's sake, okay? So these institutions can't trade like us. Their orders are much too big in order to just open a position. Again, it's this quote unquote fair exchange, they call it. They have a super nice quote to say about it. The market is a fair exchange of money of the competent to the incompetent. So when someone wants to sell or buy, they need a seller. If someone wants to buy, they need a seller. If someone wants to sell, they need a buyer. So guess where these billions every day come from to book a profit for the Big Boys Club? Guess where it comes from? And here's a special surprise. It is not you. The market is not hunting you. Down. Again, we talked about it earlier. Your 10 lots, your 50 lots, your 100 lots, they will not make a big difference to them. They have to create these billions in order to target the overall strategies the way you learned it, the way you've seen it, the way you experienced it, the way you've got it taught, aka these retail strategies and smart money concepts, which make the rest of the world in order to target the over, not you. The market is not hunting you down. Again, we talked about it earlier. Your 10 lots, your 50 lots, your 100 lots, they will not make a big difference to them. They have to create these billions in order to target the overall strategies the way you learned it, the way you've seen it, the way you experienced it, the way you've got it taught, aka these retail strategies and smart money concepts, which make the rest of the world buy and sell. In addition to that, they create emotions like FOMO, fear, of course, to add on top of that fire. Again, when 90% of the world is buying, they sell. When 90% of the world is selling, they buy. How else do you think the official broker statements claim? And again, 90% of traders lose their capital. They're all trading the same reasons. Again, as we said, they call it a fair exchange of the competent and incompetent. Crazy. If you dig deeper into it. So again, we talked about it. When do you, banks, smaller banks, hedge funds, everyone who's not part of their club, when do they trade? Again, they need reasons. They need technical analysis, they need retail strategies, they need indicators, they need fundamental analysis. They wait for the news, they trade smart money concepts. Again, and they will give you very happily all these reasons. They know exactly when you buy, when you sell, where your stop loss is, where you take profit is, when you pull break even, when you chicken out, when you close too early, when you close too late. They know all of that. And they will give you that reasons, right? So here's the twist. They have to keep the wheel spinning though. They obviously want you to come back and trade it. Again, if smart money traders will get stopped out every day, all the time, they will not trade it. If trend lines would always get smoked every single time the moment they show, no one would trade it. If an indicator never provides a proper trade, a winning trade, nobody would use it. So of course, at some point they have to throw people the bones and they have to show how it works. That's how you see double tops. Yes, They lead to a big reaction sometimes. Yes, a smart money point of interest will lead to a 1 to 10 at some point, for sure. It has to be like that. Again, they have to give you the illusion that it works. But again, now think deeply. Why is 90% of traders using them or losing them? Why? If it apparently works so good, it's hindsight trading. It's not how it works, right? So Enigma is very good at delivering price action exactly to make them win enough to keep them coming back, keep them in the game. Maybe you remember and imagine this quote of the Wolf of Wall Street when they actually sit at the dinner table and Hannah explains Jordan Belfort they have to keep the wheel spinning. That's literally exactly how they do it. They have to keep them in the game by providing them some profit at some point, but not too much that they actually can make a great living out of it. Does it sound familiar too? You have most likely heard about, again, ChatGPT, one of the craziest rising things, and already experienced the power of AI at this point. So now imagine that ChatGPT was developed by OpenAI literally only a few years ago by a few developers under strict limitations as a trained language model and only has data for a few years, only up to 2021. And you see how crazy that shit is. Now a funny thing. There's also an AI called Aladdin, and Aladdin is an AI-driven platform that was developed by BlackRock. BlackRock, one of the most craziest companies, or whatever you want to call it, institutions there is. They literally own almost everything. In the early 2000s, so about 23 years ago, they created Aladdin. And it's now used to manage an estimated amount between 10 and 20 trillion dollars. And that's an AI-driven platform. What do you think that thing does? Right? So and now think about it way deeper than that. Again, BlackRock is an actual normal institution, but Enigma was developed way, way before that and with unlimited funds, and they don't have to follow rules. Again, that's created by the people who don't give a fuck. They have no rules. They created them. They are the rulers. Again, they don't need money. They need power. They need control. And that's why they create the enigma of obviously deliver the markets the way they want to deliver it, of how to control and obviously empower themselves and obviously take the power from everyone else. And that's obviously how they deliver the daily markets with a volume of an estimated 5 trillion US dollars every single day. It has to be like that. Nothing in the market can be ever random. They can't leave it up to chance. They obviously control it. And that's how they actually engineered and developed Enigma over the last decades. And look how freaking amazing they did it. So to give you a simple explanation, Enigma is the AI that drives or delivers price action on a 24/5 basis in Forex. Enigma has all the insights about the fundamental analysis and the technical analysis and has all the hard numbers of liquidity, of current liquidity in the market, limits, stop losses, take profits, all of that. And Enigma knows exactly what price action to quote unquote show to bring in buy liquidity or sell liquidity, to stop people out, to make them excited, to kick in the FOMO. They know all that stuff, how to enforce that to you. Okay. And again, the unfortunate thing for you, these concepts, they've been all used against you. So your strategy creates liquidity for them so they can take the other side of your trade. The objectives are pretty easy. It's create liquidity, trap people, early reversal sellers, induce them to give them the last push to jump in, and then repeat the whole process over and over again. And if you don't know about these four essential objects, you literally will be trapped in this liquidity cycle forever. And that's literally a promise. An easy way to compare it, again, just again, look for example, BlackRock and Vanguard. Just those two corporations alone. They literally own majority shares of all the major brands you could think of. Just those two companies, right? And now think about food, for example. Majority of customer brands, how you know it, you go in a supermarket and you think, oh, let me buy a variety of food. No, you're literally buying from 10 companies. That's it. Same thing with retail strategy. You think, oh, I'm trading a variety of retail strategies and combined with smart money concepts and market structure. No, it's one thing. It's the enigma giving you that reasons. It's very easy if you think about it. It's actually very easy. You just have to escape this. And again, our most stolen quote to this point is probably, again, we brought that in years ago, is if you can't identify the liquidity, you are the liquidity. And nowadays, especially with smart money concepts, because there's so many people out there that try to explain you that exact thing and show you smart money this and that. No, it's crazy. Again, we brought that in, what is it, 3 years to this point, and how is it that not even anyone is like close to understanding? Why does no one else show you intraday mastery other than us? Isn't that strange? Right? So actually, let's dig into some more theory, and then we actually dig into charts because you understand it better. So let's look at this little illustration here so you actually get it into your brain deeply. Okay, so the easiest trick in the book to create liquidity for the big boy club is this, for example. Imagine the big boys bought positions right down there. Okay, so this cloud in here represents their open positions. Okay, their open positions obviously don't do shit. They obviously have to close their positions to get actually money for themselves. Right, so when they want to book a profit for their buys, they need someone taking the other side of their position, as they want to sell off the buys. And if they obviously want to close the buys in profit, they need the other buyer to take it. It's easier than that, right? So they have to create buy liquidity so the rest of the world, aka retail strategies, buy off their positions. Again, think about these pump and dump schemes we talked about earlier. Okay, just a quick side question. Everything clear so far with the Enigma? Makes sense? Just give me a quick heads up if everything is good there, because it's very important everyone understands that. Because I have to sip a quick water here as well. Brain exploded. Okay. Very good. I see some very good aha moments there. And we will go deeper than that, don't worry. Okay, so now think about it this. Again, they open all these, again, think about it as a crypto thing. So they bought these little shit coin down there, and that's all the money they want to liquidate for themselves. Okay? So it's to be like, okay, let's buy here. At some point, obviously, the price actually starts to develop. Okay, perfect. But at this point, I hope you see my mouse, by the way. I thought I'm just making weird moves here, but I think you can. So at some point, obviously, they want to liquidate actually their positions and actually make money themselves. Again, that's the institutions they're using Enigma, right? So at some point, oh, people coming in, and that's what they're seeing. Oh, it's a little trend forming already. That means buyers come in, and these buyers obviously taking the buys from the big boys. So perfect. They actually can close a few buys and put it in their bank account, like visually speaking, right? Perfect. So they create a few buyers. Perfect. They got a few reasons, a little transforming, break and retest, blah, blah, blah. They can close off a few buys. Perfect. Boom. What happens? Huge momentum, speed, everyone's getting excited, breaker traders coming in, momentum traders coming in, FOMO kicks in, more buyers enter. Boom. They can actually liquidate a few more buys and be happy that other people bought off their positions. Amazing, right? At some point, of course, they will mess around, show like a triple top, show like these little pullback, lower lows, to fake like a potential reversal. Again, it's because resistance and lower lows, all that stuff. And again, they bring in sellers. But what's the other point they also do? If sellers enter, they're putting their stop losses where? Above here. And when they getting stopped out, obviously they become buyers. If you close your sell in a loss, you become a buyer, right? So again, this creates more buyers for them to get liquidated. Oh, interesting. So the moment this happens, and you've probably seen this like hundreds of times, boom, sellers are getting stopped out and buyers actually getting in because, yeah, it's a breakout, right? It's a breakout, it's a continuation. And that's how they're creating even more liquidity. And boom, just like that, they liquidated even more positions of them. Perfect, right? But it doesn't end here. It doesn't end here. Look how much money they still have left in the cloud. They want to still get more money done, right? So guess what they do? Break and retest. Oh, so more buyers enter in here. Break and retest. Perfect. Continuation. Woohoo. Obviously, buyers add in, they can scale out. Boom. And slowly and surely, they can liquidate these people. And now, obviously, danger comes in. Just moving the chart here, so we have a little bit more room here. So what's the next thing's going to happen? Boom. Breakout, Koch, they want to call it, change of character, break of structure. First of all, this stops out late buyers here, right? But again, they don't want to stop out buyers. They want to bring in more buyers technically, right? And stop out sellers to become buyers. First of all, they do this. No buyers come in here, right? But obviously they look to the left in here. Oh, what is this also? What is this also? Oh, another whatever support turns into resistance or whatever, all that stuff, or resistance turns into support, blah blah blah, break and retest, and then of course, boom, touches back, even comes back in this zone. Of course, more buyers open here as well. But again, other smart, quote unquote, smart money traders, what do they see? Oh, we are so smart. Smart money here, imbalance here, oh, break of structure here. They getting a reaction of this zone, which we call smart money trap. And that brings in smart money sellers. And this is the last push, the last move they have to do to bring in all the premature sellers to stop them out and to finally liquidate out of all their positions. Because what is about to happen? Boom. Smart money traders getting stopped out as well, and they're all becoming buyers. And on the other side, again, we have another continuation, another breakout, all that stuff. So everyone now is buying, 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 and all the sellers, they are stopped out. What a surprise! What a surprise, right? Oh, but again, they have to have one little money left they want to liquidate. So what's about to happen? First, right, if every seller's getting stopped out, there's no more reasons for anyone to sell. Again, the latest reasons were the smart money traps. They got a little fake reaction. They got stopped out. No more sellers. So what's about to happen, right? First, the big boys come into play and be like, oh, look at all the money we liquidated. Let's actually reverse the whole thing. And now we can close finally all our buys down there. We made our pump and dump work successfully. We found a lot of weirdos who actually bought off our buyers. Also by bought off, I mean, again, selling and then getting stopped out. You're forcefully getting to a buyer, right? And there, yeah, perfect. Let's actually open our big sells up in here. Boom, market pulls back. Last break and retest in here for the buyers. That's when the buy positions just like that. And that's when I look at them, the happy big boys with the big piles of money, the big bags of money, right? They transferred all their buys into actually actually forms of actually money. Again, at first it was open positions. Now they closed everything because people bought it off from them. And now they're ready to do the same thing again. Big boy sell, sells in here, repeat the whole process. First, move the money into your bank, open all the other positions, and let other people sell or buy it off of you because they need the reason. So boom, breakout, people selling, Koch, people having the sell direction, brings in sellers, buys, stops out buyers, which become sellers, so they can liquidate their first monies again. And they repeat this process, break and retest, sellers come in, more people can sell off, and they can give more people the sells. And that's the never ending cycle of quote unquote, the market is a fair exchange of money from the incompetent to the competent. And the moment you understand this truthfully, this is how everything can change in your future trading career. And this is technically everything you will ever need. Okay, so let's actually dig into some charts. Because again, understanding directional bias without any smart money concepts, any market structure, any multiple time frames, or any indicator, nothing. We just need nothing. We just need to understand the knowledge of pure liquidity inducement, and that's it. That's literally it. Obviously, you can add a lot of stuff. And again, yes, we have multiple and multiple and multiple of confluences we can add in, but technically, you don't need anything. Let me show you. So, when we just look at this little piece of price action, so can we guess what the world is seeing and how the balance between buyers and sellers looks like in here? Can we just guess? It's obviously very hard to guess with just a little piece of price action. So we only have like a triple top in here, we have a double bottom in here, maybe even a triple bottom, whatever you want to say it. So now what you have to do in your mind always now, just make this, boom. This retail or world buy sell meter thing. You don't know, it's just a range, double top or triple top, double bottom, triple bottom, whatever. Maybe there's a little bit more sellers in because you have a very clean triple top in here and whatever, just a double top bottom on here. So again, this is what you have to do in your mind, right? So again, then just do nothing here. Just do nothing. You just wait until something like this happens. Oh, okay. So the triple top holds. Break out of the equal lows. Okay. So obviously break out of this strong resistance zone. The support holds huge momentum. This is obviously when the world is starting to sell. But again, it's not enough. They want to drive price lower. That's why they show a trend. They show the speed. They show the momentum. And at some point, the world is selling. The big boys, they closed off their sales. Maybe they opened it up in here, right? Again, they closed off. The world is selling enough. Again, they can't close off any more sales because they closed everything. So what's about to happen? Obviously, when the world is selling, the big boy club sold already off their positions to the world, and they can start opening their buy positions. So they say, thank you, Enigma, for delivering price action to let us close out all our positions. And now everyone is selling and giving us the liquidity so we can open our big buy positions. So, question to the chat here. So what is going to happen when the world is selling and they have the final inducement to the low side? What's going to happen to this price action here? Exactly. So obviously the moment everyone is selling and the last inducement is in place, price actions start reversing. Sellers getting taken out, buyers enter. And you always have to think about this meter, again, how it changes slowly. But again, not every seller stopped out. It does maybe seller stop losses up here. Maybe they opened their positions in here. They're still in there, whatever they did. And at this point, a few sellers getting stopped out and buyers enter. So this meter is about to change slowly, right? So more buyers are starting getting in. So they have to make sure to add some more sellers into the game to balance a few orders. Again, they can't just move price action in like one way up. They very rarely do that. So they have to give all these people reasons to buy and sell so they can scale out, create liquidity to stop out these people then. And at this point, they do what? Again, they show the equal lows, they show the support, they show the little trend, right? So how can they create this, right? So of course, boom, now they're showing also this quadruple top. Crazy, can't get broken, there's imbalance, there's your little supply area. Again, smart money traders getting excited here because they have the break of structure, blah, 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 all that stuff, so they're getting direction. But on the other side, again, there's a little trend forming as well. So buyers getting in, sellers getting in. It balances out a little bit. So again, we have the reaction of the double or triple top, and we also have a third touch of the trend line. So now, at this point, all hell is breaking loose, as the invincible resistance of the quadruple top just literally got broken. So breakout party is going on. So also the third touch of the trend line is skyrocketing. So the smart money traders obviously are stopped out anyways if they sold off the imbalance, whatever supply in here, right? And again, but trend traders, they're getting very excited. Breakout traders, they're getting very excited. Support traders, they're getting very excited. This overall momentum, very excited. Again, what is actually about to happen? So what is about to happen when you have this inducement in here and the world is getting a little bit too excited about buying in here? Thank you, Enigma, the corporations say. And again, they can literally start opening opposite orders. Because people buying like crazy. And again, sellers are getting stopped out. So they have the liquidity to open pullback sells. What a surprise. Boom. Right, but at this point, obviously a full U seller is getting stopped out. With the structure here, there's a Koch in here, right? So you have the break of structures or smart money traders. Again, they still might be trading the buys in here because yes, equal lows being taken right into a little demand area in here, right? So it's still a trend in here. Yes, break of structure to the left. Oh, so buyers getting in. But if you look at the meter, buy liquidity is literally in overhand. Smart money traders come in guns blazing, looking for the continuation order flow. But again, they know that. They know that. So note that the majority of the world is literally buying. Once again, there is a trend forming. You had a massive breakout zone, and price is showing a reaction of the smart money demand zone in here. Right? So what is about to happen? You maybe notice. So what is about to happen right here as well? If the most of the world is buying, do they want to make buyers money, or do they want to actually sell them off, stop them out between these zones, right, and actually make profit out of them? Of course, they say, thank you, Enigma, for delivering price action to give this reaction, right? For first of all, the majority of the buyers of the smart money zone, right? To also fake sellers in for the overall plays, right? But again, now you of course want to stop out the buyers as buyers are getting too much. So how do they do it? Boom. Here is what? Majority of buyers are either stopped out or out of break even, and sellers enter, as again we have the Koch in here, the change of character, the break of structure, momentum of the trend line, further of the trend line, and of course support double bottom, right? Got broken in here, right? And a little counter trend reaction as well from here as well. So obviously sellers are getting in. Buyers are stopped out, they got liquidated. But again, now the world is selling and there's no buyers because usually normal buys off of here. They usually buy off down there or maybe in here, but no one buys in here. So what can the big boys do, right? So what's continue to happen? Inducement of all the sellers. Again, the sellers getting excited, buyers getting stopped out. So in what direction can the market continue? What's about to happen? Thank you, Enigma. We can close our positions. We take the opposite side. Again, people are forced to buy as again, forced to obviously sell off as they're getting stopped out, right? And obviously they can open their buys for themselves. What's about to happen? Of course, a reaction. Buyers slowly getting back in. Better add some sell liquidity to take out some buyers again. How do they do it? Creating a double top in here, trend line. The trend line trade is getting stopped out to become, of course, liquidity in the long run. They show again the fake Koch in here coming from a double top order flow reaction with imbalances in here. Again, so what's about to happen? And people selling, people selling, people selling. Of course, they continue the buy push. Buyers getting attracted now, though. As again, look at this reaction. They have always create counter side liquidity to balance the market. Again, now buyers are getting into control. How can they easily create it? They just give you another double top. But
Reem,
also for buyers. Oh, Sakba?
I don't think your pen's working.
I
Well, we
think I
can't
just
see
do
it.
with my mouse. I don't really draw.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Because everyone's
So-
like commenting.
No, we can't see the mouse either.
Oh, you can't see the mouse either.
No.
Okay. The problem is if I use my pen, I can't switch the slides because this thing doesn't let me. Let me just try like this. Ba, ba, ba. There we go. Let me just do it like this. Okay. So I hope you just thought then the whole thing through with your mind, as it's a little bit exercise for you without seeing anything on the screen then. Right, but again, this point is pretty obvious. Obviously, they create another triple top in here. They're creating still the illusion of the little trends. Again, a few buyers obviously have to get excited. That's this little push still, right? But what's actually about to happen? You probably guessed it right away also. Boom. This is the FOMO break out for all the rest of the world who sees all this crazy uprun of the market. Again, sellers are getting stopped out of this little fake equal highs, triple top again. Breakout traders getting very excited. Mental traders getting very excited for the buys. They better take a few of them out and add some false reversal signals. So what is this actually though? The inducement. And funnily enough, isn't this exactly the same thing we just had literally earlier, just a few seconds? So again, what's most likely going to happen after the world is very excited about to buy price? Of course, they will stop out a few of them prematurely. How do they do it? They obviously fake the first Koch, where the first breakout seller stop losses are below there, and of course faking the change of character for the smart money traders, leaving the imbalances in these areas, and of course then they can stop them out continuously by going even longer, right? Boom, stop them out surely. What do? Now they're forming the fake channel. They give another Koch inducement low to do what? Right? So now at this point, again, look at this huge range. For them, it's just literally playing the shepherd who has to watch over the sheep, keeping them in their little place. And now, as it's balanced out again, they can push price even higher as they did what? They obviously induced the low once more time. They showed the little trend line. At this point, no, they will not go lower. They induced low. They faked the trend line, right? So induced low to go what? Higher, right? So now they are getting way too much buyers in though. So they still want to push price a little bit higher though to fulfill the higher time frame purposes as well. So they have to start taking a few more buyers out and bring in a few sellers. So how are they going to do it? Again, we saw multiple examples already. How they're going to do it? As my fancy pen thing again, if it works. Right, so again, how they do it? Always, 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 always. Fake Koch, fake Koch, fake Koch, fake Kochs. And obviously they're gonna probably do the same thing in here as well. Right, but again, maybe at this point it is already the final blow. We're gonna find out very soon. So Cam, how do we close this drawing thing? Oh, there you go. Right, so at this place, obviously too much buyers are getting in, so they have to obviously reverse the market at some point. How do they do it? Once again, fake Kochs all over again. It's the same price action we literally had right here. Look at the trend line, look at the trend line. Oh, look at the trend line here, look at the Koch in here, look at the fake breaker structures in here. They do the same thing. Again, they have to prematurely stop or bring people in the wrong direction so they can push price action actually higher one more time. Again, faking off smart money traps over and over again. At this point, inducement low. Notice the buyers are still having the maturity. So again, we can expect reversal soon after one last death blow for the buyers. So how do they gonna do it? Of course, you probably guessed it. They're gonna juke them all. And at this point, again, they did this place, as you probably noticed, so many times. No more, one more last push high, and no one can be selling anymore. There's another huge momentum now in the market. Everyone is stopped out for premature sellers. There's no more sellers. All the smart money traders are prematurely getting the fake break of structures, the mitigation, all that stuff prematurely. They're all getting stopped out. There's no more no more sellers, only buyers. So if you take this price action, draw it over to left a little bit. Our last inducement to the high side, if you look at the world's buy meter, everyone obviously is buying. There's no more sellers. Again, the architects or the institutions, the corporations, they closed out all their last little buys possible. And the world is hugely in the momentum of buys. Everyone is buying, no one is selling anymore because the sellers who tried to sell, they got their reasons, they got stopped out though. So what's about to happen next? Very good, Diego. Right, so of course, first of all, they say, thank you, Enigma, for our huge pile of money. Let's start the whole thing over and over again. And now again, as the whole world is buying, they can start their sell plays right there. So what was going to happen? You probably guessed it, didn't you? At this point, they don't want to just smash everyone instantly though. They obviously are way smarter than that. So they do what? They want to bring in buyers to create liquidity, to create stop loss areas, to give people reasons once again. So exactly, create buy side liquidity on purpose. This time they want to sell, so they need buyers to stop them out for liquidity. And if sellers getting stopped, they obviously are forced to buy, right? So they're faking obviously the quadruple bottom, fake Kochs of the smart money zone, breaker to the high side, and some momentum into it. Sounds like a good recipe to create buy side liquidity. And again, now think about how many times this exact price action happened to you when you try to trade the continuation. You have all these Kochs in the place, right? Again, just think about it. Again, you have this supply area, right? You have this little first Koch in here. Oh, it didn't work out here. It fakes the smart money reaction. Or stopped out again. Oh, it's still valid. It's still in this supply or demand area. Not a Koch. Oh, let me take this trade. Oh, yeah, it works. Woohoo. Now break of structure to the high side. Amazing. What is it really? It's the inducement high to give people the reason to actually buy off of here again. They're already giving this reaction of this little supply area, imbalance area of the demand, right? It's the same stuff. They're doing it over and over again. And the reality, again, they're all getting induced here. Just again, the buy direction, just to stop them out. So how do they do it? Of course, as always, as we covered multiple times, they'd be like, first, thank you for the liquidity, and you probably already guessed the next move at this point. They're all gonna tube them, and once again, they'd be like, thank you, Enigma, for giving us the liquidity to inducing people the other side of the direction. Now let's deliver price action once again. Let's give them the trend. Let's give them the reasons they need to sell so we can scale out of our positions. And obviously, the moment we enter the next demand area, what are we about to do there? Of course, let's switch the chart first. Let's give them the fake reaction. Okay, obviously it's a demand area, so it has to obviously react from it. Smart money traders, oh yeah, sure, of course. So we obviously need some reactions from there just to stop them out. Too bad for them. Get out the buyers as they're taking the sell side liquidity from you and add some trend sellers, support sellers, breakout sellers, continuation sellers, momentum sellers. So again, look at the meter. Everyone is starting to sell though. So of course they have to fake some moves. How do they do it? Right? So again, boom. First of all, it's the same thing. It's more unbalanced as the more sellers are in. So how do they have to actually get out a few sellers? Easy. They just make one little easy trick, give the world this Koch, the break of structure, stopping out the sellers who took the equal highs, the breakouts, the momentum. Again, and now look at the momentum to the upside. It's the same thing. People are getting stopped out, and as you look at the meter to the right, again, the sellers are getting less, and a few buyers actually enter. And that's how they can keep balancing these orders for their benefit. And again, what does this also do for the smart money traders in here? Let's see. What is this here? Do you think this is a valid POI or no? If you look at the sellers and buyer meter, it's probably not a good idea to sell it, to buy here. All right, so let's dig into it. So the next point, obviously, what they're about to do is they do this over and over again. Right, so again, they're showing the Kochs, they're showing the fake break of structure, they're showing the liquidity, they give another trend in here. They're just doing it over and over and over again to a certain degree when they just can't get more sellers stopped out. And again, everyone is selling anyways, and they scaled out all of their position. And at this scenario, again, if you're a structure trader or whatever, smart money trader, this is happening to you. Koch, break of structure, poof, poof, Koch, 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 break of structure. And they're getting stops and stops and stops and don't even know why. They just be like, oh, break of structure, imbalance into mitigation. Oh, too bad, stopped out again, valid loss, blah, blah, blah. It happens to them over again. Look at them. They don't even know what's going on there. Again, there's so many sell opportunities if you actually understand liquidity, and they induce high to go lower. You can trade inducements with the trend. Of course they can do that. Right? Again, inducements doesn't mean reversal all the time. If they want to continue price action to push lower, they just have to induce high first and then continue lower. Look how they do it. Trend line, 1, 2, 3, 4 touches, 5 touches. Oh, induced high to go higher. In the process, just faking some costs of like a demand area. Perfect. Another trend line. Oh, just induce it high to go lower. In the process, just create some costs in the process, some costs in the process, some touches of the trend line. But at some point, obviously, you notice, oh, the sell meter is getting too much sellers getting in. So obviously, they have to return price action soon. So how are they going to do it? Obviously, now at this point, early FOMO reversal traders taking a deep breath as they're getting a good whipping for the last hours. Right, so they're being like this guy, like, ooh. They just don't realize what is going on even. But again, everyone is selling. Now at this point, everyone is selling. So what do they just have to do? Giving the last death blow with the momentum, with the speed, building another trend line, like all that stuff. And now with these sellers are in full control. They can't close off any more sales for themselves. The whole world is selling at this point. So what's about to happen when you identify that properly? Thank you, Enigma. Look at this big pile of cash the world just provided to them. They obviously can close off all the cells and open their buy moves and start the whole thing over and over again. Obviously, they're not going to stop what everyone at this instantly. They're going to build it up. First, guess what? Let me get my pen again here. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as always. They're faking here the Kochs. Where's my little pen? They're faking the Kochs in here. Again, they're building the equal lows in here. They're faking the smart money trap in here again with the reaction. Right? They're faking Kochs in here to the low side. They're building the trend line, inducing it short to go higher though, to push price action and slowly start trading the trend to make reversal traders excited. Again, but they're already in the moves to prepare their long moves. So how are they going to do it? How are they going to do it? Let's see. Do they stop out every buyer instantly though? No. Do they create liquidity first to bring in new sellers on purpose and then stop out all the buyers to then liquidate them for themselves? Of course. So how can they now look at this chart if they actually want to go long, as again the majority of the world is selling, they completed the sell moves and now they want to go higher? How can they achieve to stop out everyone short to go high? Very, very easy. Boom. Just one last inducement to the low side, just showing one last trend, just showing one last Koch in here, break of structure, and you're taking out all the buyers from these areas. And again, the only people who can buy here is actually the ones who understand liquidity properly. We have all these liquidity created. They all created, they completed their whole tasks. They're preparing the reversal. In the process, they stop out short to go longer. They stop out short to go longer. They give people the reasons to sell. They give the false smart money traps. They show the trend. They fake the Kochs here and here. They show the momentum now. They break out of all these little zones internally in here, just to mitigate one more time of the extreme of the inducement to go what? The $1 million question. What is about to happen next? Of course, they all getting tubed and it's the same process over and over again. At this point, they just say thank you, Enigma. They literally made billions in the process while the rest of the world didn't know what the hell is going on. They just literally make a heart with the Enigma. They ride into the sunset, and that's literally all you literally have to understand for the rest of your life. Your task is only to find out this retail meter on a proper way and see the direct liquidity is getting induced to push price in their favor. Induce high to go lower, induce low to go higher, and induce high to go lower. It's the same thing. Again, they can do it for continuation. Opa. Let's actually go one shot back. That was I will show you that. This pen thing, I'm gonna tell you guys, it's crazy with this software here. Right, again, if they do it for the reversals, obviously, okay, let's see if I can figure that pen out in here. Because usually Zoom pens work a little bit more smooth. I have to draw on this one. So when they're gonna reverse, no, come on, give me my pen. Give me the pen. There we go. So if they're going to obviously build liquidity to the high side, stop out the trend line, faking the course, induce high one more time, that's when obviously the price action is done, inducing to the high side. When they want to continue price action to push higher, again, easy. They just stop out people to the short side and continue higher. They can do that over and over again, and they do it all over again. So inducements work for continuations, for reversals. You just have to identify them properly. It's pretty damn easy. Again, to show you actually some very recent chart examples here, which are really easy to grasp, and where you see where everyone else is getting stopped is this like little pattern in here, if you want to call it like a pattern. Again, just have to identify where the trend is formed. Third touch of the trend line. Then again, they induce the trend into the high side. They faking the course here and here. This creates the smart money trap, right? Which gives you imbalances. They give you the smart money reaction just to liquidate them as well. And then again, you either can take the inducement here, or you can then wait for the real directional change and then actually trade away from the liquidity. Again, this is just an example of like, what is it, like 2 weeks ago, where you have exactly this price action over and over and over and over again. It's literally the same shit all again. Another example where the same thing happens again, literally a few weeks before, or like a few days before that. It's the same stuff. This one is literally from a few days before that. It's the same thing. This one is literally from Friday before this webinar, so the last trading day, whatever that is, AUD USD. You can check it out yourself. It's the same shit all over again. You just have to identify again where the masses are getting the third touch of the trend line, where they're faking the course here and here, where they're creating the smart money trap, where they're giving the false smart money reaction, where they stop them out, when they give the real actually direction of the change, when they actually then complete the moves, and then when they fake the liquidity, give them the reasons, make it on a breakout here, fake the double top in here once again, fake the breakout to just stop them out to the short side, stop out all these buyers in here, the trend to just continue higher. It's the same shit all over again. You just have to identify again also where smart money traders getting stopped out to complete the move, and that's on repeat. Again, another one. What is it? A few days also from Friday, a different pair. It's the same shit all over again. The moment you get this in your head, it's that easy. Just see the meter, and then people getting excited, and everyone's getting stopped out, and then wait for the real directional change, and then enter the right way. So a lot of talking. We're almost like 1.5 hours in at this point. So I'll give you a quick summary here. So know the main strategies that bring in liquidity. Know when they actually get in, when they get out, where the stop losses is, where the take profit is, what they feel, what they react, what gives them FOMOs. Create this form of liquidity avatars and know exactly when they enter, and then actually just wait until they're getting stopped out and then trade in line with actually what the big boys do. And if you only do this alone, literally, you're better than 90% of traders who only think about their own strategy and don't even think outside the box and other market participants or other true market intentions. And again, they don't even think about the goals of the architects, the goals of the enigma. They don't even know that this exists. Again, you already elevated with this mindset, with this knowledge already in the little minority of people who know about that. And this again will bring you more clarity, patience, reduces FOMO. You can literally wait patiently while everyone's getting stopped out, then trade in line, away from the inducement. If it's a continuation or even a reversal, you will be able to identify it. And again, you just have to wait until all traders get taken out and do the exact opposite. Everything in this market is a fair exchange. The market takes from the incompetent traders and gives it to the competent. At this point, you already elevated yourself with a knowledge not a lot of people have. The right way. So, a lot of talking. We're almost like 1.5 hours in at this point. So I'll give you a quick summary here. So, know the main strategies that bring in liquidity. Know when they actually get in, when they get out, where the stop losses is, where the take profit is, what they feel, what they react, what gives them FOMOs. Create this form of liquidity avatars and know exactly when they enter, and then actually just wait until they're getting stopped out and then trade in line with actually what the big boys do. And if you only do this alone, literally, you're better than 90% of traders who only think about their own strategy and don't even think about outside the box and other market participants or other true market intentions. And again, they don't even think about the goals of the architects, the goals of the enigma. They don't even know that this exists. Again, you already elevated with this mindset, with this knowledge already in the little minority of people who know about that. And this, again, will bring you more clarity, patience, reduces FOMO. You can literally wait patiently while everyone's getting stopped out, then trade in line, away from the inducement. If it's a continuation or even a reversal, you will be able to identify it. And again, you just have to wait until all traders get taken out and do the exact opposite. Everything in this market is a fair exchange. The market takes from the incompetent traders and gives it to the competent. At this point, you already elevated yourself with a knowledge not a lot of people have. We need to ask ourselves the question, like, how do the architects accomplish the overall process of how to keep people in, how to trick them, how to make them put the money into the market? We call it the build-up, and how to actually get them out of their position. We call it the inducement. And then in the process, accomplishing their own goals, meaning like the imbalances filled, mitigation, in other words. We'll show you exactly what that is in a bit. But that's their main three intentions they have, which is build-up, inducement, and mitigation. And that brings us to one of our first cycle we will do all over the process. And that is very, very essential to understand. But of course, we will dig you or explain you the whole cycle in depth. So get ready, because now we are going to go deeper in the rabbit hole. And finally, we want to introduce you the inducement concept. Pretty much we covered the L of liquidity inducement theorem. Now we go into the I, which is the inducement concept. Okay, that's a lot of discussion in the public eye about that so far, because a lot of people get noticed about this concept, and they're throwing this word around like crazy now. You know where to have it from, anyways. So let's bring some light into the tunnel, pretty much about the whole inducement aspect to it. Okay, so pretty much. Inducements in overall. So we show you like what it is, where does it happen, the four main focus areas. Of course, we show you the more liquidity aspects to it. Now you show you how to accomplish these inducements. And when does it happen? Like obviously we show you the where and the when of it, and how to use the illusion of time Again, time will play a very important role in our overall thing, and we use it, of course, for our advantage. Then why does it happen? So we show you the where, the when, and the why, of course. So why, what's the reason behind that? The delivery of the market, of course, and also the understanding of the liquidity aspect of it and how it plays into the where, the what, and the why. And of course, we show you how to identify it easily. So pretty much putting the I into the lid as well. So by definition, inducement is very interesting because we can ask our friend Google to ask very much what it is. And they say an inducement is a thing that pursues or leads someone to do something. Does that already sound familiar to you? I think it does. And also the similarity to it is like a bribe. So isn't that interesting? If you just look at Google's pretty much, description of what an inducement is. So meaning by that, people are induced to do things like all the time in the market. Pretty much it's the same exact thing. And we talk about mass psychology and also like these retail trades. Like they are getting induced all the time, as we showed you earlier, with all these different strategies. That's pretty much their inducement into the markets. They have all these random reasons. They have all these random strategies without knowing really what they do, but at least they have some reason to press the button and put the money into the markets. So we know already that we should not fall in these same tricks, and we now starting to see these or the pain in the markets, which means, of course, the people losing the money. And of course, like the most easiest ones we already covered, which is the breakout inducements, the reversal inducement, the smart money inducements, and the trend reversals. All right, or the inducements. So in charts, pretty easy. We covered it before, but for now, enjoy the journey of the inducements because that's really where the journey begins. That's where we're starting moving away from the really basic stuff and going into the basic stuff, okay? So still basics, but obviously a little bit more advanced basics, okay? Because with the inducements, again, the whole journey begins and we will open the gates to our so-called intraday wonder world. Pretty much, again, the oceans have rough waves in there, but once you learn how to surf, you will have more fun you could ever dreamed of, right? So a beautiful but also very dangerous terrain to be at. So we need a strong guide who leads us the way and to whom we always can rely on if we ever feel lost and don't know the way. So we will take, or pretty much the guide will take us by the hand and points us in the right direction. So just be like this dog, let us guide you in this process, and obviously we steer you through it. So remember, the inducement usually always happens before the retailers get stopped out. So this basic illustration shows what's going on. So first of all, you see they're building up the long trend in this direction already, right? And again, very strong double top. They're seeing like this nonsense support and resistance type of thing. Then maybe a break of structure after that. So they're seeing the market short and this with type of reversal. And this already is some sort of inducement. Why? If you think about the whole overall process of how inducements work, you need to go just the cycle of the retailer's thought process. So they're seeing the double top. They're seeing now a new lower low being formed, and they adding in their sell positions in here and thinking the market will go lower based off this really strong, let's call it a resistance area, and also this breakout area on forming new lower lows. So that already adds more short sellers and the short buyers, right? So this in here then becomes, of course, a smart money trap for people, smart money traders, because maybe there's an imbalance in here, right? And they taking the short, you're getting the false reaction, but then again, they're doing the same thing over again. So pretty much building a triple top instead, like even bouncing off this area, this huge, strong, whatever resistance area in here, even one more time, giving again the false reaction, and the false reaction is becoming a key point in here as well, because again, if they just smoke through it like that, like that's not a build-up. That's just smoking through these areas and just taking these people out immediately. They want to make sure that people adding their positions, and that's why they're giving always these some sort of false reactions in all these areas. They do it here with the triple top, They do it here with the smart money trap, right? And then finally, after inducing everyone in the wrong side of the market, then the final inducement can come, grabs out all the stop orders from all these people, grabs the liquidity, and then we're valid cycle done in our points of interest, and we can get our point of interest out of that. But of course, like what's a point of interest and everything, we will teach you that later. But for now, just understand that the inducement is usually the last step of the cycle to get out all the liquidity of the stuff they built up earlier, the wrong side direction, right? And also the inducement not only stops people out, which are in the wrong side of the market, but also induces people the other way, like buy, breakout traders, confirming a new higher high, the new trend and whatsoever. And overall, it's just the last step of the overall false run to the false direction in order then to go the main direction. But before they can do that, they're making sure to build as much liquidity as possible, the wrong direction, inducing final there, and then can reverse after grabbing all the liquidity. So now what we'll do is we will add some more basic approaches to the whole picture, because now we understand already that these retail concepts, that's not anywhere where we want to be at. So that's why we show you some basics, which are definitely better than all the retail stuff. But again, it's just a foundation. And you can see we will start small, but still strong though, right? But again, not something we will use that heavily moving into the whole curriculum, but that's our starting point. And again, why do we do that? To make sure that everyone has the right foundations, everyone's getting on the same page. And then of course, after we have done the foundations, then we can start building a proper mansion. Because again, if we don't do that and jump straight away into the advanced material, something like that can happen. And that's always not what we want. Because again, if we build the biggest mansion on top of a not good foundation, of course, it can collapse itself. And that's why we need to spend some time and just to make sure that something does not happen like you see in here. Because guess what? Just because you have a great foundation does not mean like wild pool parties in your mansion, because right now we don't really have a mansion. So that's why we start to make the foundation first and then build obviously a beautiful praise above that. Alrighty, and there we are with some legendary shit to kick stuff off. We have a beautiful pirate map. Look at that, because of course everything we do has some sort of fun aspect to it. We want to make it very clean and visible also. Very first thing you will see probably, and it's changed from our beautiful lit logo to lit basic. So what is going on there? So very, very important if we dig into the basic master map, and even you can see here, kind of call it the pre-lit basic master map. So why is it the pre-lit basic master map? The reason behind that is that what we will show you in this beautiful pirate map in here are technically the basics, and everything we will show you inside our pre-lit basic master map is considered like trading knowledge basics, right? And you should technically understand before we enter it like into the mastery, because of course we dig into very advanced material, and before that we want to make sure that everyone is kind of on the same page and understand like these basics. We will obviously dig into what these basics are, but very, very important, be aware that this is not, very, very important, this is not of how we will trade later on. Again, it just brings the basics together, right? And we obviously show you very soon of what is really going on inside these markets, of how we utilize everything on an intraday basis, right? And then dig properly into curriculum. So what we will do with this basic master map in here. We thought about how we can make it also a little bit fun for us. So we make it a little podcasty scenario. That's why the Queen Suckber and the Green Wizard Cam are with me as well. Right, so hey Cam, hey Suckber, you there?
Hello, of course.
So we make it a little bit fun for us and just walk you through the basics and of course give you a very good foundation before we start with the fun stuff. Okay, so again, let me just dig into the basics here and to tell you some very important information and facts about that. So first of all, again, we will have a little fun with that one, but this is not to make fun out of anyone. So if you learn somewhere else, like something we maybe show you in here and we make a little bit fun about that, of course, that is not to talk shit about anyone or make fun out of anyone. It's quite the opposite. We just want to show you that it's not your fault if you may be struggling or maybe haven't seen the success you wanted yet, because of course there's a lot of false education out there, a lot of gurus and these Instagram, whatever, gurus and copycats and whatnot that try to teach you the smart money concepts, the strategies, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And of course, it doesn't really work that much, but a lot of you probably digged into one of the educational stuff of this, again, maybe even Wyckoff craziness or structure or what else is there, Suckbercam, you know it. Like there's a lot of stuff.
Fibonacci.
Oh, I mean, that's very basic,
Portal
right?
resistance.
Yeah, well, that's very basic stuff, but I
Stop
think the
pattern.
smart money hype is getting out there a lot, right? So, of course, it's not your fault if you digged into that because, of course, they flashing it a lot, right? So, yeah, anyways. So, these hyped up smart money concepts, of course, they can technically work for you. And if you saw some sort of success with it, of course, that makes a lot of sense. But guess what? There's also traders that got some sort of success, as Sakpa said, maybe with Fibonacci or like trend line stuff, or I don't know, like Ikimoku cloud or shit like that. Of course, you can have like success with tactically everything, but is that the reason of how the market works and you should focus on? 100% not, right? So the basic master map, of course, will show you a step-by-step guideline of how you can make the most out of this basic concepts, whatever quote-unquote smart money concepts alone. But of course, again, we mentioned it before, it's not of how you will trade. It's just to show you and bring you everything together. And then, of course, how we can utilize this basic knowledge into the advanced stuff and combine it. And that's where the power comes from. So that's everything we show you in here is not meant to obviously be traded alone. Of course, it will be a good combination later on and gives you additional confluences. And as we will show you, of course, everything is a game of confluences of events in terms of how many confluences you have and yeah, get the most out of the concept. And of course, these basics and the foundations, they're very good to have also. Okay, so step by step, basics first, and then we'll dig into the fun stuff. So bear with us. If that's a little bit too basic for you, just still bear with us. Of course, maybe there is some stuff you may be missing and can help you in the foundations also. So what we prepared for you is a beautiful, beautiful pirate map in here, and we blurred out the steps. But as you can see, the journey goes all the way until 11 spots, right? 11 points. We start, of course, with very, very basic shit. And of course, we have to start somewhere. And that is just a very basic understanding of supply and demand, okay? So Cam will dig into that, we'll, walk you a little bit through it. So I will pass it to Cameron on the stage.
Thank you, Reem. So we're obviously going to go into the first step of our basic master map. We got a nice little pirate theme going on. And well, what is the first step? The first step is, of course, supply and demand. So how are these created? Well, you've got let me just get out my little drawing tool. You've got, first off, your range or consolidation. Maybe this is coming in from another demand, and this is being created. And so here we're creating supply. We break out of that, collecting all the orders, come back to it, and then continue downwards. These areas obviously provide us with a POI, or a point of interest. This allows us to keep watch for reversal and continuation points. Obviously, we do not use this on its own. We have to combine this with lots of other things, but let's jump into a couple examples of that. So as we can see, price has formed a consolidation zone right here. It then pushes out, and then this gives us the intention. We come back to the supply zone before continuing in this direction. Here again, consolidation of buy orders. Maybe we've come into something on the left as well. We give a reaction out of there. We come back, revisit these areas before continuing in the intended direction. Again, we'll just go over a couple more examples. Our consolidation range, price pushes away, even builds some kind of liquidity, comes back, revisits, down. Very similar, our consolidation range, price builds some kind of liquidity, pushes away, comes back before continuing. We'll just go over a couple more. Again, don't worry, these are complete basics. So if you're thinking, oh, why is he going over this? We're just making sure everyone is at the same point. So again, consolidation, pushes away, revisits, continues. You get the idea. Same thing again and again and again. Like I said, we don't want to be using this on its own either. So here we have our demand zone created by the, again, consolidation. We push away, come back, revisit again and again. I'm sure you get the idea. But like I said, don't worry if this is boring you. We just need to make sure everyone is at the same point. So again, look, we create our consolidation.
Yeah, and plus you have to also be aware, like this obviously will be some sort of beneficial later on, but of course you will see in the next step. So don't
exactly.
that
just
like nonsense.
Just bear with us for the moment. Don't panic. Oh, they're teaching us nothing. Don't worry. We just need to. This is, like I said, lit basics. So here, same stuff. I'm sure you guys get the idea by now, where we're creating our consolidation. We're pushing away, creating the supply zone, and then continuing in that direction. So just a few more. Consolidation. Here we even build some kind of liquidity above it before coming back and retesting and going in that direction. Same thing again and again. I'm sure you guys get the idea by now. And here we will touch on this very briefly, but we'll touch on this a bit more later. This is where you get your supply, which gets broken but gives a reaction and creates the demand. Same with this, your supply that gives a reaction, gets broken, and then creates the demand, which we then can take here. Again, we don't take this on its own. We need lots of confluences, not just one or two. We're not retail traders. So again, demand creates the supply, which comes back, and then we continue. Demand creates the supply, which comes back, and then we continue. But I'm sure you're a little bit bored of this now, so let's go on to the next part of the basic master map, imbalance. So the market needs to be efficient. So when you have an imbalance, which is basically like so, I'll just draw it for you guys very quickly. So let's say we're having some down candles like this, and then suddenly we have something like this, right? Well, our imbalance is from here. Let me show you. It's from here to here. And I'm sure a lot of you trade this or some form of this, and it can be used very well with supply and demand to get potential mitigation zones, which we'll also cover in a little bit. So let's go over
and before maybe, again, this is very important to understand also why this is the case, right? So you learned earlier that Enigma delivers the market on a all technically 24/7 or 24/5, depending on what markets you look at. And obviously Forex 24/5. And of course, at some point, there's a lot of liquidity entering the market, and that leads to this quote unquote inefficiencies where the market cannot be delivered properly. So that's why, again, that's where now the key comes in, and I'm pretty sure most of you guys know that, as Cam drew perfectly, right? So imbalance is when these wicks or the price never revisited these areas and only delivered it once, but it always has to be delivered twice to fairly deliver it, right? Because of course, the market has to be in balance at some points. So when there's these gaps, right, there's a lot of different concepts about that, but the just truth is the market has to be fairly delivered and has to come back at some point. So if it leaves these gaps in here, at some point, again, can be immediately, can be later, but market needs to come back at some point and fill these gaps. Then it's considered fairly delivered, and then it can continue on, right? Of course, these imbalances doesn't need to be filled right away. Again, they can sitting there for quite a while, but at some point the market will come back and fill these imbalances. And with understanding of that, again, why did we dig into that? Because we now can go a step further and already can kind of refine these supply and demand areas with a little trick with these imbalances once more. Okay, but slowly but surely, again, that's why this literally everything which we show you is building upon each other. So it will be a very nice and scheduled, clean structure of how to do it. Okay? Okay, if you want to go to next slide.
Of course. So here we go. This is the explanation. So these imbalances are also known as inefficiencies. Like Reem said, the market always needs to be fairly delivered. And that's why they come back to these zones to fill the imbalance or make the market efficient. There are areas which not all orders were delivered in the order books. And obviously, I'm sure a lot of you use imbalances combined with supply and demand to get these tight stops resulting in high RR. So let's show some examples of these. Nice and simple. We've got our demand zone with our imbalance. The imbalance gets filled.
And again, maybe we should touch upon this quick. If this is something you never heard before and is confusing you right now, and you're like, what the hell is an imbalance? Again, then best thing to do is actually do some Googling and stuff like that, because that is such a basic scenario. Same thing as supply and demand. We will not waste too much time to explain you exactly like how an imbalance looks like and stuff, because that again is considered very basic understanding, and we will not waste our and your time and digging too much into it. But again, we just show it you here of how we can use it in combination already and make the best out of that, right?
Yeah, exactly. So again, as you can see, it's pretty much a very similar scenario each time. You've got your supply or demand, in this case demand. We have an imbalance, price fills the imbalance whilst coming into the supply or demand, and then continues. And I'm sure, again, like we said, a lot of you probably already use this to some form. So we're just going to cover it very briefly rather than sticking on it too much. So here we have our supply zone, we have our imbalance. As you can see, price pushed away, left this imbalance, price came back up, fully filled this imbalance, and then continued in the intended direction. Here, same again, imbalance, price comes back, fills that within the demand zone overall, and then after it comes back, it continues in the intended direction. Let's go over some more. Same, imbalance gets filled, continues in the intended direction. Same as this one here, and as you can see, again, We'll get into these obviously, but I don't want to rush in too much. We're just wanting to make sure everyone's at the same point, because obviously not all of you will have traded some form of smart money or anything like that. But as you can see, we create our zone, we push away, we leave our imbalance, price come back, fills the imbalance, and then again, same as always, goes in the intended
if you
direction.
go maybe back again to cover it maybe for the ones who have not heard about it. Again, it's always when you need 3 candles for that. That's technically it, right? Again, you see here, this candle, this wick does not connect with this wick, right? And of course, this in here is the imbalance. And as you can see, comes back, fills this imbalance, right? Perfect. And then continues low. If you check all the wicks all the time, it's always connected. And you see here, leaves a gap. What does it do? Comes back, fills this gap, right? And obviously continues lower. Same thing here as Cam showed. Here, right? Leaves the imbalance, push lower, fills the imbalance, comes back, right? And of course, even here, for example, now this is where market left a gap still, right? You see, this is the wick, right? But the next fill is only here, right? So you technically still have overall this gap left, right? But again, if you look all in here, everything is properly delivered. Even here, perfect, delivered. Here, for example, you have mini imbalances left, right? And here, for example, mini imbalances left until this point. It was like here, right? But guess what? Comes back again, fills that. Same thing here. So you always have to be patient about these imbalances where they are. But as you already can see, if you just look at this randomly and look for imbalances, you're getting smoked all over again, right? So that's why we're saying we don't want to bore you too much of what these imbalances are. But again, just to cover very briefly again what an imbalance looks like. And again, already saw, we just combine it if it's some sort of supply and demand area. Then, again, as we saw in here, this is some sort of supply and demand area in here. Then we leave the imbalance. Then it becomes interesting because it should tap back into. Again, if you just look randomly at the supply in these imbalance areas without being supply demand, it really doesn't really work out that much. And that's why we don't focus on it specifically, but just to show you briefly of what this is, because it of course can and will become later a little bit more important if you refine it a little bit more. Right?
Yep, exactly. And like Reem said, we're not going to be using even supply and demand. We don't just use that on its own. There's loads of confluences that we're about to get into. So let's continue. So again, what do we have? Boom, imbalance from like here to here, comes back up, fills it, and then again, this zone here pushes away. We leave this imbalance and we fill that again, and then we reverse down in this direction. Just a couple more examples to go over. So as you can see, we've got our supply zone, price pushes away, this imbalance gets filled, and then we've also got this imbalance which gets filled over here, and then this imbalance which gets filled here, and this lines up with the supply and demand zone, and then price continues in the intended direction. Same again over here. This is our supply zone, price pushes away, we've got this imbalance, and then we've also got this imbalance up here that lines up with our supply zone. Price comes in, taps into the imbalance, continues lower. Just got a few more examples. So again, price pushes away, leaves an imbalance, we come up, we fill that imbalance into the supply zone before continuing. And also notice how all of these imbalances here get filled. And then here, obviously, we do leave a little one, but the most part, they all get filled, and we are trading a efficient market. So again, last one, what do we have? Same as always, we've got our demand zone, which leaves this clean imbalance. We even build some kind of liquidity. We'll go over that later as well. Price fills the imbalance, comes into the demand, and then obviously continues, or in this case, it's likely a reversal upwards. that is supply and demand and imbalance. So now let's cover continuation and reversal. So continuations are obviously following the trend, and reversals are obviously reversing the trend. There are conditions there. We have conditions to trade either one, but we're not going to go into that too much. And obviously, we even know when the continuation will actually become a reversal. So as you can
very
see,
important also, maybe again, don't get too excited about this trend. No, we're not trend traders and stuff, but sometimes, of course, it makes sense to trade in a line with the trend, right? Of course, but it's not based on we are trying to be trend traders and stuff like that, right? It's just again very helpful to not get caught into all these reversal trades all the time. So of course, sometimes you can trade in line with it also.
yeah, exactly. And as we can see here, we have our build-up of orders. Price comes back in to our demand zone, likely fills some imbalance, and then continues. Same here, except the opposite, of course. We have our build-up of orders, price pushes away, and then we come back, fill the imbalance, and come back to the supply zone. So let us go over a couple of examples. So here we also have what we covered a little bit beforehand, which is supply and demand and continuations in line, combining that with imbalance. So as you can see, like we said, 3 candles to create imbalance. So the imbalance is from here to here. In this case, it's from here to here. So that should all make sense.
And again, if we go back,
of course.
So again, let's slowly can see that's where some sort of sense slowly comes into it, and that's where you probably understand why we digged into this basic shit first with supply demand, then imbalances, and then combining it slowly but surely with a few more stuff. But you will see in a few minutes that everything will make much more sense. But you can see we made out of a huge supply demand area, right? Again, breaks out, should come back, but then we're using the imbalances usually on lower time frames, right? Obviously, you can stay on the same time frame as well, but to refine and have a better understanding of where price is most likely to tap into in these huge supply demand areas, right? So again, we slowly but surely refining it, and of course can refine it in terms of is it a continuation or is it reversal, but it's the same stuff. So we slowly but surely refining zones. But again, of how to find these zones, everything will be covered later. But as you can slowly see, we're building the sense into it, okay?
Exactly. So let's go into this. And again, so now we're going to, obviously beforehand, we were taking supply and demand as, this build-up of candles. But when we get into it with imbalances, what we can do is we can learn to take the actual candles themselves. So if you're looking for a buy, which would be in this case, you actually take the demand candle is the last sell candle. So that would be this one here. And then obviously if you're selling, it's the opposite. It would be the last buy candle. So that's what we mean by this supply candle and this demand candle. So now we can sort of dig into, as you can see, we're showing a little bit of liquidity here, maybe getting into things a little bit more. So let's jump in. These are the different variations of them. Obviously, we're not just saying that, oh, you're just going to have imbalance here. You can have imbalance here as well. In this case, obviously, imbalance here. In this case, basically what this is let's say you want a better chance of being tagged in, then you can take this instead of just taking the demand candle. Same here, you can take this. It's basically down to personal preference. So,
yes, so if you stay on this quick, again, as you can see, there's not this ultimate guideline of you always have to use this specific candles. But as you can see, there's multiple variations to it. So, but as you already can see of how to do it, like, again, using the imbalance to find out what is the candle that more technically price probably has to be filled. And then we use the candle below that, or again, we switch this around the next slide of above that. And then this is our so-called then refined, in this case, obviously demand candle, right? And that's where price then should tap into, because of course it fills the imbalances, but also taps back into these demand areas and then is ready to go out of it. So how to refine these zones, as Cam said, you have multiple different variations to it. So just, again, maybe you print this out or just note this down, because of course this right here is obviously our ideal scenario if price looks like this, if this candle, again, is the last down candle, and also left imbalances above that. This is our ideal candle, but sometimes, again, it can look a little bit different. Like, for example, this candle is higher in here, so you either can stick to this candle to the low side, or even take this one and say, okay, no, maybe I take this one because the imbalance is filled here. That's the next wick in here. Maybe it doesn't come back to this candle in here. That's also possible. That's where, again, price will be very different from time to time. It's not, for example, we call it over refinement also. Let's say price did something like this, but later on you will have, like, let's say 15 confluences, the price should go higher, but you over refined it and price tapped into here and then is off. And then you missed out a huge trade because you just over refined it into this candle. But again, maybe it was done into this because it filled the imbalance already. So that's where, again, Cam said, you have to find your personal preference of when it makes sense. And again, of how good the setup actually is. If this is a 10 out of 10 setup in here, I would rather take it like in here and not missing out on a trade if it comes in here. If it comes back in here, okay, that's fine also. You're just having a 1 pip different entry later on, but at least understand for now of this is how we use to refine these zones. Again, as you can see, can either take it in here, or even, for example, this candle if it's bigger, or again, you can use this one instead. The only thing you have to be aware of to not do this. You always should cover the lows if it's the extreme, right? Again, if you're running the risk, again, if it's like, if you're taking this candle in here, again, technically price can tap into this point of interest all the way until here is still valid and then goes high again. Of course, this is not the nicest ideal scenario, but you have to be careful about these zones all the time, right? And of course, if it's the other direction, add spread a little bit also. So again, as you can see, huge imbalances from here. Technically, you just marked it up in here, but as you can see, it's technically all the way. You just didn't want to make the gray box too big, right? And then this is, of course, some sort of liquidity grab in here. We dig into it later also. Left imbalances. Again, in this example, we're just using this down candle, right? It should be something looking like as we had it in here, right? So this, for example, would be this example. As you can see, price comes, first fakes the imbalance fill, gives a false reaction, comes back lower, taps into now this refined demand candle, and then is out of it. So guess what? If you refine it too much and say maybe I take this candle in here, like this one, then again, this zone would have been missed. So that's where this personal preference comes in of how to use it and how much opportunities you want, or if you want to not even trade the extreme at all, because again, you will dig in how to use this properly. But for now, just get these pictures into your head of how to refine these bigger, again, supply demand areas, and then refine it into just one candles using the imbalance for helping you, okay, to make these zones very precise and obviously having a very good understanding of where price actually should tap into and fill the market properly, right?
Yep, makes sense. So we'll just quickly show you the other way. So obviously this is all of our previous examples, just bearish. And here you can see we have our imbalance, we have our supply candle, price taps back in here and then continues.
Exactly.
So,
okay. And so, sorry, Cam.
go ahead, no worries.
Well, if let's say we have this zone in here, right? So this is obviously our supply demand area, whatever, right? And instead of whatever expecting, price will tap into this whole thing. Again, we're looking for where's the imbalance, then looking at this point above the imbalance, break it down into these candles, right? And then obviously find out, okay, what technically is my supply demand candle, like where's my imbalances. Again, you see this beautiful drawing, like looks even better than real charts. Imbalances would be here, right? From this wick to wick, this wick. And then again, it's our personal or your choice technically of what candle you want to use. Do you want to use this zone overall, right? Or do you just want to use this extreme, right? But again, then you're limiting or not risking it to not getting tapped into. And that's again where your personal preference comes. And that's again, you will find out very soon, because we show you multiple examples of how then to use it. For example, in this one, as we showed in here, we showed just using this candle. Again, without taking the bigger one. Again, this technically the supply area is all the way in here, right? But guess what? We're just using this candle for this example, right? And again, not maybe this one in here, but also you could have used this one, would have worked also perfectly fine. So that's again where this refinement comes into place. But of course, we're using the imbalance to orientation and refining these huge supply demand areas into at least smaller zones. Okay.
Yep. So let's get into some examples of this. So as you can see, this is this example here shown on the charts. So what do we have? Well, we have our overall demand zone, but then we have our imbalance here. So our refined candle becomes this one here. And again, little look to the future. We build liquidity above this zone before tapping in and continuing in that direction.
Yes, and then for example, for order flow later also of how you refine these zones, again, you can see just, again, this zone, for example, left imbalance. Okay, this zone, left also imbalance. Again, that's where things get a little bit more interesting. If it taps into some sort of demand areas, comes even back, fills again this imbalances, that's stuff which becomes very interesting later on. Again, same thing as you see here. Again, imbalance is left from here to here technically. Again, but then it's the over refinement if you choose this candle in here, right? Again, this candle, but you choose the low as well, right? So this candle, but you choose the low. Then again, it would have missed. But if you use the overall, let's say all these demand areas, it would have been tapped. But again, that's where the over refinement comes into place very soon. But again, no worries, we show you how to use this later on as well.
Of course. So next we have the ideal scenario, which is where you've got this little candle, because this gives you the best RR, and then obviously your imbalance here, they come up, fill a little bit of this, go down, and then come all the way back up to our what would be extreme, and then fill this imbalance and the refined supply candle, and then continue in the intended direction. Same again here, except it's not very small, so it's not the ideal, but that doesn't matter. Again, look at all the imbalance we leave from here. We fill, and then fully fill it by also tapping into our refined supply candle and then continuing down. Also notice how when we leave these little imbalances, obviously there's a little imbalance left here, but we have this imbalance here that gets filled, and also this little imbalance here that gets filled. So the majority of these imbalances are getting filled, and we're creating an efficient market. Next, we have this. So again, we show our intention by pushing away, and then we leave this imbalance as well as this imbalance. We come and fill the full imbalance while also coming into the demand candle and continuing away. Again, here we leave a huge imbalance with a very nice supply candle, tap back into it, complete the reversal, and again continue downwards. Few more, goes up. So this is our supply zone. This is obviously our supply candle, or one of the ways you can take it. Imbalance, we push back in. It would also be fine to take it like this as well. Here, supply zone, push away, leave our imbalance, and then again, supply candle, we come back, tap in, continue. Nice and simple. Same thing again and again. Imbalance, demand zone, demand candle, push off, continuation, like so. And then again, so what do we think is going to happen here? We've created liquidity. We've taken out that liquidity. Now we have left an imbalance. This here is our supply candle. So next, what do we see? Well, we obviously see a fill of this supply candle. If you had have over refined, you likely would have missed it. And now what do we see from here? We now see what Reem spoke about a little bit, and what we'll get into a little bit later is our order flow. So now we have here imbalance with our supply candle. Again, very similar. Liquidity taken, imbalance left, supply candle taps in. Imbalance, supply candle taps in before obviously continuing in our direction. We've covered supply and demand, imbalance, and the imbalance with supply and demand, as well as continuation and reversal. But I'm sure for a lot of those smart money traders, they make a lot of use of multiple timeframes. If you don't know what this is, we can go into it. So basically, we want to use our higher timeframes we want to refine our higher timeframes down to our lower timeframes, because using the higher timeframes gives us a higher probability of success. And once we use the lower timeframes, this also increases our RR, which increases the amount that we make from our trades. So as you can see, we had our H1 demand zone, and then within that H1 zone, once we came into this, we created our M5 zone, and our M5 zone left this imbalance, and this would be where we would enter, something like this. So let's go on a full breakdown of H4 to M5. So this is our H4 zone. So as you can see, I've shown it all the way refined, but if we were to just take it like this, this would be our supply. So when we zoom into this, we have this H1 imbalance with this H1 candle. We zoom into that to refine even further. We have this M30 imbalance with this M30 candle. Again, refine even further. M15 imbalance with our M15 demand. And then if we refine even further than that, we've gone all the way down to M5 with our imbalances here and here. And as you can see, that is ultimately where it taps. So we start off with our H4 and we get all the way down to our M5, or in some cases M1. Obviously, you don't always need to over refine. Sometimes you'll get it down to M5 and that'll be more than enough. So in here, we just got a quick little example of H1 to M30. And then you can also see we left this imbalance and we get this nice little re-entry there. So again, this is from M15 to M5. So as you can see, we leave this imbalance. This is the final imbalance in all of this. If you see, all of this There's nothing here. This has been filled. All of these have been filled. This is our final M15 imbalance. We refine that down to our M5. And as you can see, this zone represents the M5 zone. And as you can see, it taps in and then continues in our direction. Next, we have a lovely one from H4, again, all the way down to M5. So H4, you can see this is our demand candle with our slight imbalance. This is our imbalance with our demand candle on H1. Again, demand candle with imbalance. And then last but not least, imbalance. And that is that. So this is...
Maybe Cam, if you go back a
of
little
course.
bit. So, for example, for a few Hawkeyes in here, where you think like, oh, why not this one? Why not this one in here, right? Because all imbalances and stuff like that. That's again where our stuff will come into place, and you know exactly, for example, why you don't look in this one, but this one instead. Again, this is just again scratching the absolute top of the iceberg. And of course, there will be so much more clarity. This is again just to give you the basic understanding of when price comes back into the supply demand areas, filling the imbalances and giving us our supply and demand candles to know where price should have tapped in. But don't worry about it too much for now of where to get these zones, right? Or not to get these zones from, because obviously everything will be covered. But again, this is, for example, I marked it up very nicely, of where smart money traders and stuff, they don't have the understanding of, oh, why not this one? And then they take something in here and then take an L. Because they don't understand, like literally 95% of what we will teach you. And still keep in mind, everything is still very, very basic, but of course it will have a very big role later. And we will show you how to use it and when to use it. And most importantly, when not to use it. Okay, so keep that in mind, very important.
Exactly, and like Reem said, I'm sure many of you with Hawkeyes were looking at this. Oh, what about this one? And obviously, a lot of you will be trapped in here. You'll see this, boom, and it will continue in your intended direction. I'm sure a lot of you have felt that before. So don't worry, we'll teach you how to avoid that, and we'll actually teach you how to get in there. But obviously, that is for a later point. So this was our original H4 zone. And this right here is our final M5 zone that we refined from that original H4 zone. So let's continue. H4, here is our imbalance. Obviously you can take it like this or like this, but this is our candle that we refine. We then go down to the H1 and we have our imbalance here with, again, our H1 candle, and then M15. You can take it like this if you please, or like this. And then once we refine down, we actually have our first little quote unquote issue, because we now have two zones on the M1. But don't worry, what we will give you at a later point, again, this is just the complete basics. At a later point, we'll actually show you the lower time frame confluences once it comes into either one of these zones and how you can know which zone it'll be. So don't worry about all of that. But as you can see, it ended up being the lower zone. As you can see, like I've said, you will not always be able to refine down to one zone. As we progress with the content, we will show you how you can narrow it down between the zones. But for now, we're just showing you the absolute basics. So H4, again, our supply candle with imbalance. Price taps in, but we can do better than this. Imbalance, our final imbalance on M30 with our supply candle, and then down to our final imbalance on the M15, and this is the candle. As you can see, yes, we may think, this is M15, we need to go lower. We need to be on M1 or 30 seconds or 1 second or whatever you want. But no, this is a 2-pip zone. Once you get to this point, you don't need to be going crazy refining down to 0.1 pips or taking a limit off that. Like, we don't need to over refine. And it's very important that you actually don't over refine, because it's not worth it. So again, original H4 POI down to our M15 POI that's shown on the H4. again, I'm sure a lot of you have come from smart money or something like that, but we want to really make sure that you understand we don't trade structure how everyone else trades structure. We rarely use it, and it's only used in very specific circumstances. So we don't want you to just go applying structure whenever you feel like it, because that's not how we trade. And we'll show you how we incorporate structure into our trading. So obviously you have to understand the difference between main structure and internal structure. Internal structure is going to be the structure within the main structure, basically. And internal structure allows you to identify the sort of next type of market behavior. So let's jump into some examples.
Maybe stay on this one quick.
Of course.
Again, so it's important about this one. Again, first, as Cam said very well, we are not structure traders and we need a smart money traders, right? We will be cycle traders and intraday traders and liquidity traders. Again, that's why everything you see here, on which again, maybe you saw, oh, maybe I knew this, maybe this and this, you will see how different we will use everything very soon and how much clearer everything will be, and that's actually a promise. It's like literally trading a different strategy. Okay, but again, let's be aware to also understand the structure basic shit. Again, nobody of us really use it, but it's important to understand again the basics of what is internal structure and what is technically a main push. And here in black, everything inside that is the purple one, right? And everything inside a purple one, that's the red one. That's why you're not getting confused about the structure too much, right? And again, we'll show you very soon of how to use it.
I mean, yeah, and also not to confuse anyone too much, but eventually later on we will get to the point where we are trading directly against structure, and these are some of the of the nicest moves that you'll have. So let's jump into it, because it's important that you understand it. Even if you're just going to be trading against it, it's still important that you understand how it works. So obviously here we've hinted at it a little bit, but let's go into structure. So basically this structural point, although you can't see it, has reacted from a higher time frame POI to the left. It'll also we'll use structure if it's induced something to the left, but we'll cover that at a later point. We don't want to throw too much at you right away. We want to get you to like a strong point. So as you can see, we do use the internal BOS after it has done something that we like. That's either a higher time frame POI or an inducement. So here we can now look to trade away from this. And as you can see, we have our main BOS. We come back up, we fill this imbalance. Probably some of you would have been waiting for this. That's fine. We have confluences on where to get in here again, and then we're just creating new lows. And as you can see, we've got the lower time frame here. So on the lower time frame, this is also like our internal BOS, and you can get in there as well. So that is that one. Let's jump. Do you want to cover this a bit more?
No, I think that's fine. If you click on the next one, again, if you see it in here, like, why do we use some sort of structure? Because obviously you maybe question yourself, like, oh, if you just said you don't use structure, like, why are you showing us? The thing is, again, it, like, as a trend line, it can work from time to time. The thing though is, as we combine everything a lot with different materials which we show you, it definitely can be one of many confluences we will have. The only thing about structure is, again, very important. Write that down. Don't get confused and too much into structure, because overall it will damage you more than will help you. So only, again, we will show you the only times when we use structure and when it makes sense. For example, as you can see in here in this illustration, if, again, even the example Cam covered before that, let's say this is a 4-hour zone as we had it before, right? A very interesting zone. We will show you obviously zone later also. Then it taps into it, right? Why is this red? Because of course trend traders, they want to trade the continuation, right? Then of course, if it gives a higher time frame reaction out of one point of interest and then breaks the structure and leaves again another supply demand zone, in this case obviously a supply zone with some sort of imbalances after it broke the structure. Again, the structure is always the push that led to the highs. Again, not this one. Like if it just makes this one in here, this is not a structure point. This is just a new low of this push, a new low in here. Only the moment it breaks here through this one, this is some sort of structure break. And then it makes sense. Again, it kind of locks in the direction. But again, very, very important. Be very careful about these locking in the directions. We will dig into it later a little bit more, so you can see where not get trapped into. For now, again, the very, very basics. If we have some sort of higher time frame point of interest touch or imbalance fill or whatever, then we're having a break of structure after that into another zone. This can be sometimes better, right? Again, don't get too crazy about it. For example, if you have it in here, taps into higher time frame point of interest, this was the push that led to this highs, right? Inducing this equal highs once again into this point of interest. This push later on gets obviously broken, break of structure. And of course, here's your huge imbalance. Here's your little equal highs, induces it, taps into, fills the imbalance, fills the mitigation, right? And then of course, continues in the other direction. And again, we never think we covered it, but yes, if they, for example, do exactly this, in filling the imbalances and tap into it is called mitigation, right? This is the mitigation. Why is it mitigation? Because of course, Enigma, hedge funds, banks, institutions, they're having orders everywhere. And of course, they just have to get out of the orders at some point. Again, price has to be fairly delivered, and they just call it a mitigation because they have to, at least mitigate the chaos they created. And of course, closing the orders at some point as well, right? That's the mitigation. And we will obviously use the mitigation and show you the mitigation on a later point much more. But of course, just be aware of how we slowly but surely combining everything, right? Higher time frame supply area of the structure being broken, left imbalances, gives us our supply candle, taps into it, takes liquidity a little bit for equal highs, mitigates, is ready to continue, fills and obviously filled and deliver price fairly, and then continues. Again, just in a very basic nutshell, but don't get too excited about it. You maybe heard about this before. Again, this is literally 1% of everything, so don't get too crazy about it, okay?
Yep. Let's continue. So, little points about market structure. It's similar on all time frames, weekly to M1. We call this fractal. Downtrends and uptrends should be traded with continuation trades. Consolidation is where you can trade in every direction, obviously not left because that's trading in the past. You get multiple POIs, internal structure plays, momentum mitigations, which we'll cover, extreme mitigations and structure break mitigations. Main time frame should overall be M5, M1 should only be used for refinements and entries, and M15 and higher is used for overall direction. Breaker structure is used after a previous high or low is broken in the form of lower low, lower high, higher low. So this is market structure in the ideal sense. So this is how people portray it. We'll show in a bit that this isn't quite how it works, but we do need to explain it so you understand it. Right, how to read market structure. Main structure is the main push, so basically the whole push from where it started, trade in line with the trend, and you can have internal structure plays inside the main push. Internal structure and pullback, so this is basically any structure within the main push, and this is used to trap buyers and trap sellers as well. So let us go on to the next one. Keeps in mind, they can become helpful in the future, but you have to be very careful with these kind of plays, and we'll explain why. So obviously this is just basically what we've been through. This is the push. This is the POI that you get from the push. This is obviously all internal structure. This is the mitigation and then the continue. Obviously you're going to have within this internal structure fake outs and stuff like this. So just bear that in mind.
That's what we love though, right? If you go back
Yes.
again. This is what we love to do. And then obviously our entry is in here. And again, then we would trade actually until here. This is our reversal trade. And then again, but yeah, this is stuff we will do left and right later on.
Yes.
But yeah, let's just dig into the next one.
Absolutely. So the difference between boss and choch.
Maybe we just explain it quick. So again, as you probably have some sort of smart money background, as you probably most of you guys have, and you heard always these break of structures and these whatever they call it kochs, change of characters, whatever. And they technically saying like, oh, everyone else is using it. So guess what will not work if everyone else is doing it? Is obviously this boss and kochs. Of course, again, not to shit on anyone. If you see some sort of success with it, congratulations. Again, I can promise you there's people trading a trend line also which has success. So that's nothing really to be too proud about it. But of course, it's not anything against someone. But in a nutshell, this boss and kochs, whatever, change of characters and break of structures, of how they use it. Again, if it's higher highs kind of thing, they say this is a break of structure. This is a break of structure, makes a new high, this is a break of structure. But the moment it kind of changes the directional bias, like again, this makes a new high, and then of course this one didn't break this one, okay? So this one is just a break of structure to a low side. But then the moment it takes out this structure point to the left, it becomes their koch, right? Or the change of character, and out of a sudden, they say that now the directional, the shift of the market changes, and then of course it goes on forever to the downside. The thing though is, this of course works at some points, but it will also work not so well on even more points. And of course, we'll just dig you into that to kind of get rid of that ghost inside you and just wave it out when we light up the sage and whatever, like get the evil demons out of you, and then of course show you how to really do it. Okay?
Yeah. We'll also show you some examples that maybe other smart money traders, like the smart money trading gurus, won't show you of when it doesn't work. And when you see this, I'm sure you've all experienced it. Oh yeah, it's a choch. So now I've got to trade this direction, and then it just gets completely blasted. And we'll show you some examples of them, of course.
And again, it's in theory, it always seems so amazing, right? Again, that's where they easily can show you these examples left and right, because yes, of course, in hindsight and theory, yes, there's definitely a lot of examples you can find where it works. But again, as Cam said, how many times they literally speak about the examples that don't work? And the answer is they just ignore it, because again, in hindsight, it's getting covered up a little bit. But yeah, we will show you again why it's not such a good idea to focus on these kochs and bios is too much. And then again, show you how we use it instead.
Yeah, so as you can see, here's some, obviously, like Reem said, there are times where it does work. So here we can see we have our choch, and then obviously our imbalance and our supply candle. Price comes up, continues, lovely. Same here, choch into the imbalance and the demand candle, and price continues in that direction. I believe we have a couple more examples of it working. So obviously here we're just creating a new low. So this is just a BOS, as they call it, just a BOS. And then here is our change of character with our imbalance and our demand. As you see, same old. Again, change of character into our imbalance and our demand candle.
Yeah, so as you can see already, again, looks troubly, looks amazing, looks clean, everything like, oh yeah, that's amazing. But of course, there will be a few issues already with that. And now, if you want to go to the next slide, we can find out like where these issues come from, right? So it already gets a little bit out of hand by just using structure and the understanding and purpose of it. For example, if you just have something like this, so maybe whatever, just even for argument's sake, we say this was lower than here, right? Whatever, something like this. And this is your push that led to the high, and this is some sort of koch, right? Then again, this technically leaves on POY, but the extreme is also on POY. So which point of interest would you pick on just a structure level? And that's where the funny thing literally comes in. And these people, they literally tell you, oh, no, both are valid. whatever, just sometimes this point will work out, but sometimes it comes to the extreme. But what type of explanation of that? If they literally split it into two zones because they literally don't know what's going on. And that's where the problem with structure comes into, because again, sometimes, yes, it is very clean. You only have one point of interest and it taps into that. Congratulations, it worked. But what if it's not that clean? And like literally 90% of the cases, we have multiple points of interest and the structure will help you shit. But of course, then at some point it will work. And that's the example they show you and say, oh yeah, it tapped into that because this. So, but that's not the truth. Again, as you should see, for example, this can happen like this, where it taps into here, gives some sort of reaction, smokes into it and taps into here. But also it can happen something like this. But again, structure will not help you finding out the reasons of why this will be the case. Of course, it can help you finding some sort of these points of interest after some sort of Koch, whatever, depending on how the structure looked like in here, right? But it will not tell you of what zone will work and what not. That's why intraday trading will give you a very, very, very good directional bias and what to expect and what sort of zones to not expect will work out. Okay? Cam?
Yep. So, exactly like you said, the most funny part is when they have two or more POIs and they just split the risk and enter on them all, and then they call it risk management and trade management, and it's all just a game of probabilities. So as you can see, in this case, they split the risk. So let's say they're risking 1%. You risk 1/3 here, 1/3 here, 1/3 here. And the thing is, this one gets smoked. This one even gives them a reaction so that, oh yeah, this was the one. This is why I split the risk. And then obviously they both get smoked. And they're left, even down here as well, they're left crying. And this is made no more obvious than this slide right here.
Let's leave it in this one, Cam.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is just an illustration. Again, you maybe think that's over accelerated. Again, the next slide, we will show you of why it's literally not. Again, in hindsight, they make it look like pretty obvious, but it's literally not. Again, like if you just look at these Kochs, change of characters of how they say it. Again, this is the push that led to the high. Awesome. Okay, it gets broken here. Awesome. Okay, so they switching again the bias. Oh, I have my extreme mitigation thing and I have my whatever. This is the push that led to it. Okay, so they're leaving up with two zones. Then, of course, they having even a new low, right? And then maybe, again, first of all, they're trading the order flows. Obviously gets smoked like 2 times in a row. Even they're taking this zone and this zone. It just won't tell you that they took these both zones because they're getting smoked 2 times in a row. Because they think, no, the overall structure is in here. Or like in here, right? No worries. Right? Guess what? Then it makes a new low. Overall, okay, but guess what? For other people, this in here was the Koch again. Because again, overall, they're seeing still maybe an uptrend, right? And again, this is just a pullback in their opinion. And this led to the Koch, the change of character, right? Again, this is the push, they made a new low. Obviously, that's get taken out. Koch, change of character. So, of course, it has to be this point in here. Or if it's a pullback in here also, it has to be this point also. But guess what? It gets taken out, gives a reaction. We call this literally smart money trap in here. This also, of course, very obvious one. And get smoked. The thing is, again, structured traders have no idea of why this might be the case in here, or even this one, or this one, or this one. They literally don't have an answer. You will have multiple, countless of answers, right? But again, now just take this. Again, you maybe think, no, that's not true. My other guru told me this is not the case. Let's literally look at a real example of what is it, Cam? Like a week ago? Something like this. So let's look at this. Okay, and again, this is not making shit up. This is literally just looking at Kochs and of how they tried to make it work, right? So just left to right. So guess what? Obviously, we cut out a little bit, gave a Koch to the downside. Of course, the extreme mitigation has to work. Of course not. Going higher, right? Obviously, this is a push, gets a Koch to the downside, right? So of course, it has to work in here for a reversal trade. Of course not, right? Next thing. Makes a new higher high, gives a Koch, has to work to the downside. Not really, is it? And of course, no Kochs. other than this. Obviously, this is again the push that led to the high, right? Some sort of break of structures, right? Again, not literally Kochs. The Koch would be down here, because this is the push that makes it high. So this is just a break of structure. But guess what? They thinking, of course, it should go lower. Of course, it does not, right? And guess what? Even takes out the high one more time, smoking everyone. Now, of course, this is the push that led now to the high. This is their Koch, right? And of course, this leads to the all the way to left interest, because now they think, yeah, it has to make new lower lows in here, right? Guess what? Taps into here, fakes again the continuation for, order flow traders, continuation traders, gives again the Koch to the upside, again tapped before that into here. And of course, they're taking the order in here, getting an immediate L in here. So now they're having a Koch overall, because this is obviously the push that led to all this, having a Koch. So they're looking for buys. Again, now internal Kochs, right? Of course, here's their zone, getting smoked. Maybe they're taking the continuation trade of the, obviously now this becomes the Koch to the downside, right? And of course, the continuation trades would be in here. Funny enough, here's the inducement just wicked it. Of course, they will not tell you. They just tell you, no, my stop was a little bit, I included spread. Then all of a sudden, their stop was in here magically. And then they just show you that they are in this trade, right? They have no idea of why they literally get stopped out, right? So now, obviously, this directional switches to the downside for them, right? But maybe not. Maybe a few people still see there's an overall trend. And of course, they see this Koch, which led to a Koch in here, has still imbalances, has to work, right? So they're waiting for the internal Koch, right? So guess what? On an internal basis, maybe they have some sort of break of structure higher to confirm it. Obviously not, get smoked. Then they're having this zone, never get tapped into, they're left all confused of why they're getting not tapped in there. Then again, this is the push that led to the low, getting a Koch in here. So of course, this has to work out in the future. This, funnily enough, gets induced one more time, right? And of course, you see it's going over and over again. It literally doesn't even end. And again, there's just one example where it worked. Just one. And even if you say maybe no, I wouldn't have taken this one. Okay, what about whatever this one or this one, or maybe whatever this one or maybe this one. If you're not taking this one or maybe this one, what's the reasons why you haven't taken it? So where's the ones who literally worked? So maybe whatever you can find it. Where is it? Where's the just one example that literally worked? And even if you find one example, there's literally 15 losses in there. And that's this quote-unquote smart money concepts in combination with structure and supply and demand overall. It doesn't work as much as they try to tell you to make you believe it works. It definitely does not work. Again, it can work if, for example, reasons we will show you later. But yeah, Cam, Sakpo, you want to add into something like that?
Yeah, well, also, what you've got to notice is even when they're waiting for their confirmed entries, right? They're not taking it straight off here. They're waiting for their internal choch. They're still getting smoked and they're still getting baited. And this is the thing. They're going, on hindsight, they can probably explain, oh yeah, I didn't take this because of XYZ. I didn't take this because of XYZ. But how do they explain, let's say you can't see all of this price action to the right. How do they explain, no, don't take this? They don't. They can't. But in hindsight, and I'm sure all of you who have traded smart money have felt this at some point or another, where you're at this point, you take a loss here and you can't understand why you did. And you go to your mentors and you ask them and they give you some lovely explanation that then you have another example where suddenly the explanation they didn't give, oh no, of course you don't do that. You actually do the opposite. And it's all just hindsight stuff that they love to give. Oh yeah, you do this. Oh no, you do this. And it's all explaining it after the fact. It's not explaining it when it happens, because this is not explainable.
Yes, and then again, very important, again, maybe a few people getting upset right now because that's how they traded. And they say, no, that's not true. That's not how I trade, blah, blah, blah. Again, it's not to shit on anyone or you don't need to defend it. Again, this is literally out of experience because guess what? we had a cooperation with obviously smart money traders, and we are in a community over a year now, right? And guess what? Every single one of our students moved away from these quote unquote smart money concepts and structure. Literally no one, zero successful students of us trade market structure or smart money. So again, just trust us on this one, because that's literally the case. Of course, you can keep hold on it and say, no, that's not true, and this is da. But again, this will not bring you anywhere. Again, you will have so many different other explanations and reasons of how to trade. So again, just be aware that this smart money hype is not, fortunately not as everyone wants to tell you it is. But again, yes, of course, you can catch a very good trade based on that. But that's more like hit or miss, right? And this is not of how the market works, okay? So let's just go to the next slide of like looking at other people of how they do this. Again, they just obviously, again, if you want to switch the slide cam, again, the good news about that is all these gurus will not tell you that, right? So again, they will just say, no problem, blah, blah, blah. They give you another, no, you have to combine with Wyckoff to make it work better. And you have to use 16 combinations of time frames, and only if you have 16 Kochs, only then it's possible. And yes, and you will find one example in 2 years which it worked. But wow, then you're trading once in 2 years. But what's the point? Again, you'll obviously saw our stuff of how we trade intraday, and of course, there's opportunities literally every couple of minutes. That's not even a joke, depending on how much currency pairs you look at, and how much you want to trade, and how risky your entries are. So again, not to shit on anyone, not to make anyone upset or mad. It's literally just to open your eyes, and hopefully you realize, oh wow, they having a community, a very successful community, and no one of them is trading smart money or structure. So there has to be something to it. Okay, so if you're one of them who trades smart money, that's something you probably have to limit a little bit more. Okay, so let's dig into a few examples though.
Yeah, let's go. So let's get into some examples that they maybe won't show you. So here, what do we have? Well, we have our choch to the downside. So obviously, this is where they enter. Amazing. We get another choch to the downside. So this is what they would call the safe entry. So that's the safe entry.
Literally, that's the literally very high confirmed entry. A Koch after a Koch, and probably even this one was like some sort of higher time frame Koch as well.
Exactly. And then then they just get wicked out, and you see how we give another pullback into another choch. So at this point here, maybe we've had
they say like no, because it was equal highs, right? So here, right?
Exactly.
And then they're getting another Koch, and no.
And then maybe if they don't read it that way and they see this as a bullish choch, they're gonna enter here, and there you go. Or the more convenient one is where they get choch on both sides, and
that's the best one.
they don't mention the time where it doesn't work. They just mention, this is a hedge. I've hedged the market. The market's trapped. Whatever. This is the point where, and look, even here in this example, it doesn't even tag them in. It just fills the imbalance. But look, we've got choch. So first, we've got choch to the upside. So maybe there's no nice POI in here. So maybe they do avoid this. And then what you've got choch to the downside. And here you've got both this one and this one. So first off, let's say it played from either this one or this one. How do they know which one? They don't. And in this case, both of them get blasted anyway. But then they just go, oh, of course, I've now had a choch to the upside. So of course I should have been buying. And then obviously when this plays out, they conveniently leave off this one here, and they just mention, guys, took this 1 to 30. Maybe they remove volume at 1 to 5 as well, but
Who knows?
Yeah, that's the funny thing when if you see then these Instagram gurus in here, they're opening a position here and here, right? And then they just hold both. Like always, this is a sell and this is a buy, and then they just literally don't know. They just gamble, and then obviously if this one plays out, or if this one break even, but they show you this trade.
Yeah,
So that's
exactly.
literally what you will see from a lot of
And
these
yeah.
smart money concept traders out there.
And some of them will even have, this position open, and their screenshot
Literally
will be around
screenshot
here.
in the middle. Yes.
Yeah, and they'll say something like "market trapped."
Yeah.
That doesn't exactly scream that they know what they're doing, does it? So let's go over some more examples.
Yeah, exactly.
So here we've just got a simple BOS. So where would our mitigations be? We've got 3. These are all of the ones with imbalance. How do we know which one we pick? Well, if we're trading smart money, we don't. So we just give a go at all 3. So decisional 1, decisional 2, and extreme. Possibly this is the test from your Wyckoff. Maybe. So let us look. So there we go. Confirmed distribution sells. So obviously we are going to sell. So now we're in. That's our limit 1 been tagged. Oof, it's fine. Losses are part of the game. It's probability. Don't worry. This next one, obviously that's the one. Oh, no, it's not. So now we've got the extreme. But don't worry. Obviously the extreme will work. Ooh. So, Now the extreme hasn't been tapped, so we need to buy up to the extreme, of course. Decisional 1 looks good. It's supply to demand shift. So we'll take that as our supply to demand zone. And then we've been tagged in. What do you know? Look, we're going to make back these 2 losses, and then we're going to get into the sell as well. And we're out. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We've still got, it's, we're panicking. We're panicking a little bit. Everyone knows that the 3rd loss after that, you get a real boost and you actually start to read the market correctly. So we were just dipping our toes into the water. So obviously now the extreme for the buy, of course. Now we can be calm. And now we can panic again. Look, we can blame the composite operator for that one.
Yeah, we should have looked for, again, if you go back again, we should have just wait for Wyckoff confirmations here.
Of
right,
course.
that would be the key, but then, yeah, it was just out of it.
Because the reason is we obviously should have hopped down into the 5 seconds and you would have seen the
there was a
distribution.
0.1
Yeah.
pip imbalance.
Yeah, of course.
Your
And the
test was
distribution
spring.
there. So we needed to be careful. That was just our bad, of course. I'm sure if
Yeah.
you go to one of your mentors with that, they'll let you know that.
Yeah, but the thing is, again, I think we shitted enough on structure. I think everyone gets the point, right?
Yes.
It's not to make fun out of anyone. It's just, again, to make fun out of these gurus which try to literally explain you that this is the way the market works.
Yeah.
But it's obviously not. And again, they would just never show you these points where it didn't work, or then they literally just say, oh no, it was a valid loss or something like that. Because they literally don't know the reasons. But guess what? Now you're in a very good place where you will have a lot more answers and true facts of what's going on, right? So if you go to next slide, again, just to end this little shit talking a little bit off, the bitter truth about this market structure or like this overall smart money concept is that you probably realize that majority of these marketers, like literally marketers, not even traders, but marketers, try to explain you that market structure in form of like these break of structures and change of characters. That's the way to go, right? Again, they show you with multiple combinations like, Wyckoff, higher time frames, nada. But the reality of market structure looks very different, as we showed you just a little bit earlier. And again, these break of structures and change of characters, they are nothing else than a retail way of analyzing the markets as well. But of course, as we said multiple times, it will work at some point. And of course, it looks amazing in hindsight. And of course, it's amazing to look at these Instagram posts where they show you these little cheat sheets and like free whatever confirmations and stuff like that. Yeah, of course. But guess what? Do you really think that's what's going on. If all these 500 Instagram gurus like out there show you the same stuff with this change of characters and break of structures, do you really think that is what's going on? And that's the secret of how the market works? Again, not really, right? The other thing is, and again, that's what you decide you probably never heard before, is that we said it earlier a little bit, we had a cooperation with one of those smart money concept providers. And we had also one mentor or whatever, educator, whatever you want to call him, that focused big time on structure. Right? Again, we had even people that focused big time on smart money, but also big time on structure. But guess what? Very, very soon, we realized, obviously we realized before, but of course you wanted to make a cooperation, but then we realized very soon that this is not good. This is not good, and this confuses people more than that helps them, right? And after literally a year, we couldn't do it. And again, now we realized that also everyone, again, of our students who sees very good success goes on our recommendation and says, don't use market structure and don't use like the smart money concepts. And out of a sudden, that's where the huge change came from. And again, now every successful student we have, they don't look at market structure. They don't look at Wyckoff. They don't look at whatever supply demand flips and shit like that. Again, that's not what we trade. Again, we liquidity traders, cycle traders. And again, we cannot be surprised of what's going on. We cannot guess. The last thing you should always do is guess. Oh, I have 3 POIs. I just guess this is the one I'm taking. Or, oh no, this is this push. It led to the high. It has to work like this. No. Again, we will show you a lot of different concepts of what's going on. And again, it's definitely not based on market structure, but of course, there is just one way we can use it for confirmations, and then it's okay. Then we can do it. And again, that's only one way to do it. Okay. But for now, get rid technically of this market structure overall, and you will see it will definitely help you. And also get rid of these smart money concepts overall. It will help you in the long run, and focus solely on liquidity inducement cycles. That is where the huge aha moment will come, and you will see how clean it actually can be, right? And not guessing anymore, right? And of course, we get rid of this disturbance of this other stuff and bring clarity with the liquidity and the cycles. Okay, so if you go to the next slide, what we do with this break of structures and costs for now, we only will use structure breaks or change of characters in one way. First of all, you throw it in the trash, and again, we put it like in a more simpler way after we got other confluences, and then only then we will look for some sort of confirmations with some sort of break of structures. Again, we never will use Kochs ever again. You will not have us speak about it after this, right? So Kochs are gone. Again, we will only use it for other confirmations, and we just call it a break of structure. Okay, so we stick kind of to a break of structure, but only, and if you want to go to next slide, Cam, again, the only time you look for a break of structure will be after either an inducement or a higher time for mitigation. So let's say, again, our cycle plays in line. Of course, we will show you exactly what these cycles will be. If you have an inducement, after an inducement, we have some sort of break of structure. Again, this push led to the high. Then, and only then, we can get something out of a break of structure. Or again, if we have again, not as everyone else does it, but in very specific forms, where the daily cycle lines in here, we have some other confirmations. This is also a higher time frame confirmation. And then, higher time frame mitigation. Then, again, only then if the market cycle lines, we're having a break of structure, same scenario. Okay, but that's it. That's literally the way we use a break of structure. That's it. It looks very simple, but you will see why it's like literally 50 times more efficient than looking at 17 points of interest and every point possible and don't know what point to pick and what point not to pick. Again, this will make your life much, much easier. Okay, so let's dig into a few examples.
order flow. Again, I'm sure a lot of the smart money traders will be already know about this, but maybe there are some of you who don't. So let's cover what it is. So basically, order flow is present in a trending market with basically consecutive mitigations. If we go all the way back, that would be your supply and demand combined with imbalance mitigations to get those refined mitigations. So it's just small pullbacks to grab liquidity and allow order to flow in both directions. Very easy to identify, and it's also very good for trapping people in the long term. We'll expand on that in a little bit.
And very important also about this, again, we look for our confirmations first, and only then, if our cycles are completed later on, only then we're looking into this order flow mitigation. But of course, we have to explain you first what this technically is. And again, as Cam explained very well, it's just getting into the right direction, technically after each other, right? Again, but only after our cycle will be completed later on. And this, again, just a very basic understanding of, yes, there is something that's called order flow. And of course, you can get after these pushes are done or these traps are done, then of course you can add into positions, or maybe you missed an entry. It will give you another opportunity with this order flow, right?
Yeah. So here's what it looks like so this is like medium time frame, and then this is like our lower time frame. So you can use medium time frame analysis to confirm and refine analysis. Order flow on the higher time frame allows you to trade to trade the sort of in between bit a bit easier and more freely, and you want clean, strong movements to clearly identify entry opportunities. So I think there's no better way for us to go over it than to just show some examples.
Yeah, but obviously multiple time frame approach, right? Again, if this is the 5 minute and okay, here's my imbalance, here's my some sort of demand candles in here, right? Of course, you go back a time from lower, use multiple time frame analysis, and then again see, okay, my imbalance was from here to here. Perfect. This is my demand candle, taps into here. Then again, okay, could make sense to give you some sort of break of structures. Again, same thing. And then again, but this is after, again, we have the significant play in here, which we'll dig into later. And then, of course, trading into the right direction. Okay, then again, can make sense.
Yeah. So here is our example. As we can see, we've got our M1 order flow creating internal lows and leads to a quote unquote main BOS. But as you can see, well, actually you can't see, but what this would be is this would be like the inducement, and we're now trading away from that. And this is where probably cycle complete as well. And we're now using our order flow to trade away from that. We don't just pick random order flow. So you wouldn't just pick like, oh yeah, we're going to trade this order flow. No, it has to be in line with our concepts first, and then it comes into play. So this is what it looks like on the M5. This is the M1 view, and then this is the M5 view, and this is our like refined zone to the left that we shown. So it started off as an M15 POI. This is what it looked like on M5, and then this is what it looked like on M1. As you can see, we did an inducement up until that point, mitigated, cycle complete. Don't want to go into too much detail because we haven't taught that yet, but just for what's to come. And then once you've had all of these confluences, likely daily cycle as well, you can then look for your M1 order flow. We'd also have confluences within this as well. So it's not just you just pick some random order flow and go, okay, I'm going to trade this. That's not what we do. But we do obviously make use of it the same way that we do make use of mitigations and stuff like this as well. It's just we don't use it on its own. Okay, so next we've got here. So here you can see this is M1 again. You can see clean, push, pullback, push, pullback, push, pullback. These are our mitigations. This is what it looks like on M5. So also you can see that we're trading towards a quote unquote main BOS.
but this is more likely a liquidity point that we're going to be trading towards. So again, you wouldn't take this just based on the order flow. You'd have like a cycle complete down here. It maybe induces something to the left, or maybe it induces something to the left, or even comes in and mitigates some higher time frame POI that also has our confluences. And like I said, I don't want to get too far ahead, but multiple confluences here that allows you to trade this order flow. You don't just pick random order flow and trade it. So yeah, that's another example. This one, again, we had a POI to the left, and then what you can see is we channeled down, mitigated. Here we look for our break of structure after our cycle's been complete here. So break of structure into, again, mitigation, 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 all of our order flow mitigations. But again, we're not just trading them blindly. That's the important thing. Next, so here you can see we channeled up, gave our inducement into our higher time frame mitigation with cycle complete here, and now again you can look to trade your order flow. Obviously this is the ideal entry with a break of relevant market structure after your inducement high. You can now take this mitigation, which is also an order flow mitigation. So this would probably also give some other confluences that we'll get into at a later point. Again, this is just an example of order flow, just so that you understand what it looks like. This is what it looks like on M5. This is what it looks like on M1. I think the rest are just examples of order flow. So here, again, we leave our imbalance, we come up, we fill that, we leave our imbalance, we fill it, we leave our imbalance, we fill it, we leave our imbalance, and we fill it. So for those of you who haven't traded order flow or are not aware of what it is, it's basically this. It's just these consecutive mitigations. So push, pullback, push, pullback. It's just these consecutive mitigations in one direction. That's very simply what order flow is. Again, here's some more examples, as you can see. But I think we all are understanding that now.
Okay, so if we look back in our beautiful pirate map of the basics, of course, we covered very basic stuff first. We saw of how to make a big zone into smaller refined zones. Then we saw also of how to take advantage of if it's a continuation or reversal. We used multiple time frames to even refine it more. We made some fun out of structure, a little bit about it, but of course can be aware that this is something that can help you specific points also. Then also we identified of how we potentially could use the advantage of order flow if we identified the right moves later on. Then of course of how we can add into the trades. And now of course we also want to show you again if it's continuation or reversal setups. Of course, again, we can trade order flow. Like let's say we have something like this, right? And maybe this is our inducement later on. Price content reversals and here, so that would be order flow to the reversal side. Or of course, if you have something like this, inducement to the low side, and then trading order flow into the continuation overall, right? That's both stuff we will cover now, and slowly but surely be connecting all these basics and then show you soon of how to master these basics, okay? So Sakpa, if you want to go and walk us through the journey of continuation and reversals.
Lovely jubbly. So continuation and reversal, what we will be doing is we will be using, so you can see there's two. So of course, this one, we will be covering the continuation and reversal with all of our other points that we have here from 1 to 6. So if we go to the next slide, we have our continuation. Now here we have price action trending bullish, and it breaks the internal structures, and likely we get mitigations here, like with imbalances, as you've been taught. And then we have our continuation leg, which breaks the main structure. Now with the reversal, it's the exact same thing. So again, in combination with supply and demand, you have your supply zone in this scenario, you have your imbalances over here, and then of course the mitigation in itself. Now in combination with structure, you have your breaks of internal structures, and then of course the reaction in itself of course breaks the main structures over here. So again, continuation is going up, and then reversal is of course the reversal itself.
And of course, very important to also keep in mind, if it's a continuation, again, it's not only up, it can be down also. Of course, it's just in line with the overall direction. And again, we don't need to reversal trade everything. We don't need to force reversal trades. But be aware, slowly but surely, we're digging into the more interesting stuff. That of course, they're always loving to show this false pullback trends and whatever. Then again, you have some sort of inducement, maybe do something to the left, which is even nicer. At some point, we will show you, of course, everything that's going on. Then, of course, we can have a continuation. We can wait for additional confluences, like easy stuff like break of structures, as Sakpo said, into mitigations here, and then continuing higher, right, in this scenario. Or, of course, reversals. If this, again, has a significant role, which we will find out later of what this might be, right? Again, already know this higher time for mitigation things, if it reacts from some sort of supply demand areas, right? And of course, then we can have some sort of break of structures confirming the direction if everything else before that is in line. Again, we dig into it, then again, see what they're doing, building these liquidities, right? Taking it out, and then order flow reversal, but continuation of away from our traps in here, but of technically it's a reversal over all the trend, right?
Okay, so what we have here is we have our channel of liquidity, we have the trend line of sellers, everyone selling down here. At the same time, we also have buyers in this channel. So essentially we have both buyers and sellers in the market. Then we essentially have, of course, you'll be taught later this, your inducement, and then of course an imbalance over here into a POI in the purple box we have here. And upon that we have an internal structure here as well as the main structure. So everything in between is your internal structures, and then of course the continuation bullish. And then to the right, we also have a similar scenario where we have all of this liquidity building in the form of a channel. Same thing here, we have our equal highs, and then of course our inducement high. And then what we have is the internal structures being broken and an imbalance zone. So imbalance, of course, being between there and then your POI from there to there. And then, of course, once price mitigates, we get the continuation bearish, of course, breaking internal structures and ultimately breaking the main structure to the left.
Yes, and that's something, a very example where structure actually can help you, right? Again, if you think like, okay, maybe this took out the highs, or why not looking into this one? Again, this is a fun example because we obviously know exactly later on of why this is 100% a no-no zone anyway. So that's a promise. We will dig into that, right? Of why this is never a spot you look for sells in here. But guess what? If you just look at this chart in here, you would never know, but always you will know very soon of why not this one instead, right? But then also, again, this is technically the push, right? It never gave you some sort of internal break of structures or break of structures overall, then obviously takes it out. Again, this one is a 10 out of 10 confirmation trade later on for us to pick for an inducement POI, right? And of course, then it technically breaks the structure points and then comes all the way back to the extreme, mitigates that, and then of course takes out the structure to the left as well.
Lovely. So we have another example here to the left. We have again our inducement high, and then of course price break structure. So from this point to this point is essentially our leg, and of course that's the point of structure that's broken. Then what we have, of course, if I just remove the drawing, so you can see the imbalance. Essentially your imbalance starts from there and technically it's all down there. I mean, at one point it was actually down there until it pulled back. And then, of course, our POI in itself is the mitigation point. To the left, of course, then we continue for our continuation, break structures along the way, usually to the left as well. Now to the right, we have another scenario of the same thing. Again, we have liquidity in the form of this channel, not the nicest drawing. Again, to the high side, we have people buying as well as selling when it touches the trend line. And then, of course, to the left, again, they're not the same chart, just to iterate on that. There's a split there, but to the left usually is a POI of some sort or inducement of this liquidity. What we have then is fractal lows over here. And before that, we have, of course, price break those fractal lows, and then, of course, a POI with the imbalance between there and there. Price taps into the imbalance, and then we start to break structures to the downside, all the way to the left, and get our reversals. Okay.
Yes, and this, for example, again, always note that you have some sort of these liquidity buildups before, right? And again, even if you coincidentally, this example, that's actually how it should look like in real as well. If this final inducement of this buy channel, look to the left, and then there's some sort of POIs, which coincidentally this actually is the case in here, then again, this could be definitely very interesting for after break of structures. Again, the only time its structure makes sense to look at, right? And then, of course, fills the imbalances, taps into this point of interest, and then continues, or technically now reversals. Okay, perfect.
Lovely. So next example, again, it's the same thing. So we have a channel being built to the higher side. Everyone's buying in the form of whatever trend lines. If it's your breakout traders, whatever it be, everyone's buying. And essentially we have our inducement high. Then what we have, of course, is price react from there. And at this point, it's very hard to see, but you can see the imbalance over here, and then you can see the POI. So essentially coming into the POI from the imbalance to the left. And then upon the continuation, we get the same thing. So now we've broken structures to the left, but we also now have the same thing where we have our imbalance zones between here, as well as a POI, well, the only remaining. Okay, so then what happens is price then mitigates into the POI, and then we get our continuation downwards. Again, breaking the main structures to the left over here. Then what we have going forwards is another example. So what we have here is essentially liquidity being broken to the downside. We have our inducement, and then what happens is this structure point here is broken. So we have our break of structure there. And then what we have is our imbalances from there to there into our POI over here. And then we get our reversal over here. And again, taking out structure points here to the left and ultimately the main one over here. So now the next one we have is, again, a continuation example where we have price breaking structure here to the left. And then, of course, so from this point to this point, then we get a pullback into our POI over here. Alongside that, we have multiple imbalances over here between the 2 points into the POI. And from that point, we get our continuation bullish again. So going forwards, another continuation example is we have our channel of buyers at this point. Again, people trading support resistance, whatever. So everyone is buying. Then we have our inducement low. And then, of course, our internal structures are broken at this point. So from this point to here, we get our pullback into our POI at the bottom over here, as well as covering all of these imbalances on the way off the pullback. And we get our continuation bullish, taking out the structure to the left. Okay, so another reversal example is we have, of course, our reaction from there till here. We have our main break of structure, and then, of course, imbalances on the way over here into our POI here. So we mitigate this POI. Again, it can be used for multiple timeframes. Maybe this is a 5M or a 1M. You use your timeframes to your advantage. You don't necessarily need to refine it too much. For example, this could be your 5M POI, and that's good enough. Continue, bearish, taking out structure points to the left. Of course, you will be taught this in the future lessons of why you wouldn't take zones like such over there. Okay. Next example, again, it becomes very repetitive. So I'm sure you can figure this out yourselves at this point, where we have, of course, our structure points here. We, of course, break the structure here for the sellers. And then, of course, we have our major imbalance from there to there and our mitigation into the POI only for price to then continue. And then, of course, going to the next slide, we, of course, have the same thing where we have our minor breaks of structures over here. We have imbalance forming between here and here. And then we get, of course, our POI mitigation over there. And this takes out, of course, all the structures to the left, all these little bits down here for our continuation. Okay, so another example, we have, of course, our structure point here. It breaks out this structure point over there. So between this leg, we have, of course, an imbalance over here, as well as a POI. Price comes back upon a pullback and then mitigates this POI for a continuation, then breaking these structure points as well to the left. Now, so we have now completed the continuation and reversal. There's plenty of examples on that. And we will be covering liquidity. Now, liquidity is quite a, I would say, varied topic. There's a lot of examples of liquidity. And of course, you'll be taught those very soon.
Alright, so now we are in the liquidity aspect. Of course, our journey continues. Again, at this point, everything should be very basic and very clean, right? If not, then again, then maybe rewatch it, but that stuff like actually don't really need too much other than maybe the order flow later on, because that's something you can scale in. But again, we showed a lot about structure. Again, we showed you how we use structure in terms of if we have some sorts of points of interest for our scenarios, if it's an inducement or a higher time for mitigation. But everything else before that should be very, very clean. Okay, so now let's into obviously one of the most important aspects about overall trading, and that is, of course, liquidity. We covered it before, if you remember the fishies and everything, of course, so we will not spend too much time again in covering these different liquidity aspects, but again, just maybe a little refresher of what's going on. So essentially, every market position, all the money that moves around the market is liquidity, right? Now, of course, that also includes the orders that are sitting and waiting to be liquidated. That, of course, means stop losses, limit orders, and stop orders. And of course, not even orders that are currently running, but also orders that are waiting, even stop losses. Again, some other person stop loss might be some other stop order for another guy, right? And of course, therefore, stop losses are also seen as huge liquidity. Of course, probably the biggest form of liquidity is stop losses by itself. And of course, its overall strategies, people and AIs, machineries, everything we covered that before. They need reasons. Everyone needs a reason to take a trade or to place a stop. Without that reason, there's no order. There's no some person clicking the button. And of course, we covered it multiple times. Structure and smart money is one of those reasons to give to people in order to actually put the hard-earned money into the markets. Right? So how does it look like? The liquidity, of course, is the L in liquidity inducement theorem. And of course, to understand an inducement, you need to understand the liquidity. Of course, we gave you a pretty good explanation with the fishes already, but be aware that this is only making 5% of what we teach as well. But this is probably the most important aspect to understand, right? Because you know the saying, if you can't see the liquidity, then you are the liquidity. And as you can see, this kid, he kind of understands it. He kind of presses the button, be like, yes, lick water, woo! They try so hard to drink it, but you see, it doesn't really work that well. So Ben, pay attention to how liquidity actually works. Because again, if you obviously understand, okay, I have to press this button, but then just because you open your mouth doesn't mean it actually works out as you want it to, right? So be also very aware of course, these basic forms of liquidity we covered, but also the structure and smart money liquidity, right? So again, think about it this way. Every time there is a buy or sell from either people or machines, they are technically matched up with the opposite orders as well, right? So when a stop loss is hit, technically the same thing is the case. So if someone's stop hits, another person gets in. So of course, always is balanced. That's why, again, the market has to be fairly delivered to give equal amounts of positions to everyone, technically, right? And of course, it's only like overall, everything is supply and demand. That's why, of course, also these supply and demand areas get tapped in all the time as well, because that's where the market is consolidating and, of course, balancing everything out and sees where positions are at the markets, right? So the basics of the liquidity inducements, or only the liquidity without inducements yet, are, of course, the easiest ones are trend, probably one of the most effective ones. Then support resistance, okay, obviously everyone knows what that is. Then breakouts, also very, very effective. And then, last but not least, smart money concepts. We digged into it a lot as well, right? Again, there's multiple other forms of liquidity. There's probably countless of reasons of why people entering the trades, but those four being the most important ones you have to focus, and they're also the most important, the easiest ones to identify. That's why they're obviously also the biggest ones, because they're the easiest to identify, so people love to trade that stuff. Okay, so what does it mean? Again, just very quick. Trendline liquidity, we don't need to lose too much time about it. Again, people drawing points of the trend lines, the third touch, they're trading it, obviously wants to continue the price forever. And then, of course, the same thing for the other direction. Of course, they're trading these touches of these trend lines all the time. Right at the moment, they're seeing a third touch of the trend line. They love to do channels. So channels is my favorite form to do it. If they do these channels, not only trend line to one direction, but actually these channels in both sides. They're absolutely amazing to identify these liquidity zones. So get used to them. But of course, we show you exactly how to do it. All right, a few more examples. Again, trend lines getting smacked everywhere, left and right. But of course, they always show these trends, like everywhere. They're always showing these trends. But let's see. Oh my God, how amazing does this 17th touch of the trend line work? Look at the speed. Oh my God, led to a 5 million whatever risk reward ratio in this trade if you took it just like this. Of course not. It's all on hindsight stuff to make you excited and feel like, oh, look, another touch and blah, blah, blah. Again, it's all not how the market works, but it has to work at some sort of degree. Otherwise, people would not trade it. So guess what? If they see something like this, or maybe a reversal, oh, amazing, look at the trend forming slowly. And then, of course, oh, look at it. Third touch, oh my God, has to work out, right? So, of course, now people having the reason to take it. Awesome. Where's the stop losses? Of course, first of all, if you took it somewhere in here, whatever, that stop goes below this in here, obviously all the way to the second touch, right? Of course, nothing new. They're getting stopped out. And they're getting stopped out also, right? So not a surprise. Building up the channel upwards, right? Of course, not a touch, depending on how you even draw this trend line. Oopala, that's not even a line. You know what? You're getting my point. Depending on how you drew it, you have multiple reasons of how to get into these trades, multiple opportunities, right? So guess what? Stop loss is probably here and here, or else, right? Of course, getting stopped out, and of course, then everyone's getting stopped out at some point, right? And you already can see, as we covered earlier, maybe this is again this fake change of character things where they love to fake these areas, again giving smart money people, smart money traders, the reasons to get into those trades, taking out the high one more time, liquidate them as well, and of course then the plays are technically done, and you already can see of how then technically they do it. Then it's just the real type of breakup structure, probably something to your left also, and then our area is getting mitigated in here, and of course then where they're taking out all the liquidity that built up before, right? Of course, that's technically of how you do it. Another one, very easy one. Again, look at this trend and forming, third touch, fourth touch, millionth touch, whatever. There's the stop losses, very obvious. They're all getting obviously smoked, right? Okay. Then, of course, we have the breakout liquidity. Easy stuff. They're looking for these areas of resistance or support. At the moment, obviously, that's getting smoked. And of course, even these highs, if it makes new higher highs, they jumping in left and right. So that's why obviously even these wicks, they are very nice and choosy liquidity spots, because again, normal people, they think, okay, these wick entries, whatever, they cannot take it out anymore. And if they do, they're jumping in left and right in these positions, right? So again, look for these channels sideways also. Breaker traders love that. And also these zones in here, right? If they see this significant pullback zones, they love to just put their buy stops above that and then grab the breakout technically. Or this again, ranging, breaker trades buys in here and sells in here. Obviously first induces to the other direction and then smokes to the downside, and slowly but surely get your eye train of what they do, right? Again, building up the short trend, and of course when they stop out these people slowly but surely who got into the short trend, right? And again, same thing for the long side, inducing low first, one more time higher, just again to take out these channel traders in here, right? And of course then continues lower, right? All the time the same thing. So identifying liquidity will be one of the most important things we have to do, right? But of course we show you very later of how to do it properly. Again, look out for these zones where they're kind of ranging. What are they trying to do? Building up liquidity, taking it out, going the other direction, building up liquidity, taking out at this time, and then of course taking then the reversal, so on and so forth, right? Always the same stuff. Again, breakout traders and combination with liquidity in terms of trend line, right? So breakout traders always seeing the consolidation, getting induced first to a fake breakout to the downside, then they get a right one and getting all excited. Trend traders jump in left and right, always buy. Look at this 15th touch of the trend line, and then of course just to take them out later, right? And of course, endless opportunity, examples. Support resistance, we don't need to dig into that too much, but of course if these zones getting broken, they're getting retested from time to time. That's also where people jumping in, so always be aware of these zones also. If they're again giving quadruple tops, then comes back, taps in one more time, oh my god, so valid, right? Of course not. But of course be aware that these are easy spots where you can target or identify liquidity, okay? Then of course here, look at it again, 50 million touches to the downside, breaks it, retest, and wants to continue lower. Of course not, right? Again, before they even do that, again, they're stopping out these people, even the structure points in here, faking again the structure reversal thing, whatever. Again, they have given you the excuse that it's just a pullback, whatever. Like that's not what it is though. Again, it's just to liquidate all these orders and then obviously smoke to the downside, continuing lower, right? Again, just examples of what support and resistance. You know this stuff by now. Very easy stuff. And again, noticed trend line forming, channel forming, what's going on, getting induced high first, induced low, and then obviously can continue higher. But before they do it, they're building up this order, stopping them out later, faking the reversal traders or faking the reversal in terms of these choks, whatever, reacting from some sort of scenarios in here just to take it out later. Right, it's all traps being left and right, all landmines you have to be aware of. Then, of course, these break and retest stuff, right? And they're faking the pullback scenarios or they're faking the reversals, right? Of course, people jumping in, like break, right? Break, retest, break, retest, break, retest, right? And of course, all stop losses in these areas, of course, they're all getting smoked, and chuped. Okay. Again, same thing for the downside. Just be always aware of this building, these channels, and downwards action where the stop losses everywhere technically. So guess what's going to happen? Of course, grabbing all the stop losses, and then we actually can even pull back, right? Of course, perfect. Same thing here, triple top, look at it, how sustainable it looks like. Oh my God, and even this crazy triple bottom, right? Yeah, definitely makes a lot of sense. Or triple bottom didn't help too much, too good, right? But what was the original idea is, of course, we dig into this concept already. We're filling the imbalances. Before that, they always building up this liquidity. Again, their initial task is to fill these imbalances, fairly deliver the market. But of course, they don't randomly just do it. They want to hit two birds with one stone. So first, they're faking the liquidity. So people jumping in buy, right? And of course, then to take them out, right? The stop loss is obviously below these areas. And then, of course, building the false channel downwards once again, just because they wanted to obviously get mitigation done. Overall, filling the markets, fairly deliver it, and then obviously stopping out everyone who buys or who sold, in the first place. Of course, boom, faking the quadruple top once again. So sellers getting excited. So guess what's going to happen? Taking them out, right? Okay, so you see how they're always faking these reactions left and right. But again, time and time again, it's always the same stuff. Same stuff as we digged in earlier with smart money concepts, right? So again, just to cover it one more time, and again, we stop making fun out of it then. But think about it this way. When all these retail concepts or smart money concepts never would work. Never. Like again, a trend line always failed on the third touch, always. Smart money concepts, they always fail in these mitigation areas all the time. Then who literally would trade it? Again, that's the reason, again, we digged into it earlier. It has to work from time to time to keep people and these strategies alive. Again, if it just fails all the time, immediately, no one would ever trade it. So of course, that is why sometimes a triple top or like a Wyckoff or like a mitigation or whatever, of course, it can lead to a huge trade. Same thing as a random Fibonacci retracement out of a sudden leads to a huge trade. Yes, because they have to show it to you. They have to show it and prove you that from time to time it works. Otherwise, nobody would trade it, right? So I guess don't get surprised if a triple top, again, gives a huge reaction, but it will get taken out at some point. But of course, it has to show it for all these triple top traders or these head and shoulder traders or whatsoever, because if it never would work, there would be no liquidity buildups. It wouldn't work, but the market has to be liquidated. That's why they have to make these random concepts like retail concepts and smart money concepts work from time to time. Well, that's not how it works, right? So always be aware. Again, using the smart money concept approaches with these imbalances, the POIs, of course, yes, we can combine it very well also later on, but overall, that's not what's going to work, right? Again, these points of interest after these breakout structures, they're getting smoked left and right also, right? But again, smart money traders will not tell you that. Of course, that's why we have to tell you, okay? Again, same thing, breakout structure to high side, whatever, takes it out. So whatever, that's in continuation maybe, or now, chocks to the downside, whatever, like it just isn't the case, right? Again, if they want to take continuations, again, they're getting stopped out. If they're looking for the reversals, there you go, right? But again, this is not what they think it is. It is an inducement. It's an inducement high. And of course, now this makes sense in terms of a mitigation. What is this? Liquidity buildup, right? But what is this? This is a smart money trap. Again, they're trading the order flow, getting smoked, right? Again, building up liquidity first, faking, again, the Koch. Again, they want to take it lower. So this becomes, again, a smart money trap in here. The only reason is taking out liquidity, trading away from the inducement, and of course, continue lower, right? And then process building all these traps in between. Okay, so again, we show you exactly how to use it. Another example, again, where they show, again, Kochs in this sense, not even breakup structures, but Kochs maybe, right? If this whatever links to the high, making a Koch. So whatever, they think, oh yeah, comes back to the extreme, maybe this one, maybe this one, maybe this one. The reality is they're all getting taken out, right? Okay, so anyways, then again, there's endless opportunities. We'll not waste too much time with it again, because we will show you multiple examples of how to use it, and we don't want to confuse you with what not to do. But just be aware, again, these smart money concepts are also highly attacked by, obviously, the Enigma. Okay, so liquidity is the most important aspect about it all. Again, without liquidity, nothing works. But the good thing is, the moment you identify it, then it becomes very, very clean. You just have to get rid of this other noise, again, smart money concepts, structure, some other forms of retail concept methodologies, and we will show you how to do it later. So last but not least, once again, and then I promise we're done, smart money is not the way you do it. Again, seems very legit, but it's also, of course, has multiple layers to it, and the deeper you cut, the more, unfortunately, or the more layers you peel off of the onion, the more obviously the reality hurts. And yes, it's not good if you dig into it a lot of times and spend a lot of time learning all these concepts and hearing this from us that this is not the way to go for. You probably have a lot of false belief systems and you want to keep hold on it, and it's very hard obviously to just let go and accept that this is probably not what's going on, right? But again, we also not only based it on our personal experiences and our year-long journeys, and obviously our students, which how they trade, and we definitely not train smart money, we also coded it, right? And we obviously confirm that even if you just look at all these imbalance zones of these supply demand areas and stuff like that, if you just look at all of them hard coded, again, not us finding zones, but actually rule based codings finding these zones, around 80% of these points of interest fail. So again, that's why we will not focus on these points of interest. Again, we first of all, we had to explain it to you before, right? You're probably thinking like, why the hell did you explain it in the first place then if it doesn't work? Because they can work from time to time, and we will combine it later on if the rest is done. Again, it's not saying like we will never use a mitigation ever again. It's the opposite. We will use mitigations, but only in places where it's highly confirmed and where it makes sense. On all the other stuff, which nobody will ever tell you, the daily cycles, the cycle variations, the lit cycles, and of course, all the other confirmations we have then. And only then we can pick these points of interest at some point and then make use of it. Okay, so everything step after step, just be aware that overall, just because a point having an imbalance or is a point of interest or is some sort of whatever has a break of structure behind it or a choch, that is not of how it works. Again, hard-coded, we coded this stuff like quite a while ago and realized very early that this is not the way to go for, okay? But we obviously show you how to do it. Again, just some more examples of where just getting crushed, but I think you get the point about it by now. So that's why we move away from that. We move away from the smart money approaches and obviously dig into it. One last time, smart money is not bad at all. It's a good start. If you start out there, don't get demotivated. It's exactly, again, of course, you have a long journey in front of you, right? So just remember, everyone was there, right? So we were there. Of course, if you have went there, maybe you rode the bicycle like this guy, like, yeah, that feels good. I get like good trades out of it. That makes sense. But yeah, we have to still change the tire and make it properly work, right? So we will combine obviously everything we showed you earlier, and of course making a lot of sense. And again, be aware that everything we showed you by now is a very, very slight percentage of what we will do later on. So let's dig into the ham a little bit. So now finally let's dig into the inducement. So after we went into the basic journey, basic, until here, where it becomes very interesting and where technically the real journey begins. And now we can dig into the inducements, okay? But still very basic. Of course, we will dig into inducements later as well, but just the basics of the inducements, right? So again, we talked a little bit about earlier of what these inducements are. Again, the inducements is the last impulse or a bribe actually even that gets people in the market or out of the market. Again, it can hit someone's stop order in terms of like a breakout trader, or it can hit someone's stop loss and he's just out. He's getting stopped out and then the market can move into the other direction. So inducements always two different scenarios, right? Can people get in and can people out, right? So people are induced to do things all the time, right? That's why, again, retail strategies exist. That's why indicators exist. That's why smart money approaches exist. People need reasons. They need reasons to take on trade. That's why it's there. And the best trick about it is, again, see the pain inside the market to identify those inducements, right? So guess what? Same thing. You can use it for continuation or reversal, okay? But that's, again, where the fun slowly begins because we understand of what they do. If it's in continuation, again, they obviously show some sort of build up here for support trader, resistance traders, resistance, then building up here as well, maybe building a little channel, maybe even giving a Koch in here or something like this, right? If it's something like this, then of course here's the Koch, but guess what? This is just an inducement to take people the wrong side direction, so we continue higher. Same thing here, building again some sort of support or continuation traders just to take them out, continue higher. For reversals, obviously they're way easier to spot, right? And of course, that's when you have an area in here, huge, some sort of resistance in here, finally takes it out. Obviously, all the breakout traders getting into the buy side. Obviously, everyone who's sold in here is taking stopped out, and then we can look for a reversal, right? So again, continuation inducements make people think the trade is going to the opposite direction and then continues. And reversal inducements are making traders believe that the market actually continues. Okay, so when the world thinks the market continues, it will reverse. If the world thinks the market will reverse, it will continue. Okay, so guess what? Not a very easy form of inducement. And again, this is an example where literally every retailer is getting smoked left and right. And we love that shit. So it's when they're taking out the structure points to the high side, right? Inducing to the high side, and even this to the low side, even here, internal inducement, even this one's building it up in here. Like, look at it, how they're building up these crazy equal lows just to take it out later. Like, we love that stuff. And that's obviously stuff which you will learn how to trade it. Even here, building up the channel in here. Guess what this is? A smart money trap, right? And just to get into this extreme mitigations later, but this happens before channeling build up. Smart money traders getting induced here, taps into this one now finally, and then it can reverse, get to next liquidity areas. But don't worry, of course, we will show you exactly how to do that. Just be aware of the structural inducements. They're absolutely amazing, and the moment you get used to them, it's just over. Okay, you will have very much clarity. Even if this one looks really maybe confusing to you right now, again, it's just the beginning of something beautiful. Okay, so be aware that always these inducements, when they take out these major structure points, then a reaction can happen. Again, they're faking these inducement points, even faking even first. Again, their continuation, taking it out so they can continue. Channel buildup, taking out the channel to continue. Channel buildup, taking out the channel to continue. Right? It's always the same stuff. These huge channels in here never been taken out until one. Obviously, whoops, I should show you like a little bit smarter like this. Never been taken out to the high side. Of course, that's why the market will come back and take them out all. And obviously then target the overall direction. Now, obviously, everyone's getting excited to the high side. So, of course, you can expect what happened next. Right? So, guess what? Same thing all over again. And be aware slowly but surely of how they love to do it. Again, forming a channel in here, building what? Equal lows in here. Support traders getting excited, inducing the support traders, gives the reaction, comes back to this channel. Again, what is the initial purpose to do? fairly deliver the market with these huge imbalances down there. But what do they do in the process? By building up a little cycle in here, right? And of course, they had huge buildups before that, never got induced to the high side, right? So guess what? It's all always inside each other, right? So this in here had this purpose of induce this bigger channel, but also had this purpose of mitigating and obviously fairly deliver price and filling the imbalance, right? So it's always inside all the time. And again, same thing, little channel in here, getting induced to low side, just to do what? Fair deliver price, filling the imbalances, and continues higher. Taking out, obviously, now this liquidity they build up because it never got induced before. Okay, it's always building up, and taking out. Okay, that's an easy one. Again, if you see these triple tops in here, obviously comes even higher, it comes even 5 times back in here, just to induce it with speed. Breakout traders, momentum traders are getting all excited, continuator traders getting all excited, whereas the liquidity buildups, last thing in here. So of course, guess what? This is now again your inducement in here, right? So this is the push, obviously, that made the inducement. This is where we come in and say, okay, makes sense. There's your next imbalance zone. In here, there's the next break of structure. In here, this is the push that led to the high, obviously. Comes back, huge momentum to downside, makes people all excited. Faking small money trap to the, again, they're still seeing the buy channel, right? A buy trend, getting the reaction, they're getting all excited. The original target is obviously to trade away from the inducement, stop out all the liquidity downside. That's our proper mitigation in here where it makes sense after a break of structure, after the inducement, look at the bigger picture. Okay, one more. Right, so guess what? Always the same. Always the same. If they want to, for example, continue lower, they build the liquidity first, take it out, continue lower. Build the liquidity, take it out, go lower. Always the same. Over and over again. Just a nutshell again. Just a nutshell. Always the same. Okay, again, stuff like this, absolutely hell for retailers. Again, how do they literally trade? How would they even make sense out of that? If they're looking for buy channels, new higher highs, that's the lows. Oh, new low, low, low. Okay, new higher high. Oh, new low, low. Oh shit, new higher high. Oh, new low, low. See, they're getting induced left and right, high, low, high, low, high, low. They cannot even get into the retail material anymore because stuff like this just smokes them left and right. That's literally retail hell right there, but our heaven later on. Okay. Then, of course, we talked about it. If you have some sort of inducement, again, they love to faking the reaction, induce it, then the high, giving some sort of break of structure, leaving imbalances in time, showing the liquidity downside, taking it out, showing the channel before that, right? Taking out the channel, building the channel in the process, with momentum and speed, mitigating away from the inducement, right? This was always something to the left, and then, of course, can continue lower, stuff like this, okay? So, but be aware also that, very important, inducements can happen to both sides. And it's, again, it can indicate a reversal or a continuation, right? So again, if they want to go higher, for example, or let's say, let's start with the reversals actually. Let's actually say they want to reverse. They show you the buy channel, upside. They induce high with speed. And so they can obviously reverse it because everyone obviously thinks it's a continuation. But guess what? If they want to continue, they can make a continued reversal as well. They're obviously still showing the buy channel to the high side. Everyone's getting excited about the buy channel. But then, showing the inducement to the low side, people think, oh no, now it's a reversal, chochs, whatever, break of structures, blah, blah, blah. They're looking for sells in here now for continuation lower because it's a reversal. But obviously that leads to a continuation and they love to do this. So be aware that the inducement can happen in both sides and obviously both directions also. So it can happen to low side, buy side, of course. Sometimes doesn't need to necessarily mean that this channel has to look like this. But of course it also can look like this, for example, right? And then let's say it's a continuation again and induce high and then like this. Again, it doesn't need to be this direction of the channel also. It can also be obviously sideways, induces high, then goes lower, right? If it's like this, continuation, you get the point. It doesn't need to necessarily channel upwards. it can channel downwards, still induce high, and then continue lower. Okay, but you need some sort of build-up before an inducement. Obviously, you have a build-up before an inducement, and then you can take the continuation also. It doesn't necessarily always be a reversal. Okay, the reversal technically, if you want to say so, is you're trading the reversal of this, but it's a continuation overall. Okay, so again, how does it look like? Covered a little bit. There's the trend line people see, or like this, depending on how you want to draw it, right? So there's multiple ways to draw it. Just to give you the easy example, shows this channeling upwards, induces the channel low side, just to do what? Continue higher, right? But first it induces the channel. So what does it look like in both directions of how I do it? And now look of how they do it inside each other as well. Here's the channel, never got induced to the high side. So guess what? They want to go higher because they induce lower first. Okay, then again, you know this is your inducement now. Finally, this is again where we can look at the whatever break of structure, because this is the push that led to it, leaves imbalances. Now it makes sense because they never induced high, they just built the channel high. Okay, now you have your break of structure internally after the inducement. Comes back, mitigates, lovely. But then what comes later? Building a channel, induces high, but is still in the bigger picture channel, right? If you look at this channel, it's still inside there. You see, this obviously led to a new channel. Okay, perfect, but induces this smaller channel. So of course, the smaller channel gets induced high. So obviously, boom, but is still inside this bigger channel. So guess what? This is a touch again for trendline traders. So this is not an inducement. This is just obviously an inducement of this smaller channel, but it's still another trigger for trend traders to take a buy in here, right? So you see what I mean? So they're channeling upwards, inducing this channel with this push, but this push is still a trigger for trendline traders. So again, huge momentum to the high side now, making everyone excited. Everyone thinks now it's a continuation. So guess what? Inducement high, same thing in a different direction now. Building up a channel, channel's never induced to the low side. So guess what? Here's the channel inducement, also induced all the structure now to the left, makes a new low. So continuation traders or reversal traders think now this has to go forever to the other direction. But guess what? That's your channel, induced to the low side this time. Some sort of internal break of structures if you would have it. Never had it. Okay, perfect. And then this comes back, mitigates the extreme of the inducement, and then obviously can take out this high again. You see, it's always the same. Always the same. Okay. And again, how they do it, once again, channeling downwards, like here. Then there's the inducement, swoosh. Internal break of structures now. Now it makes sense because you have an inducement of a channel. Comes back into the next supply demand areas. Continues higher. Right? Because again, look at the illustration, it's always the same. So what's going on here? Channeling high, induces into both directions. That's where it's a little bit tricky, right? Of course, that's where you can wait for other confluences of events later on. And of course, you can trade the continuation overall. But again, they can induce into both sides. Again, if it's in the beginning stage, just stay away from them, but just beware that we love shit like this later on. Okay, if they induce on both sides also. So then again, for the higher picture, so inducing high, of course, right? So inducing high in here, channel, build up, inducing high, right? Perfect. So guess what? This is high to do what? Inducing this channel overall to a downside. The overall direction is a continuation. So this is the channel that first gives a last impulse to the high side, taps into the mitigation order flow, right? Of course, to continue a little bit higher, right? As you can see here, that's outzoomed or inzoomed a little bit out of this one, right? So guess what? After this one, you're having a huge channel upside. Look at this. I mean, cannot be a crazier build-up than this, right? So never induce to the high side. If anything, induces to a low side in here. Can induce all this channel in here just to do what? Mitigate and fairly deliver price. And then, of course, taking out all this liquidity up in here. But first, again, never induce to the high side in here. Just building up liquidity like crazy. Induce low just to go higher. Perfect. then after we digged into the meat of the liquidity of what it is and how it's getting induced left and right, we now slowly can also add into advanced structure, and again how we use it and how it will technically look like. We had a few examples already, is that again we had some sort of channeling buildup into an inducement. Again, even better if it's something induced to the left as well. And only then, again, we're looking at the push that led to the new high, which induced something. Then we can take a look at the break of structure. Then we look at our imbalances left. We look at our next buildups. We look at the inducement of this buildups into some sort of mitigation, right? So again, identify your main push, identify your internal structure, wait for your break of structure to make it even safer later on, right? Again, but this all before we had a valid cycle going on. Again, we will dig highly into these cycles later on. But again, building up orders, trend, awesome, creating breaker trader support and resistance, giving them all the reasons, right? And breaks structure finally to the downside. Again, building up even more liquidity, channeling sideways. Again, right? Awesome, inducing low first. Breaker traders getting inside also, just to come back, stopping them out into this valid supply demand areas, which we refined based on imbalances and our supply demand candles, right? Awesome. Then of course it will smack downwards. So this is how it looks like in real life. Obviously still very unclear. It will get literally promised 5 times more clear. Okay. But again, this is your some sort of inducement or technically high time frame demand zone or supply zone. And then of course builds liquidity. So obviously we can prepare some sort of tapping into these areas. And of course continues lower. This is technically, again, this not really break of structure. Break of structure would be here if this is the push that led to the inducement high, right? So this technically already is done. So this is should be up here, right? Of course. And then liquidity buildups getting induced into the last mitigation zone with imbalances left, and then obviously continues to low side and then targets the next zones. Okay. Then we have something we will call momentum mitigation, and we make another very good video about this one of how to use it, because this is a little bit more advanced and takes a little bit of practice. But how you technically can do it is, if the supply and demand plays, they love to do is again the what hits first type of scenario. So let's say you're having this again liquidity buildup in here, but overall this is your perfect zone with imbalances and everything is done in here. This is a proper point of interest. Okay, then again you're having your inducement low, perfect. So then this zone in here is purple and can be tradable. So if you look at this example in here, right, so this is where same scenario, have inducement low of this channel, perfect, giving you a break of structure, and then taps into this zone. But here, notice it missed the zone. Okay, so it's still valid until it hits the next supply area. So the demand is obviously valid until it hits the next valid supply area. Then guess what? Cycle is completed, and we can begin the whole run from before. Channel buildup, equal highs, inducement high into mitigation. Obviously later, break of structure to downside now of this valid cycle inducement, comes back into mitigation, and then guess what? At this moment it taps into supply. This zone in here becomes invalidated. Okay, that again helps you identify the right spots, but obviously we'll dig into it much more later as well, but just a nutshell here. So again, let's see this one. Okay, so this is the push, obviously huge selling downwards, building up liquidity, inducing it. Maybe this even taps into something in here, right? But then the moment it induces, or not induces, but breaks of structure, again, this zone is definitely valid to take now until the next supply area, right? And of course, taps into and then the only time you have to be a little bit aware of it is, again, if this is now super valid, break of structure, but now it tapped into, again, demand first, then it comes back into supply. That's, of course, where you have to be a little bit more careful. If you just look at these overall plays, but in combination with the inducement would be perfectly fine. Okay, so how would that look like in the charts? Again, exactly like we covered, right? So again, huge shallow buildup of all of a sudden momentum, perfect. Now break structure to the high side, perfect. Inducement is done. Comes back, fills the imbalance, then runs until next at least supply areas. And again, technically this push now led to the new highs in here. So this just barely just broke it. Okay, the moment this gets broken in here, this would be a zone you can be interested in to the downside. Okay, then again, this becomes a smart money trap, of course, for later on. Right, again, you see this picture, exactly the same. Okay, so but of course we will spend more time about it later. All right, it's the same thing in here. You see the channel buildup, huge momentum, making people excited to the downside, break structure, comes back, mitigates, fills market efficiently, channels upwards now. Right, where's your inducement? Here's your inducement with speed into some sort of demand areas or supply areas. I'll switch it around. Right, and I guess what? That's the push and led to it. Finally gets broken. Right, so this is when this one obviously gets immediately invalidated as well. Right, let's say this one tapped into here, it would be valid. Why? Because it never tapped into supply first, and you never had a valid build up before that as well. Right, okay. So then, of course, just delete that. Then after this break of structure in here, that's again the push led to the highs in here, gets broken. Here's your next imbalance zone, supply area, supply candle, taps into the smart money trap, obviously wants to fake the continuation high side for all these people, gives them a really nice reaction, just to obviously tap the mitigation and then continues lower. Okay, so get these variations into mind also. One more. All right, so again, same scenarios, having the channel buildup, but guess what? Let's say this is the channel buildup. This is your obviously and very obvious inducement. This was valid, let's say, if this channel induced in here and tapped in here. Super, super valid, could be tradable, right? But guess what? It never tapped in here, so it leaves this imbalances open. Okay, but guess what? Then you see the channel building up, inducing high, right? Obviously first inducing a little bit low here. So that's why, again, this can be tradable to the high side, inducing this channel higher into a higher time and point of interest. And then, of course, the moment it does that, it immediately invalidates the zone and it becomes obviously a trap later. Okay, very easy stuff to identify these smart money traps and when these imbalance zones should not look at. Okay, then another more, just one more small, right, where we have it very clear, visible, right? Again, huge channel buildup, right? Again, faking liquidity down here, faking, just to give a false reaction, induce this liquidity into point of interest, perfect. And then, of course, after this one, then this, of course, becomes a trap because, again, it tapped into this valid demand areas first. So let's say you left this liquidity in here and this one in here, something like this, taps even one more low than the low side, builds liquidity. You can trade until these areas. But then after it hit these areas, then, of course, it just fakes the reaction. You take the order flow, now this, and then obviously you smoke the highs in here. Okay, so be always very careful about what supply or demand areas get tapped first. This will help you in the long run. So now we have a topic which is some sort of controversy topic because we don't really use market structure or supply and demand that much. But of course, it can help you, as technically everything can help you. It's like not bad if you want to implant it. Of course, it's not the only thing you should use by any means, but if you combine it obviously with what we show you later on, it definitely can help you at a degree. But of course, just bear in mind, we don't really use market structure or supply and demand, right? But of course, it can help you a little bit. The way we use it is, of course, only in a specific way. And one of them is the momentum mitigation. You see it here right on the screen. What is it? Like you just call it the MM, momentum mitigation. And that just means if you have, like, let's say, start from left to right, you're having a build up, like equal lows, building up liquidity, then having some sort of inducement into a valid demand area from the left. Obviously, you get that, right? Then, of course, you can trade away, not just based on the demand, of course not. No, you're basing it based on the cycles, what you learned so far, on the inducement into speed, vector candles, and then if it taps into a valid supply demand area, in this case a supply demand area, right? Only then if you get some sort of break of structures. Again, break of structures is always, if you have something like this, it's always the push that led to the new low, and then if it gets broken like this, that is your break of structure, right? So that is break of structure. It's always the push that led to the low, right? Again, if you have something like this, obviously the push, technically this, if you prefer it like this, that is the push that made the new low. If it breaks it like this, that's your break of structure, that's your liquidity. If it taps back lower, that's your extreme mitigation. You can trade something like this, right? So in this scenario of how we're trading the momentum mitigation is when it taps obviously into a demand area, it technically has potential until the next liquidity zone or supply demand area. In this scenario, a supply, right? So if it taps in there, you have a valid cycle before that. Obviously, no worries, we will dig into the cycles in a later stage, but for now, just understand of how we use supply demand. You have potential until the next supply areas, right? So always playing the bounce between supply demands in this order, right? Obviously, on the other way order as well. So then now, why is this box in here purple until this stage and it becomes red? So if you tap into a demand area, it of course can be tradable. Let's say you have break of structure and this push comes lower, taps into the imbalance zone, into another mitigation. You can trade it up, right? Until at least the next supply and demand area. And then the whole thing continues or repeats itself. Then you have maybe equal highs to the upside, momentum, speed, taps into the supply area. Then you have break of structure to low side. But then this overall play, as it tapped now into the supply area and never tapped before into the demand areas, this violates or invalidates the whole areas from this moment on. Okay, you can see it in this example a little bit better. So let's say, okay, we tapped into a demand area, having break of structure, perfect, after a nice cycle buildup into inducement, right, into mitigation. Then, of course, break of structure in here, comes back, fills the imbalance, taps into this demand right here. It has potential to go until the next supply area, right? So definitely this is a tradable thing, right? But the moment it taps the supply area, the next zones get invalidated. Now you can place it in a smaller picture play as well, tapped into the higher time frame POY, right? Point of interest into, always in this scenario, supply, giving you break of structures, never tapped into some sort of demand areas, perfect, comes back, mitigates, momentum mitigation. Why is it momentum mitigation? Right, you come into these some sort of supply areas, tap into, like maybe like this, right? And then here would be your next demand area. You're having a break of structure now. Again, this push led to the new highs in here into this demand areas or supply areas, right? I always switch the shit around. You will notice later on also, nobody gives a shit about the order anyways. It's supply demand, right? Then you're having break of structure, taps in before it even taps in here. So that is super, super valid, right? Because you're having break of structure before, tapping into higher time frame supply demand areas, gives you break of structure, comes back, mitigates the imbalance, right? And then obviously you have at least point or space until here. But obviously in this scenario, if this is a higher time frame POI, could be smart money trap. We dig into that later also. And then you can trade the order flow. And then obviously for new low lows, something like this, right? But the momentum mitigation comes into place when it taps in before the valid supply demand areas, before it tags into the another one, okay? So what does it mean again? If you look at this example, so let's say, again, using this one instead, okay, so you tap into demand areas. Awesome. This zone would be valid after the break of structure if it taps in. If it doesn't tap in, which it did not here, right, it becomes valid until it taps into now valid supply areas. Then the whole zone gets invalidated and should not be looked for, right, for continuation, as it will turn into these smart money reversal trap zones, right, where smart money traders wanted to trade the continuation, the order flow, whatever, but of course they will get invalidated because of it, right? So if you have scenarios like this though, let's take the third one. So you tap into demand areas, you have break of structure, perfect, taps back into, gives you a momentum mitigation into imbalances, like perfect, you can trade this until the next areas, awesome, right? So then technically this zone becomes the order flow zone. If you make new high highs, if it comes back in here, technically valid order flow, right? Because it never tapped into the next supply area. The moment it does, be careful, right? Now you get break of structure to the low side, now taps into this supply area or demand areas before coming back into the supply. That's where you have to be a little bit careful, right? You see the difference? Here, it did not tap into the supply demand area before, or in this case, not taps into demand, but comes into supply first after break of structure, after tapping into supply areas higher time frame wise, right? You see, that is way nice, and that becomes our momentum mitigation, because the momentum is still on your side, because you never had the resistance or whatever, this kind of other traders tapping into your counter direction, right? And obviously this gives you at least space until the next areas, right? For always later purposes, this can be nice for entries. For now, you just have to understand the supply demand plays and what comes first, and trading in line with the overall direction. Okay, so how does this now work obviously on charts, and how can we use it in combination with the inducements of how you learned in the chapter before that? So if we use our magic box again for orientation of where the days are, right? So we see we're having 3 days, technically with this one type of 4, right? But now see what's going on in here. So we already can see we don't really have any medium inducements, right? Because again, medium inducement would be this one, never did it. Okay, then this one technically is a medium inducement. This one never induced it. And also this one only induced it later on this stage also, right? So this one becomes a mitigation, right? So this one is your demand areas, right? From here to here. Awesome, becomes your demand. Also, of course, we have to check the higher time frame if what's going on to the left in here. And of course, in here, if that also is valid for this, or if you should follow inducement in here. So let's actually look it up. This one is the 5-minute right here. So this is the 5-minute chart, right? Now we look at the 15 M15, and we can see, of course, huge down run, huge imbalances left, right? Comes all the way back into these supply areas, taps into right in here. Perfect. Okay, so that's definitely a very valid zone in here. Perfect. But what did they do before that? If you check this area below here, Also, we check just on the 5-minute, the day before that. This is the inducement area, which induced structure into the internally, right? This now gives you the break of structure, the break, obviously, right? This push led to, obviously, the inducement down here. This breaks it, comes all the way back, taps into this inducement POI now, right? So valid demand areas, and this point in here came even back one more time into this demand area. So, okay, perfect. So this can give us another point of interest until when? Next supply demand areas. In this case, supply is supply, right? Awesome. But let's do this chronologically to see what actually was going on in here. So first, if we jump into, or price comes, taps into this point of interest, which was an inducement POI, gives us valid demand areas. Awesome. What does it do now? So if it taps into the valid demand areas, we have space to go until the next supply areas, right? So you can see this was this day before, tapped into it, right? This one induced the day before. So obviously perfectly fine. You see, this is the mitigation of here. Awesome. And this, of course, was the inducement of these areas, right? Perfect. So this one is valid until when? Grabs liquidity. You see the huge equal highs in here. Perfect. We want to grab liquidity into valid supply areas, right? And then, of course, we break it down to the smaller picture, which is now the M5. Taps into it. What do we have? Huge momentum to the upside first. Taps into this M15 POI after grabbing liquidity coming from an inducement low. Perfect. Grab liquidity high now. Taps into supply areas. And guess what we have after that? This is the push that led to the new high, right? This made a new high in here. That's also tapped into it. Then we have break of structure, right? Break of structure. This point gets broken. We have imbalances left. This point of interest in here becomes our momentum mitigation, and we are valid until when? At least the next demand areas, right? Perfect. Okay, so let's see. Before that even, like taps into, right? Obviously we had potential until the next area, but what happened before we tapped into here, right? You see, this is obviously the push that led to all this this lows, right? And this push got broke, like first of all, huge buildups, tapped it 4 times before it what? Gets broken, right? So that's your break of structure. After you get an inducement POI in here, right? This inducement obviously into another mitigation to the left. Perfect. Now break of structure to the high side, leaves imbalances, comes back, never tapped supply before. So this is your magic, your momentum mitigation, right? Perfect. You get sense, make it sense, because of course we never tapped into higher time frame POIs first. So we're trading the momentum into this next supply level. Okay. Then of course we tap the supply level. The whole thing begins from the beginning. We have a valid cycle, but obviously we dig into it very later what the cycles are. But we grabbed this liquidity. All the retailers getting stopped out of this equal highs. Right, that the normal intentions were to fill the imbalances, come back to the supply areas, and then if you look at the lower time frames, this push, break of structure, never tapped demand first, right? The next demand areas would be in here, right? So never tapped anything in these areas, but breaks market structure, comes back, mitigates, and that's your potential short trade, right? Until when? Until the next demand areas, right? When it comes back, obviously comes back to the next demand areas. Obviously this one to probably together break even here, no problem. But just for now, understand, okay, this is your higher time frame support. Obviously definitely not support, but supply. right? And then of course you have space until here. Of course it comes even back one more time, not a problem, but never took out this high. So it just taps into the next demand areas. After it did that, right? Of course, what it's doing in here, break of structure, leaves, imbalances, right? Of course, comes back. That's your, again, your momentum mitigation, because guess what? It breaks market structure, never came back, obviously, to some sort of supply areas, right? Of course, you take the momentum into the next valid supply areas after a break of structure is done. Now, obviously, you see the huge buildup they're trying to do, right? What's going on here? Did it tap into any valid mitigation zones or supply demand areas, or in this case, obviously supply? No, it did not. It stayed short of it, right? So of course, this one is just the inducement of the build up to the downside, induce the channel, right? Of course, what is going on here? This is your inducement of the channel baby inducement, right? Leaves imbalances, taps into it, gives you the breakage structure, right? Again, this is the push that led to the new low. Break of structure in here, leaves imbalances, little build-up going on before that, taps into, is valid until when? Next supply areas where it taps into, perfect. Right after it taps the next supply areas, what's the next thing to do? Here's your push that led to the new highs, gets broken, right? And then obviously there's your next imbalance zone, comes back, taps it. That's always a little bit more tricky one, because of course you would better one be looking for the extreme, not a problem, but just showing you how it actually worked out in here. And then of course, absolutely smoked and taking out all these liquidity areas, taking it all out, right? Also to your left, everything is taken out. But before they do it, of course, they playing all the supply demand plays before, and then just smoke all the liquidity to the downside. Okay, so of course we have a few more examples. The next one will show you Cam, of course, our green wizard. So enjoy this one.
So let's jump into this one. So let's just look over a little bit of what we've learned so far. So let's identify our liquidity and our inducements. So we've obviously got an inducement here, liquidity and inducement here, possible break of structure here, because this is the push that caused this new low here. So at this point here, we would be interested in possibly this mitigation here. This is what we'd want. But let's continue to look at price action and let's see what happens. So next we have our push. We're getting into Asia. Asia does its thing. And then here we build equal highs right here. And then when we look to the left over here, what do we see? Well, we have a potential mitigation that we could look at. So if I just, you guys can see, I'll drag that like that and we'll just like that. So now we have our potential mitigation. So this tells us two things. Firstly, we've had a cycle here with build up, inducement and mitigation. But also, and this is one of the things, you don't want to use this on its own, but you want to combine it with everything else that we teach. Now we've potentially had our momentum mitigation where, or we're about to have it, right? Where, so what does that mean? Well, that means that this mitigation that we were looking for is probably not going to play anymore, because we've taken this triple top, we've had this mitigation, we've had cycle complete to the upside, and we've had our momentum mitigation. So this is likely going to become a smart money trap, and our target for these cells is likely going to be this low. So we no longer want to look for the mitigation here. And if I just show you the full markup, you'll see exactly like we said, right? So we had this liquidity gets taken. Perfect. This is the BOS, and this is the mitigation that we wanted to take. It missed. Okay, that's fine. No trade. Or maybe there was, but it would be more of an advanced one. But let's not look at that for now. Okay, then coming up into Asia, we build 1, 2, and I know this gets taken, but this is still a triple top. So 1, 2, 3, and then we induce it. Again, look at this speed, look at this speed right here, and look at how we come into this mitigation right here. So this is likely a completed cycle, and then this is the push that caused the new high. So once we break this, this is our break of structure. And although this is actually the third variation of the momentum mitigation, it's nice, but you need to have a good understanding of it. So this is where structure traders are going to buy from. They're going to buy from here. So we can actually use this to our advantage and sell back down into it. Mitigation that we were initially looking for away from this inducement has now become a smart money trap, because we've induced high, we've had a cycle high, and we've had a momentum mitigation high. So this is going to become our smart money trap. We see it gives a reaction, but ultimately gets taken out.
Then we dig into the point of interest out of inducements. That's where obviously you also can get very easily these points of interest done when you just look where are these inducements traps, or where did they trap the market. Okay, so again, it can be something easy like, okay, you're having your higher highs, and here trapping again some sort of directional shift. Okay, this obviously made people excited about taking this sells in here, because again, could be could be a change of character, but it's not. Right, so again, this is some sort of an inducement of the structure to the left, right? Or again, you're having equal lows in here, getting induced, and this even taps into this other point of interest, right? Or again, if you have a reversal, very easy, obviously, getting some sort of equal highs, getting induced, getting a break of structure in here. Of course, this point of interest is your inducement point of interest, which gets tapped into later, right? How does it look like? Equal highs being formed. Here's your point of imbalance left, right? So guess what? Takes out the liquidity in here, taps into inducement POI. So this becomes your inducement in here because it took out the liquidity. Makes a new low. So technically this made a new high in here. So this technically can be a break of structure in here, right? Guess what? Builds up liquidity, leaves imbalances, builds equal lows, gives you a nice juicy target, grabs the equal lows, equal highs into the point of interest, makes new low. Same thing all over again, right? Equal highs, never been taken out. This obviously took out this point in here, right? Perfect. Okay, equal highs being built. Induce this equal highs, comes back lower. Okay, awesome. This obviously now can reverse, taps into smart money trap, makes all the continuation traders excited, right? But of course, this obviously took out all the inducement targets already. And of course, we can look for reversal trades from there on. And out of sudden, boom, they choop out of there. Okay. But also being very obvious about this one, this is still very watered down. You see of how much more clear we can make the whole thing. We'll show you some other stuff we will include later on, because this is just blanket charts. It's actually a little bit tricky to identify what they do. And of course, we will show you exactly of how to make it way more clear. Okay, way more clear. But for now, just again, look for these liquidity buildups. channel high side, so momentum speed inducing a channel to the high side, taps into valid inducement POI. Again, this one, this little push in here, make the high, gets broken, this is your break of structure, comes back, mitigates that, trade away from the inducement. Okay, and of course, taking out the target, perfect, even faking it, taking out even one more time. Want to go lower, perfect. Okay, but again, will be 10 times more clear very soon. Right, so same thing, if you have like nice targets in here, takes it out, perfect. Again, the moment it breaks some market structure in here internally, again, very visible, not very visible here. But then again, you trade away from the inducements all the time. But again, said like multiple times, will get very clear very later. Okay, so as the moment I'm losing my spit in my mouth here, Cameron, I want to cover a few more examples as well. So can have some fun with our inducement POIs because we have a shitload, and you will see of how fun they actually are. So Cam, if you want to take over.
Yes, just want to say to start off with, obviously we have a lot of these, but we are still just touching on the basics. This is nothing compared to what we're going to teach you, but this is probably the best way to bring you over to maybe 5 to 10%, if that, just sort of show you what we're going through. So let's get into it. So obviously we can see we have our channel, equal highs, induce that. Lovely. Now we come to the downside. We do the inducement here, and again we channel here. We build these equal highs, give a false reaction, and again take them. So now we've got this channel, we've got this potential inducement point, and we've got this inducement POI that we've already marked up. So this channel's down, we come out of that channel, mitigate the inducement, and then give our order flow entries before continuing down. And obviously, what is our target? Well, it's going to be the triple bottom. And should we ever take a mitigation from here? Absolutely not. That's going to be a smart money trap 99 out of 100 times. Right, next, you can see channel, inducement, and then we come out, fake the triple top. Oh, look, it's going to work, it's going to work, it's going to work. It works until, well, it doesn't. And then obviously we mitigate our imbalance, we fill our imbalance, mitigate our POI, continue higher. So here we have channel, also equal highs for potential target, equal lows. We induce them, we continue higher, and we leave equal highs. Then coming into this, we have our channel, we come out of the channel, fill the imbalance and mitigate the demand. So then we continue up. Where do we think we continue up to? Well, we're going to take out that one. So next, again, we create our equal lows, we give our inducement. This is a bit more of an advanced one, but you get in immediately on the refill of the inducement. Again, advanced one, you don't have to worry about stuff like this, but we continue higher, take out this high. Lovely. Then again, so here we have our channel. First, we induce high to go low, and then if you look to the left, we build something like this. We've got liquidity over here. Price comes back down, fills our imbalance, and mitigates the inducement before continuing in the intended direction. Are you seeing the pattern again and again and again? So, channel, inducement. We didn't just induce the channel, we induced something to the left. Then we have our break of structure. Here could be your first potential entry, or we could wait for, again, channel into inducement high, mitigation, filling the imbalance, and mitigating this candle. You're seeing it's the same thing again and again and again. So, channel, we induce the channel high, but what do we have? Equal lows. We come down, we induce the equal lows, and then we give our BOS into, again, channel, inducement low, or inducement of the channel, filling the imbalance and mitigating the candle before obviously continuing high. Where do we go to? Here, of course. That should be our first target. Again, let's get some more in. So here we've got the H1 PO. So we've got our H1 POI. First, we have our smart money trap reaction. Look at what we do coming up into the H1 POI. Are we shocked? No. So we induce the channel into the H1 POI. If you don't want to get in here, that's completely fine. That's a bit more of an advanced one. So what we can do is we can wait for our break of relevant market structure now that we've had an inducement, and we can look to get into this M5. If you look on and this is the M1 view of this like M5 over here. So this was our M5 zone. Again, we can refine even further and we can take this, or we can again wait for them to build equal lows, showing their hand. We then induce this structure and this channel into this POI, likely with a few other confluences that we'll get into later. And as you can see, this combining the higher time frame with the lower time frame allows you to catch this entire move on H1 with an M1 or M5 entry. So now I'm going to let Sakbar cover some, because I know that she wants to. And yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next one.
So we have another example of the inducement into the POI. We have our channel over here being built both to the buy side and the sell side. And we also have equal highs just before our inducement into the POI over here to the left. Then we also have again a break of structure here to the left, and then we have again same thing, a POI here to the left. So it's a consecutive order flow type of entry. And then we get, of course, the continuation, taking out all of this liquidity to the left, as well as these equal lows. Next, we have our example here, where we have an inducement of these equal highs also to the left, and as well as the equal lows here. So we have an inducement low first, and then price continues bullish, taking out this channel over here, and then of course an inducement over here to the left, and then we get our continuation bearish. Alongside that, we get this build up over here, we get our mitigation of this imbalance, as well as this minor break of structure, and then a continuation breaking structure here to the left. Same story again, we get the liquidity, the channel build up, price induces low one last time again to the structure of this point over here. We get another channel build up again into this POI over here to the left. So it's an order flow type of entry, and then we get our continuation bearish. Next, we have another example over here where we have equal low and equal high liquidity. So we have our equal lows here, and then price induces into this POI over here. And then of course, equal highs are also remaining, as well as this channel buildup. Again, fractal equal highs here too. And then we get our continuation bullish, breaking these structure points to the left, as well as whatever is to the left over there. Then we also have another example. Again, they're all very similar. Some have variations. Here you can see already this also was an inducement. We can see the equal lows over here. So this in itself being an inducement of itself, breaking these structure points, then price reversing. Before it reverses, we get these equal lows, and then price induces into this POI, which also was an inducement. And then we get a continuation, breaking this channel buildup, as well as this equal high type of liquidity. Then we have another example of the same thing. We have our equal highs, channel buildup from there to there, an inducement high. Again, we still have a channel buildup going to the high side. That still remains active until we, of course, induce it. Then we get this channel type of build up there, our inducement low. Again, more liquidity, channel type of build up, trend line, whatever you want to call it. These equal highs building on a fractal level. And then we get our continuation into our inducement over here with all of this imbalance, as you can see. And the price taps into it a few times, creating this fractal liquidity, as well as the lows over here, and then we get our continuation bearish. Same thing is here, we get our trend line build up channel. Again, different ways you can see it, of liquidity to the high side and the low side. But first, price induces high into this imbalance over here. Then we get our continuation, taking out all of these buyers over here. Same thing, another channel. Then we induce this liquidity here into this POI of imbalance. And then we get our continuation with these minor structures as well, and price mitigating into there and breaking out of that zone over there. Now we have another example over here where we have our channel build up down here, price induces it, then we get price break above that zone, and of course more liquidity being built. We get these fractal inducements as well as lows being built, and then price makes this build up over here as well as a pullback into our POI over here. Remember this being our inducement with all this imbalance, crazy big imbalances, and taking out the liquidity over here. Then we get our break of structure of this point down here. As you can see, we get our mitigation here, and again, more consecutive zones like such, these minor structures being broken to the high side, and our continuation bullish, taking out this structure point over there. Okay, so we have another example over here where we have these equal highs as well as a trend line, whatever type of liquidity we have over there. Again, same thing, equal lows, exactly the same thing. We get our inducement high to come lower, and as we come lower, we get this channel build up over here into our POI down here. Again, lots of imbalance over there. Then we get our continuation, our break of structures to this point. Upon reversal, we have all of this liquidity, trend line stuff, everything, and our mitigation down here, and then our continuation bullish, taking out, of course, the target over here.
Maybe this one. Okay, so let's see what we have in here. Again, easy stuff ever. I think now it's very visible of what they're doing already. Channel buildup, momentum, again, not inducing the channel high. So guess what? They're inducing low first into what? Into a point of interest with imbalances left. And of course, same thing in this example, left imbalances. Look at what they're doing here, even equal lows in here, perfect. Channel buildup, you see the same stuff over and over in a mini cycle, mini buildup into inducement in here of this channel goes higher. Then of course, being a bigger channel, this bigger channel is getting obviously induced with even a mini channel in there, both not being induced to the upside yet. So guess what? Both induced to the low side into the finally POY. And guess what? We never had inducements high. So that's why we're smashing through the whole thing and even building mini channels in there. So we can obviously understand what's coming next, right? Okay, so with that being said, I think that's enough examples, because guess what? We still haven't covered anything yet. It's just like blank charts on like understanding of liquidity of how they induce it. With the end of the basic master map also, of course, you can have some fancy little cheat sheet codes, right? So can you make a screenshot of them if you want to? That stuff, of course, which can help you overall, always falling back to the absolute basics if you realize at some point, oh shit, I'm getting trapped at some point, whatever it might be. So that's like, for example, you see some liquidity stuff, you see some supply or some order flow stuff from supply, order flow from demand, some break of structure of how it actually is. Then imbalances, obviously, demand to supply, of what is this. Then, of course, of how to use overall these cycles in terms of when it makes sense to look for POY, supply turns into demand, some extreme POY, often inducement, right? Then, of course, some inducements to the left of how they should look like. Then of inducement of after break of structure with the mitigation inside of it, right? And some sort of smart money trap being the red one, of course, and this one being the extreme one, right? And of course, then same thing for here, smart money trap in here, building up liquidity into the inducement, into the POY, which was an inducement of this equal highs. Okay, so keep that in mind. You can screenshot it also if you want. And then of course, some other stuff in the other side direction. So the most important one probably being this one, right? But it's a little bit more stuff going on in here, but you can see of how it works. If that's being the inducement, that's your break of structure, liquidity buildup, building the channel into the extreme mitigation, right? After obviously having imbalances, speed, inducing a channel, then having a break of structure of this one. And obviously you can look for an entry in here, right? Or the extreme mitigation of how it should look like then, right? If this point in here is some sort of higher time frame point of interest, gives you break of structures here, builds liquidity, taps into that as well, right? Also very good one. And the last page, again, some easy stuff again. Just use this little illustration to see of how effective it actually can be. Again, if the moment we use it in combination with all the other stuff, but at least that's the basics of how we use it. So, okay, and there we are, from the basic primitive approach into some sort of imbalance refinements, then differentiating if it's a continuation or reversal using multiple time frames as well, using basic structure, making a little bit fun out of this one, and how we could use order flow into, again, seeing if it's a continuation or reversal, then finally getting some meat onto it, some clarity into it of what they actually do with a sort of liquidity, of what forms we have, and of how they're actually inducing that liquidity, and how we can use then, based on the inducements, structure in our advantage. The only time we actually can use structure, and we should use structure, and how we can get our points of interest from these inducements, right? So that technically brings you to a basic entry, but guess what? The journey has been long, but just for the basic master map of how we covered it. So again, the basics are there for overall understanding, but guess what? We just literally scratched the top or the surface. The truth one obviously is about to come. We will show you how clean it actually can be with the intraday approaches, and then the moment we include the cycles and all the other confirmations we have, you will freak the hell out. Okay, so that's just the basics. Again, don't get too crazy with it, because again, that's definitely something, again, we just using very rarely, but it's very important to understand and not getting overwhelmed of what's to come. Okay. Our new home in general, in terms of time frames, will be the M5. Okay, from every time on, you will see a chart from us. Always expect it's being the M5 minute. Okay, because obviously from now on, we're starting to break everything down as a more clearer cycle. And that's how we're doing the intraday approach to the whole overall concept. Okay, and you will be surprised how much clarity in overall the Asia ranges and sessions and whatsoever will bring to the whole table if you just use these little tips. And of course, we give you a slight introduction about it in overall. But first, understand 5-minute charts. Again, if you see a chart from now on, that is the 5-minute chart. Okay. If not, then we say it otherwise. Okay. The different types of inducements, as a few people already are asking, even in terms of the bigger picture of structure. And it's very important to understand also that there are different types of inducements, because we can structure it in overall about minor inducements, medium inducements, and major inducements. So let's dig into the minor inducements first. And as you can see already, that is of course now a 5-minute chart, right? And as you can see, it's labeled minor inducement. So what does this mean? A minor inducement needs to be done mainly based on intraday lower time frame structure being the M1 and partly the M5. What do I mean by partly? I will dig into it when we cover the medium ones, okay? But overall, minor inducements are on the 1 minute and 5 minute charts. So you see these blue lines, that means that's inducement. So why is this an inducement, you ask? Guess what? There's the liquidity buildup, right? Slowly channeling short side. And of course, inducing this lower. But guess what? Before they continuing lower, they're inducing this minor structure in here with even this wick higher to go lower, right? So guess what? Is the channeling upwards, they're creating this structure point, inducing that one lower to go even higher, right? And in the process, that would be like a very juicy entry opportunity for us later. But even this little structure in here gets a pullback, induced higher even once more to move even lower, push price even way lower, inducing now this structure in here, grabbing the liquidity short side, inducing all the people short, building up this channel selling, right? Of course, now breakout traders, that's the final and last step for even adding so much more sellers. And of course, what they're doing afterwards, moving upwards, creating these little structures in here, inducing them low to do what? Exactly to go higher, building now this false uptrend in here, inducing now this overall higher highs with this major major candle in here. We will call it vector later on. Of course, we will teach you exactly what that is going to mean, right? And of course, after that, even this structure is getting induced even once more, building up the liquidity in here first, giving false pullback, of course, becoming smart money trap in here, giving the false reaction, and then of course, final inducement, and of course, after that, the pullback area to finish the day off. Okay, so that's how you identify minor inducements, just by these little intraday plays. It's super, super important though, you get used to those, because they make a huge difference depending on how much you want to trade. Because as you can see, if you just identify these proper inducement areas, of course, this would be a short trade, this would be a buy trade, this would be a short trade, this would be a buy trade, this would be a short trade, and this would be a buy trade. And already you can start seeing how we can use these inducement concepts to getting very solid trade out of that, don't you? Right, of course, but that's not even fairly enough to start trading about it. It's just to understand like the bigger picture aspect to it. So now we can even add more to it, right? And start. Oh, why does it not work? Oh, there we go. So now we can start adding medium inducements into the whole picture. So what does that mean? Medium inducements are overall picture or structure inducements that are not on an intraday level, but also induce something which is on an external level. Okay, I will tell you what that is later. Obviously, some of you already figured it out what it is. Okay, but medium inducements are usually inducing structure from a different day. Okay, so just a quick hit, for example, that is yesterday, and this was starting off today. Okay, and as you can see, this point in here induced the major structure of the previous day, and this signalized that the day was ended and this is a new day. So this is a yesterday's point, and that got induced by this area in here, and then obviously the short trend comes after grabbing this liquidity. Okay, so this becomes a medium one. Okay, what else can we do? Medium inducements are mainly based on combination of multiple days, right? And requires to look to the left, can be the M5 and also the M15, right? Or of course, like just a previous day structure. So the moment you're looking to the left and will ever see something like a structure point in here, that is way more to the left than even more than yesterday's structure, that is immediately called a medium inducement, right? Because this actually induces multiple time frame and also multiple days liquidity. Okay, same thing with being in here. If you can see, this day starts in here. This is a major point which obviously gets induced later, pullback, and then of course minor inducement in an intraday level, inducing low. This becomes a decisional point in here. After inducement, gets into it, mitigates it, and then can go lower, and then you try it in line with the overall trend, heading towards that areas in here and grabbing those liquidity areas. Okay, so medium becomes like outer intraday structures and higher time frame structure, and minor is everything that has a minor impact on the same day, being the 1 minute or the M5 minute. Okay. So of course, then we dig a little bit more deeper into that. What do we do have in here? Right, inducing new highs with speed. That also is a medium one. Why is it a medium one? Because again, this is also the highs of the last day. Plus, of course, induces these areas in here with speed. You will see these candles a lot in these areas because again, that's the final stuff. The moment they're getting the last impact and creating all the FOMO for the people before, of course, they can grab the liquidity and then move lower than that. Then this one becomes a minor one. Why? Because this is only internal structure, induces low until it goes higher and goes for the next medium one. Okay. Then what do we have else? Right. This one in this case was already the medium because this point in here induced this structure, which was a previous day. So this by itself was the medium one and this becomes the minor one. But for the internal trade or pretty much play, this will be the way more important one. And I will show you exactly why that is, but just keep this picture here in mind, please, because it will keep a huge role later. Right. So again, this one just being a minor one. Why is this a minor one? Even it's in something on the left, because this did not really have any impact at all. Okay. It's just in the middle of the whole run, and this is just in the middle of it. Of course, it has a slight impact. Okay. And then, of course, the main thing is we aim for the medium inducement in here, which is the whole push that obviously led to the whole new highs in here. That becomes the liquidity area. Again, you should target that. And of course, that's where price heads next to. Okay. So then what we have in here, we have major inducements. So major inducements are pretty much the main structure on the higher time frames. This can be everything on like 50 minutes or even 1 hour or even higher, right? So everything 50-minute based and higher will be called major inducements. And they usually go really rapid and have the most significant impact of all. But as you can see here, that's like really main structures in here. And of course, first liquidity gets built up with this equal highs in here. Does not really induce these zones, more like builds the liquidity. Guess what happens in this internal play? First induces this highs. Secondarily, builds liquidity in here with this equal highs. Induces low with this minor one just to push price higher. Grabs first of all this zone in here and then goes for the medium inducement in these areas. To grab the higher time frame liquidity, look at the channel they're building, huge momentum, huge candles in order to break the whole zone in here. Takes everyone the long side, just grabs every liquidity and obviously then can push lower. So the next target in this zone in terms of liquidity, as you already can see here, that's a lot of equal lows in here. Of course, never been tested, never been induced. So of course, that will be the next logical area you should aim for with this trade. Okay, it's all about liquidity zones getting induced over and over again. We also have internal inducements. How we have internal structure, we will also have internal inducements. You have your main push, right? Everything that is inside this push is called internal inducement. For example, you're having this build up in here, creating these equal lows, having this false break or a new higher high in here, makes the final inducement. It's internal of this push though, so that is called an internal inducement. Does the same thing in here, now makes an internal break of structure of this internal push, right? Now makes another internal break of structure, and then before it can move higher, it induces this point in here lower, but also just becomes the internal inducement. And what we have learned later or earlier, again, you can take this zone now as a point of interest and refine it with, for example, imbalances, as this is already an inducement zone in here, and price comes back to mitigate these areas, or it's obviously the structure of the internal break of structure in here, the extreme of that. Okay, in this case, the decision would be induced, and it comes to these areas with the imbalances left. Okay. And then, of course, we also have external inducements. External inducements means, of course, everything that is not internal pushes. So if you see this whole structure in here, you have this equal highs or aka liquidity. Also this pushes in here, see all this pushes in here. And now it induces this external push, right? It's not even included in this push anymore. It induces this push and also becomes immediately a medium inducement, as induces the higher push or the higher structure just in order to grab liquidity, becomes the point of interest in here, makes the same thing inside here, right? Of course, that's an internal inducement now. Why? Because creating internal liquidity, inducing it before it can go lower, mitigates this type of order flow in here. And the target should, of course, be the next liquidity area. What does it do before? Gives a slight reaction to fake it, right? And of course, induces the liquidity now, and then it can reverse again. These would be reversals, of course. Usually an inducement causes a reversal in some sort. As you can see here, obviously, in the lower play, this induces short just to go higher, and we're obviously interested in this taking buy inside this area later. Of course, in this inducement creates the liquidity grab in here, and we obviously are interested in this buy or in this buy with the mitigation retest. Same thing in here. We will take a look at this sell, and of course at the mitigation sell of the inducement, and later on after an internal break of structure. Of course, this is now the decisional level. You can look for mitigation in here, or if you like the better internal break of structure, you're looking at the imbalance area in here, looking for mitigation. Detailed look over the whole picture in here, what we know so far, we can expect or see a lot more already. So, and let's look at it. First of all, we're having the structural points, right, which creates equal lows. We have also this equal lows created, this internal inducement to induce higher, but not even inducing this one, just inducing this internal structure in here, creating the equal lows in the process, right? Then again, goes lower, aims for the liquidity, induces it low, right? Again, now this becomes a proper inducement of the internal break of structures. For example, if there's a structure point in here, that's like an internal break of structure. You can use then to later for mitigation, or if you like the more obvious internal break of structure, like this point, right? Of course, in here becomes the decisional level you want to get mitigated. And again, you can take a look at the lower time frames in here, building liquidity in here, getting inducement low, mitigates the zones which you're already interested in after the internal break of structure, gets mitigation after the inducement. Of course, you take the buy inside here. With the understanding of that you have the inducement low side now, the external one, you should not look at the mitigation areas in this area, as the liquidity is grabbed lower, and the next logical thing is to grab liquidity higher and then go lower first. Right? Again, it will make a lot more sense like very soon. But again, now this becomes the smart money trap, again, trade tricks people on which thought that this is a break of structure, and they will taking this short in here, right? Because they don't know that this is a liquidity grab. They think it is a break of structure, as you asked the question, right? But how you will know that, obviously, in a few slides after, okay? But as you noted, this is an inducement. You should not look at this area. This becomes a smart money trap. Again, gives the false reaction. And then, of course, aims for the liquidity again. Takes out all these people who are looking for the short, right? And even building this triple top in here, given a false direction. Final inducement, inducing everyone long now. And of course, now this becomes the external inducement. And that's how we easily can trade the mitigation of the inducement or of the internal break of structures. Of course, you expect the proper mitigation area with the imbalance inside to get mitigated. And after this internal break of structure, you trade in the order flow after that. And then the structure is normally the same way. The most important thing is that you're trading everything after these inducement zones. It's always the same cycle. And you just need to figure out where these inducements are and not getting tricked in thinking it might be a break of structure as you asked me the question. But again, you make it very, very clean. But just let me show you some examples to make it even more clear. So as you can see here, right, what do we have if we're starting from the left? So first of all, we're having this push upwards, right? And then of course, this is the break of structure, the internal one. And that's the push that led to the internal break of structure. So this already becomes a valid point of interest for you, of course, to take short trade because you have the internal break of structure after this final inducement, maybe something to the left, right? And of course, what is going on here? Building up equal lows inside these areas. So building up liquidity in other sense, having this inducement area with the imbalances maybe on the lower time frames inside these areas, mitigates it, goes lower, of course, to grab, first of all, this liquidity, but also the external liquidity to even gives more lower lows. C gives first a smart money trap, faking the false reaction upwards. But look at this huge candle again. That's the inducement candle that grabs finally this external zone. Of course, now this becomes our inducement. Guess what the inducement does all the time? Usually creates imbalances. So after, first of all, internal break of structures, right, you can take the mitigation, or you wait for more clean break of structures internally, like this one, right? So now you have an internal break of structure with this price action here. So guess what? You can trade the mitigation inside here. Now you're just trading the order flow back in the next areas, right? This becomes a smart money trap because you grab liquidity low side externally and obviously trading into the next liquidity zone, which is obviously this highs. There's a very easy trick to keep you out of these false areas in here. As you can see, this is get mitigated, of course, but this turns out a smart money trap, gives the false reaction. But what is before that? Building up equal highs, building up a triple top, doesn't shoot like instantly for this area. No, what does it do? It builds liquidity up here as well, induces low first. Again, people getting the short trade, getting breakout traders, whatsoever, seeing the false channel building, whatsoever. And then finally grabbing these liquidities, getting to the next area, which becomes the smart money trap area, gives the false reaction, builds this false channel again. And look at the huge speed, which grabs liquidity, now external again. And then finally, all the liquidity long side is grabbed, obviously building the whole buy trend in the process. And now, obviously, all the liquidity is grabbed. There's no more sellers into the market. That's why easily price can return now, and we're looking for shorts instead. And of course, the next target is the liquidity area again. What do they do before that? They're building up liquidity in here, right? Inducing those same liquidity areas, internal and also external. This becomes a very interesting point of interest for us, creating imbalances in the process. Obviously, not really gives a perfect break of structure, but equal highs, which is obviously liquidity as well. And then, of course, mitigates that, and we can look for the buy trends after that. minor and medium inducements. Okay, so first, again, understand how they're doing it all over and over again. So if, for example, an internal inducement mitigates something, let's say you have the structures in here, this is your push, right? And that creates a mitigation or an imbalance in here, right? And now you're having this internal play like this, with building up liquidity in here, and then grabs the liquidity like being an internal inducement, and now also mitigates in here. Obviously now makes a internal break of structure here. You can look for this areas, and then obviously push higher. That's the internal inducement in here, and that's just the mitigation area. So you're combining two things simultaneously. And that's how inducements always led to mitigations also. And you see that over and over and over again. For example, this one is exactly that one. This one grabs liquidity high. Here's the build up. You see? That creates the liquidity. That is the internal inducement, and that obviously leads to what? To the mitigation after the inducement. It's literally over and over again. It's always the same. Okay? Same thing for here. You see, there's the imbalance, never got mitigated. There's still a small imbalance left in here. That never mitigated it. Stayed short of it a little bit. That's the equal highs. That's the inducement of these equal highs. Leads to the mitigation of this area. And obviously now it can drop. Okay? But let's move from the left to see what they're doing. Creating equal highs in here. Right? So what's the next thing they do? Creating a channel. Moving higher. Right? Now, guess what? They induce this level in here just by a little bit. You see, that's sometimes even enough if they just ping it with like a few pips, because again, that grabs the stops of obviously the people taking the long trade. The stops are below this area. The moment this gets induced in here, they're out of it. Right? So what's the next target they go for? Of course, the liquidity, building up the channel, grabbing this build up liquidity in here for now to go short, of course, right? So they're going short instead, grabbing this liquidity, building up the false channel. Guess what they're doing? And breaking the internal inducement in here, going for the mitigation area. You can see the imbalance from this candle to here, mitigates this area, building the whole sell channel. Now has all the sell side liquidity built up, and obviously can push higher now. Next day starts, they're doing the same exact thing. What do? Right? Making equal lows in here, making the inducement low, just to do what? Go higher. This now is the external inducement. So what do? Of course, it's the same thing all over again. Right? Building up this equal lows in here, inducing high, building up this whole short trend, right? Is in the middle of nowhere, does not induce anything to the left. So we expect price to go even lower. But what does it need to do in order to go even lower? It, of course, needs to build up more liquidity higher. Of course, they're doing it. First showing the false channel again, right? Also making the internal break of structures in here, or lower lows to get even more people short in. But where's the significant structure point? It's, of course, in here. And that builds the buy channel, induces these areas, mitigates the imbalance in here, just to do what? To go lower, to go where? At least this next liquidity zone in here, of course, grabs it. Always, course, after the inducement, there's a pullback, as always, right? Let's just move further. Obviously, grabs to this stages, builds the channel again after it. Like, what do they do afterwards? Building the buy channel, right? And again, making this structure point in here, inducing it low, just to do what? To go higher again. It's rinse and repeat at this point, making this structure point in here, making it low, inducing it just to do what? To go lower. See how they're doing it? They're building it up over and over again. Does everyone see that? It's very, very important to see that. See how they're doing it literally over and over and over and over again. So in a nutshell, what they're doing, in summary, an inducement either makes people open a position, right? Or hits the stops of other positions, right? So guess what? Like this by itself, what does it do? This little price action in here. First of all, this induces smart money traders, again, with this some sort of like demand zone, whatever, in here, right? Again, this is the reaction, the false one. And this, of course, after that will become the inducement, which first of all stops out the people who are taking the buy, but also introducing or inducing people, obviously the short side, right? Of course, breakout traders, trend traders, whatsoever, they think that's a new point. And of course, now, once they grabbed all the liquidity and built the false understanding of the break of structure, again, that's where the confusion unfortunately begins at, because again, people see this as a break of structure. They're now taking this as an order flow, maybe taking this as an area to go shorter. No, of course, that's the valid inducement in here. And the better direction is the long side. But again, no worries, it will become so much clearer in just a second. We will have a very helpful tool, which you probably saw already a few times in slides before. And you were asking like, what the hell is that? But of course, we will dig into that later. For now, just understand that it can help, and definitely not only can, but will help us also to get more sight and clarity, and to also differentiate minor and medium inducements very easily. And as you can see, this cat right here definitely has definitely good sight and clarity right here. So it makes sense for us to use this box also to get more clarity about how to identify minor and medium inducements even easier. So if you check that on a chart, it would look something like this. So you see a lot of boxes, and already you would be like, what the hell is going on there? Like, why is that so important? What these boxes will do, obviously later, we will show you exactly what these meanings of these boxes are and how we use them. But for now, just understand that these boxes always mark us or give us the start of the day. So meaning this right here marks the start of the day. This right here marks another start of the day. This right here marks another start of the day. So is this, so is this. So we know exactly, okay, in the range of here to here, that is 1 day, right? So is the range of this until here, that is 1 day. Okay, so why is that so important to understand? Obviously, this box has multiple other reasons as well, but the first reason is to give us the markup and the understanding of where the days actually starts, right? So, and as we already learned before, minor inducements should induce something minor, and minor is considered being intraday also. Okay, so if you just, for example, look at this day in here, of course, in hindsight, we can see that this point, this high, gets induced to the high side, right? With breakout traders getting excited, continuation traders getting excited, but also this one getting induced to the low side. So we have obviously inducements to the both sides, just basing it on this box. So why is this so important though? And why will this make a huge difference? All right, later for the whole intraday guide, this will make a significant reason or a significant role of how to identify the cycle place. But for now, we just say, okay, this is the start of the day. This obviously is inside this day. So this technically only induced intraday structure, right? Everything is which is inside here is obviously the intraday structure. And this point, for example, would be not in this day anymore. So if it induces this high in here, right, this, then it would be a medium, but it's not outside of this day, right? As you can see, this high is obviously inside this box, right, on this range. So this becomes minor. Same thing for this low, right? But guess what? The moment, this is the range, right? So obviously everything is inside here. So this right here is the structure inside, but guess what it induced? So this is some sort of lows in here, equal lows in here, right? Perfect of of this one also, right? So of course, this one in here becomes some sort of medium already. Of course, this one would be the significant structure if it induces that. And as you can see in this scenario, it did not do it already, right? So but at least you understand, okay, this structure is outside of this range, right? So, okay, makes sense to be not minor anymore. So with that understanding, let's see where the minor inducements are. As you can see, this day before, right? So what it induces here, just this structure here, that's obviously minor because it doesn't really have a significant role. It just induces some sort of equal highs in here. Everything inside here then is, of course, even like this would be just considered minor. Even this high right here, if it comes higher, would be still minor. Why? Because it's still inside the same day, right? But guess what? This inducement is obviously the inducement of this one, but this right here is to the left of the day. So this inducement to the low side is not minor anymore because it's outside, not intraday anymore. Okay, so let's walk it through actually. Next day, right? This is the day. This is the structure which is not inside of the day anymore, right? It's always to your left. So this becomes not minor. But what is the minor structure? Of course, this, right? Induced to the high side, and also this induced to the high side. Perfect. Same thing for this point in here. First, of course, it induced something to the left, but it's not minor. It's obviously medium, right? But this point makes a low. It's intraday, gets induced one more time. So this is just a minor inducement after a medium inducement. Okay. Same thing in here. Right. So technically now it's getting a little bit tricky. As we see, why is this point not marked a minor inducement as it just induced this high in here? If you look to the left, what else did it induce? Right. Structure to the left first forming this equal highs in here, right? And then barely just induce it to the high side. So that becomes not minor anymore, even if technically it induces structure to the left. Intraday, that's why you have to look to the left even more for not intraday plays, right? Bigger picture plays. And then obviously you can find the significance of that inducement. Then of course, this one being a minor one, right? And then of course, same thing for the equal highs, minor, equal lows, minor, because not induced anything to the left, not induced anything to the left, depending if you see this minor structure in here, but not really, right? Again, this is the buildup in here, the ranging, and that gets induced, right? And that technically the buildup already induced this minor structures in here. So that's completely fine if you mark it minor as well, right? Then of course, this one, and hopefully you see the difference now of, for example, this point, what did it do? That's intraday, right? That's not the same day anymore. Induces all, technically, yes, you had our equal highs with this baby inducement. For the bigger picture cycle, this could be seen as triple tops, right? And of course, this one got induced by the more significant structure. So guess what that is? You guessed it. We will dig into it in the next slide, right? But guess what? This one is minor. What's the difference? Because this is just the high of this box. Perfect. Gets induced to the high side, but did not induce the structure to the left. So this is minor. Okay. Same thing here. Induces the low, right? But not induces anything to the left. So this is minor. Okay. Same thing here. Induces, yes, this high of this box, but nothing to the left. So this is minor. So always use these boxes for orientation, or not even the boxes, but the boxes makes the day start, right? And then take the range of this day. If it's intraday, it's most likely minor, right? And obviously, if it's not intraday anymore, it becomes medium, right? So let's jump into the medium ones. So where's the medium ones on top of that? And now it should become a little bit more clearer, right? So everything which induces the structure to the left becomes medium. So first thing, obviously, a day starts here, right? This point induces the structure outside of the day, becomes medium, has a significant structure inducement, right? Obviously, this one, as you can see, induces something significant also, builds equal highs, yes. induces. Why is there no immediate reaction? Because it's very late in the day, as you can see. We have to wait for the next day to get our significant inducements done, right? Where is it? Obviously this induces something to the left, even comes low, right? Gives a significant reaction, gives some minor inducements, but then obviously comes lower one more time, then induces kind of the inducement in this scenario, not a problem. Of course, all very reasonable later on, so don't get confused by it by now. Just understand the inducement types, right? So of course, this one, you spoke earlier, equal highs, structure to the left, induces it to the peak, right? A little bit just, but classifies as medium inducement. Then of course, this one, this wick in here, induced it just a little bit, given reaction wasn't enough already, comes back and induces it one more time, and then gives the reaction from here on, okay? So that's when the liquidity grab, it wasn't big enough, then sometimes, of course, they can come back. So then, of course, you have our build-up intraday internally, right? Because our range of this box is in here, so it's internal inducement. Then, of course, induces something to the left, outside of this day, becomes medium. Look at the significance of this inducement, very big, obviously. Then we have a minor inducement after that. So that's obviously our Mona Lisa scenarios where we have a medium inducement and then internally minor inducements. And then, of course, you can see how beautiful these reactions are. And then you can trade these order flows later. And that's like classified a Mona Lisa trade also. And for multiple reasons, which we will dig into it also. But just understand, medium inducement, minor inducement, and then another minor inducement internal intraday into a mitigation of obviously the previous day, right? So that's really nice. I'm trading away from the medium one, away from a minor one, and then having a minor one which mitigates this area later. This is absolutely Mona Lisa shit, and we will obviously show you exactly very later how to use that. But for now, understand again these inducement types. Then a target, of course, if you have inducements like medium, minor, should be again what? Liquidity, building up these equal lows, right? Never induced it here, builds equal lows. And of course, you should target the liquidity at least for these equal lows, which it did. Then of course becomes medium in here, but of course you have to look to the left if there's more liquidity zones. Yes, you'd have this one more, and then this one, of course, why is it not a medium one? If you look in hindsight already in here, you probably guessed what that is, right? So guess what? First, obviously, medium one, another medium one. This medium one gives us just a baby reaction, right? And then the next day happens. So that's again why you always wait for the day. Absolutely Mona Lisa shit, right? Induces high first internally, right? Intraday, then huge ass reaction, and guess what? This will become, right? So we will reveal it in the next slides, but just the next day, right? This also, look at it, perfect stuff. Range intraday, right? Induces this baby, minor inducements in here, medium inducement to left, and that's why obviously it pushes higher. Gives first like another medium inducement. That's where you're getting trapped a little bit into the medium inducements. That's when you look at the next major, right? And of course, now I said it already. So let's look at the next one. Where's the major inducement? And of course, it is this major structure point to the left, which got induced. How does it happen? With insane speed, huge vector candle to the downside, gets every breakout trader, trend trader, like momentum trader, everything crazily excited, right? And of course, we trade away from that then. So we had the same scenarios that we had in here. Medium one, minor, obviously scenario to trade in here, scenario to trade in here. Now we have the same stuff, right? Obviously, this is the major one. This is a medium one, so potentially we can trade away from that, or we wait for another inducements here and trade into in here, and then for the high side even more, something like this is how we will do it later. But first, we have to understand of how to identify the structure points, right? And utilize it for also days, intradays, right? And then obviously identify of how significant this inducement is. Is it the minor one? Is it the medium one? Or is it maybe even a major one? And how to trade away from them properly. So we have, of course, more examples. Next one in line is our legend green wizard, Cameron. So Cameron, up to you for another more fancy examples.
All right, so first we're going to show the M5 of AUD/USD on the 1st of June. It's just going to be our minor inducements, but we're not going to include that special box. And we're going to do this to show you how difficult it is to identify whether it's current day structure, whether it's a minor inducement, whether it's a medium inducement. So without this special box, it becomes a little bit difficult. Is this the current day? Is this the previous day? And so this becomes more and more difficult, but we can sort of make it out. So here we've obviously got a minor inducement. This one is very obvious minor inducement, and they'll do these little ones all the time to just continue higher. So here again, we're not sure because we don't have our box, so it becomes a little bit tricky knowing whether this is medium, whether this is minor. Again here, another little one to continue higher. This probably induced something on the left, so medium, but again, without the box, it becomes difficult. And then we can see we came up here with lots of momentum, lots of speed, tricking everyone into the buys. And then what do? Crash back down, taking all of these points, minor, minor, and minor. Again, notice the momentum, notice how we induce something, we get a pullback, but we still have liquidity lower. So we come and collect that. We're getting towards the end of the day. So we see price begin to stall around a little bit, and we don't expect anything huge from this inducement right here. So now let's do the same, but let's do it with the box. So look how easy this becomes. This is the start of our day. So we know that anything from this point onwards, if we induce it, it's just going to be a minor inducement. So first, we induce the top of the box. We'll get into that. This is something very specific, but we'll get into that. Next, we have a little minor inducement where first we build our equal lows, give the reaction, fake it, allow people to get in, allow people time to enter, and then we induce it and continue in the direction. Again, look at the speed of this inducement, lots of momentum. So once we break this high, this is triggering in people's buy stops, or they're looking to enter around here, and this momentum tricks people in. And then again, pull back after we induce high, continue lower, minor inducement of this. People think, okay, structure has changed bearish, so now they're going to be looking to sell from here. And look what we do. Channel upwards into vector candles into the inducement. It's very late in the day, so we don't expect much for price action, and then price action continues to stall. So let's go for the next one. Let me delete that. Hey, again, we've got our Asia range, so we know what to expect. First, we build the double bottom, induce that, push down, and now we have this double top built here. So this becomes our target. Look at the speed at which we take that out, come up, take that out, give us a pullback before inducing again. And then we come down, look at the speed again, look at the speed of our inducement, induce this point. So now people are looking for sells. Where are they going to be looking for sells from? Here. So we do our build up, and then again, we push higher, inducing this and this with, again, lots of momentum, tricking people. So now we can continue to sell down, and we're getting towards the end of the day. So price will begin to stall. This is actually something that we will look into later. There's a reason for this. Okay, next one, we're going to go over some medium inducements. So again, this is one day, and then so from here to here is one day, and then from here to here is another day. So these points here, here, and here are all from the previous day's structure. Also notice how we build equal lows at these points and equal highs at these points, and equal lows at these points. I haven't drawn that very well, but equal lows at these points. So again, what do we see? Big momentum, huge momentum with the inducement, tricking people into, okay, maybe this resistance is going to turn into support, taking people in through their buy stops, and also tricking people who are maybe going to buy at this level here. So again, price continues down. We give our medium inducement right here. We give a reaction, but what do we have lower? We have liquidity lower. So we know that this reaction is likely not going to sustain. It's going to be a false reaction for us to overall continue lower. Again, we're dragging people into sells and also taking them out of any buys any buy limits that they're looking to play. All right, so let's look at a bit of a bigger example. First things first, as you can see, we've divided the days with our box. So all of these are separate days, like so. So where are our medium inducements? Well, we know that where are minor inducements? Sorry, we know that minor inducements are of same day structure. So if I just put them on screen, there you go. All of these minor inducements make sense. Again, that's a current day structure. But look, we only get a pullback. Why? Because we've got liquidity lower. Again, look at the way that we induce this. Lots of momentum, lovely. We like to trick people early on, trick them into the wrong direction. Same here. Minor inducement. And again, look at the momentum. Look at the way that we induce it. Same here. Same day structure. So this is a minor inducement. But again, look at the momentum, and then we trade away from it. Okay, coming into this day, we give a little minor inducement, again with momentum, pull back into another minor inducement before taking out this double top, and then continuing down for the rest of the day. Same here, this one's a bit of a nicer one because look what we do. We build the 1, 2, 3, 4, the quadruple bottom, induce it. Again, we get these little minor inducements here and this minor inducement in Asia. Again, look at the momentum, tricks people into going the wrong way. And then after we induce this quadruple bottom, we continue upwards. Same here, we built a triple bottom, induce it, lots of momentum, and then we come up, induce high, again with lots of momentum, before inducing low and continuing higher overall. And then again, little minor inducements, even with news, they use news to induce before continuing in the intended direction. So those are all of our minor inducements. Let's go into our medium inducements. Okay, so where would our medium inducements be? Well, we know that medium inducements have to be from the previous day or more. They can't be current days. And this is where these boxes really begin to help us, because they begin to help us identify our medium inducements. So let's bring them up. Okay, so yes, this was a minor inducement, but it was also a medium inducement. This is previous day structure. And again, look, we can see how they induce it with lots of momentum before continuing in the opposite direction. And then the same here. Medium inducement, but we also build equal highs for our minor inducement. So we have medium into minor, into continuing the other way, and then look at all of this momentum down here, here, and here, pushing down into inducing this low here, and this is our medium inducement. Again, we build the 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple bottom, induce low before continuing higher. Right, so here we can see the momentum very clearly, medium inducement, but what do we have? We have liquidity higher. So this only gives a pullback until we have minor inducement into continuation higher. And these will line up with other things and other confluences, so you'll know how to trade these. Again, channeling into little minor inducement into medium inducement, all of this momentum, tricking everyone into thinking it's going to continue higher, buys, and then in Asia, we have another little inducement before continuing in the intended direction and giving these medium inducement here. But you can see what they're doing, just building liquidity, and they're giving a false reaction away. And then to end the week, we have this, and we just consolidate a bit after our minor inducement. Okay, so we're still missing one though. And what are we missing? Well, we're missing the major inducement. Where do you think the major inducement would be? It's going to be the most significant inducement. So obviously our major inducement is this point here. This entire thing was just like a build-up, and you can see we then vector out of that build-up, take this high, and that with lots of momentum again, and then continue in the intended direction. Now I'm going to give it over to the Queen, Sakbar, for her part, and she'll go over again some of the variations of the inducements. And yeah, that will be my part done.
So I will be covering a few examples on the minor and medium inducement types, and the charts I will be using are all 5M charts, and of course they will be covering the entire day as well as the previous day, depending on if it's relevant, of course. And that's how we understand our various inducement types. Let's try to identify our inducement types. So we have a plain chart. It's a little bit tricky to identify the inducements, particularly the minor inducements, I would say, because they appear more often than medium ones. So if we now add our orientation, we can see the blue lines over here are all of our minor inducements, and the purple lines are our medium inducements. So we're going to start off more in the beginning of the day over here to see how price continuously induces up and down. So from here, what we have is our liquidity. So we see these equal lows right here. And we also have these equal highs, which I did forget to actually mark with a blue line. So we have two sets of liquidity. And what happens? We get an inducement high over here. Right, so we still have our low that needs to be taken out. However, upon that, we also have, again, the same thing. Highs as well as lows. And we get an inducement high. Now what happens is price takes out both these liquidity points. So it induces in one impulse both minor inducements. Now that's particularly important to understand that you don't always get an inducement of one area. So you get two inducements here, two sets of liquidity or structures, whatever it be of the inducement, you get two. So you have your inducement low now. Again, continuously the same thing happens. We have again a structure this time, right? A high, you could say, of internal structures that needs to be induced. We already have the inducement here that takes out everything before. So our only remaining objective is this point right here. Upon that, again, we get this fractal liquidity right there. Again, forgot to mark that. And then we also have the same thing, the lows here, these equal lows. Exactly the same thing. Inducement high takes out this structure as well as the fractal liquidity, and then continues lower. Now, as it continues lower, it's exactly the same thing as what we had in this cycle over here. We take out 2 points. That's the low as well as this structural low right there. Now, it's important to understand and to take note of the fact in our purple box, the high and the low are considered minor inducements. They're always the minor inducement point. So this point here, as well as, of course, this point there. So we've now taken out 2 points of liquidity. What does that mean? Essentially, the only liquidity we have to the left is this structure point here. Now, remember, this is the previous day. So what that means, it's a medium inducement. So now we continue to induce, take out this medium inducement right here. And now this is because it's our main inducement, we now continue higher with force, with the vectors. You can see all these vectors right here with force continuing higher. We didn't get the high taken out here. So now we have the minor inducement as well as the medium inducement again, the previous day high this time. And then of course we continue to other greater levels. So we're getting in this scenario a minor and medium inducement in one impulse. Now upon that we get these pullback type of things, and this is where you get a lot of inducements of structure. So we get our inducement high, we get this pullback type of thing, and then price of course induces this high right here. So that's taken out now. Cross that one off. Inducement high. Coming lower, induce this structure, inducement low, and then we continue higher again, taking out this, again being another minor inducement, and then of course this point here is an inducement to the left. Now it's also a medium inducement. It's important to understand you can still get 2 or 3 or whatever it be medium inducements in one impulse. It's not necessarily a major inducement just because we've had this one impulse from here to there. What this could look like in a example is like this. So we have our impulses to the left. You have your major inducement of the high and a higher time frame, which is this area. And in this scenario, this is our first medium inducement, and then the second one will look like that. So it's just another high to the left, nothing crazily significant that it can be marked up as a major inducement. So upon that, what we have exactly the same thing. We've had our inducement high, we get our reaction bearish, and then of course we have structures in between, and price has to induce one last time, only to then continue lower. Now, as it continues lower to induce, this point here, remember, is a minor inducement. It may look, you could say, significant, but remember, it's important to understand it's the same day price action. Hence, it's a minor inducement and not a major one. Now, that could also act as your main inducement, and you may, of course, get the reversal from there. So, with that being said, we have another example. So, again, plain chart. Looks a little bit tricky to understand this, but we will add our inducement lines. Now, in this scenario, we have more so minor inducements. We only have one major one here. But if we start from the beginning, what we have, of course, we can mark up the lows and the highs. We know those are minor inducements, hence the blue lines on those. What we have here is the inducement of structure of this point right there. And then, of course, we even have, fractal lows again. Again, structure over here gets induced with equal highs. We induce low now, take out the lows, take out the structure, continue, have our medium inducement of this structure to the left, which is the previous day, hence it can be a medium inducement, perfect inducement, again, with our gray box magically telling us to buy. And then, of course, we get our continuation and the nice vector candles to continue. Again, in between all of that, we get equal highs. So we get our inducement high, taking up this structure to the left now. We get our reaction. Again, we have another point of structure. Equal highs, comes to induce one last time, continues higher, takes out the highs, and again continues higher, takes out the high over here to the left. So it's a continuous cycle of minor inducements of the high and the low side. As we continue higher, you get a very slight inducement. It's still an inducement, it's just very slight. Again, price continues to reverse, takes out the structure here to the left, continues higher. Again, now we have a new structural point here. We come back, continues. Now we have equal highs at that point. And again, price comes lower to take out these 3 points of structure. This one being essentially the significant point, hence why price induces here for the last time and then continues a lot higher to take out the equal highs. Now remember, all of that was internal liquidity, hence minor inducements only. Now it can only be medium if we look to the left, and essentially it's a significant point of structure like such. Over here you have structural points. Usually if it's liquidity, it's more so a minor inducement as they appear more so on the lower time frames. However, that being said, you do also get, of course, liquidity built up on a higher time frame and then a major inducement. And then you start to get, of course, your minor inducement plays to form these structures of a continuation. So in this scenario, of course, the main inducement was low. Then we get our continuation and we continue to induce upon inducements. So with that being said, let's look at another example. Plain chart. Again, these are all very different examples when it comes to the liquidity. So you can see typical liquidity such as support, resistance, or equal highs, equal lows, but you also see structure, and that's usually one that not many people figure out much. And with inducement trading, it is a key one, I would say. So looking at this, again, I've incorporated the previous day price action as well, as it's relevant to, of course, our purple box over here. So let's add orientation lines. And in this one, we have several main inducements, such as medium inducements. And what we have, if we look to the left, we can just analyze a bit of the previous day. So price induces low. What does it induce? This does not sustain. Then what happens? We continue higher. Again, you continuously take out these structures. Now, of course, that being said, we also get the same thing occur. We get this reaction. Okay, price is doing what? At this point, you have equal highs. Then, of course, equal lows, right? So you have equal lows. Price induces low one last time, right? Then you're getting all of this crazy little liquidity points. Again, that's your spread type of wick. That's not so important. Nevertheless, it just has to induce one last time of this structure perfectly. Then that consolidation type of play, or equal highs, equal lows, it induces low first, only to then induce high. Now, both of these did form the high and the low of this box. Hence, those are also points that will be induced via a minor inducement. That's important to understand too. Then, of course, price creates a low, only to then take out this minor inducement that we have here that created that high, also inducing a medium one over here, right? Because that's the previous day. Now, that's important to understand, even though it's very close proximity. It's only, well, that close. It's not about the range. It's more about what does it induce, even if it's a few pips. So that's a minor, a medium inducement. And that, of course, gears us up for price to then continue bearish, take out this structure point, as well as the low. So it induces two minor inducement points.
Basic inducement rule sets. Very, very important to note that down, right? And obviously make your own cheat sheets about it, right? But first of all, which will help you a lot, a shitload, is or will be this magical purple box to identify where the day started and what is the intraday structure and what goes beyond that, right? So always use this box and understand, okay, my start of the day is here. Everything which is to the left is not my internal structure again, right? So guess what? If this is all inside here, okay, awesome, that's still in this range, right? But guess what? If this is a push right here, okay, perfect. This is still only a minor inducement. Yes, it induced Asia high, right? But it's just a minor inducement. Awesome. Boom. And out of a sudden it becomes a medium one because it induced higher, right? Of course, if this now is obviously some other confirmations we will dig into later, then of course we can look for trading away from this medium inducement to the left, right? Everything inside here, minor inducements, right? Of course, even better if they sometimes do stuff like this, right? Minor inducements, okay, boom, trading the long trade into the medium inducement, into the bigger liquidity, and then trading away from that, right? So that's how you have a really nice guideline of how to use the box for day starts and to understand what's internal inducements and external inducements in terms of intraday and beyond that, right? So overall, minor inducements are usually internal inducements, right? Again, if you have like a push from here to here, you have something like this, build up, boom, inducement, some sort of big obstruction here, and then obviously you can trade mitigation into the continuation, right? But this is obviously your internal minor inducement based off this mini buildup in here, but it's all inside this bigger push in here, right? So minor inducements can be still external inducements, right? But it has to be the structure of the same day. What does it mean? Of course, if you have this push again, high, whatever, and then comes back, now you have your box, right? And then let's say whatever, this push goes like this. Okay, so you have a range, something like this, perfect, right? And then it induces low in here. Okay, that is of course an external inducement intraday, right? Because it obviously induces out of this range externally, but is still considered internally because it's still in this bigger push, right? So of course, depending on what the day did, right, we either can look for mitigations in here or inducements, again, depending on what the day in the cycle did, but we'll dig into that later, but understand this also, right? Then medium inducements are always external inducements and require an inducement of structure to left. Again, easiest scenario, we covered it before, where we have our range, the day starts here, right? And of course here, range is around, perfect. Then minor inducement out of a range, right? Let's make it like this, even more obvious, perfect, right? Triple top in here, comes here, fakes obviously the break of structure to low side, right? Fakes some sort of smart money mitigations in here, but then obviously fakes the directional shift, comes higher, builds up equal highs once again, induces, now becomes medium, and now obviously we can get interested into that. Okay, so medium always needs structure to left outside of the day. Okay, perfect. Then what we have as well, major inducements, they of course are always based on multiple days, and of course they're always external, right? And they require a significant structure to left. Higher time frames will help you. Of course, sometimes, right, if whatever, if you have 5-minute structure like this, blah blah, finally gets out, right? And then there's multiple days, blah blah, forming equal lows here and here and here, and then comes lower into some sort of mitigations in here, right? Perfect, that's makes sense. But this, guess what? Faking the equal lows for the later purpose, right? Building a smart money trap, then induces all these crazy inducement equal lows in here, and then we trade away from that, right? So that's major inducements looking of significant structures to the left. What went on there? Where's the major liquidity, higher time frame biases, and all stuff like that. Okay, so that's the basic inducements, and let's go to the next topic. Okay, and to give you a quick introduction to our journey to the awakening, we just will make you forced to look at Morpheus for like a few minutes, as we just gonna point out a few points as we will lead deeper into price action, the way it's delivered, the way the market works, and obviously we'll show you also our favorite signature setup, which will literally change the way you trade forever. There's a few important things to mention before we dig into this though. So just to clarify again, any future discussions or whatever, any points where people might have some points to throw in, I just want to say something before that, and that is some might be familiar with any price action from other sources or whatever. Maybe some people saw something somewhere else, be it YouTube, be it Instagram, be it TikTok, wherever, right? So, but let me calm you down for a second before we move obviously into the next sections. Nothing we show you is like from any other sources like ICT, Larry Williams, market makers, whatever, right? But obviously everyone who reveals these information sources, again, this is the way the market works. It's not that someone made this up or created it or invented it. No, it's just the way the market works. But obviously everyone who reveals this information, they should deserve all the credit in the world for making this information publicly available and help other people, right? But again, I just want to cover this one important aspect about these information sources. Like neither myself, Cameron, or Sakba, none of us like had the pleasure to watch through ICT or other sources, right? So, or like any other related content. For example, I can tell you my personal story of how it was. So I discovered that information myself over the last decade of my trading career, piecing literally every little information piece I could find together. And again, everything I found, everything on the internet is not a secret. I did not run out of the streets and the lightning hit me in the head and then I had all these visions about the market. No, of course, I did my research over multiple sources as well. It's not a secret, right? But I pieced everything together. It's not that, again, there was a guideline like we give it to you before. No, it did not exist. That guideline did we create over, again, the last, at this point, even years. Again, we doing lit for almost 3 years at this point, right? So again, it's not that something that this existed before. That's the way we approach the market. But of course, there's other people that maybe have a similar understanding than us and figured the market out. Again, one of the most well-known persons probably is ICT. Again, you can give this guy all the credit you have. Again, he's much longer around than us. I think he started teaching in the 90s. So again, of course, he has much more experience as well, and what he covers is definitely very, very good as well. And again, he also put out his free mentorship on YouTube. If you have not seen that, and it will definitely not hurt you, that you will look at his point of view about the market as well to see a different but very similar approach as well. Again, I just can say none of us did these courses, did these mentorships, but again, we heard a lot of good things about it. So make sure to also check it to hear other people's opinions and points of view about these topics as well. Everything you see and hear in the Awakening Master Guide, though, is the point of view about the markets from our understandings, the way we learned it over the last, again, in my case, close to a decade of trading, right? And again, we did everything. In my case, I tried everything possible you could ever imagine, like no joke. Like literally, I've tried everything, every ridiculous shit you could think of. I started obviously with normal retail strategies, like support, resistance, trend lines, all that stuff, even breakout to a point, right? Going into EMAs, adding Ikimoku clouds with combination of harmonic patterns. At some point, I went so crazy, I even did moon cycles, not even a joke. I went all crazy with all that shit, right? So obviously, I did everything you could ever think of, right? But smart money was unfortunately something I've missed like very, very big, because again, I'm not a secret. Yes, I discovered like ICT, for example, like I would say 7 years ago, but I watched the first videos and it just wasn't my style of like enjoyment of learning. Again, he has like a very specific, I would say, dry approach of speaking and like the way he explains things with a bit of an ego, and that just wasn't for me. So I just never had the pleasure to watch it and learn it. That's why the smart money stuff literally crossed away from me for like literally years. And obviously now I just see like, oh, there's some similarities to it, right? But I unfortunately missed the whole thing, which hindsight speaking probably would have shortened my learning curve by years. I would actually say years. But yeah, I had to go the hard way, and now we just come up with this perfect guide for you. So again, you have the shortcut. Literally, you can learn years of our experience in literally a week. Think about it, how crazy that shit is, right? Again, I just tell you what my personal breakthrough was and when I came to these realizations, because a few people are always interested in that. For me, my breakthrough came with my basic programming knowledge, which came also with my trading experience, because I literally learned programming with trading, right? Because I wanted to automate stuff and I digged into programming as well. And I started programming every strategy I knew at this point. And at this point, it was all like retail shit at this, if you want to say so, right? It was literally the most basic things: Fibonacci retracement, breakout zones, trendline touches, EMA touches, like all these crazy things you could ever think of. I programmed literally everything I got my hands on, right? And the funny thing was, I came to the realization, when you put it doesn't matter how random the strategy was, on a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, it came up with a 50% winning rate. Like, what in the hell? And obviously, if you hired the risk reward, the winning rate lowered, so it balanced it out at a break-even rate. And how in the hell could that be possible? And that's when I start questioning literally everything. I questioned the universe. I've questioned trading at its whole. I just asked, like, how can this be possible? I'm programming the most random shit you could think of, and it ends up at a break-even thing. Like, how can this be possible? And that's when I start digging into the rabbit hole, and it just hit me like a truck, and like full force into the rabbit hole. And that's when I understood, okay, this case that everything ends up with a break-even thing can only be the case when the market is literally perfectly engineered to make this happen. Again, there can't be coincidences. That Ikimoku cloud with a 50% retracement or whatever extension of a fib has the same win rate as the third touch of a. Can this be a coincidence? It can't. There has to be a very, very smart engineering behind the market. And that's obviously shit, right? So that's what opened the eyes for me. And that's when I discovered, okay, there has to be more. That it can't be like a random thing. Again, that everything ends up as a zero-sum game to keep everyone engaged, give them results, to not, again, scare them away. That, again, if the retail strategies would never work, no one would ever trade them, right? So they have to satisfy them. They have to show them some results, but they don't want to show enough results that you actually can make a living from them. Yes, I'm not denying that you can't make a living from retail strategies like trend lines or breakouts, but yes, you have to be lucky with it. There's people that are trading breakouts for sure successfully, but again, this will not work for everyone. No, a lot of them, they don't even know what they do, but they got successful with it. I had a friend, actually, he was from Deutsche Bank, and he literally showed me he made millions in trading, but I was still like not on the level, obviously. And I got very impressed, and I obviously got a friend with him, and he actually explained me his strategy. Then I programmed it, and it was the same freaking shit. A 50% win rate on a 1-to-1. So I literally asked him, I showed him, hey, how do you do it? It's literally not working. And he said to me, no, for him it works. And then he actually walked me through the process, and I actually have to say he just literally got lucky. He traded the one examples that worked and just didn't trade the ones who didn't. But then I asked him, why did you not trade this one? He just said, like, no, it didn't feel right. No, I wasn't there. So he had all these excuses, but he didn't have the reason why he didn't take it, because it literally looked perfectly the same. So again, yes, it's possible to be lucky with retail strategies and make a living out of it, but this is not the way you should approach the markets, right? So again, on top of that, if you have a 50% winning rate, again, why do people even fuck up even more? Again, wrong risk management, all the emotions, you have spread, you have slippage, you have commissions, you have swap, you have all these things. And again, the biggest one obviously is emotions that work against you as well, right? So which is the same principle with, for example, also the red and black in a casino, right? If you play roulette, again, the casino has also the numbers advantage. Again, for example, in Forex, it's the spread, it's the slippage, it's the spreads, whatever. In the casino, again, they just always have the numbers example. Even if you take roulette, again, what's the chance on a roulette table that you get red or black? It's not 50%. Again, they have the 0, which is green. And that limits the percentage to just 49% of either black or red. That means if they play 10 years casino, you play 10 years whatever, always putting it on red, you will lose in the long term, as it's not 50% win rate. You will lose because it's only 49%. On top of that, they adding in the non-logical outcome of previous events. Meaning, they show you the display saying, okay, here is the last outcomes of the roulette table. And it's been like 5 times black. So what's the next outcome of the roulette table? The true answer is it's literally 49% black, 49% red, and 1% blue, green, or whatever it is, right? So that's how they confuse people on purpose to give this false illusion that, again, previous events will have an impact on future events, which is not true. It's there to confuse people on purpose, to give them false expectations. Same thing in trading. Again, if you have 5 winning trades in a row, that next probability for your next trade is still the same, not depending on if you had 5 winning trades before or 10 losing trades in a row. It doesn't matter. Same thing would be like, oh, 5 losses in a row, the next one has to be a win. That's fucking bullshit, right? Again, don't get into this mindset. And again, start actually digging in to how the market really works and go away from this casino thinking, black and white thinking. It's not like that. So, meaning, with the Awakening Master Guide, you're in a very lucky position as you literally will get or getting the compressed information that took us, and everyone is included into Awakening, years, and again, in my case, close to a decade to figure that shit out. We did not have shortcuts. We did not have anyone who showed us these guidelines. We had to figure it out and create all these guidelines now for you to give you, again, literally the shortcut into 1 week, decade of experience. Madness, right? So this program is solely created to open your eyes and help you to get the realization of how the market works in a very clear step-by-step process, which we found over the last literally years of also teaching or having a private community. We know exactly what worked for them. We know exactly what confused them. We know exactly what's the best traders of our community did to get the success they have. And obviously you have the compressed shortcut version of that. So congratulations to you for finding the cheat codes actually to take this insane shortcut and literally shorten your learning curve by literally years down the line, of because you will be understanding how the market works, and you already did. You already went through a few topics already, and again, your eyes should be already very opened of how they actually deliver price action, how they use Enigma, how they stop all these retailers on a literally day-to-day basis. The best thing, again, take this last little image in your head to stop this rant here. But again, think about it like this way. You probably remember the crypto hypes and all these pump and dump schemes, right? So when people obviously, they might like get very excited about, oh, this new coin, this new coin, that. Guess what happened? They've been used for exit liquidity for the big crypto whales who pushed and pumped these cryptocurrencies. And then obviously they dumped the price, sold off their shares or their cryptos, and obviously the retailer, the normal consumer, ended up losing money while everyone else with the proper knowledge made money. And that's literally in a nutshell what happens day to day, minute to minute in the markets. It's all these little liquidities for the actual real big boy club, right? So the moment you understand that, that is when everything is going to change and a true awakening is awaiting you. What the fuck is that box? So, and this little box will bring so much clarity to you, you will be astounded. Okay, it actually is crazy what a little box can do to your chart vision. Okay, so introducing you our guide, beautiful Asia session. Okay, but as you can see, sometimes might be not so beautiful, right? But in overall, Asia session is just beautiful. It is so clear sometimes. It helps you so much identify the right areas. But now I show you how to actually use it as your advantage. Okay? Why do we trust and choose Miss Asia session for our guide? So first of all, we have to understand that we will section the day in cycles and pretty much chapters. Okay, and that will help you so much not getting confused with the overall structure playing like, oh, why is this a break of structure? Why is this maybe an inducement? Like, where do I start? Like, all these questions will actually be solved by just this little box. You wonder why, how? No worries, we will show you. The starting point of every day from now on will be Asia session for us. Because funnily enough, at my time, which is German time, Asia starts like almost midnight, which literally is the next current day. So if you have like a day, obviously when do you open up the day? Like, I don't even know why I'm drawing. Is obviously midnight. So technically Asia starts a little bit earlier, but I will show you obviously in the next slide how and what times we will use. But just for now, write that down. It's very important. The starting point when we now analyzing charts from now on and forever will be Asia session. We start with Asia session. You will always have a starting point. Okay, that's essential because you always know, okay, I need to start here. That's my point 1. Okay, so shows us the first true market intention for the day. We use Asia for a guide and it will help us immensely seeing what the overall day will look like and what they're trying to do, like what Enigma is doing and how we can figure out what the true intentions are, and gives us the first overlook of the first build up for the day. Okay, because again, we need a build up for an inducement. And Asia will give us the first overlook of where this buildup will be, and we can orientate ourselves after that. Has recurring behavior we can always rely on. I will show you so many examples, and you can trust me, you will think this fucker shows us the same example over and over again. It's not. It's literally hundreds of different days, but they all look the freaking same, right? Then a very important one as well. The Asia session needs to be induced. Like 99 out of 100 trading days, the Asia range will be induced. There's rarely a day where the whole price action is inside the Asia range. So we already understand like 99 out of 100 times, Asia range will be induced. What do I mean by induced? If this is the Asia range, price action make like this, whatever. We expect the price either induces high or low. We almost know that for fact. It happens 99 out of 100 times. Okay. Then, of course, it eliminates noise. Again, if you have like this overall price action and like this and this, like where do you even start? Like where do you start? We don't know. Of course, we need like a starting point. And if we say, oh, out of a sudden, this is Asia range, guess what? So this is the inducement of Asia. Oh, there you go. It needs to go lower. Right? It will actually make a lot of sense. Keeps us patient also. Like if you have something like this structure point, like why do you know that maybe this point in here or this one in here, even if they have imbalances, why is it not a point of interest? Let's say if this is Asia range, guess what? And prices do something like that. Asia needs to be induced. So guess what? They will induce it and then go lower. So you don't even look at them anymore because you understand that Asia low needs to get, or Asia high needs to get induced first and then it will drop, right? But again, easy stuff. I will show you so many examples with regard, right? And then of course, it will give us a directional bias for the first stages or the first stage of the overall daily cycle. We need to start somewhere. Again, today we show you the first step of the whole puzzle, which starts with Asia, okay? And of course, on top of that, if that's not enough, it will add a lot of clarity to the charts. So write that down. Let's see how she actually looks like. The beautiful Asia. So our starting point, and write that down. Our starting point will be 11 p.m. UTC plus 2. Okay, that is our starting point for Asia. And the end, there's a lot of controversy about like how long is the Asia range. There's a lot of discussion. I actually talked with Josh a few days ago about this exact topic. The Asia range is obviously 8 hours long. It starts at 11 p.m. and it ends at 7 a.m. UTC plus 2. So whatever time is that for you. That is the true Asia range. Okay. Then also we have an Asia high and we will have an Asia low. Asia low being just the low of the whole Asia range, and the high, of course, being the high of the whole Asia range. And we draw this beautiful box around it, right? So what does we expect though? So Asia session is the first session which opens every new day. That's an overall worldwide fact, okay? So overall, if the markets open, Asia is literally the first session that opens. If you have our session tomorrow, guess what? It's Sunday. But then when the markets open, what session is it for the whole world? It's obviously Asia session. So Asia always opens the day. It doesn't matter if it's Tuesday, if it's whatever. Always the first day opens with Asia. Okay, that's why we're taking that starting point all the time as well, right? And of course, that's why it's being the first session. It is usually the weakest of the three main sessions. We have three main sessions, which is Asia, London, and New York session. That's the main three we will orientate on, okay? And it builds up the liquidity before the biggest session, which is London session opens. That's write that down because that's essential. Asia range does nothing more than building up liquidity until, of course, the huge liquidity comes into the whole market, which comes with London session. London session has the most money involved of the whole day or every day. It's literally always the same. London session is where the money is. Okay. So that's why they're using Asia for a guide to build up those liquidity the moment the real money gets introduced when London opens. Okay. So we are interested in seeing what trend they show before they break out of Asia range, before they break out of the range. Be interested in seeing what they're doing before that. So if you make it a little bit more visible, what do they do in here? Right? So now let's find out what the world with the analysis, whatever the retail strategy is seeing at this exact point. So one of the most used breakout strategies is actually, funnily enough, the Asia range breakout strategy. So that's one of the most common strategies in the whole world. And that just means they're taking the high and low of Asia. And the moment that gets broken, they're taking the buy trade or the sell trade. Crazy, Google it. It's one of the most used strategies overall. So again, they're using their Asia range breakout strategy to add even more liquidity, even the wrong side direction. But what else do we have? If you just look at this illustration in here, Asia low also created this some sort of doppel bottom or even like this support or whatever, even for smart money trader, maybe whatever how to call it, the order blocks, I don't even know, right? And guess what? Out of a sudden, like price starts from here, building up this trend. This trend is forming. Look at the channel. So everyone obviously sees, oh yeah, the price will go up forever, this like that. And finally, last but not least, there we go. There's the Asia breakout to the high side. So question for every single one in here. What or how do you think is the short to buy ratio at this specific point in price ending up here? Is the whole world buying like this? Or is the whole world selling like this? Of course, every single one in the whole world is buying right now. But obviously, they don't have any reason at all who's selling in here. Nobody with retail strategies sells in here. They don't have any reasons. There's no breakout, there's no retest, there's no trend line, there's no nothing, there's no indicator, there's no nothing. Everything that confirmations say is long. Okay, so that's why the buy to sell ratio looks like that. So with the understanding of liquidity and what should happen next, the question is, so I guess you all know what will happen next. Ha ha. So what will happen next? obvious and easy answer is, of course, chup. Chup them all. They're all buying. Where's the last stop loss? Of course, in here. They're getting all built up in the wrong side direction. Breakout traders entering here. Internal break of structure, mitigation, chup. See how that works. Is that too easy? Is that actually too easy? Maybe you think that is too easy. Maybe you think like that can unbelievable be like that easy in the chart. Like there's no point, zero chance that this happens in the charts like that, right? So guess what? We do whatever. We make it obvious for us. We can whatever, add the break of structure in here, imbalance in here. That's your entry in here. Seems too easy? Guess what? So Miss Asia, please bring some clarity to the charts. Because look at that. If you're just now looking at a naked chart like this, where do you even start? Like, do I have a low here? That makes a new low high. That's here. Break. No. Inducement. What did he say? Imbalance. So yeah, that's an imbalance in here. What is about that imbalance? You see, that's a mess. That's a mess. We never do that ever again. So guess what we do? Chup. We put in the Asia range, and out of a sudden, that actually makes sense. We completely can ignore whatever that's something here, then here, even that one. We completely ignore that. Because why? At this point, what do? They're building up the short trend, building up this liquidity in here. But what do they do after they break out of Asia range? Huge channeling upwards like crazy. Not even giving any pullbacks at all. Look at this smooth moving upwards after breaking out of Asia range. Guess what the whole world is doing? So guess what? After this, Asia low gets never been broken to the low side. That's Asia low in here. If anything, they're building up equal lows, not even inducing it. Guess what? Now they're breaking out of Asia, building the high channel. So what is the whole world doing? Everyone. What are they seeing? Are they buying or are they selling? Of course they're buying. So guess what will happen? Guess what will happen? Chup! Is it too easy? Is it actually too easy? Like what? Of course, aiming for the liquidity down here. What? So guess what? Like, Miss Asia, please bring some clarity to this chart. It looks like a freaking mess. I don't even see anything in here. What the hell would I find here? So guess what we do? We bring some Asia session in. Out of a sudden, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? So what is going on here? They're building up Asia high with also these equal highs. So guess what that will become? Liquidity. So guess what that will never gonna be? Will that be an area we should look for? No! We can label it right away as an SMT. Because we know now we induced induced Asia to the low side, building the channel to the downside, having all this liquidity above here. The whole world is selling. What is going to happen? They're stupid. So guess what they're doing in here? Asia low, building up false uptrend, messing around. We don't really care until they do what? Breakout of Asia, showing us the false channel. Again, we care about what they do before they break out of Asia, building up the channel, breaking out low. What is the whole world doing? Getting their breakout low of Asia. Everyone is selling. Is it too obvious now? They duped them. What the hell? What? Guess what? Another one. Like what they're doing here. That's a good one. I love examples like that because they're kind of funny about this one. So then having this liquidity areas in here. Guess what they did before? Of course, they induce this areas low to stop out the people who took the right sell this time, right? Of course. Now building up the channel, but they induced before that. That's why it's so important you understand the build-ups and the inducements. Guess what? Huge equal lows. Of course, inducing low before they move higher. Now building the whole uptrend. Now again, everyone is buying. Is it so hard at this point? They chup them. More easier example. Again, what do? Creating all these equal highs in here. Right? Is that an area you should be interested in? No. What can we do? We label it smart money trap, right? Guess what they do? Building up liquidity here, obviously breaking out of Asia. Now look at the speed, what they're doing it. Now even making people more excited, giving even another impulse low. Now as everyone is looking at the short, look at that, even channeling the whole day. Look at this huge, even downtrend the whole freaking day. What's going to happen? Is it that hard anymore? Choop. Right? So that alone, again, just by that, is interesting. But when, like pretty much a lot of maybe us like, oh, that's amazing. But how do we know when price is done inducing in the wrong direction and starts its real move though? Like, how can we know? When do we know they starting reversing and are done inducing? We will start with the most easiest one, and that is the power of timing. We will have a lot of reasons. One of them is, again, the power of timing. Timing fundamentals. Timing fundamentals. What does that mean? To understand the whole concept about this timing aspect, we need to go way back in time to the good old days, right? When they hadn't such things as whole machineries behind it all, right? We need to go back in time to understand the background information about why the timing aspect is so important. And this goes pretty much back to the good old times when there was not such thing as like an MT4 or even like other fancy trading platforms. There was nothing like that, like back at the days, of course, or where someone could have opened a position from your phone. There wasn't even phones back in the day, like smartphones. There was no fucking iPhone 13 back in the days. They had like this type of phones. Like, what the hell? You cannot execute a trade with that thing. There's not even a screen. Like, how would you execute an order with that? So, if someone back at the times wanted to open a position in the markets, they literally had to pick up their old phone with like the cable on it, call their broker. The broker requested the order at the main exchange. Like, imagine all the Wall Street banks they had, of course. Like, of course, like, you know, this exchanging room that all the people screaming at each other, like the typical Wall Street things, and whatever we probably saw in the movies and stuff. But obviously, that was exactly like that back at the times. And pretty much then the order was physically written down in the order book. They call it the order book because someone wants to make an order, so they write it down in the order book. And this went on for the full 8 hours of work, or in quote or in columns, their session length. That's why, for example, the Asia session is 8 hours. That's why London session is 8 hours. That's why Frankfurt session is 8 hours. That's why New York session is 8 hours. But that's their working days when they try to obviously open up orders during their session. But guess what? Once their session was done, they needed to pass their order books with all their orders from people making orders all their session to their colleagues on the other side of the world, which opened their session and take over. So now think about it. Asia session is 8 hours long. So Asia session closes and needs to obviously pass their orders that people took during these sessions to obviously the next people in line, which is Frankfurt. Because after Asia closes at 7 p.m., a.m., Frankfurt opens at 8 a.m. UTC plus 2. So they had 1 hour of time when they actually handed over these orders. Okay, so that's why there's a little delay. There's 1 hour delay of Asia close and Frankfurt open, which is the next session in line. So when Frankfurt opens and they now know exactly where all these orders are in the market, because obviously they just got handed over this book with all these orders and they see, oh shit, like 80% of the people are buying. What are you gonna think they're going to do? They're starting their session build up with this information. Of course, mostly they wait for the big men of London though, because again, this is where the big money comes into place, but sometimes they do it themselves. So again, and what is their goal? What is their goal with all this information? Of course, they wanted to make money, and that's why they use this information in these order books to induce them all in the wrong direction, take their liquidity, take the other side of their position, and of course then lead their session how they please it. Do you understand how this whole thing comes together now? It's just step by step. Now, of course, they're having all this machinery that does these things for them, but intentions are still the same. They need to pass over these order books. And again, that's why this guy is so happy. If you look at him, he's getting his phone call, whatever, from Asia. Like, oh, like 90% of people are buying. It's like, yeah, thank you. Time to make money. Guess what he's doing? Taking all the opposite directions and always inducing them the wrong side, and then leads their session how they wanted to do it. And that's literally how they did it. Does this make sense? It's so important to understand. Okay? In a nutshell, that is what's going on. Example of the when and where. So again, we're having the Asia range. We're having our minor inducement to the upside. Again, adding breakout fishes. That's a minor inducement because it only makes new higher high. It only induces Asia range to all these fishes to getting their buy positions in. Then inducing low to stop immediately out those people. Then making the final inducement in London. And there you can see this little beautiful box in here. That will be London Open. And that's when they're getting in. They're seeing the order books. They're seeing, oh, awesome. 90% of people are buying. What do we do? Thank you for the information. We return the market on them. Is that such a rare thing in the markets, you might ask, though? Let's take a look. What do we have? Asia range, building buy side, channeling trade. That is the minor inducement in here, giving the final or first inducement of Asia high here. Whatever the wick is covered in here, I don't even know why. Right, so that's the minor inducement in here. Guess what they're doing? Inducement low first. What do they do still in the process? See the structure point in here, which creates the imbalances after the inducement mitigation. Sound that's familiar already. But guess what after that? There we go. That's the huge run of liquidity. Medium inducement now. London Open. 9 o'clock. Trap is done. What can they do? Obviously, reverse the market on the whole world. What do they have in the process? Now valid break of structure, internal. That's the zones you can look for as your decisional level. That's the extreme. In this case, they did go for the decisional. Sounds easy, and actually is. Let's look at more droplets. So look at this mess again. Crazy. We add Asia range. Out of a sudden, it becomes very clean. right? We're starting with obviously Asia range in these times. So guess what? We're following normal stuff, what they're doing, right? So first we're adding some stuff. We can cut out even all this nonsense before here, just to see how actually this makes a lot of sense, even without looking to the left at this current stage. Of course, we need to look to the left, like, of course, a lot in the future, but just to show you how to the left doesn't matter and how we can just isolate the day. So this is literally the day. The day starts in here. For us, we don't really care what's going on to the left at this point, right? We just see the overall intraday play, Asia high, Asia low, double bottom being induced. Perfect. Asia high creating equal highs, false imbalance in here. Guess what? When are we know it's done? Are we done here? Are we done here? We can do one magical thing and just do something like this. We include timing. Look at the bottom in here. What is the time, say? 9 o'clock to the minute. London opens, gets the information, sees 90% of the traders are short. Guess what they do? Say thank you for the information. Choops them to the freaking minute. Like, are you even kidding me? Probably isn't coincidence, right? Look at another one. So what does Asia do? Huge channeling building, minor inducement, inducement high first to go even lower, building the short trend, London open hits to the minute, gets the information. Thank you guys. Choop. To the freaking minute. Like, what? But anyways, so you might think, well, that is probably a rare thing that usually never happens. So guess what? We take a few days in here. What is going on? Asia range, inducement low. Look at the clock, and this time it was Frankfurt open. Doesn't really matter. Obviously induce the low of Asia. Induces low. Gets the imbalance. That's the inducement. There's your break of structure now. Fills the imbalance. Valid point of interest. Moves higher. Days over. Next day, Asia range gets induced low. Look at the time. London open. Huge build-up, makes this fault, whatever, struggling in here. Internal break of structure, there's your imbalance, that's your mitigation after the internal structure in here, right? So what else? Next day, Asia range, induces low, induces high, moves even lower because we never grabbed, guess what? Liquidity to the left, right? That's still here, right? So guess what? Induces low, high first, channels low the whole day. Next day, what's going on? Asia range induces low first. This time in Frankfurt again. Moves higher. Goes to the next liquidity zone. There you go. Never grab liquidity to the upside though. So now it's obviously getting a pullback. What's the next thing? Liquidity grab lower. Asia range. Grab liquidity lower. Look at the timing. London open to the absolute minute. What does it do in the process? Mitigates this area that led to this break of structure in here, creates an imbalance, mitigates to the minute, induces, obviously now can move higher. This is the point that creates imbalances in here, mitigates later on. You're aiming for the next liquidity area, which is above here. Isn't that freaking crazy? What? What? So anyways, but you probably think like, yeah, but that's like from whatever, March or April, whatever. What about September? Like, so that's literally like a few weeks of price action that look through it from left to right over every single day of GU. Like not so uncommon pair. So it's not like an exotic or whatsoever. That's the 50-minute, by the way, because again, just to show you even more days, but you can see the Asia ranges obviously inside here. So what do they do here? Asia range, inducing low. That's the inducement that induced something to the left. Mitigates. First of all, induce Asia low first and London open. Funny. Then, of course, channeling up. Asia range, inducing low. Mitigates. Days over. Next day, look at that. Asia range is getting induced low. Moves price higher. Next day, Asia range induces low to go higher. Next day, Asia range induces low to go higher. Next day, Asia range induces high this time to go lower. Didn't induce nothing much here. Next day, Asia range. London induces high this time just to go lower. Next day, Asia range induces high to go lower. Next day, Asia range to go induce higher to go lower. Next day, Asia range induces high to go lower. Next day, induces low to go higher. Next day, not really induced, almost induces high to go lower. Next day, induces high to go lower. Next day, induces high to go lower. Next day, induces low to go higher. Next day, induces high to go lower. Next day, induces low to go higher. Next day, induces low to go higher. Now induce this highs. Obviously, can go lower now. Next day, induces high to go lower. Where's the next mitigation areas? In here. What do? Induce low, mitigating to the left for the significant structure with all the imbalances. Obviously, now they don't need to induce low. They did it in here to go higher. Next day, induce high to go lower. Next day, induce high to go lower. Now to go even higher, making the faults build up in here, giving the false direction, making this internal inducement, this time in Asia. So they don't need to induce lower, going higher. There you go. Next day, inducing high, going lower. Next day, inducing high to go lower. Of course, what is going on here? Oh, no inducement. That's strange. But why? Because this Asia is already an inducement to go, guess what? Higher, never induced. So that's why they don't need to induce anymore here. Next day, inducing low, go higher. Next day, of course, building equal lows, making this inducement in Asia this time here. Next day, no inducement in here, but on New York this time late. So that's the inducement of this area. Guess what? There's no inducement needed in Asia this time because it's already induced here prior. So next day, inducing high to go lower. Next day, inducing low to go higher. Inducing low to go higher. It's, guys, what in the hell? What in the hell? Like literally, can you see that? That's like 3 weeks in a row. They're doing the same shit over and over again. Like, what in the hell? What? Like midnight swears, right? But guess what? At this point, you should already be like, holy shit. What's going on? Like, what in the hell? So you should slowly but surely awaken out of the stuff and realize how clean it can become. So again, to make it easier for you, again, that's the overall illustration. Draw that on a piece of paper whatsoever. Of course, as you saw, not every day is like this, but as you saw in the bigger picture is always the same shit. It doesn't need to look always like that. Of course not. But that's the optimal play. That's the optimal play when they have Asia range, making the channel, inducing Asia low or Asia high in this sense, London open, reversing on them. That's the ideally play. And of course, not every day looks like that. But just get this picture in your mind. And of course, we show you so many more tricks later on, which makes way more sense. But for now, just take this picture, get it into your mind, and get a feeling for it. Get a feeling for it. Anyways, some more repetition, because we need to wrap this thing up. Guess what is going on? Equal lows, liquidity in Asia range. What do? Building up the channel, inducing low to go higher. Huge momentum. Timing now, London open. Awesome. What's going to happen? Choop. Right? Another one. What's going on here? Inducement low. Never induced Asia range high. So guess what? This becomes a smart money trap. Induces high now. Look at the clock. On open. Perfect. Choop. Another one. London open. What do? Creating equal highs here. Making even one more push higher here. Building the channel. inducing low, inducing high first. Again, this is like a Frankfurt thing. Guys, what does help you identify that this is not the final one? Use the clock. London open to the minute. What? This candle to the minute? What's going to happen? Choop. So it can happen during London Open, which is 9 a.m. UTC plus 2, right? Obviously, so rare that it happens to the minute. Like, seriously, like that's rare, isn't it? Another one, making equal lows, inducement high first, go lower, momentum run, to the minute, London Open. Guess what's going to happen? What they did? Huge liquidity build up in here. All that is was generally building until London Open hits. Lower time frame inducement here. London Open to the absolute minute. They say, thank you guys. Choop. What? And also can Frankfurt Open, right? Sometimes this move is done in Frankfurt Open as well, right? So it can happen in London. Again, you're smarter than a clock. Just understand the principle. They're getting the information. Frankfurt get it first. And sometimes they say, yeah, thank you. We want to take our move now. Okay, not always it's London. It can be Frankfurt as well. Of course, London is better because that's where the real liquidity comes in. So guess what? Frankfurt Open, almost to the minute. Choop. Okay, now it's London Open. Interesting. You can guess what happened next. Right, so guess what? Another one. Huge channeling downwards. Asia lows being induced. Frankfurt Open, a little bit in the middle. Doesn't matter. It's about the concept. Choop. Look at the speed of that. Another one. Frankfurt Open, this time to the minute. Look at that. Creating equal lows of Asia low. Of course, this becomes the smart money trap in here. We expect that it's getting induced. Getting induced. When does it get induced? Frankfurt Open to the minute this time. Choop them all. Why not? Okay. So guess what? Inducing these equal lows first. Not really channeling building, but at least losing Asia lows. London Open, almost to the minute. Choop them all. So all this up, freaking same over again. There you go. Channel building up. Inducement low just to go higher. London Open says thank you. Choops them all. See this and just get it in your mind, because we will obviously give you so much more clarity in the whole picture. But this is literally step one about like how we're building the whole intraday aspect of it. And you already can see how it will melt insanely well together. Okay. So also we can refine it obviously later. We use structure to even more clarifying the whole thing. So guess what? If we have the London inducement in here, having internal break of structure, later we will have an imbalance in here, mitigation. Of course, that's how we can use it and then utilize it later on. Of course, at lower times it will look like this. When equal lows, liquidity, break of structure, inducing that, inducement mitigation of the inducement in here. Perfect. And that's how we will keep on going further. Just to wrap it up, a few more examples. What do they do? Asia high, never been induced. What do they do? Building up the shorts channel, finally breaking out. London Open, almost to the minute, like 5 minutes delay. Fair enough. What's going to happen? Okay. There you go. There's the tube. What is going on now? Main break of structure. What is the imbalance? There's the imbalance. We can take this area of interest. We mark it up. Interesting. What is going to happen? Probably they mitigate the inducement area. Awesome. So what's going to happen next? Of course, they continue their move. It's not so hard. Another one. What do they do? Asia high being induced, channel upwards. We look at the timing. This time 10 minutes before London Open. Okay, that's not to the minute though. Guess what? Internal break of structure, creating the imbalances. This is the inducement already with timing confluences. Now we're having a valid POY, internal break of structure. What will happen next? They come back, mitigate that area. What's going to happen next? There's the tube. Another one. So this time an advanced one, because this will be the last one we cover. So let's do some advanced one to see how well you picked up everything so far. So please bear with me. Use your brain. Just one last few minutes. So what is going on here? First things first, Asia range is never been induced, not to the high side, not to the low side. So all this stuff is internal now. So what is going on? We expect an inducement of Asia high or Asia low, at least. What we see already, what we can see is they're building up a channel to the buy side. What should that do, right? So guess what? Now we're having a false break of structure. Asia high was never induced yet. Again, that keeps you out of like, what about this? And that's exactly the example I told you. You will 100% know after this that this is not an area of interest anymore at this play, is it? Anyways, what we can do now, you mark this area up. It's a smart money trap. You don't look for short in here. No. Even if it's a break of structure. No, you don't. It's Asia range high. You're building up the buy channel like crazy. Of course, you're getting into slow. Just to do what? Smart money trap gives the false reaction. Just to do what? Inducing them high when? When? You look at the clock. It's London Open. Okay. There you go. There you have your internal break of structure. Okay. What should happen next? You find your mitigation zone. And there's no imbalance. So you need to refine it to the 1 minute. Find your imbalances. Right? What happens next? Mitigates that area after the inducement of London Open, after the internal break of structure. Huh? Is it so hard? There you go. What should happen next though? Main break of structure now. This is the push that led to the break of structure here. This is now the main break of structure. This is the push that led to this break of structure. Starting from here. What are you doing now? Refining that zone, mark the mitigation area, imbalances. Okay. What should happen next? Mitigation. What should happen next? Tube. What? Get this into your head for now. That's the overall things you should understand. And then we combine it with this. The lit starter kit, right? Looks a little bit confusing, I know, but we will get to that. As of now, you understand like why this is a smart money trap in here, right? And why it's very easy to identify later on, and also why this will be in a smart money trap, and obviously why this are the valid zones you should look for sells in here. Let's just dig into it. Of course, 3rd or 4th of April, right? So guess what? Asia range brings us some clarity. We're having huge channel buildup, right? You can see that trend traders getting all excited, breakout traders out of Asia range, right? Speed, momentum, some little pullback, and even more speed and momentum to the upside, building the trend channels or trend traders getting all excited. And obviously they look for buys. What's going to happen? You probably figured it out by now. Tube, right? Next example, on our 29th of March, right? So guess what? Same scenario, breakout traders getting induced first, right? Of course, now huge momentum speed. Look at this momentum of these candles building the channel before that. Stops out the channel a little bit, induces them one more time to the upside. Now makes everyone excited to the upside, right? So guess what can expect? Never took out Asia low. So guess what is next on the list? Of course, tube, right? So guess what? Next thing, now we're having, again, bigger channel buildup to the downside this time, right? We're having forming already this some sort of buildup down there. We have inducement of Asia low, right? One more time, one more impulse. So guess what we can expect after? There's your tube, right? So again, how can we use our beautiful Miss Asia to bring even more light into the darkness? Again, if you look at this mess and you're just a normal naked trader or retail trader, of where do you even start from? It's so confusing, it's so hard, right? So let's get what? Obviously, we're putting, again, we had this example before, we're putting Asia range on top of it, right? Starting from 11 UTC plus 2 until 7 UTC plus 2, right? And guess what? Now all of a sudden we can see what they're trying to do. Building. Now, of course, it'll have to be very, very important later on, but for now we're just understanding the intraday perspective of when the day starts here, right? Obviously ends somewhere around there, right? So guess what? What will gonna happen next? We add timing to it, as you already learned, like London open to the absolute minute. If for indication that the inducement might be ready, right? Big players come in, London players come in, big London liquidity comes in also. Everyone looks for a short side. Boom. That's why they can troop to the right direction, right? But this is again 16th of March last year. So guess what? 16th of March this year, right? Same day, just 1 year later, right? So guess what they're doing? Building the channel, right? Or like this, right? Perfect. Inducing first. When do they do it? In Frankfurt, giving a little pullback, inducing low one more time. When do they do that? London players come in, right? So Frankfurt tried it, didn't get enough liquidity in. That's when London comes in and say, okay, let me try that again. Makes a new low, breaks the low, takes out the buy side liquidity, of course, because all the buyers stops are below there, right? Takes them out also, brings in new sellers, and guess what? Finally, they're done inducing to the short side, and then they can tube. Same exact shit, same pair, both EU USD, right? On literally the same exact day, or maybe this is GU. I'm not can I remember exactly because it doesn't say it in here, but either EU or GU. Same shit, literally every day. Like not every day, but obviously always the same stuff, right? They cannot do the same stuff every single day, of course not. But you have to get used to at least these first price time inducements, right? And of course, slowly building an understanding of what they're trying to do. Again, if they do it exactly to the day a year before, they do it in the same exact day a year later, over and over and over again. Of course, you will have days where this is not the case, but then we have multiple different cycle variations. You need to get used to it, right? But that's, of course, one of them. So another example, right? So guess what they're doing? Asia range, huge channel buildup, inducing out of Asia range. Breakout trade is getting even more exciting, right? Momentum to the upside, and you already can see this candle in here. What's the purpose of that? And of course, stops out all the people that induced and built up to the long side. And guess what's next? Tube, right? The target, of course, is Asia range low, and to stop out all of them, right? Doing it over and over again. Another one. March, again, 22nd of 2022. Okay, not bad. Again, you already can see, look how slowly you realize how clean everything becomes, right? So maybe there was like some big of fear to indicate Asia high. You can see what they're trying to do here, building up. Now finally, again, not a build up, but then overall they're showing the short direction, building the short trend, channeling downwards. Again, inducement one, minor one out of Frankfurt, little pullback. Big players come in, London to the absolute minute. They open the position or they open the session. See that 90% of the world is to the short side. Guess what they can do? Tube, right? Over and over again. And of this, again, this moment, you probably realize, oh shit, they did that a year ago. They're doing that literally yesterday or whatever, a week before. It's always the same stuff, right? So guess what? If the movement happens to the absolute minute, you should not be surprised like this guy. You should expect that stuff, right? Again, the only thing which sometimes can vary, of course, also is the timing in terms of it doesn't happen in London Open to the minute, as you saw earlier. It also can happen Frankfurt Open to the minute. But guess what? Is it something different? See what they're trying to do here, building the channel. Never induced Asia low, right? So getting a little pullback direction, of course, but then continuing lower. Huge momentum to the downside. Vector candles, vector candles, vector candles into timing. Frankfurt Open almost to the minute, 5 minutes delay. But guess what they're doing on the same day? on Euro USD. So that's GU, what they're doing on Euro USD. Same stuff, building equal highs of Asia. Look at this, like even giving multiple hits to the high side, showing the channeling downwards, obviously giving a little pullback, making even resistance trader even more excited about it, right? And now look at these huge momentum candles, vector candles to the downside, inducing out of Asia range low. Exactly the same timing as I did it for GU. So guess what we can expect out of that? Boom. Both obviously smashing the liquidity to the upside and take everything out just like that, right? Is it surprising at this point? No, right? So guess what? Other pairs maybe. Euro GBP, AUD USD. Let's see if it's something different there. Of course, building up the equal highs of Asia, right? Just building on Wick in here. But guess what they're doing here? Huge channel downward. You see, there's always the same stuff. Either they're building up liquidity to equal highs or something like that, right? Or they show the channel, right? It's always the same place. But guess what? Never took out Asia low until here, little pullback channel, induced this channel to downside, breaks out of Asia range, comes even one more time down, right? So this one is obviously even way obvious, or more obvious, right? Even like little channel in here, induced finally out of Asia range to downside. What's the timing? What should happen? Boom! Frankfurt open to the absolute minute. Frankfurt open to the absolute minute. Is it surprisingly at this point, right? It doesn't matter, again, what pair it is. These scenarios and these liquidity traps are always the same. Again, these situations when they induce out of Asia range, building liquidity before that, and then are done inducing when these major sessions start, like London or Frankfurt, right? Of course. So again, another one for GU, for example. Channeling downwards, channeling insane with speed, vector candles. When does it happen? Frankfurt open can indicate they may be done inducing. What do they do in here? Channel build up high, like last pullback into vector candles, finally inducing out of Asia high. When does it happen? Right? Boom. Frankfurt open. Look at this timing. Frankfurt open to the absolute minute, right? So it doesn't matter what currency pair, what day, what year, what month. It's always the same liquidity patterns that happen all over again. You just have to identify some sort of inducement with the vector candles here and here to indicate when the traps should be done, when they induce major zones, like for example, Asia highs, or obviously something to the left. We will look to it later. In this scenario, there's 100% something to the left, right? Which had a made impact. We will obviously put that into our understanding very soon as well. But for now, again, just get used to these timing traps and how they use timing and sessions for their advantage and how it can give you a very, very clean picture already, right? So how can this be beneficial for us very soon? Right. So if you can look for this cycle, again, we have so many of them, like it's literally insane. Again, it's not too hard to find examples about those, right? So guess what? Building up huge liquidity to the upside, again, then slowly showing some sort of channeling downwards, breaking out of Asia range, faking the double bottom first, right? Always to give maybe baby reaction, but then finally swoosh through it, right? Tubes through it, vector candles into what? Timing, Frankfurt open to the minute. What have you already learned already, right? Breaking the market structure to the upside after all these liquidities getting taken out of vector candles and speed. Timing gives you the confidence, right? Of course, later on, we will look to the left what's going on there also for even more confirmations. Then you can look at structure being broken. That can give us an indication that price obviously is done and wants to move in another direction. What does it leave in the process? Imbalances of the extreme, right? Obviously, that's the extreme push. That's some sort of in the middle one, but obviously even here, huge imbalances, but the extreme mitigation would be down there with the imbalances still left in here, right? So guess what? Price comes down again with momentum, again wants to continue to the downside, giving all these channel and breakout traders the false momentum to the downside again, right? Because again, they think the market will continue. What is their initial goal? Mitigating out of their positions in here, filling the imbalance. Market is fairly delivered. Enigma did the task, induced everyone in the wrong direction. Market is fairly delivered now. Could be ready to tube. Also confirmed, obviously, by timing, right? So guess what? Tube, right? So that's how you can do it. Obviously, then later on, we will look at the lower time frames in here. We look to the left. We add multiple other stuffs in there. So it will become very, very clean of what they're actually trying to do if you combine it with so much stuff more. For now, you see this just intraday London and Frankfurt cycles of what they love to do and how clean already it can become. Another example, again, 7th of June, right? Guess what they do in here? Wicking Asia high in here, right? Of course, before that, huge channel buildup, already getting induced by this wick. That's why they can even push the market lower. Same scenario begins again, all over again, building the channel downwards, finally breaking out of Asia low to this side now. When does it happen? What is the price? Frankfurt open, vector candles, what is the price, right? So guess what will happen? Tube. Okay, another one, Euro USDs, again from 6th of April, 7th of June, literally everywhere, right? See, it's always the same stuff, always the same stuff. Again, what's going on with GBP Swiss franc or GBP JPY, right? Japanese yen, like what's going on there? I mean, this one, very obvious. Look at how they're crazily building the channel to the downside. What's the last impulse? Momentum and speed, right? Vector candles. Again, here it's a little bit more tricky to see, right? I've kind of building also the channel to the downside. Of course, they want to induce low first. So this snippet is a little bit poorly done. Of course, they want to induce low first for us being interested, to give the final inducement to the low side, right? So guess what? Boom, swoosh to the minute after. I mean, this one is very, very obvious, isn't it? With the vector candles into Frankfurt open, finally done inducing to low side. Guess this one can mess around a little bit to low side. Again, gives 1, 2, head and shoulders, nonsense shit, right? Even fake breakup structures to the upside. We talked about it. Of course, main intention is inducement. When does it happen? Frankfurt open timing, done inducing to low side, can tube to the upside. Okay, but of course, this was Frankfurt open scenarios. You can see multiple of them, but of course, focus on London inducements instead of Frankfurt, right?